transcending into the world of his own novel. He finds himself in a desolate and uninhabited spirit beast continent. Right at the beginning, he becomes the weapon of the villain and a stepping stone for the male protagonist. System: activating contract spirit beast skill to unlock infinite evolution mode. My world, I make the rules. Start in my own world. Chapter 1. Starting off disabled, activating the system. God, what's going on? Chui stood dumbfounded, staring at the unfamiliar world. Mouth agape. Just a second ago, he was frantically typing away at his keyboard, and the next moment, everything went dark, and he found himself in this strange world. At this moment, he felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping overhead. What the hell? I crossed over. Chui looked at his reflection in the water, stunned for a few seconds. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were strikingly handsome, almost indescribably cool. Such a perfect face was not just rare, but could hardly be found anywhere on Blue Star. Ding dong. System activated. Due to your 3-minute fervor and the severe abandonment of your works causing public outrage among fans, you're punished by being sent into your own novel. Kill the protagonist at the start. Chui was utterly confused that he was just a third-rate novelist, always writing casually, and sometimes abandoning works whenever he lost interest. He never expected to cross into the world of the novel he created. Kill the protagonist at the start? Great sea. Dense forest. Could it be that I become Chui? Chui felt as if he had been struck on the head. No one understood the character Chui better than he did. This character was essentially cannon fodder. Apart from his outstanding appearance, he was utterly useless and had become the villain's weapon for backstabbing and a stepping stone to highlight the male protagonists. Grandeur. Disabled. Completely disabled. Chui stood frozen, but he recalled that Chui had been disabled right at the start for causing trouble for Chui Hao and was abandoned by his family on the Spirit Beast continent, left to fend for himself. On this desolate island, the Spirit Beast continent was rugged and perilous, with dangers lurking everywhere. Now, he was essentially walking into a tiger's den, unable to protect himself. Ding dong. System activation successful. The host can gain skills from any character in previously abandoned novels. Chui felt as if the sky was about to fall. He never expected the system would give him a glimmer of hope. It was like a lifeline. While others crossed over to become invincible, he was filled with anticipation about what skill the system would grant him, when suddenly a random skill was thrown at him. Ding dong. System. Due to the author's choice timeout, the system randomly selects a skill. Congratulations, the host has gained the contract Spirit Beast skill. What the hell? No way. At this moment, Chui wished he could find a block of tofu to smash his head against. Just as he was hesitating over which skill to choose, the system randomly selected for him. What made him even more speechless was that he had obtained this useless skill of Contract Spirit Beast in a place like the Spirit Beast continent. The Contract Spirit Beast could only contract one type of Spirit Beast, which could evolve continuously, but the direction of evolution was not up to him. It depended on what Spirit Beast it consumed. Even though he was on the Spirit Beast continent, he had already been disabled by Chui Hao. Even with this skill, he had no way to venture deeper, and the contracted Spirit Beast could only be one type. It wasn't a choice of Spirit Beast, but rather the Spirit Beast chose him. System. Can we negotiate? How about? Before Chui could finish his sentence, the system suddenly vanished, as if it didn't want to hear his nonsense, leaving him no room for negotiation. Damn, it's over. Chui sat down on the ground, feeling utterly hopeless. Hey, what's this? Suddenly, Chui saw a group of small, dark creatures continuously crawling out from the depths of the dense forest. Before he could react, his body stiffened, his vision darkened, and he felt as if he had died, losing all sensation, rigidly collapsing to the ground. When he woke up, he found himself back in the same place, as if it had all been a dream. How strange. Could be bullet ants. Chui was a bit surprised. A bite from a bullet ant could cause any creature, whether human or spirit beast, to lose consciousness for 3 seconds, not even sparing the most powerful beings. Although bullet ants are tiny, they are a type of spirit beast, unfortunately, the weakest in the entire world. Their survival is mainly due to their minuscule size, allowing both spirit beasts and humans to selectively ignore them. Well, there's nothing I can do. Ants can swallow elephants. Since that's the case, they'll choose the bullet ant. Ding dong. System. Contract Spirit Beast Bullet Ant. Congratulations. Host. Contract successful. Bullet Ant level 0. Damage 0. Defense 0. Speed 1. Seriously? Not even level 1? Chui's face was filled with bitterness. This bullet ant could only cause any living being to experience a pseudo-death for 3 seconds and was utterly useless otherwise. It's over. It's over. Completely over. Shui wore a worried expression as these bullet ants became his spirit beasts, stopping to await his command. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, for activating the spirit beast language talent. Bullet ant. Master, what are you worried about? Shui looked at the bullet ants. Astonished that they could understand him, he lowered his head to examine them closely, but they were so minuscule that just surviving here would require a busy day's worth of food, which likely wouldn't be enough to fill their bellies, leading them to starve to death. That I am hungry. Although Shui had no expectations, he still said it out loud, but unexpectedly, the bullet ant's tentacle pointed into the distance. Bullet ant. Master, there's a dying fire dragon lizard not far ahead. Fire dragon lizard? Mentioning the fire dragon lizard suddenly made Shui alert. Although the fire dragon lizard is a fire attribute spirit beast, it is indeed a genuine dragon type. If these bullet ants could consume the fire dragon lizard, it would mean he'd start off with an ant empire. If he was lucky, these bullet ants might even gain dragon attributes. With this thought, Shui felt revitalized. Is it safe? This was the most important question. When he saw the bullet ants indicating there was no danger, his anxious heart finally relaxed. All troops move out, Shui shouted, and thousands of bullet ants crawled out from their anthills. Even the ant queen came out, bowing to Shui, not daring to act carelessly. Even though they were just a swarm of ants, Shui felt a rush of divine power. However, he had slightly underestimated the speed of the bullet ants, which are level 0 with a speed of 1. At this rate, they might not even arrive by tomorrow morning. With no other choice, Shui had to place some bullet ants in his hands and follow their guidance to find the fire dragon lizard. What luck, it's a mutated fire dragon lizard. Normally, fire dragon lizards don't have wings, but this one had grown wings. If it weren't for its last breath, it would have been done for in minutes. Today, your food is guaranteed. Feast away. Shui commanded, and the thousands of bullet ants pounced, showing no intention of saving food. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon lizard's corpse was completely devoured, leaving only a skeleton behind. Suddenly, flames enveloped the bullet ants, resembling fireflies in the night, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Chapter 2. Spirit Beast Evolution, Imposing Momentum. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for the evolution of the bullet ant into the fireball dragon ant. Attack 100, Defense 100. Speed 101. Accompanied by the system's voice, the bullet ants began to evolve rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they had evolved into fireball dragon ants. Their bodies grew to the size of fire lizards, resembling resurrected fire lizards, with a blazing flame burning on their tails and their skin becoming rough and thick. Their crimson eyes glowed like lights in the darkness, and if it weren't for the extra ant antennae on their heads, Shui would have thought they were fire lizards. However, there was nothing to be done, after all. It was stated when this skill was written that any spirit beast with strong genes could replace the original appearance of another spirit beast. Not only that, but if luck was good, there was also a chance to obtain mutated spirit beasts. But their spiritual forms were still ants, and this point could not be changed, even if one day they became pure-blooded dragons. This quantity, although the bullet ants evolved into fireball dragon ants, the sheer number of over 10,000 was astonishing and imposing. But food became a significant issue. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host spirit beast for acquiring the skills of the fire lizard, including fireball technique, fire wall, fire bomb, thick fog, explosion, and wind fire wheel, etc. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 skill points, which can be used to enhance one of their attributes. 33 points? Are you kidding? Shui felt a flock of crows flying over his head, and the system's prompt felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him from head to toe. System. Reminder. 10,000 skill points are required for max level. Shui sighed helplessly, feeling that this system was too stingy. There was nothing to be done. After all, he was too fanciful. Where should the skill points be added? Shui thought for a long time and finally decided to add all of them to defense. After all, whether in the family as a villain or a hero, Shui was not favored, and adding to defense was mainly for survival. Most importantly, he was afraid of pain. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for increasing defense by 3 points. Shui couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Looking at the defense points on the screen in the air, still not even at level 1, inside a breath of turbid air. Boom. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the volcano deep in the forest. The ground began to shake, and a powerful energy wave quickly rushed toward his direction. Fireball Dragon Ant. Master. It seems something is coming this way. Just as the Fireball Dragon Ant finished speaking, a group of spirit beasts suddenly rushed in from the distance. Damn it, no way. Run. Suddenly, a powerful force lifted him up from behind. Chui Yi then realized that the fireball dragon ants behind him were growing wings, carrying him into the sky, narrowly escaping disaster. Almost forgot, my fireball dragon ants are level 100? Chui Yi's eyes sparkled with gold stars. He didn't expect that he was still below level 1. But over 10,000 spirit beasts were actually at level 100, equivalent to the level of a human spirit king. Although the fire lizard was a common type of spirit beast, more common, and max level only reached 100, he didn't expect to have over 10,000 at his disposal. Even if just one spirit beast breathed fire, it could probably wipe out a small country. Chui Yi suddenly felt a surge of excitement, feeling that he was capable again. Looking far ahead, the spirit beasts below seemed frightened, which made Chui Yi curious about what had happened. Let's go. Let's check it out over the mountain, Chui Yi commanded. And thousands of fireball dragon ants flew toward the source of the sound. As night fell, clusters of flames turned into shooting stars dotting the darkness. Chui Yi hid in the grass, somewhat surprised at the scene before him. Meng Zi. Seeing the big characters appearing above Meng Zi's head, Chui Yi frowned slightly. What a narrow path for enemies. This guy is here to catch dragon-type spirit beasts while threatening me and my sister to break off the engagement. It seems the script is correct. Chui Yi's lips curled into an evil arc, giving off a bad vibe, which would probably charm a crowd of young girls if they saw it. There was nothing to be done. After all, the initial setting was a perfect man, relying solely on looks and physique, with nothing else to offer. Boom. The Emperor Fire Dragon continuously spewed out powerful flames, each time easily dodged by Meng Zi. Beast, if you don't deal with this quickly, you still have to go play with that kid Chui Yi. This pretty boy. I will definitely disfigure him and see how he continues to be arrogant. Meng Zi flew in the air, reaching for the bag at his waist. And with a casual wave, a huge ice silkworm net spilled out, leaving the Emperor Fire Dragon no chance to escape. What a grand gesture. But this guy is really shameless, using the betrothal gift I gave him. Chui Yi looked at the Qinquan bag at Meng Zi's waist with disdain. In order to marry into the Meng family, the Chui family made a grand gesture. The Qinquan bag is a treasure that can hold everything. It's not just about spirit beast continents. It could even hold an entire large empire without issue, and it also contained 100 experience pills and various precious herbs. The Emperor Fire Dragon let out an angry roar, fiercely charging at the ice silkworm net, its attributes clashing, yet it used sheer physical strength to reach Meng Zi. Glaring at him viciously, Beast, what can you do to me? I may not have much, but I have plenty of treasures. To die at my hands is your honor. As soon as Meng Zi finished speaking, the Emperor Fire Dragon's gaze turned cold. Not good, self-destruct. Chui Yi suddenly recalled seeing Meng Zi looking disheveled, with his pants almost gone and covered in a dark mess. This clearly indicated the fire-type spirit beast's special skill of self-destruction. The characteristic of fire-type spirit beasts is that they are ruthless, embodying a spirit of if I die, I won't let you live. Boom. In an instant, the area within 100 miles turned into ruins. Fortunately, it was a close call. Chui Yi stood up, brushing off the dust from his body. Just as the explosion happened, the fireball dragon ant had protected him. Otherwise, he would have seen the king of hell by now. Chui Yi. Meng Zi coughed for a long time, and as the smoke gradually cleared, he was stunned to see Chui Yi appear before him. What's wrong? Is your grandpa looking for you? Chui Yi was not polite at all, completely changing his tone. After all, with over 10,000 fireball dragon ants backing him up, what was there to be afraid of? Meng Zi looked at the over 10,000 fireball dragon ants and was slightly stunned, quickly regaining his composure. After all, dragon-type spirit beasts are quite arrogant. They would never engage in group fights, preferring to single out opponents, and at most, just watch from the sidelines. As the spirit beast continent is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Humph, pretty boy, it seems you came here without much effort. Since you have appeared, I will clearly tell you to best recognize your place and dissolve the engagement with my sister, otherwise, humph, don't blame me for being rude. Chui Yi looked at him expressionlessly, suddenly unable to hold back his laughter. You really are talking without feeling the pain. I say, you are nearly pantsless. And yet you have the audacity to blind my eyes. Who gave you the confidence that I want to marry your sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at what you look like? As for your sister, even a pig is better than you. Chapter 3. Are you looking for trouble? Language talent. Meng Zi's face turned pale with anger at Chui Yi's words. He never expected this kid to dare to talk back. Clearly having been crippled, yet still so arrogant. Kid, do you know your current situation? You wouldn't still be in a daze on the spirit beast continent not knowing who I am, would you? Meng Zi remembered that Chui Yi had been crippled, yet he now acted as if nothing had happened and dared to speak to him in such an arrogant tone. Dogs always like to bark, so annoying. Chui Yi patted the fireball dragon ant beside him, and the fireball dragon ant cooperatively offered its tail. Chui Yi naturally sat on the tail of the bullet dragon ant, at that moment resembling the boss here, leaving Meng Zi completely stunned. How is this possible? Meng Zi rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was dreaming. But he never expected that this waste before him actually had a dragon-type spirit beast. Dragon-type spirit beasts have been arrogant and proud throughout history, preferring to self-destruct rather than casually choose a spirit master, especially one who has been rendered useless. You actually have a dragon-type spirit beast. Meng Zi's face turned pale with fear, trying to maintain his composure. One, I think you must be blind. Brothers, report in. As soon as Chui Ye's voice fell, a continuous roar of dragons echoed, as if the entire spirit beast continent was trembling. You, Meng Zi, pointed at Chui Yi, unable to say a word, and sat down heavily on the ground. He slapped himself hard to confirm that this was not a dream. Sister-in-law. Meng Zi hurriedly changed his expression, forcing out an awkward smile. Sister-in-law? I'm not that perverted. I don't like a sister who has a dog. Upon hearing this, Meng Zi immediately exploded with rage and stood up abruptly. You little brat, don't push your luck. Do you think you're something special? If I die here today, my Meng family will definitely not let it go. Meng Zi changed his face faster than flipping a book, and Chui Yi frowned slightly, slowly standing up. Oh, is that so? Is the dog going to bite? Chui Yi moved his middle finger, and the dragon group behind him began to approach Meng Zi. I was wrong. Don't. Meng Zi's legs went weak, and he wet his pants, regretting the words he had just spoken, but it was too late. Countless paths devoured his body, ultimately turning him into nothingness. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for the spirit beast gaining the human language talent. Language talent? Does this mean these spirit beasts can speak human language? After the self-destruction, the Emperor Fire Dragon was also completely destroyed by the Fireball Dragon Ant. Chui Yi didn't take care, his eyes fixed on the Qianquan bag on the ground, picking it up and brushing off the dirt. Finally, it has returned to its owner. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for the Fireball Dragon Ant upgrading to Emperor Fire Dragon Ant. Level increased to 1000. Attack 1000 points. Defense 1000 points. Speed 1001 points. Wisdom 1000 points. Damn, this feels amazing. Level 1000 is equivalent to the level of a human spirit emperor. Ordinary people are no match for it. Not to mention there are over 10,000 of them. However, Chui Yi looked at his own level, helplessly lowering his head. Why am I still level 1? It seems that this point of being useless cannot be changed. Chui Yi muttered to himself, but seeing the Qianquan bag still made him very happy. He tossed the Qianquan bag and collected over 10,000 Emperor Fire Dragon Ants into it, then searched inside for a long time, unexpectedly finding not only the treasures he had sent out before, but also many rare treasures. Hey, what is this? Chui Yi suddenly discovered that there was a letter hidden inside the Qianquan bag, which stated the demand for Chui Yi to break off the engagement, or face death without mercy. Humph, interesting. It seems like it's time to go out for a walk. Chui Yi left one Emperor Fire Dragon Ant behind, riding on the spirit beast and flying towards the sky. Alan Continent, Chui family. Today I'll be straightforward, Brother Chui. We are here to dissolve the marriage between our Meng family and your Chui family. I think you can understand. After all, my precious daughter cannot marry a useless person. Meng Batian said this without any courtesy, giving no face to the head of the Chui family. This is understandable. That brat Chui Yi is indeed a jinx to his parents. Now that his parents are gone, it's only natural to dissolve the engagement. However, it doesn't seem quite right for our two families' marriage to end like this. Look, my son Chui Zhen has excellent talent and is quite handsome. Perhaps our two families could still discuss it. Chui Xiong's intentions were obvious. He was thinking of his own son. After all, Chui Yi has already been rendered useless. And now is a good opportunity. Fate depends on whether the two parties are compatible. Your Chui family, though a prestigious family, I will consider it. Father, in 3 days, Aluan Academy will start the selection. Why don't we hold off on this matter? Moreover, Chui Yi is still in the spirit beast continent, and his life and death are uncertain. Meng Wanning looked outside the door with displeasure, feeling 1,000 times unhappy. Chui Yi's looks and figure were impeccable, but being useless meant he was destined to be a useless person forever. For someone with her family background, it was fine to play around, but if it were serious, she would be 1,000,000 times unwilling. After all, looks and figure cannot be eaten. I can still make the decision on this matter. Brother Meng, rest assured. Chui Yi must listen to my arrangements regardless of life or death. Chui Xiong had a look of righteous indignation, as if the entire Chui family was under his command. Humph, which dog is barking? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the door, sitting on a dragon-type spirit beast, with cold eyes and a striking appearance. Chui Yi. Everyone stood up, looking at the newcomer in surprise, realizing it was Chui Yi. Chui Yi, you're not dead? Meng Wanning felt a bit surprised. She never expected Chui Yi to show up here. Chui Yi, who are you calling a dog? Chui Zhen was furious upon hearing this. Chui Yi, you dare to disrespect your elders. Chui Zhen was so angry that his beard was puffed out. Hearing Chui Yi speak like this, everyone present was dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was still the same Chui Yi. The former Chui Yi was always obedient. Now, the current Chui Yi spoke without regard for anyone, completely disregarding their faces. Chui Yi, don't get too arrogant. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Chui Zhen was no longer calm. Originally, Chui Yi was his pawn, but now that he had easily been rendered useless by Chui Hao, and now the dog was biting the owner. This was truly turning the tables, especially in front of Meng Wanting, leaving him with no face at all. It seems the dog is going to bite. Chapter 4. Disrespecting Elders? The dog is going to bite. Chui Yi sneered, feeling that the character he created in the novel was quite amusing. Chui Zhen thought Chui Yi was his dog, but now the roles had reversed. This time, I'll really let you know who the dog is and who the master is. Chui Zhen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect this brat to guess his thoughts. Humph, Chui Yi, I remember you are my younger brother and a useless one at that. I didn't expect you to disrespect your elders. Today, I will teach you what it means to respect your elders. Chui Zhen was not worried about this useless person at all. After all, his strength had already reached level 29 of the Spirit Master, about to break through to the level of a Spirit Apprentice. Even if this brat walked into a stroke of luck and got a Dragon-type Spirit Beast, his level wouldn't be too high. Chui Zhen was clear about Chui Yi's strength. Are you sure? That is right, I'm sure. Let us go to the arena now. Chui Yi just smiled faintly, feeling that the character he created was too simple-minded. If this were the original Chui Yi, he would naturally be no match for him. But the current Chui Yi was extraordinary. Just having a Dragon-type Spirit Beast meant he was equivalent to a human level 1000. And a loser like him would probably be finished with just a touch. Arena. Chui Zhen, be gentle. Although Chui Yi is disrespectful, he is still a member of the Chui family and should be left with some breath. Chui Xiong's intention was clear. As long as he didn't die and left some breath, they would know the consequences of offending them. Even a fool could understand that. Rest assured, Father, I will definitely control my strength and leave a breath for my younger brother Chui Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, Chui Zhen's figure flashed, and he swung his fist at Chui Yi. Brother, just give him 1,000th of a fireball. Don't hit too hard. Chui Yi hurriedly instructed the Emperor Fire Dragon Ant, and as soon as this was said, Chui Zhen's eyes turned red with anger. Boom. The previously aggressive Chui Zhen was instantly hit hard on the head by the fireball, losing all his hair and turning into a bald man. His body was also covered in soot. Anyone who didn't know would think he had just walked out of a coal pile. He opened his mouth, and a cloud of smoke billowed out, coughing several times. The damage wasn't severe, but it was extremely humiliating, leaving everyone present dumbfounded, some unable to help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Chui Zhen looked more like a beggar, utterly embarrassed. You're driving me crazy. Chui Zhen was furious. And suddenly the spirit of 100 spirits enveloped his entire body, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, as a powerful force gathered in his fist and charged forward. My goodness, it's actually the spirit of 100 spirits, most likely to become a phoenix. I didn't expect that Chui Zhen had already awakened the lark. This kid is in trouble. Sigh. Such a good-looking face is really a waste. I said, sister. That's not the point. The point is that Chui Zhen has awakened the original spirit lark. Humph, I don't care as long as he's handsome. It hurts so much. In the blink of an eye, more and more people gathered to watch the fun, most of them curious about where Chui Yi, this incredibly handsome waste, got the confidence and courage to challenge the genius Chui Zhen. Most people still felt pity for Chui Yi's appearance. Lark, O Emperor Fire Dragon Ant. Don't use too much force, just let him get off the stage. Chui Yi was also leisurely giving orders. The lark, the king of birds, was far stronger than his original spirit. Unfortunately, he was facing the author himself, and a version of the author with cheat codes at that. Clap. What just happened? I didn't see it either. How did Chui Zhen end up on the ground? Oh my god, does Chui Zhen still have a breath left? It feels like his soul is about to leave his body. This is terrifying. I can't be dreaming, right? A waste defeated a genius? Accompanied by a crisp sound just now, Chui Zhen inexplicably fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, looking like he was done for. And the lark on him also soared into the sky and disappeared. Oh no, I told you to be gentle. I accidentally used too much strength. Chui Yi was patting the Emperor Fire Dragon Ant, as if he were teaching a pitiful little dog a lesson. Chui Xiong, who had just been smug, instantly turned pale, hurriedly getting up and stumbling over to Chui Zhen's side. Son, how could you beat my son like this? Chui Yi, I will make you pay with your life. Chui Xiong's face turned ashen with rage, no longer caring about his identity. He waved his hand in anger, but unexpectedly, the Emperor Fire Dragon Ant easily blocked it. Not a hair harmed, as if a gust of wind had just brushed past. Oh my god, what a terrifying background does this dragon-type spirit beast have? Elder Chui Xiong is a spirit master level figure, and he has the Spirit Bird King as his original spirit. Is this really that waste? How is this possible? Meng Wanting also lost her composure, quickly standing up. She couldn't believe this kid had become so strong. it was truly terrifying. What level are you? Meng Batian asked calmly. Me? Level 1 spirit practitioner. Chui Yi openly stated his level, which left everyone dumbfounded. No one dared to believe it. How could a level 1 have such a strong spirit beast? Meng Wanting's voice trembled. It wasn't he that she was scared, but she found it hard to believe. After all, her cousin Meng Zi had come to catch a spirit beast for her, but had gone missing, while this kid was living well. Which inevitably made her think of Meng Zi's fate. No comment. Chui Yi smiled faintly, nonchalantly stroking the Fire Dragon Emperor and Chui Yi. If you have the ability, let us have a one-on-one match. Hiding behind a spirit beast doesn't count as being a hero. Chui Xiong used provocation. But who knew what Chui Yi said next almost made him spit blood. Right, I'm not a hero. Chui Xiong gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at Chui Yi but having no way to retaliate. However, a match is fine, but as an elder, you need to go easy on me and keep it light. Otherwise, if I get hurt, it'll be over. Chui Yi said with difficulty. Fine, I agree. Chui Xiong pondered for a moment. His calculations naturally all visible to Chui Yi. Then let me hit you once. If I hit you once and you don't fall, it counts as your win, and you can do whatever you want with me. If you fall, it counts as my win, and you have to bark like a dog. Okay, you said it. Chui Xiong grinned cunningly, clenched his fist, and walked onto the competition stage. Not believing that a level 1 spirit practitioner could knock down a level 60 spirit master with one punch. Is Chui Yi crazy? He actually thinks he can knock down a spirit master level elder with one punch. I believe in him. Why is your gaze so resolute? Because he is handsome. Oh my. The crowd buzzed with discussion, most thinking Chui Yi must be crazy to challenge a level 60 with his level 1, and even threatening to knock him down with one punch. Chui Yi walked up to Chui Xiong, the corner of his mouth lifting, and lightly pointed his finger at Chui Xiong. At that moment, time seemed to stop. Everyone held their breath until Chui Yi's finger landed on Chui Xiong's forehead, and a commotion erupted. Boom. Chui Xiong's body suddenly went numb, falling straight back. Chapter 5. This person is toxic, invincible body of the brother. How is this possible? He just lightly touched him. He must be toxic. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes, some jaws almost dropping to the ground. But just as the words left their mouths, suddenly Chui Xiong, who had fallen to the ground, seemed to resurrect, standing up again, the air once again solidifying. And no one knew what had just happened. What just happened? A loser admits defeat, right? Chui clan leader. Chui Xiong looked at the crowd, still in disbelief. However, seeing everyone's astonished expressions, he knew he had completely lost. Fine, I'll learn, you old man. Chui Xiong pretended to soften, suddenly swinging his fist at Chui Yi. Boom. Flames surged through Chui Yi's body, as if a roaring fire dragon had devoured Chui Xiong's body. And the houses behind him instantly turned to ruins. The powerful force seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, there was no one behind. Otherwise, it would have turned to ashes. As the flames disappeared, Chui Yi stood unharmed in front of the crowd. The competition stage was protected by a special array, and the spectators were unharmed. As the host, Chui Yi allowed his spirit beast's flames to engulf him without any harm. It's gone. Chui Yi, you actually killed the Chui clan leader. Are you trying to rebel? Rebel? As the clan leader, taking advantage of my parents' disappearance and crippling my original spirit isn't rebellion? Just because a side branch clan leader wants to act like my father, that's not rebellion? You secretly colluded to try to swallow the Chui family's assets, and that's not rebellion? Chui Yi revealed the collusion between Meng Batian and Chui Xiong, and the crowd was petrified. They had originally come to watch the fun, but now they were witnessing the gossip of a prominent family, which was truly exciting. Don't talk nonsense. Meng Batian quickly denied it, but his face was ashen. Humph. Sending someone to kill me. Could there really be no such thing? Chui Yi didn't want to say much, but these guys were pushing their luck, giving him no reason to survive. It was better to speak out and let them feel what a sense of crisis is. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me. What do you mean? Meng Wanting looked at Chui Yi in disbelief. She couldn't believe this waste was still the original waste. The aura he exuded gave people an invisible sense of oppression, and what he said hinted at an ominous premonition. I've said everything I needed to say. Chui Yi leaped up, riding on the Emperor Fire Dragonet, and left. Emperor Fire Dragonet. Master, where are we going now? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Since the Chui family has chosen to destroy the Meng family, let us benefit as a fisherman. The Emperor Fire Dragon Ant still didn't understand the meaning behind Chui Yi's words, and Chui Yi didn't explain. Inside the Chui family's inner courtyard. Night fell, the moonlight hazy, a group of shadows darted through the depths of the dense forest in Fengyao Villa. At this moment, Chui Yi hid in the branches, revealing a faint wicked smile. The good show is about to begin. Chui Yi's figure flashed, jumping from the tree to the ground. Gazing into the distance at the words Fengyao Villa, This is the inner courtyard of the Chui family, where masters are like clouds. Every year, the selection of outstanding talents for the Aolong continent starts from the inner courtyard. Moreover, all the props and treasures are given to the inner courtyard disciples, while outer disciples like Chui Yi have no qualification to learn. Chui Yi, since I've come to your world, I am you. Since both the outer and inner doors disdain you, let me help you take revenge. Anyway, there are still 30 days until the aura revival. Even if I don't take action, this world will become chaotic. Chui Yi's lips curled up as he patted the Qinquan bag at his waist. In an instant, beams of light flashed, and tens of thousands of Emperor Fire Dragon ants appeared in the air, waiting for their master's command. I am not just being used for nothing. The Chui family needs to be cleaned up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tens of thousands of Emperor Fire Dragon ants took a deep breath, and their immense power instantly coalesced into fireballs that shot out. Boom! The flames seemed to devour Fengyao Mountain Villa like a demon at night, with firelight bursting forth, and the air itself seemed to be burning. Chui Yi walked towards the sea of fire, knowing that the Chui family, despite being a big family, was actually just a pawn of a dark force, engaging in both open and covert struggles. According to the original novel, the Chui family exterminated the Meng family, driven by ambition, only to be unexpectedly destroyed by a group of mysterious individuals, leaving only Chui Hao, Chui Zhen, and Chui Yi. However, what no one expected was that Chui Yi became a stepping stone for these two. None of this mattered anymore. After the recovery of spiritual energy, breaking the parallel world, the people here have become bizarre and extraordinary. It was no longer a situation dominated by family power. More people possessed powerful systems and special abilities, and the major families began to disintegrate. Chui Yi needed to find a treasure, the spirit body pill, within 3 days, the only treasure worth having in the Chui family. Yet it was also a spiritual pill that was useless to most spiritualists. The spirit body pill could only be activated by the Phoenix reverse pill, which meant one had to abolish their own spiritual power to use it. After taking it, one could achieve an invincible state for 3 seconds, which, while seemingly insignificant, was akin to the bullet and S skill, allowing one to ignore all levels and attributes. Chui Yi arrived at the treasure vault of Fengyao Mountain Villa, collecting all the treasures into the Qinquan bag, leaving only one spirit body pill behind. This is the spirit body pill. Chui Yi looked at the spirit body pill in his hand, smiling faintly. Originally, this item wasn't considered the most valuable treasure, but it was unique to Fengyao Mountain Villa, which primarily focused on alchemy. Most treasures here were methods of refining medicine. Chui Yi examined the spirit body pill closely, seeing its translucent, faint blue glow. Looks like I'm going to become the invincible 3-second body guy in the universe. Chapter 6. Annihilate the entire clan. Invisibility talisman. Ding dong. System. Task prompt. Annihilate the entire clan. Reward. Invisibility talisman. Just as Chui Yi obtained the 3-second invincible power, the system task sounded. Originally, he only wanted to obtain some treasures from here, but unexpectedly, the system asked him to annihilate the entire clan, which was indeed quite cruel. Chui Yi, how could you be here? Do you want to be crippled again? As Chui Yi walked out of the flames, he saw Chui Hao glaring at him with rage. Chui Hao is the antagonist of this story, and also the main character. He looked very much like Chui Yi, except Chui Yi gave off a healthy masculine vibe, while Chui Hao exuded an evil villain aura. If one didn't look closely, one might even think they were twins. Although Chui Yi's features were a bit more refined than Chui Hao's, Chui Hao sneered, seeing that the clan leader and elders of the Chui family were present. Truly a lively scene. Chui Yi remained expressionless, feeling he wanted to see some unimportant characters. After all, in this world, he was the only main character, and everyone else was destined to be his stepping stones. Chui Yi, today you not only disregarded your elders by killing the outer clan leader, but now you've set fire to Fengyao Mountain Villa. You really don't want to live. Chui Yi glanced at clan leader Chui Jun, and then at the 3 clan leaders beside him, Chui Xiang, Chui Chong, and Chui Li Sai. I didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always finds me. Moreover, the task requires it. I can only complete it as a side note. Chui Yi's words left everyone puzzled, completely unable to understand what he meant, exchanging confused glances. I think you've gone mad. Chui Yi, the clan leader spared you because of your parents. You were only to be crippled in the spirit beast continent, yet you still refused to repent. Shut up. Chui Hao wanted to continue but was interrupted by Chui Jun, feeling this protagonist was truly tedious. Although he was the main character, he was indeed tedious, always wanting to show off in front of others. At this moment, Chui Yi regretted creating such a character. What did you say? Chui Yi, you're seeking death. Chui Hao's figure flashed, and he rushed over with a flaming fist, while the onlookers merely watched the spectacle. Just in time, Chui Yi did not dodge. A faint blue light flashed around his body, and the invincible body appeared instantly. Chui Hao's fist struck Chui Yi, but he was completely unharmed. his eyes wide with disbelief. It's my turn. Chui Yi revealed a wicked smile, lightly flicking Chui Hao's head, and with a bang, Chui Hao collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. How could this be possible? What just happened? Chui Hao was a level 70 spiritual master, yet he fell like this. Could it be that this waste consumed the spirit body pill? But even so, that fist shouldn't have been able to knock down a level 70 spiritual master. Chui Hao suddenly scrambled up from the ground, feeling as if he had walked through hell, completely unaware of what had transpired. What just happened? The spirit body pill. Chui Jun exclaimed the 3 words, his eyes turning red, his face shifting from red to black, gritting his teeth in anger. He never expected Chui Yi to have the audacity to rob the inner courtyard of the Chui family. This was no longer something that could be settled by simply killing him. Chui Yi, hey, your ancestors are here. Chui Yi replied without hesitation, as in a sense. He was the author of this world. Calling himself their ancestor was not an exaggeration. He could even claim to be the god of the entire world, as he had given these people life and soul. Since you want to die so badly, don't blame me for being rude. Chui Jun soared into the sky, his white wings resembling an angel descending to earth, the air filled with a murderous aura. Kill him, clan leader. Kill this waste. The clan leader was already a level 100 spirit king. This kid is finished. This is too arrogant to be so rebellious. Chui Yi frowned. He didn't want to explain his identity. After all, these people were destined to die. Playtime is over. Come out. Chui Yi waved his hand, and deafening roars echoed from the depths of the forest as figures emerged from the darkness. Everyone looked on in shock. Dragons. My God, how many dragons are there? How did we not notice them before? Were they asleep? The number is terrifying. Not many, just 10,000. 10,000. Chui Yi blurted out the number, and everyone was stunned. Such a quantity was truly terrifying. Even ordinary dragon-type spirit beasts required spirit master level to deal with, let alone 1,000 of them. Humph, kid. Stop bluffing here. Chui Hao clenched his fists. He was originally the male lead, yet now someone was shitting on his head, which was truly annoying. The wild chicken is angry. Just as Chui Yi's words fell, purple-red flames ignited on Chui Hao. The evil fire phoenix. It's actually the evil fire phoenix. Chui Hao had such a strong elemental spirit. This was a legendary elemental spirit. Such strength completely crushed the clan leader's power. The disciples of the Chui family were all astonished by the scene before them. They never imagined Chui Hao to be an invincible existence. Only Chui Yi remained expressionless. Not a hint of surprise showing. Calm as if he were an audience member watching a show. Chui Yi, today is your day of death. I originally didn't want to make a move, but you forced my hand. Chui Yi smiled faintly, and this calm smile only fueled Chui Hao's anger further. Originally, Chui Hao was the protagonist, almost invincible from the start, but unfortunately, he was not max level in the setting. There are so many show-offs. Chui Yi was too lazy to continue watching this guy show off. The Emperor Fire Dragon ants behind him sensed their master's impatience and shot out scorching flames at Chui Hao. Boom. The powerful flames instantly engulfed Chui Hao's body, and the once resplendent Chui Hao was instantly reduced to ashes like a clown. How is this possible? What just happened? Did he just die? This is terrifying. What level is this guy? Chui Yi walked slowly to the place where Chui Hao had disappeared, gently blew, and the dust on the ground dispersed with the wind. Not much, exactly level 1000. Chui Yi's words seemed to carry a magical power, making everyone too afraid to speak. They understood the concept of level 1000 better than anyone. Even in the entire AO long continent, there were only a few, and now this spirit beast was actually level 1000, which completely overturned their understanding. It's necessary for the task, sorry. Chui Yi waved his hand, and the world turned a scorching red, as if burning to the sky. In an instant, the entire mountain range where Fengyao Mountain Villa was located disappeared, and even the surrounding mountains disappeared by more than half. Chui Yi gave no chance for the other party to plead for mercy and flew away on the Fire Dragon Emperor Ant Ding Dong system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the invisibility talisman, which can hide all information about oneself for 24 hours. At the same time, the system chimed, and Chui Yi received the invisibility talisman as a reward. Chapter 7 AO Long Academy, Sleeping to Level Up. Have you heard? The Chui family was exterminated overnight. Not a single survivor. It's estimated that the Chui family offended the Meng family, and the head of the Meng family was prepared, taking advantage of the Chui family head's surprise attack to raid his lair. No way. I heard that by the time the Meng family arrived, the Chui family was already gone. They didn't even see the Wind Spirit Mountain. Who else could it be but the Meng family? The Chui family and the Meng family were originally in open conflict. Discussions on the street about the Chui family's sudden disappearance last night inadvertently reached Chui Yi's ears. And I'm here. Chui Yi suddenly popped out, looking at this sunny, handsome, harmless boy, and everyone was stunned. Haha, this is hilarious. Apart from being good-looking, you're useless. Exactly. If you had such strength, I would eat shit. Wait a minute. Didn't the Chui family get wiped out? How are you still here? Chui Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. Because I'm handsome. This statement was not an exaggeration. Everyone looked at each other's faces, sighing. Sigh. In this world, it turns out that being handsome can really make a living. By the way, when you eat shit, don't forget to tell me what it tastes like. Is this kid crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Don't mention my idol. Do you know that last night, Chui Yi defeated the outer sect patriarch Chui Xiong? What? So powerful. How is that possible? Everyone looked at Chui Ye's disappearing figure, both envious and jealous. It's really rare to see someone who is both handsome and powerful. But the Chui family massacre had become a mystery. Are you really Chui Yi? Is there something wrong? Meng Wanting was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect this kid to have such an attitude. After all, she was a famous beauty in the AO Long continent, and this guy was so arrogant. Especially since she was the eldest lady of the Meng family. If it weren't for what Chui Yi inadvertently said yesterday, the Meng family would probably have been finished already. So she could only remain calm. The selection for AO Long continent is about to begin. Without a family background, it's hard to move forward. Would you consider joining our Meng family? Meng Wanting looked at Chui Yi expectantly, waiting for his answer. Not interested. Chui Yi waved his hand, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Hey, do you know the power behind our Meng family? To put it bluntly, these surface families are just pawns. How could the real power show itself? Chui Yi, you will regret this. Meng Wanting gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. The sky suddenly brightened, as if a tornado of clouds spread across the horizon. A white light flashed and appeared in the sky, as if an immortal from outside the heavens. The selection for AO Long Academy is about to begin. The trials are divided into 3 rounds, and the first place in each round can directly enter the genius class. I have already opened the entrance in advance. Only those who pass the test can enter AO Long Academy. In addition, special admissions to AO Long Academy have been determined, allowing early entry. A disciple dressed in a white robe held a scroll, waved it casually, and the scroll instantly landed on Chui Yi, a beam of light flashing. And a white wing sprouted from behind Chui Yi, resembling an angel, radiant and resplendent. The white-robed disciple was slightly stunned. A hint of surprise flashed by, but he quickly regained his composure. Congratulations to Chui Yi for becoming a special admission student, allowing early entry into the trials. The top 3 in this trial can qualify for the genius class, and the nationwide qualification competition officially starts tomorrow. Various spirit beasts will appear during the trials. After 3 rounds of trials, enjoy special cultivation benefits. After the introduction, Chui Yi felt light as a swallow, flying into the sky, his figure disappearing above the sky gate. Everyone watched Chui Yi's figure, their mouths agape in astonishment, more filled with envy. No one expected this pretty boy to be a special admission student of AO Long Academy. Chui Yi passed through a light gate, and what appeared before him were towering majestic peaks, with dense forests shrouded in mist. Interesting. Chui Yi randomly landed in a corner, among towering ancient trees, completely disoriented, with the sounds of spirit beasts calling in his ears. At level 1, the pretty boy, prioritized safety. Chui Yi took out the invisibility talisman, feeling that this thing was a treasure right now. All he needed was to find a safe place to have a good sleep, leaving the rest to the Fire Dragon Emperor Ant. After thinking for a moment, Chui Yi came to a giant ancient tree and hid inside a tree hole, surrounded by overgrown weeds, quite concealed. This will do. Chui Yi stretched lazily, ready to summon the Fire Dragon Emperor Ant. After careful consideration, Chui Yi summoned 1,000 Fire Dragon Emperor Ants. He didn't have to worry about their safety. Not to mention that level 1,000 is invincible, even if a master appeared. These Fire Dragon Emperor Ants didn't carry Spirit Beast tags, so it was unlikely that any fool would risk their life to fight. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host. The Fire Dragon Emperor Ant has leveled up to level 1111. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host. The Fire Dragon Emperor Ant King has leveled up to level 1200. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host. The Fire Dragon Emperor Ant Queen has leveled up to level 1200. Sleeping can level up? How nice is that? Chui Yi eagerly opened his information. System. Host level is 1, attack 100, defense 103, speed 100. What the hell? Does this mean that once you lose your level, you can't level up anymore? Chui Yi roughly guessed this result, but he was still very disappointed. After all, no matter how strong the pets are, his level is still 1, and anyone could take him away with a breath. It seems that I really need to find a way to repair my spiritual roots. Repairing spiritual roots is not an easy task. After all, the foundation has been destroyed, unless by chance. Chui Yi sighed helplessly. Boom. Help. Help. Suddenly, a cry for help came from a distance, the voice crisp and pleasant, as if carrying a healing quality. Chui Yi originally didn't want to seek trouble, but unfortunately, the voice was coming right towards him, and besides, The invisibility talisman would expire in 15 minutes, and he would be discovered sooner or later. With no choice but to go out and see what was happening, Chui casually put 1,000 spirit beast tags into his Chinquan bag, just in case. After all, on the surface, it was about seizing spirit beast tags, but in reality, it was a scramble among these disciples. Chapter 8 Academy Trials, Hero Saves Beauty. With a series of loud noises, leaves flew everywhere, and a young woman was seen fleeing in panic. Are you also a candidate? The white-clad girl's face flushed slightly as she quickly pushed Chui away, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. By Meiyue. Chui looked at the name above by Meiyue's head, which surprised her greatly. Where did this little brat come from, daring to ruin my good deed? Suddenly, a boy in a white outfit with a pointed face broke the wonderful atmosphere behind him. Seeing Bai Meiyue lying in Chui's arms, his eyes were filled with anger. Long Alfing, it seems you haven't missed out on anything. Long Alfing was slightly taken aback when he heard Chui directly call his name. You little brat. Since you know I'm the young master of the Long family, how dare you touch my woman? You're truly asking for death. Be smart and leave your treasure behind. Bark like a dog a few times, and if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. Long Alfing became even more proud, as if his name was known to everyone. After all, the Long family was not an ordinary family, and he often used the Long family name to threaten others. Don't listen to his nonsense. I have nothing to do with him, Bai Meiyue quickly explained, feeling both nervous and scared. Huh, I won't roll away. Why don't you show me how you roll? Long Alfing's face turned pale with fury at Chui's humiliation, and he pointed at Chui, cursing loudly. You little brat. Don't be so ungrateful. I'll let you know what real power is. Frustrated, Long Alfing's voice had barely faded when he flickered and gathered his fist into a stream of water that rushed at Chui. Ouch. Why are you so hard? Long Alfing looked at Chui in disbelief. After this punch, this brat was completely unharmed, while he was in so much pain that tears were coming out. Isn't it good for a man to be tough? Bai Meiyue's face turned red upon hearing Chui's words, as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Chui's gaze. Do you know who my older brother is? Long Alfing pointed at Chui in frustration, as if saying that this kid was doomed. But Chui wasn't intimidated at all, and simply replied, I don't care. What does it have to do with me? After saying this, Chui threw a punch, instantly knocking Long Alfing unconscious. Is he dead? Bai Meiyue looked at Long Alfing in fear, feeling as if his soul was about to fly out. After all, the Long family was not an ordinary family, and if someone really died, the consequences would be unimaginable. But what surprised her even more was that the elegant young man in front of her had knocked Long Alfing's soul out with just one punch. What just happened? You little brat? How dare you use sorcery? Take this kick. Long Alfing woke up feeling embarrassed and quickly stood up, using all his strength to kick at Chui. With a crack, his foot broke, and he cried out in pain. I didn't even hit back. It seems you're not tough enough. Chui showed no mercy. And at this moment, Long Alfing was in so much pain that he was about to faint, glaring angrily at Chui. Kid, are you crazy? You're dead. Wait, what do you want to do? Wah. Chui frowned slightly, knowing that killing was not allowed in the trial. If it were possible to kill, this guy would have already met Yama. He couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. Without further ado, he took out a pair of socks from his bag that hadn't been cleaned for days and stuffed them into Long Alfing's mouth. So annoying. Let you taste what a real man smells like. By the way, since you're here, leave your treasures behind. Chui was not polite and directly plundered all of Long Alfing's treasures, leaving him with just a pair of shorts. Bai Meiyue's face turned red, and she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look anymore. This little frame, TSK. Chui shook his head, looking at Long Alfing's skinny figure, and unceremoniously tossed half of the treasures to Bai Meiyue. Share it half and half when we meet. Bai Meiyue was slightly taken aback, not expecting robbery to be so blatant and that they would split the loot like this. I don't want it. Bai Meiyue quickly waved her hand, feeling that the young man in front of her looked harmless, yet when he moved, he was more rogue than a rogue, more bandit than a bandit. Chui didn't care when Bai Meiyue refused. Suddenly, a list appeared in the sky, and an empty voice rang out. There are 10 seconds left to the genius class. Currently, one person has the qualification to enter the genius class. Seeing the list above, Chui was stunned for a few seconds. His name was ranked first with 1,000 spirit beast tokens, while no one else had any, which was quite embarrassing. Chui then remembered that there were only 1,000 spirit beast tokens in total, so the competition was fierce. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, the sky began to count down, as if this trial was about to end, and the first round of elimination was imminent. 3, 2, 1. In the last second of the countdown, Chui suddenly placed the bag of spirit beast tokens into Bai Meiyue's hands, keeping only one token for himself. The list instantly began to change, and in the last second, Bai Meiyue became the first. I said to share it half and half. Besides, this is just the first round. The trial isn't limited to just this place. Bye-bye. Chui Yi waved his hand, and a pair of angel-like wings sprouted from behind Bai Meiwei, flying into the sky. This was the way for the qualifiers to leave the barrier. The first round of the trial ended, and Bai Meiwei directly entered the genius class as the first. Bai Meiwei flew into the air and murmured to Chui Yi, "We will meet again." Bai Meiwei's figure disappeared into the light gate of space, and Chui Yi smiled faintly. He didn't want to leave so soon, as this opportunity was rare, and there might be more fools like Long Alfing to take advantage of. The second round of the trial was about to start, with the candidates who collected the most spiritual herbs directly entering the genius class. Chui Yi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, not expecting that Long Alfing's spatial ring was full of spiritual herbs, which were quite valuable. It seemed this guy had prepared in advance. Lying on the ground, Long Alfing watched Chui Yi take out the treasures from the spatial ring, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. "If you let this out, you might never be able to enter the Aolong Academy." After saying this, Chui Yi turned and left, leaving Long Alfing tied up on the ground like a caterpillar, constantly squirming, only able to glare at Chui Yi's departing figure, unable to express his pain or hatred. Chapter 9, Spirit Beast, Pai De Hu. Ding Dong. System. Host has obtained the mission to enter the genius class. Must enter as the last one, cannot be high profile. Chui Yi was slightly stunned. This system was really excessive, clearly making him not become the focus while entering the genius class. However, upon hearing the system's reward, he finally felt comfortable. System. This mission is complete. Reward. A lucky ring. Increases luck by 10,000 points. Luck points. Chui Yi opened his attributes and saw that there was no luck value listed. He frowned slightly. My luck value hasn't been activated yet. This thing is really dispensable for me right now, but it's better than nothing. After contemplating for a moment, Chui Yi shrugged and continued walking. In his memory, there was another treasure in the second round of the competition that was even more impressive than this lucky ring, called 5-leaf lucky grass. The 5-leaf lucky grass could be considered the king of the 3-leaf and 4-leaf lucky grass. The trial area was filled with lucky grass, with ordinary lucky grass everywhere, only increasing luck by 1 point. Even the rare 4-leaf grass only gave 100 points. However, the 5-leaf lucky grass was different. It was the ancestor of all lucky grass. Obtaining it meant taking away the luck value power of 1,000 miles around, which also meant that all lucky grass in this area would wither and disappear. This place is full of treasures. Chui Yi revealed a mischievous smile. He was quite familiar with the terrain here. If it weren't for Cui Hao's death, this treasure would probably have been one of the most impressive treasures obtained by Cui Hao. What kind of monster is this? It should be a high-level spirit beast. It's terrifying. How could such an epic spirit beast appear here? Thankfully, we ran fast. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived. Fortunately, it didn't chase us. Let's leave. Chui Yi inadvertently overheard the conversation among the candidates, and he became unusually excited. This guy is asking for death. Whatever, having one less competitor is better. Indeed, not to mention the genius class quota. Even the ordinary quotas were very scarce. Moreover, he was well aware that the treasure they were talking about was the 5-leaf lucky grass. At first, Cui Hao took out all his valuable treasures to obtain this treasure. Because this spiritual beast is the Pai De Hu. It likes to devour all kinds of treasures, which made Cui Hao, who was already not wealthy, even poorer. However, he managed to tame the Pai De Hu by feeding it a large number of treasures. Interesting. Chui Yi was even more excited and quickened his pace. Lingqiao Mountain Range. At the cave entrance halfway up the mountain, the Pai De Hu was lazily lying at the cave entrance, its body resembling that of a tiger or leopard, its head and tail resembling a dragon, its color a mix of gold and jade. And it had a pair of wings on its shoulders that could not be spread out, with one horn on its head leaning back. Upon Chui Yi's arrival, it only opened one eye to take a look, and an overwhelming sense of pressure immediately struck. Truly worthy of being a spiritual beast, the Pai De Hu. This type of spiritual beast is divided into male and female. The male is called Pai, and the female is called Qiu. The male with one horn is known as Tian Lu, while the female with 2 horns is called Bai Xia. Only when both spiritual beasts are together can they truly become the divine beast Pai Xiu. If it weren't for the Aolong Academy, even the Academy's president, Tu Feiguang, throwing a treasure here would not be able to lure this creature into the realm, plus the Pai De Hu inherently likes spiritual herbs, turning it into the guardian deity of the 5-leaf lucky grass. I, the young master, may not have much, but I have many treasures. Chui Yi was not intimidated by this pressure at all. Instead, he walked out swaggeringly and threw out the treasures he had just obtained from Long Ao Feng without a word. The Pai De Hu, seeing the treasures in Chui Yi's hands, perked up like a little dog spotting a bone, instantly becoming spirited, its eyes shining, and it quickly sat up, wagging its tail. Chui Yi first tossed out a spatial ring, which the Pai De Hu instantly swallowed, looking at Chui Yi with lingering desire. At this moment, the Paida, who had 10,000 points of taming degree on its head, clearly visible, and the spatial ring had only reduced it by 3 points. Damn, spiritual beasts truly deserve to be called pay-to-win beasts. Although the treasures in hand were all looted, they were still obtained through his own abilities, making him feel a bit heartbroken. Since that's the case, Chui gritted his teeth and continuously threw out various magical artifacts, watching the taming value decrease, which brought him some comfort. 55,000 points. The treasures obtained from Long AO Foam all fed to the Paida, who still needed 5,000 points. Chui's face showed bitterness. Since that's the case, he could only offer a sacrifice. Chui took out a message paper crane, which read, Lingqiao Mountain Range. Level 1 Spiritual Beast, Level 10,000, can only be tamed by feeding magical artifacts, no damage. The sky was filled with message paper cranes, fluttering like snowflakes across the sky, and soon he saw people coming one after another. The Paida who is entrusted to you all. Chui's plan was very clear. Only the highest feeder could tame the spiritual beast, and he had already fed half of the treasures to the Paida who. These people were just helping him feed the Paida who, so he wouldn't have to waste more resources. Chui put on the remaining invisibility talisman and sat quietly beside the cave entrance, waiting for this group of feeders. Look, it's really the Paida who. A level spiritual beast. I wonder which fool leaked the information, not knowing that I have plenty of money. Haha, heaven is helping me. This level of spiritual beast must be mine. In no time, more and more trial participants arrived, and they started feeding frantically, fearing that the Paida who would be taken away by someone else. Chui sat aside and watched the show for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, he took the opportunity to sneak into the cave while the Paida who wasn't paying attention. As soon as he entered, a strong spiritual energy rushed towards him, but unfortunately, it was of no use to Chui. Right now, he could only reach 3 points of defense, which was the highest for an ordinary person, unless he restored his original spirit. Chui strode deeper into the cave and saw a colorful light shining down from the mountain peak, surrounded by small waterfalls, with the 5-leaf lucky grass radiating colorful light in the middle. Found it. Chui walked towards the 5-leaf lucky grass and decisively pulled it out. Suddenly, the ground shook, as if the entire Lingqiao mountain range was about to collapse. Chui hurriedly ran out of the cave. The group was still feeding continuously, but the Paida who had become tense, staring intently at the cave entrance. How could there be a person here? Not good, it's about to collapse. A level spiritual beast. What a pity. It's more important to save my life. Goodbye. The crowd began to flee, and the Paida who roared to the sky. Just as Chui's invisibility talisman lost its effect, the murderous intent was directed at him. Chapter 10, Spiritualists in Chaos, Obtaining the Spiritual Beast. The Paida who bared its fangs and lunged at him with its massive claws. In a critical moment, Chui gritted his teeth and threw out all the treasures he had obtained from the Chui family, closing his eyes tightly. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the Paida who wagging its head and tail like a little dog. Ding dong. System, congratulations, host, you have obtained a level spiritual beast, Paida who. Paida who. Level 9, 999, attack 9, 999, defense 9, 999, speed 9, 999, luck 9, 999, special skill. Wealth beyond measure, activated once when fed well. Wealth beyond measure. Chui looked at the Paida who as if he saw a lost treasure, enduring the heartache as he stored it in his Chinquan bag. Taking advantage of the collapse of Lingqiao mountain range, he mixed in with the group of spiritual beasts and escaped on the back of a spiritual beast. Finally, with the end of the competition, he flashed and moved to the next trial location, in the central hall of AO Long Academy. At this moment, the academy's president, Tu Feiguang, nearly fainted upon seeing the collapse of Lingqiao mountain range. The 5-leaf lucky grass had disappeared, and even the spiritual beast he had barely tricked was gone. Even worse, there were too many students here, and he had no way to determine who had done this. My Lingqiao mountain range. Tu Feiguang's voice trembled with anger, his body uncontrollably shaking. President, don't be agitated. This thief is too cunning. Not only did he injure these geniuses, but he also stole things. I will never let him go. Ao Boyi hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Not only that, at first, he had said that this generation's Long AO phone was a rare genius, and the next second he became a laughingstock, truly a slap in the face. Now encountering such a bandit who not only stole the 5-leaf lucky grass, but also let the guarding level spiritual beast escape. Thinking of this made him even more incoherent with rage, only able to pretend to be calm. You are talking nonsense. The usually upright president, Tu Feiguang, felt furious at Ao Boyi's exaggerated praise of his nephew Long Ao Foam, which had just backfired, and at this moment, he was even more furious at shifting all the blame onto others. Enough, everyone shut up. You didn't say that you couldn't take things from here during the trial. If you talk more, I'll lose my temper and make you regret it. Xie Yanin shouted angrily, and everyone dared not speak, although she was the vice president. Her strength was not to be underestimated. What was even more terrifying was that if she really got angry, the entire AO Long Academy would probably be destroyed by her. Cough, cough. All right, let's not delve into this matter for now. Tu Feiguang regained his usual demeanor and said earnestly, It's fine, it's fine. Chu Jingshan quickly smoothed things over. As he was the nice guy here, this matter could barely pass, but everyone was curious about who this trial participant was. If he joined their faction, he would surely gain fame, but he could also become infamous. Thinking of this, everyone showed different expressions. At this moment, Cui Yi was rummaging in his Qinkuan bag for a long time, but still couldn't find the spiritual herb. As time was running out, he felt a bit helpless. A countdown appeared in the sky. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. In the last second, Cui Yi finally found a low-quality 3-leaf lucky grass in the teeth of the Pai Da Hu, barely entering the next round. This group of guys all said to feed magical artifacts, throwing spiritual herbs inside. They really know how to cheat. Cui Yi muttered a few words. Fortunately, it was the lucky grass in the teeth of the Pai Da Hu, or he would have truly become one of the eliminated ones. Accompanied by the sound of the third round, the trial entered a heated phase, with Meng wanting ranking first on the leaderboard. The last victor of the third round trial, Spiritualist Battle Royale, could directly enter the Genius class. The term Spiritualist Battle Royale is straightforward and brutal. Out of tens of thousands in the preliminary rounds, only about 100 remained. Looking at the rankings, Cui Yi was last, ranked 108th. For someone like him, a level 1 spiritualist without a spirit beast, he had no chance at all. System, can't you change the task? Cui Yi, confused, entered the third round of the competition, with a nameplate appearing behind him, indicating his ranking number as a practitioner. The goal was to destroy the opponent's ranking number to achieve victory, while the loser would automatically exit the realm. The countdown began in the sky. 3, 2, 1. As the last second passed, chaos erupted at the start of the game, undoubtedly testing the strongest survival abilities of the competitors. Some had already started attacking those around them, some quickly concealed themselves, and others conspired to besiege the most powerful individuals. After all, some people were too ostentatious, always believing they could take on hundreds alone, only to end up getting beaten into a pulp. Those who made it this far were not simple, demonstrating the importance of having a brain. Cui Yi chose to hide on a concealed branch to observe the battle. After all, he was seen as trash that could be eliminated in an instant by others. Every time he ranked last, his outstanding appearance made him the most noticeable person. I am Xiong Batian, come at me together. You really are arrogant. Brothers, let's take him down first, then we can fight for the first place. Charge. Hearing the name Xiong Batian, Cui Yi was slightly taken aback. Interesting. Cui Yi watched the match with intrigue. Xiong Batian was a spatial-type spiritualist, with a family inheritance of a 10,000-year shadow dragon. Relying on the power of spatial barriers, Xiong Batian could transfer enemies into the shadow dragon's enclosed space, letting the dragon deal with the trouble. His innate spirit was a dark-type spatial spirit cat, so these people were certainly no match for a 10,000-year shadow dragon. You bunch of trash, come at me together. I'm not afraid. Let you know the power of the Shadow Clan. Xiong Batian laughed loudly, and his powerful dark energy instantly enveloped the entire realm, covering every shadowy area. Cui Yi was also pulled into this powerful force, with darkness so thick that he couldn't see his hand in front of him, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. They had already left the trial venue, entering another space. After a few seconds, Cui Yi adapted to the surrounding environment, spotting a huge lantern in the distance, resembling a crimson full moon, bringing a chill. What is this? Chapter 11. Taking advantage of the fire, skill nightmare. Suddenly, a voice broke the dead silence, as if the boundless darkness was in a cave. A light-type candidate illuminated the darkness with a treasure, and at that moment, everyone could see that the monster before them was actually a black giant dragon, with the glowing crimson sphere being its eye. The candidates stood before it, appearing exceptionally small, like ants. Some were so scared they trembled and collapsed to the ground. Monster! The once arrogant candidates instantly fell to the ground, terrified of dying here. With a roar, the shadow dragon frightened the candidates into fleeing in all directions, completely lacking the ability to continue fighting. Quiet. If you want to live, I can help you leave. As everyone was engulfed in fear, a voice suddenly came through, and the candidates looked back to see Cui Yi standing expressionlessly to the side. Is what you said true? Cui Yi nodded. Of course it's true, believe it or not. But time seems to be running out. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow dragon suddenly stood up, opening its massive maw, and a foul odor filled the air. Then hurry up and take us away. The candidates seemed to have grasped a lifeline, holding on to a glimmer of hope, and all rushed to Cui Yi's side. But I can't just go looking for trouble. Cui Yi patted the pocket at his waist, clearly intending to take advantage of the situation. Name your price. Chui Yi revealed a mischievous smile. Not much. Compared to your lives, it's just a drop in the bucket, Chui Yi said, pointing to their spatial treasures at their waists. All the treasures you have on you. Upon hearing all the treasures, the crowd's expressions changed. It was clear that many had brought their family's entire savings for this competition. What? You're taking advantage of the fire. Chui Yi shrugged, adopting an indifferent expression. Fine, call me a bandit. If you dare to deceive me, you'll bear the consequences. In the end, some candidates gritted their teeth and handed their treasures to Chui Yi, not forgetting to shoot him a fierce glare, gritting their teeth. Chui Yi was unconcerned, simply waving his hand as the treasures were instantly stored in his bag, and seeing this scene, everyone finally believed him, hastily pulling out all their belongings. Handsome, if you save me, I will definitely repay you with my body. Can you give me a discount? I can too. Right. Handsome, my little brother can also repay you with his body. From now on, you are my dear brother. I'll do whatever you say. No, Chui Yi said firmly, not giving any face, and in the end, one by one, they rolled their eyes at Chui Yi, reluctantly handing over their treasures. Chui Yi looked at the treasures in his hands, feeling pleased. This time, Pihu Tiger's meals were secured. The shadow dragon looked at Chui Yi with interest. Seeing that all its prey had flown away, instantly furious, and roared to the sky, making the air tremble. Bro, don't be angry. I'm here to play with you. Chui Yi looked at the shadow dragon's level of 999, then checked its attributes. It was a low-tier spirit beast in the dragon category, not yet reaching the peak of level 1000. With an attack of 999, defense of 999, and speed of 999, these numbers rivaled the 999 flu capsule. Don't say it was Pihu Tiger. Even the Emperor Fire Dragon ant could take it down in an instant. After all, the gap in levels was too great. Shadow Dragon. Kid, you let all my prey go. It's not enough to fill my teeth. Don't be agitated. I'll give you a welcome gift that will definitely fill you up. The Shadow Dragon narrowed its cold eyes slightly. Shadow Dragon. You can actually understand spirit beast language. Of course, I'm giving you a welcome gift right now. Shadow Dragon. Humph. Kid, don't think you can fool me. What can a level 1 spiritualist have that's worth my life? After finishing, the Shadow Dragon threw a shadow ball at Chui Yi, but unexpectedly, Chui Yi stood before it unscathed. Don't rush, it's coming. After saying this, Chui Yi summoned hundreds of Emperor Fire Dragon ants from his bag. The Shadow Dragon was stunned. It didn't expect this kid to have so many spirit beasts, and all of them were stronger than it. Shadow Dragon. Bro, don't mess around. The Shadow Dragon took a step back, becoming respectful. Looks like it's not enough. After saying this, Chui Yi summoned another 1,000 Emperor Fire Dragon ants. If it weren't for the limited space, he would have almost summoned all 10,000. Shadow Dragon. Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me off this time. I'm not your brother. Among spirit beasts, it's originally a survival of the fittest. Since you want to eat me, you should be prepared to become someone else's meal. Just in time, my brothers are hungry. Shadow Dragon. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't come over. The Emperor Fire Dragon ants were too lazy to continue listening to their nonsense. Rushing forward, and a series of screams echoed. Ding dong. System. Emperor Fire Dragon ant gains 10,000 experience points. Level 2,999. Ding dong. System. Emperor Fire Dragon ant mutated into Shadow Flame Dragon Emperor ant. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host. Shadow Flame Emperor ant has gained the Nightmare skill. The path to success is to eliminate oneself. Being content with the status quo will only become an obstacle. Chui Yi frowned slightly. If it weren't for the fact that the Shadow Dragon willingly allowed humans to lavish it with food and drink, it probably wouldn't have ended up being someone else's food source. This is the natural law of survival of the fittest. You. Xiong Batian pointed at Chui Yi, unable to speak for a long time. How did you come out? Xiong Batian was sweating profusely. He had just felt his realm collapse, and his body was instantly drained of energy, nearly fainting. I just came out like this. Chui Yi shrugged and said calmly, this is impossible unless the Shadow Dragon. Xiong Batian dared not continue, unable to believe that this boy could kill the Shadow Dragon. He was even less willing to accept that this was a spirit beast passed down through generations. Without defeating the Shadow Dragon, one's realm could not be broken through. A sense of ominous premonition surged in his heart. Just you alone? Xiong Batian asked. No. After saying this, Chui Yi released the 106 candidates from his Chinkoan bag. At that moment, they seemed to have just woken up, looking around. Chui Yi had just used a dream to alter their memories, making them remember that Xiong Batian had extorted them, even tearing off the ranking numbers on their backs without knowing any better. You bastard, you robber. Quickly hand over my treasure. You still want me to offer myself to you? You should take a look at yourself in the mirror. This pervert doesn't even want to spare the men. Beat him. The candidates rushed forward, beating Xiong Batian into a pig's head, while Chui Yi stood awkwardly in place. After all, these people didn't seem to say that inside, and he seriously suspected he had remembered it wrong. Chapter 12, Spirit Power Test, Lucky Ring. Ding dong. System, congratulations. Host, for obtaining the Lucky Ring. Chui Yi successfully completed the task, while his name appeared in the sky, shocking everyone once again. Clearly, he was the last one. Yet he smoothly entered the genius class, which was truly baffling. Congratulations to Chui Yi for winning first place in the third trial and successfully entering the genius class. A teleportation light array appeared beneath everyone's feet, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of a high mountain. The Aolong mountain range was magnificent, with peaks soaring into the clouds, as if everyone was walking on air. Aolong Academy was surrounded by towering peaks, and a large magic array was vividly visible in front of a stone pillar. A vivid green dragon was coiling around the stone pillar, holding a transparent orb in its mouth. The top 3 will directly enter the genius class, by Mei Yue, Meng Wanting, and Chui Yi. Please proceed with the spirit power test. Long Jingtian, who arranged the matches, appeared wearing a white robe embroidered with an exquisite green dragon, exuding an air of immortality, with clear and delicate features. The new candidates looked at his attire with envy, casting admiring glances. Everyone dared not speak, quietly listening to Long Jingtian's arrangements. Bai Meiwei, standing aside, wanted to speak but thought better of it and remained silent after a moment of contemplation. Bai Meiwei walked to the stone pillar, looking up, feeling particularly small beneath it. Just place your hand on the spirit testing device. Bai Meiwei extended her delicate hand onto the stone pillar, and in an instant, light erupted, with words appearing on the dragon orb. Spirit power value, 10 points. The spirit user was just a preliminary score, and everyone didn't pay much attention, as only large families would awaken their original spirits early and rapidly increase their strength, so most commoners lost at the starting line. Among the candidates, it was common to find a large number of awakened spirit apprentices, with levels reaching 30. Meng Wanting is testing now. Meng Wanting cast a meaningful glance at Chui Yi as she walked forward to begin her test. On the testing platform, the number displayed by the dragon orb shocked everyone. 39 levels. It was actually 39 levels, already qualifying her as a spirit master. Indeed, cultivation starts from a young age. This is a genius. If she continues cultivating like this, I will never catch up in this lifetime. Truly, people can be infuriating. The candidates expressed their amazement and admiration. Chui Yi understood Meng Wanting's implication, as he had already been discarded. To put it bluntly, based on his current strength, he was just a fighter among the trash. Unmatched by anyone. Not bad, not bad. It seems there are some good seedlings this time. Xia Yanan nodded in satisfaction, and the nearby Tu Feiguang also nodded in agreement. Taking a sip of tea, Chui Yi is testing now. Chui Yi walked to the testing platform, already knowing the result. Without hesitation, he extended his hand to test. And astonishing numbers appeared. Just then, the tea that Dean Tu Feiguang had been drinking spurted out, and everyone, including the dean and vice dean, stood up. The number displayed was something that had never appeared in Aolong Academy before, leaving everyone in shock, as if time had stopped. Level 11? The astonishing number on the dragon orb left everyone unable to believe it, rubbing their eyes to confirm it was indeed a 1. And then they began to discuss among themselves. Is it really 1? There has never been a level 1 in history. And this is the genius class. This kid must have cheated or taken shortcuts. This is too unfair. Although it was unfair, it could also be considered fair if a good-looking person also had strength. That would truly be unfair. Such trash could easily be outclassed by anyone pulled from the street. So why was he in the genius class? Just because he looked good? Chui Yi, who had originally had high expectations, instantly became a thorn in everyone's side, drawing hatred. Aolong Academy is fair. If anyone has an issue with the members of the genius class, they can challenge them 3 days later. Long Jingtian had just received a message from the patriarch Tu Feiguang, changing the rules of Aolong Academy. As the dean of Aolong Academy, he did not want it to gain a notorious reputation. I want a challenge. I want a challenge too. Don't fight with me. This kid is the prey of my young master Long. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was Long Alfing, who had just been robbed by Chui Yi. Seeing Chui Yi, Long Alfing gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could turn into a mad dog and bite him. I'm ready anytime. Chui Yi remained unfazed, his gaze resolute. The girls turned red in embarrassment, shaking their heads and sighing at how such a handsome young man turned out to be a waste, which was truly a pity. Even students from ordinary academies would have levels between 13 and higher, let alone Aolong Academy. Chui Yi, you wait for me. Long Alfing's anger only intensified as he saw Chui Yi's calm demeanor, his face turning black with rage, almost choking on his own spit. If you're not convinced, come and fight. Are you okay? Bai Meiwei asked cautiously. I'm fine, Chui Yi replied lightly, pretending to be calm. Doesn't he know his own worth? trying to act cool. Meng wanting muttered a few words. Seeing that Chui Yi ignored her, she turned her head and stopped talking. All junior brothers take a rest first. The competition will officially begin in 3 days. The genius class can enjoy single suites and priority use of high-level training venue teleportation. Long Jingtian briefly introduced before waving his hand, and the large door behind him slowly opened. With the teleportation array enveloping everyone in a beam of light as they flew into the gates of Aolong Academy. The place where Chui Yi was teleported to was a separate 2-story bamboo house, which was completely like the treatment of a villa in Blue Star, with his name written on it. Surrounding it was a dense bamboo forest, and the ground was covered with rare and exotic herbs, all essential for cultivation. There was also a teleportation portal around the house, allowing access to any location in Aolong Continent. Ding dong. System. Task reminder. Please go to the mysterious ghost market to obtain the ancient tomb map. Reward. 1 revitalizing pill. Chui Yi was about to rest when he saw the task and was slightly taken aback. The revitalizing pill can restore a discarded original spirit, right? It seems I really need to go to the ghost market. The mysterious ghost market is located in the central region of Aolong Continent, where all sorts of strange and precious treasures often appear, and the owner behind it is said to be a powerful figure, rumored to be a level 1000 spirit emperor, whom no one dares to provoke. Chui Yi did not dare to delay, activating the teleportation array to the mysterious ghost market. A flash of light passed beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the ghost market. It was dark and damp here, with the entrance being an alley that was hard for ordinary people to find. In the alley, an old woman dressed in a black cloak looked like a beggar, holding a cane in her left hand and a broken bowl in her right, sitting with her head down in a dark corner. "Young man, spare some change," the old woman said without raising her head. "Spare $1. It's no trouble, just a moment." Chui Yi's sudden words momentarily stunned the old woman. 12,345. The old woman continued. "Go up the mountain to hunt tigers." No tigers were caught, the old woman said. Went to the ghost market to watch the fun. Chapter 13. Mysterious Ghost Market, the Broken Jar Merchant. Deals in the ghost market run deep as the sea. The old woman continued. "I willingly came here. Why suffer? Feel free, young man." "Thank you." After the old woman finished speaking, she tossed the coins from her bowl into the sky, and a dilapidated wooden door appeared on the wall. Chui Yi pushed open the wooden door, revealing a hidden world. Transactions in the ghost market are not responsible. Just as Chui Yi stepped into the ghost market, several large characters appeared before him. The narrow street was bustling with people, and merchants in cloaks were sitting cross-legged on the ground. In the ghost market, merchants voluntarily chose whether to hide their identities, and the ground was filled with a dazzling array of goods, everything one could imagine. Buyers entered the ghost market, hiding their identities, and a mask would appear on each person's face to prevent trouble. "Come take a look." A broken jar opens up supreme treasures, first come first served. In the distance, a merchant wearing a jar mask was shouting continuously, and curious passers-by gathered around. "Boss, can this jar really open up supreme treasures? I think it's a scam. It says 1 life essence, 10 life essence. It's too cheap to yield treasures. That can't be ruled out. Yesterday I saw someone open a purple epic equipment. Even if it's epic, the lower tier equipment should still cost 10,000 life essence. It's all about luck." Chui Yi was somewhat curious, and the Paida who in the Qiankuan bag suddenly became restless. Strange, Paida who didn't react like this at home. Why is it suddenly so excited? Before Chui Yi could react, a powerful force suddenly burst out from the Qiankuan bag. Tianlu. It turned out to be Tianlu. This was a top-tier spirit beast. Paida who emerged from the Qiankuan bag, and passers-by hurriedly made way, gathering around to watch. Is this spirit beast this person's? Oh my god. How much life essence does this require? Not to mention its strength. Even ordinary folks can't afford to feed it. It eats all kinds of treasures. The treasures I have in hand probably wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. But it's really cool, totally out of this world. I wonder which rich person raised this Tianlu. Chui Yi felt helpless, who knew this guy would run out by itself, originally wanting to keep a low profile. But now everyone was gathering around. "Big brother, do you want a wife? If you do, I can bring one over right now. How about we become friends, big brother? You all get lost, young man. Do you think I'm pretty? I can be your wife directly. Pay later." Chui Yi felt extremely awkward, while Paida who kept sniffing around the 1 life essence broken jar, its tail wagging wildly with undeniable excitement. "Noble guest, would you like to buy a jar to test your luck? You might just open the legendary treasures." The merchant with the jar mask's eyes sparkled, quickly coming forward to greet. "No." Chui Yi grabbed Paida who and wanted to leave, but this guy seemed enchanted, fixating on a jar and refusing to budge. Drool dripping everywhere. "Fine, let's go with this one." Chui Yi helplessly took out 1 life essence. Currently, he was so broke that it jingled in his pocket. If he didn't find a way to make money, he might end up starving. He rummaged through his body and finally found one life essence coin, reluctantly handing it over to the cunning merchant. Dear guest, buy 3 get 1 free. Would you like to open a few more? The more you open, the greater the chance of treasures appearing. No, Cui Yi directly refused, turning around with the jar. Paida, who followed closely behind, like a puppy begging for food. Bro, what treasures are in this jar? This is your spirit beast specially picked for you. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? The ghost market is very safe. No one dares to rob. But once you go out, it might not be the same. Yeah, just open it and see. A crowd surrounded Cui Yi, showing no intention of giving him a way out. Cui Yi sighed a breath of turbid air, feeling too conspicuous, but opening it wouldn't hurt. After all, the people here didn't know each other. Cui Yi replied, holding the broken jar, and smashed it on the ground. Crack. The broken jar shattered, and a parchment rolled out. I thought it was some treasure, turns out to be a map. This map looked too old, falling apart. It seemed all were scams. There were too many such parchments. The crowd dispersed in disappointment, as most of these jars contained nothing. Cui Yi was also unsure why Paida, who was acting so weird, feeling a bit disappointed. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Obtaining the ancient tomb map. Reward. 1 revival pill. Cui Yi looked at the revival pill in his hand, carefully storing it in the Chinquan bag. Is this the king of hell's ancient tomb? Cui Yi stared at the ancient tomb map in his hand, stunned for a moment. King of hell's ancient tomb, little brother. Is this map for sale? Suddenly, a heavy voice came from behind. Cui Yi turned to look and saw a group of people standing behind him. The man who had just spoken was broad-shouldered and spoke very roughly. Not for sale. Little brother, we are not bad people. We are adventurers from the guild. And these 3 behind me are my partners. The broad-shouldered man quickly explained, showing no signs of giving up. Bad people don't write it on their faces. Cui Yi looked at the few people behind the strong man. 2 were petite, and 1 was plump. At a glance it was clear they were girls, especially the prominent peaks in front. Brother, I won't hide it from you. We are adventurers from the One-Day Guild. My name is Xiongdazhuang. We have been here for months just to find the map to the King of Hell's ancient tomb. If you still don't trust me, I might as well take my heart out. Xiongdazhuang's attitude was sincere, almost kneeling down. One-Day Guild? From then on, the One-Day Guild gradually faded into debt in this world. It sounded like a tragic story. Cui Yi shrugged. That's right, One-Day Guild, little brother. If you are willing, you can join our guild, and we can adventure together. Cui Yi hesitated for a moment, showing a troubled expression. This time, our guild wants nothing. We just hope to borrow the King of Hell's Dan furnace for use. Xiongdazhuang eagerly awaited a reply. Cui Yi sighed a breath of turbid air. Sigh. All right, but this time, everything must be arranged by me. Cui Yi knew this trip to the King of Hell's ancient tomb was fraught with danger. And there were also other guild adventurers. Returning adventurers had auctioned the legendary treasure, the King of Hell's Dan furnace, at the auction. In the original work, Cui Hao obtained this treasure at the auction without going to the King of Hell's ancient tomb. Chapter 14. Repairing the original spirit. Next time it won't just be a table breaking. No problem. Xiongdazhuang excitedly patted Cui Yi's shoulder. Tomorrow at noon, see you at the ghost market entrance. After Cui Yi said that, he turned and left. Will he really come? Li Kersen watched Cui Yi's departing figure, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. I hope he can come. Shin Mingchen gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tighter. He seems very young, not sure what his identity is. Guoshengnan sighed. The 4 watched Cui Yi's back as he left, each lost in thought. Cui Yi had no mood to continue wandering. Quickly leaving the ghost market after completing the system task, the revival pill glowed faintly, full of vitality, with a hint of coolness in his hand. Finally, I can repair the original spirit. Cui Yi swallowed the revival pill, sitting cross-legged, and a powerful force suddenly expanded from his lower abdomen. A warm feeling spreading throughout his body. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for repairing the current level 1, can activate at level 30. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for activating luck value, current luck value 1. Finally repaired. Cui Yi opened his eyes and took out the lucky ring from the Chinquan bag to wear it on his hand. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for increasing luck value by 1001 points. Unfortunately, without a divine level alchemy furnace, the 5-leaf lucky grass has to wait a bit longer. And the training ground for the genius class cannot be wasted for 3 days. At this moment, Cui Yi felt that time was completely insufficient. He needed to hurry and practice. This trip to the Underworld King's ancient tomb was fraught with danger, and he had to be fully prepared. Aolong Academy's training ground. The training ground of Aolong Academy was bustling with people. The ordinary disciples' path was filled with long queues, and looking around, it seemed endless. It's better to be in the genius class. We don't have to queue, and we might not even find a spot in this line. Of course, that's the genius class. Brother, you can forget about it in this lifetime. The genius class is the key class. However, I heard that a newly admitted little brat, who is a waste, has also entered the genius class. Maybe we'll get lucky too and can join. Haha, you're right. I'm much stronger than that little brat. I heard that little brat is a pretty boy. It seems he can only look for sugar daddies everywhere. Haha. Chui's story had already become a topic of conversation among these people. When he walked into the training ground, the aura he exuded instantly crushed the entire crowd, and everyone's gaze turned towards him. So handsome. Is this person that pretty boy? To be honest, he really looks quite good. Even the most beautiful vase will be discarded. Let's see how he flaunts himself in 3 days. This made the disciples of Aolong Academy even more jealous of him, as if he had taken their place. Can you give me a training ground? Chui approached the counter of the training ground, polite and courteous. Humph, practicing waste is really a waste on you. The counter teacher glanced at Chui and reluctantly threw the training token onto the ground. Pick it up. Chui's voice turned cold. He clearly did nothing wrong, yet had to endure discrimination from these people. He could respect everyone here, but if they were unwilling to fight him, there was no need to target him everywhere. Humph, don't you have hands, you trash? The counter teacher showed no goodwill towards Chui and began to curse. Slap. Time seemed to stop, just a moment ago. Everyone was watching the show, and at this moment, they didn't dare to breathe. The table at the counter was shattered by Chui's palm. The 3-second dominance was no joke. I don't want to say it a second time. The counter teacher was dumbfounded, his body stiffened. He didn't expect this young man could easily shatter the table. Here you go. The counter teacher, who was afraid of the strong, picked up the training token on the ground and trembled as he handed it to Chui. Chui took the training token and walked towards the training room, but suddenly stopped after a few steps. Is there anything else? The counter teacher was flustered and trembling in fear. If there's a next time, it won't just be the table that breaks. After saying that, Chui turned and left. Is he really only level 1? What a monster. So terrifying. Could he be hiding his strength? In the hall, everyone began to discuss again. Even doubting what had just happened, Chui walked into the training ground and unhesitatingly chose the top-level training room. Aolong Academy's training rooms are divided into 3 types: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Each level is suitable for different levels of spiritualists. If a spiritualist directly chooses advanced, they will not be able to withstand the spiritual energy impact here and will ultimately die from explosion. By choosing the advanced training room, Chui could transfer the unbearable spiritual energy to the spiritual beast, thus eliminating the risk of exploding to death. Chui walked into the advanced training room, took out the training token, and a beam of light flashed, instantly bringing him into the training room with a magical array appearing beneath his feet. This was the advanced training room. The training room was filled with spiritual light, and the abundant spiritual energy continuously accelerated his experience even while standing. The walls around were engraved with different patterns. These were spiritual stones that transformed spiritual energy into pure spiritual power through runes. This was also one of the reasons why Aolong Academy was powerful. Chui sat cross-legged, and the experience value above his head continuously increased. In the blink of an eye, he had already leveled up to level 30, officially becoming a spiritual apprentice from a spiritualist. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for repairing the communication pigeon, activating the skill wings. The communication pigeon was Chui's wind type, capable of delivering various items, and at a certain level could even transmit the attacking spiritual energy of an opponent to the enemy, much like express delivery in Blue Star, but without the limitations of a delivery service. If it weren't for such a garbage, Chui would be a top genius of the Chui family. The 3 of them were all at the level of 30-level spiritual apprentices with full innate spiritual power, but due to the gap in, one was in the sky while the other was underground. Indeed, it was still a communication pigeon. Chui couldn't say he was disappointed. This did not change because he was a transmigrator. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 30-level spiritual apprentice 1 star. System. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 40-level spiritual apprentice 2 stars. System. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 50-level spiritual apprentice 3 stars. With the last prompt, Chui successfully became a 60-level spiritual master. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance coming from the Qianquan bag. Not good. Paidahu. Paidahu ran out, possibly excited by the scent of the spiritual stones, opening its big mouth and unceremoniously swallowing them. Paidahu, stop. I haven't finished my practice yet. Paidahu completely ignored Chui's words and swallowed all the spiritual stones. Once spiritual stones lose their spiritual energy, they turn to dust. In an instant, the training room looked like an empty cave. Paidahu, still not satisfied, lay on the ground with its belly up, looking as if it had only eaten until 3/4 full. You guy is even more of a bandit than me. Chui was thinking about how to explain when he turned his head and thought that anyway, this place would eventually run dry. And since he wasn't the only one practicing, he couldn't be bothered to explain. Chapter 15, Blood Shadow Bat. My pet has a bit of a big appetite. Paidahu, still not satisfied, sat up and opened its huge mouth, taking a deep breath. Not good. Chui Yi had a bad premonition. The spiritual energy from the entire training ground was frantically flowing into Pai Dahu's belly, and the previously intense spiritual energy visibly thinned. The previous spiritual energy seemed to be just an appetizer. With such an appetite, Chui Yi finally understood why Director Tu Feiguang would trap him in the realm of the five-leaf lucky grass. What the hell, what's going on? Why is there no spiritual energy? No way. Am I this unlucky? After queuing for 3 days and nights, it's finally my turn. And now there's no spiritual energy? I was just one step away from leveling up a star to become a spiritual apprentice. This is insane. In an instant, all spiritual energy was lost. Disciples began to open the doors of the training ground, complaining, taking advantage of the chaos to run out. It seemed like nothing had happened, their faces filled with confusion, as if they were the injured disciples. At this moment, when others saw him like this, they really wanted to give him an Oscar for best acting. Hey, you're also here. Bai Mei saw Chui Yi's undisguised joy. Since they last parted, she hadn't even had time to say thank you. Why did the spiritual energy suddenly disappear? Chui Yi replied, quickly pretending not to know. I'm not sure. The spiritual energy just suddenly disappeared. How strange. This training room should be an advanced training room, right? How could this happen? Chui Yi's training room was opposite the primary training room, and each training room was in a separate building. Bai Mei was surprised to see Chui Yi coming out of the advanced training room, especially since Chui Yi's tested strength was only level 1. Haha, I haven't been to the advanced training room before, just wanted to take a look. Chui Yi felt a bit awkward. Bai Mei didn't seem surprised and showed a sympathetic look. After all, Chui Yi's strength was too weak for him. It was reasonable to be able to take a look at the advanced training room in these 3 days. By the way, I have something else to do. See you next time. Chui Yi found it hard to stay for long. After all, someone would investigate what happened here. It's better to avoid trouble, and besides, he still had to go to the Pluto tomb. Bai Mei watched Chui Yi's departing figure with disappointment in her eyes. She hadn't had a chance to thank him yet. Maybe next time. Bai Mei's small face turned crimson as she covered her hot cheeks, feeling flustered. At the entrance of the ghost market, why hasn't this guy arrived yet? He wouldn't just not come, right? Guo Shengnan leaned against the wall, her naturally curly hair draping over her shoulders. She had a slim figure and a cold gaze. Holding a long smoking pipe, taking a light puff and looking towards the distant intersection. He will come. Xiong Dazhuang, muscular with squinty eyes, looked as if they were always shut, giving off a vibe of a strong yet simple-minded guy. Guijia, don't worry, I believe he will definitely come. The little lowly Li Kursin said, clenching her fists, her clear eyes revealing determination, her cherry lips slightly pouting. There's still a quarter of an hour left. We came too early. Shen Mingchen gently comforted her companions, her fiery figure and prominent curves attracting many male gazes. The four were a bit anxious, fearing that Chui Yi would arrive too early and they would miss him, having arrived an hour ahead of time. Chui Yi wore a white mask and a black cloak, exuding a mysterious aura. Let's get ready to go. Chui Yi cleared his throat, his voice deep, mature, and steady, completely different from his usual self. He deliberately changed his emphasis. If he hadn't studied voice acting on Blue Star, it would have been easy to reveal his true identity. Are you that little brother? What should I call you? Xiong Dazhuang asked as he walked up to Chui Yi. Hua Hua. Chui Yi casually replied with 2 words. The four exchanged glances. In such a situation, it was normal for the other party not to reveal their identity. Although curious, they didn't ask Chui Yi to show his true face, especially since the map to the Pluto tomb was still in his hands. Hello, brother Hua Hua, I'm Xiong Dazhuang. Guo Shengnan, Li Kursin, Shen Mingqi. They introduced themselves one by one. Chui Yi frowned slightly at the names above their heads, but still patiently listened to their introductions. The Pluto tomb was too dangerous, with mission levels reaching even level 10, so there would be other adventurers participating in this operation. Little brother, you don't mind, right? Xiong Dazhuang spoke politely, and Chui Yi couldn't refuse. Moreover, in the original work, a total of 108 people had ventured into the Pluto tomb, with only one person coming out alive, who wore a mask and never revealed their identity. Only Chui Yi knew that this person was the Vice President Xiong Ming, the younger brother of President Xiong Zhen, who killed his compatriots due to greed. As for the others, they were just some temporary adventurers likely interested in the treasures of the Pluto tomb under the guise of righteousness. Okay, the mission levels are divided into 5 grades. The higher the difficulty level, the richer the rewards. This time, 108 people in the Pluto tomb is not too many. There are just some hidden experts. And Chui Yi was unsure of their strength. Little brother, where's the map to the Pluto tomb? Chui Yi pointed to his head, indicating that he had it all memorized. Xiong Dazhuang awkwardly smiled and didn't say much, turning to call out to Li Kursin. Kursin, Li Kursin nodded heavily. And a powerful magical array suddenly appeared beneath their feet, and in an instant, The 5 of them disappeared at the entrance of the ghost market. Xiongming's level had reached the Spirit Master level, at least level 500. Such experts could easily conceal their strength. Chui took the lead to prevent exposing his identity and spread his wings. Angel-like wings grew from his back, flying into the air. The sunlight shining on the pure white feathers, making them exceptionally eye-catching. I thought it was some impressive elemental spirit. A small communication pigeon is so arrogant. This kid really doesn't fit in, not saying a word and just flying up. Flying is a big deal, huh? People like this are just trash. If it weren't for Xiong Dazhuang's face, I wouldn't have come. The others muttered as they watched Chui Ye's figure. Xiong Dazhuang, standing aside, awkwardly smiled but couldn't say much. After all, only Chui Yi knew the way to the Pluto tomb. Chui Yi activated the communication pigeon. Able to clearly hear what this group was saying, he quickened his pace, and the others hurried to catch up, some directly summoning their spirit beasts to follow closely. Boom! A sudden loud noise blocked their path, revealing a black bat with sharp fangs, emitting a piercing sound. How could a blood shadow bat of this level appear here? It's said that the Pluto's pet, the blood shadow bat, really exists. This guy must be at least level 10,000. Damn it, we haven't even found the Pluto tomb. And this thing pops up, what bad luck. Chapter 16, Darker Than Me, Skill Transformation. The blood shadow bat opened its huge mouth, a shadow sphere forming in its mouth, rapidly growing larger. Boom. The shadow sphere instantly fell from the sky, hitting the ground, and creating a 3-meter deep giant pit. Run, I'm done playing. Is this thing really a pet? In an instant, the adventurers scattered in all directions. The blood shadow bat spread its wings, forming a black barrier that trapped everyone inside. This is it, we're completely finished. The adventurers panicked, their legs weak. Brothers, let us all attack together. Xiong Dazhuang stood at the front, and the others gradually entered combat mode. Colorful spiritual energy gathered together, shooting towards the blood shadow bat. Whoosh! The powerful energy was easily dodged by the blood shadow bat. Flying into the sky, after continuous attacks from the adventurers, they finally hit the blood shadow bat. Unexpectedly, such attacks seemed like mere tickles to the blood shadow bat, causing no damage at all. Chui Yi observed that the blood shadow bat's level had already reached 10,000 just now. The adventurer's full force strike only took away a drop of its blood. Such defense was completely not on the same level. Everyone, don't give up, believe we can do it. Xiong Dazhuang encouraged everyone, standing at the forefront. Believe your uncle. Are you blind? This thing is clearly playing with us. Woo-woo, I don't want to die here. I'm still a virgin. The adventurers had already lost their fighting spirit. At that moment, Chui Ye's mind was racing. He originally didn't want to expose his strength too early, but he really had no choice now. Boom. Before Chui Yi could make a move, he saw the masked Xiongming act. A massive fireball struck the blood shadow bat, instantly causing a third of its health to vanish, and its wings were severely injured and fell. Damn, there's still a hidden big shot here. We're saved. Big shot. Please comfort us. Big shot, you're awesome. The adventurers cheered for Xiongzhen, and the blood shadow bat in the sky lost its ability to fly and crashed to the ground. Even so, the adventurers still dared not approach, as the level gap was just too great. If you want to live, each of you take out 10 million years of life. Xiongzhen took the opportunity to rob them, and the adventurers didn't dare to speak. Chui Yi suddenly realized that this old man was even greedier than him. 10 million years of life was equivalent to an epic level treasure. He hadn't been this outrageous when he robbed them. After all, the candidate's economic capabilities were limited. If you don't take it out, you're all going to die here. Xiongzhen clenched his fist, and his fiery fist instantly turned the nearby adventurer into ashes. I'll give it. And me, big shot, don't kill me. Boom. Xiongzhen eliminated all the adventurers who couldn't pay, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that this guy was even more terrifying than the blood shadow bat. Suddenly a scream came, and the blood shadow bat opened its huge mouth, lunging at Li Curson. At the critical moment, a white figure flashed past and pushed Li Curson away. Li Curson, now on the ground, sat there in a daze. Hua 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 woo woo. The adventurer was completely stunned, not expecting that Chui Yi would push Li Curson away only to be swallowed by the blood shadow bat. Treasure. With the living map gone, what was there to find? It was all over. Stealing a chicken only to lose a rice. What bad luck. Sigh. Xiongzhen clenched his fists in anger, and 2 powerful fireballs instantly struck the blood shadow bat, taking it out in an instant. Enough with the nonsense. Xiongzhen was furious, flames igniting on his fists. Boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, his fist slammed down onto the ground. The ground instantly cracked open, revealing a huge gap. What is this? Looking around, everyone was shocked to see an ancient, magnificent palace appearing in the crevice. The tomb of the King of Hell. Xiongzhen could hardly contain his excitement, never expecting that the tomb of the King of Hell was right under their noses. At this moment, they finally understood why the king of hell's pet, the blood shadow bat, would appear here. Haha, I finally found it. Xiongzhen laughed wildly, leaping into the tomb of the king of hell. At this moment, Cui Yi opened his eyes, surrounded by mountains of rare treasures. As expected, the portal to the tomb of the king of hell was inside the blood shadow bat's body. Although the legend said that only one person would survive this tomb exploration, a mysterious girl appeared later on, possessing extraordinary power, and everyone suspected she was another survivor of this adventure. The girl had reached the strength of a spirit emperor before the revival of spiritual energy, but unfortunately, she died in battle later on while protecting humanity, becoming a heroine in everyone's hearts. This person was now the little lowly Li Kursin. Now, however, due to Cui Yi's appearance, this story was changing. There were still 28 days until the revival of spiritual energy. Cui Yi felt an invisible pressure. If he couldn't quickly grow stronger, his fate would surely be tragic. Whoosh. Paida, who suddenly ran out from the Chinquan bag, looking around excitedly. This guy usually gobbles up treasures, but now he wasn't in a hurry. Cui Yi frowned, completely unable to understand the thoughts of this spirit beast. Fool. Paida, who spoke for the first time, cursing Cui Yi right away, leaving him baffled. Hey you. Just as Cui Yi was about to speak, Paida, who circled around, opened his huge mouth, and instantly swallowed the treasures. Only a fool would make a choice. Paida, who greedily devoured the mountain of treasures. The king of hell's Dan furnace. Cui Yi looked up at the treasure, the king of hell's Dan furnace. Don't take the king of hell's Dan furnace. Just as Cui Yi was about to stop him, Paida, who directly swallowed the king of hell's Dan furnace, not leaving a single scrap for Cui Yi. Damn, you're a bandit and a robber. Cui Yi was so angry, he almost spat out flowers. Paida, who glanced at Cui Yi as if looking at an idiot. After all, this Paida, who was just a spirit beast that guarded the five-leaf clover in the original story and wasn't introduced in detail. Now, Cui Yi truly didn't know if capturing him was right or wrong. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for activating the spirit beast Tianlu, reaching a full state, and activating the skill transformation. Transformation? Cui Yi looked at the detailed introduction and finally understood the usefulness of this guy. Tianlu eats rare treasures and produces golden treasures. After eating to fullness, it can activate the skill transformation, turning into any eaten treasure. Cui Yi suddenly realized why Paida, who had such an expression. Damn. How long does it take to fill up once? Ding dong. System. Current Tianlu hunger level 0 can transform 3 times into treasures. Hunger level below 30 results in the loss of combat ability and falling into a deep sleep. Cui Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This meant he had to keep searching for treasures for this guy to eat, destined to be a poor man. Paida, who ran towards the giant door painted with a stone dragon, looking lifelike. Chapter 17. Conquering the Paisia, I am a rogue. Boom. Before Cui Yi could figure it out, Paida, who made a strong strike and broke through the stone door, running out. This is Iron Head skill. Cui Yi looked at the 1-meter thick stone door and couldn't help but exclaim. It had special runes on it. But it was insignificant in front of a spirit beast of this level. Stepping out of the stone door, Cui Yi was shocked by the scene before him. Damn. What is this situation? All around were piles of bones. These people seemed to be adventurers who had come here. Another one looking for death. A figure slowly emerged from the dark corner, causing Cui Yi to pause slightly. Paisia, I'm not looking for death. Cui Yi finally understood why Paida, who was so excited to smell the ancient tomb map, and hurriedly ran here. It turned out there was the scent of a female Paisia above, truly both lustful and eager to eat and sleep. Kid, you can actually understand spirit beast language. Paisia was somewhat surprised, turning to look disdainfully at Paida, who was sniffing around behind him. Paida, who circled around Paisia like a little dog in heat. Cui Yi looked at Paisia as 10,000 points of health and felt a bit anxious. After all, this was a spirit beast of a high level, and he hadn't expected it to appear in the tomb of the King of Hell. It seemed the King of Hell's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Clicking on the details. Paisia, attack, 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Speed, 10,000. Luck, 100,000. Preference, eats spiritual herbs, excretes various different spiritual pills, mostly experience pills. Damn, isn't this a walking healer? But like Paida, it's also excreting, which is really awkward. Paisia looked at Paida. The two high-level spirit beasts seemed to sense each other and stared at one another. Paisia, you dead ghost, I thought you were missing. But I didn't expect you to be tamed by someone, and this person is still a waste. Paida, wife, he's not a waste. Paisia, not a waste? Do you think I'm blind? The spiritual power on him is pitifully low. Cui Yi took out the 5-leaf clover and started to play with it, making Paisia's eyes light up instantly. Paisia, 5-leaf clover. Sigh. I'm a waste. I might as well eat this treasure. Maybe I won't become a waste anymore, Chui said, picking up the 5-leaf clover and preparing to put it in his mouth. Paisia, be merciful. Paisia instantly became agitated upon seeing this treasure. The 5-leaf clover was a legendary grade spiritual herb. It didn't want to miss this opportunity. Paidahu was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the 5-leaf clover he had been guarding for his wife would actually be stolen by this kid. If it weren't for her being tamed, he would really want to wipe him out in a fit of rage. Is calling someone a waste a problem? Chui calmly glanced at Paisia, fiddling with the 5-leaf clover in his hand. Paisia, hey little brother, can you give me this treasure? Give it to you? Chui showed a troubled expression. Paisia, you say it. I can do anything. Really do anything? Chui frowned slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. Paisia, can I? There was an ominous premonition lingering in Paisia's heart. Then submit to me, Chui said decisively. Paisia, what? Let me submit to you, a waste? Paisia instantly exploded, almost pouncing forward in excitement. But seeing the 5-leaf clover, she forcibly suppressed her anger. Then forget it, the taste of this 5-leaf clover. Paisia, stop. Aside from this, you can name any condition. Really? Chui said with a sly smile. Paisia, really? You want to change your mind? Chui said calmly. Paisia, I want to. Good. Kill the Paidahu beside you. Paidahu, Paisia, what? The two spirit beasts simultaneously showed surprise. They were a pair, and now to murder a husband. It was too cruel. Paisia, you are a rogue. No, I am a waste. Chui emphasized the last two words, and at this moment, Paisia really wanted to slap herself for saying those two words. Paidahu, can you see if you can? No. Paidahu just wanted to persuade Chui, but was directly rejected by him. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If you don't come with us, there are only two possibilities. Either you're trapped here, or there's a little lover here. Paidahu, what little lover you? Upon hearing the latter part, Paidahu felt a wave of green wash over him and instantly lost his composure, stuttering as he spoke. Paisia, no. The main reason is that the old king of hell asked me to guard the gate for him. And he promised to give me a Dragon Ball when he wakes up. Dragon Ball. It is said that Dragon Balls possess the power of dragon souls. Once infused into equipment, it's equivalent to having a real dragon in battle. Moreover, the Aulon continent got its name because someone awakened the primordial spirit of the Azure Dragon. Possessing a Dragon Ball means having the strength to challenge the entire Aulon continent. Ding dong. System, mission to paint the dragon's eyes completed. Reward, otherworldly pistol cannon, Soulgrass. An otherworldly pistol cannon? ISNT that a weapon from Blue Star? Interesting. Paidahu stared at Chui, who was mumbling to himself for a long time. What are you doing? Paidahu, what are you doing? Why are you standing there like a statue? Chui cleared his throat, holding the 5-leaf clover as he walked towards Paisia. I can give you the 5-leaf clover. The Dragon Ball is great, but it's not a spiritual medicine. If you trust me, I will find more spiritual herbs for you in the future. This Paidahu can testify to that. Paisia looked at Paidahu, a sturdy figure, and could tell he was not starving. Paidahu, exactly, I can testify to that. Paidahu cooperated and quickly nodded. This 5-leaf clover could serve as a greeting gift, enough for a meal. Although the two Paishio were costly, their strength was not to be underestimated. With them around, at least resources wouldn't be lacking, and they could turn waste into treasure. Paisia, are you really giving this to me? Chui nodded, placing the 5-leaf clover in front of Paisia and turning to leave. At this moment, Paisia looked at the 5-leaf clover on the ground, then glanced at Chui, seemingly making a difficult decision. Paisia, wait, I will go with you. Paisia made the decision, and Chui was not surprised. After all, who knows how long the king of hell, this immortal being, will take to wake up. No fool would give up a whole forest for a single tree. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a spiritual beast, Paisia. Chapter 18. This beast is level 10,000. Why Haven T, I seen the inner chamber of the king of hell's ancient tomb. Chui found no other pathways to the inner chamber. Typically, ancient tombs have coffins, but besides these treasures, there are no other mechanisms, which is quite surprising. Paisia, this is a treasure hall. In other words, this is just a place where the king of hell collects treasures. As for other places, I'm not sure. Paisia's words made Chui pause slightly. At this moment, he understood why Paisia was guarding here. In fact, Paisia was just one of many collectibles. Perhaps by coincidence, the bloodthirsty bat was attacked, leading it to teleport here, or the teleportation array of the bloodthirsty bat just randomly teleported. Do you know how to leave? Paisia, it's easy to come in, but hard to go out. Although there are many treasures here, getting out involves numerous traps, not to mention other teleportation doors, which might lead to something unexpected. Paidahu, damn, ISNT this just a slap followed by a sweet date. Chui frowned slightly, looking faintly towards the distant skeleton mountain. It seems many people have come here. We should leave. Bai Xia. You all need to be mentally prepared. After saying this, Bai Xia walked to the Mountain of Skulls, letting out a furious shout. The Mountain of Skulls instantly collapsed, revealing a stone door. Cui Yi pushed against the stone door, and a powerful, mysterious aura surged forth. So tight, Cui Yi unleashed a fiery punch against the stone door. Boom! With a loud rumble, the stone door was instantly destroyed. Dust flying everywhere. I was too forceful, Cui Yi said lightly as he strode out of the treasure hall. Wall painting. In the empty room, there was only one painting. A Western Azure dragon held a dragon ball in its mouth, vividly portrayed, except this dragon had no eyes. This is it. At the bottom of the brushwork, there was a pen. Cui Yi picked up the pen and drew eyes on the dragon. Suddenly, the dragon in the mural came to life, swimming around. And a teleportation gap appeared. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of painting the dragon's eyes. Reward. Otherworldly pistol cannon, soul grass. Soul grass is a necessary material for refining soul-reinforcing pills. A single stalk of soul grass can be worth tens of millions of years of life on the market. And it's priceless. Bai Xia, smelling this scent, became extraordinarily excited, as it was particularly sensitive to spiritual herbs. Do you want it? Cui Yi, though a bit reluctant, still asked when he saw Bai Xia drooling all over the place. Bai Xia, take it. Cui Yi waved his hand casually, and Bai Xia eagerly caught it like a dog being fed. At this moment, Bai Xia's hunger level reached 30%. Such an astonishing appetite made Cui Yi quietly marvel. Paidahu, such powerful strength. Paidahu looked at the teleportation door, hairs standing on end, feeling uneasy. Bai Xia, this is a teleportation door to the demon realm. It takes 100 years to become a spirit and 1,000 years to become a demon. Of course it's powerful. The demon race is one of the most powerful and evil forces, unlike the beast race. They can transform into human form and possess great strength. Any adult demon is at least at the level of a human spirit emperor. Moreover, the emergence of demons signifies the arrival of spiritual energy revival. The entire world is undergoing tremendous changes, with not only the Spirit Master clan, but also other forces gradually emerging. Ding dong. System, mission to kill the demon dragon. Reward, Dragon Ball. What the hell? A demon dragon? Cui Yi's face darkened. With the revival of spiritual energy, demon beasts are causing havoc, and the people are suffering. The demon spirits are the first to appear, with strength at least reaching level 10,000. With just his own strength, he could destroy half of the Oolong continent. A feat that someone with only level 60 as a spirit master could not hope to achieve, making it a sure way to seek death. The most important thing is that demon beasts are too disgusting, especially when encountering corpse demons, which are incorruptible and reeking of decay. This demon dragon happens to be a corpse demon. This is also why Cui Yi wanted to refuse. System, can I refuse? Trouble. Cui Yi walked towards the teleportation door, and the two-level beasts were stunned. Bai Xia, is this person crazy? Paidahu, I don't want to become a demon beast. Don't worry. I'm here. Demon realm. The sky was a bloody red. Corpses lay everywhere, and the air was filled with a foul stench. A group of red-eyed crows perched on branches, watching the humans appearing from the teleportation array, took off in unison. The eerie sky suddenly began to rain blood. In the distance, a monster lying on the ground emitted an incredibly foul odor. Its body was decaying, devoid of scales, with only its bloodthirsty eyes resembling a blood moon gazing at the teleportation array. A figure in a black cloak appeared with a flash of light in the distance. Damn, it's so thrilling right from the start. Cui Yi looked towards the distant demon dragon, a wave of stench hitting him. Paidahu transformed into a protective barrier, shielding Cui Yi and Bai Xia. Damn, seeing it from afar is not as good as seeing it up close. Cui Yi felt his stomach churn, casually taking out the otherworldly pistol cannon, and without further ado, fired a shot. Boom. The fireball hit the demon dragon, instantly destroying half of its body. Even in a bloody mess, it still stubbornly clung to life. Damn, without dragon scales, it's still this tough. Cui Yi fired several more shots. The continuous booming sounds echoed throughout the demon realm. It had been a long time since it had been this lively here. Ding dong. System, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Reward, Soul Dragon Ball. With the system's prompt sound, Cui Yi completed the task. The Soul Dragon Pearl appeared in Cui Yi's hand and instantly transformed into a powerful force that enveloped the otherworldly pistol cannon. Ding dong. System, congratulations, host. The otherworldly pistol cannon has upgraded to the otherworldly dragon head cannon. Ding dong. System, congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000,000 experience and upgraded to Spirit Emperor, activating the skill long distance spirit packing. Ding dong. System, Fire Dragon Emperor Ant. Ding dong. System, Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 skill points. Chui Yi was taken aback and allocated all the skill points to defense, then carefully examined the skill long-distance spirit packing. This was a skill that could package all things of the same level in the world, equivalent to express delivery in Blue Planet, but far more advanced. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the otherworldly dragon head cannon emitting a blue light, and the original pistol shape instantly transformed into a roaring blue dragon coiling around his right hand. Such immense power. Chui Yi felt a powerful force surging through his body as he stared at the otherworldly dragon head cannon. Thank you, adventurer, for freeing me from my suffering. Suddenly, a magnetic voice emerged. Chapter 19. I won't hide it anymore. I just leveled up to 1000. I am the blue dragon of the dragon clan, constantly pursuing power. Under the temptation of a small man, I ingested demon blood pills, losing my original consciousness, and later was slain by humans and beasts, turning into a corpse demon. Today, thanks to you, my soul has been rescued. Chui Yi couldn't believe that the ancestor of the Blue Dragon clan appeared here and had turned into a corpse demon. No wonder this demon dragon was so powerful. A mere gesture. My soul is about to vanish. This is also a form of liberation for me. Before I leave, I will attach all my remaining power to your equipment, hoping it can help you. Sigh. The blue dragon's soul gradually faded, ready to dissipate at any moment. At this moment, the blue dragon seemed to still have an attachment to this world, letting out a soft sigh. Do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? Chui Yi asked earnestly. If possible, I hope you can help me find that small man and take revenge for me. If you can, I hope you can kill those Val demon clans to prevent them from harming the world. The blue dragon's voice became weak, and its transformed soul flickered ominously, ready to disappear at any moment. It's better to leave your troubles to yourself. Chui Yi took out the soul attachment grass, and a powerful force instantly enveloped the blue dragon's whole body. This is the soul attachment grass. The blue dragon was very surprised. The powerful force instantly restored its previously dissipating soul. Your dragon pearl has been embedded in this equipment, and your soul can only temporarily attach to this cannon. The otherworldly cannon emitted a powerful force, and the original dragon head cannon upgraded again, the dragon head on top becoming vivid, as if it were a real dragon. I can't thank you enough. May I ask your name? The blue dragon asked excitedly. Chui Yi. Chui Yi replied earnestly. All right. Now I will help you leave the demon realm. The blue dragon roared, and the dragon head cannon erupted with a powerful force. As if a roaring giant dragon charged towards the sky. Boom. Accompanied by a loud roar, a space-time rift appeared in the sky. Paisia. Such powerful force. It actually broke open a boundary rift. Pai-da-hu. This is the demon realm. Being able to open the boundary means a strength of over level 10,000. The two Paisia stared dumbfounded at such powerful force. The blue dragon's power was too great, far exceeding theirs. It was completely their predecessor. Chui Yi spread his pure white wings and flew into the sky, with the otherworldly cannon transforming into a blue dragon following his right hand. Before leaving, one must leave some parting gifts. Chui Yi turned to look at the demon realm, and countless powerful forces surged in an instant. Strange black crows quickly gathered together, transforming into a black figure. Chui Yi fired several shots, and in an instant, there were loopholes everywhere in the demon realm. The last voices of one man and two beasts disappeared into the teleportation rift. At the same time, the black shadow that had just formed into a ball of power also vanished in the demon realm. Underworld, King Ancient Tomb. President Xiongzhen, it's you. Xiong Dazhuang was shocked to see that the expert hidden in the team was actually Vice President Xiongming. Ever since President Xiongzhen fell ill, he mysteriously disappeared. And the treasures of the guild also vanished, turning the once famous guild into a shell. This adventure could only worry some ordinary adventurers, but unexpectedly, the vice president showed up. The world is inherently a survival of the fittest. One day the guild will be ruined, and that old stubborn will still not give up. It's truly laughable. In 25 days, the world will undergo earth-shattering changes. You people will only become stepping stones for the strong. Don't blame me. If one doesn't act for oneself, heaven will strike down. Xiongming coldly looked at the few remaining adventurers and said, But the president is your own brother. Are you really going to kill your own guild members just for this broken mirror? Li Curson trembled, unable to believe that the vice president she admired was such a beast, utterly disregarding the guild's survival, selfish and self-serving. Ha ha ha, brother. You are too naive. This world is not as simple as you think. At this point, it's better for you to die early and reincarnate, and be smarter in your next life. Xiongzhen raised both hands, and the fireball became enormous, as if the air was burning with a cracking sound. Die, little brats. Boom. The fireball fell towards the adventurers, who were already battered and bruised, prepared for sacrifice, as if they had seen through everything. Whoosh. The fireball instantly vanished, and the once scorching air suddenly cooled down. The adventurers slowly opened their eyes, only to see a person with pure white wings flying in midair. Behind him, two high-level spirit beasts closely followed. This person was Cui Yi. Hua. It's actually Hua. How could he withstand the Spirit Emperor's attack? Could it be that he was hiding his strength too? But he is so young. The crowd showed surprised expressions, but those pure white wings were exceptionally eye-catching, leaving no room for doubt. I won't hide it anymore. I just leveled up to Spirit Emperor. Cui Yi declared his level, leaving the adventurers dumbfounded. How is this possible? Spirit King is 100 level with 10 stars. Spirit Emperor is 200 level with 20 stars. Spirit Sovereign is 500 level with 50 stars. Spirit Emperor is 100 stars. How many levels did he just level up? Never seen before. Even with fortuitous encounters, it's impossible to become this strong. Cui Yi smiled faintly. At this moment, he no longer hid and revealed his true self. The adventurers were even more amazed, possessing both talent and looks. This was completely not on the same level. They could never reach this strength in their lifetime, let alone being such a handsome guy. Broken Mirror Restoration. So that is how it is. The Broken Mirror Restoration is a divine treasure that can instantly restore everything that has been destroyed to its original form. The reason the Underworld King Ancient Tomb can recover every time it is damaged is because of the Broken Mirror Restoration. At this moment, this treasure just happened to be in Xiong Meng's hands, radiating a powerful spiritual force in a myriad of colors. Humph, kid, even if you are a Spirit Emperor, so what? Your entity is just a small carrier pigeon. What else can you do besides running errands? My entity is a Vitality Diamond Bear. The only element that can counter me is the water element. As soon as Xiong Meng's words fell, the figure of the Vitality Diamond Bear appeared, instantly igniting the surrounding air with powerful force, and the temperature rapidly rose. Boom. You are right. I am just delivering something, and now I'll return it to you. Cui Yi flew in the sky, looking at Xiong Meng, as if he were a messenger from the heavens conducting a judgment. Chapter 20. Flatterer, your grandpa is here. You little brat, you think this little trick will work? Now you'll know what strength is. Xiong Meng roared angrily, his body transforming into a spinning war chariot charging towards Cui Yi. Cui Yi aimed the otherworldly dragon head cannon at the target and fired a shot. Boom. The otherworldly dragon cannon shot out a roaring azure dragon, which clawed its way towards Xiong Meng, opening its massive mouth to instantly devour him. The powerful force shattered Xiong Meng's spirit barrier, turning it into specks of starlight that scattered with the wind. How could this be possible? Xiong Meng fell to the ground, disheveled and in a sorry state, his face charred black, as if he had just crawled out of a coal pile. Was that really an azure dragon? I can't be mistaken. This power can instantly take down a Spirit Emperor level expert. As expected, a big shot is indeed a big shot. Xiong Meng lay on the ground, staring in shock at Cui Yi. He never expected to encounter such a powerful expert. Just now, his spirit had been protecting him, and in a moment of panic, it was shattered. What kind of person are you? Xiong Meng's voice trembled. He truly felt fear this time, but the revival of spiritual energy was about to begin. And he didn't want to die like this. Humph, a man like you will never surpass others. Cui Yi's words infuriated Xiong Meng even more. He had spent most of his life becoming a Spirit Emperor, and now he was being made to look so pathetic by a ghost, which was simply unbearable. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Xiong Meng took out a small vial from his pocket and gulped it down. Xiong Meng stood up, letting out a piercing roar, his blood vessels swelling as immense power surged through his body. What is this? Could it be that he has broken through to the Spirit God level? That's impossible. Level 10, 000, and 100 stars. That's completely unfeasible. Could it be a spirit pill? But no spirit pill has such great power. The crowd gasped in shock. Everything happening before them exceeded their understanding. Be careful. This guy has swallowed monster blood. The voice of the Azure Dragon suddenly rang out, and Cui Yi understood why this guy's strength had become so formidable. Half human, half demon, his power has greatly increased. It seems you have given up your humanity. Cui Yi said coldly. Ha. As long as I can become stronger, who cares if I am human or demon? Kid, today is your day to die. A purple-red flame spirit appeared behind Xiong Meng, its powerful force shocking the heavens and the earth, an invisible pressure making it hard for everyone to breathe. Enough with the nonsense. Cui Yi's expression was emotionless as the tiger spirit behind him transformed into a shield, and the otherworldly dragon cannon fired continuously. Boom. The continuous attacks struck Xiong Meng but did not leave a scratch. The immense power seemed capable of withstanding all attacks. Kid, did you see that? This is strength. Xiong Meng's eyes turned blood red as he swung his fist, engulfed in purple flames, toward Cui Yi. Ha, kid, you're dead. What? How could this be? Xiong Meng was once again dumbfounded. He never expected that such an attack would leave Cui Yi unharmed. Only Chui Yi knew that his title of invincible for 3 seconds in the first universe was not just a rumor. He took out the Chinkoan bag, and tens of thousands of Fire Dragon King ants appeared, an overwhelming pressure instantly spreading. I forgot to tell you, my spirit beasts can evolve infinitely. As soon as Chui Yi's voice fell, hundreds of Fire Dragon King ants simultaneously spewed flames. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King ants had already leveled up to 10,000 after slaying the demon dragon. Such an attack was like a storm, instantly engulfing Xiongmeng. No, I am the strongest existence. 123. How many spirit beasts is this? A spirit god-level expert was taken down just like that? The adventurers looked at Chui Yi as if he were a godlike existence. The ancient tomb of the Underworld King felt like another boundary space, but now it had become this young man's battlefield. Here, take this. Li Kursin stared blankly at Chui Yi. This is the legendary treasure, worth over 100 million in the market, and even then, it's priceless. This young man just gave her this treasure. She felt like she was dreaming. Only Chui Yi knew that in the world after the revival of spiritual energy, Li Kursin was that female hero, and this treasure originally belonged to her. Subsequently, Chui Yi took out several other treasures and gave them to the other adventurers, all worth their weight in gold. Chui Yi handed Xiong Dazhuang a spirit pill, which was actually the excrement of an evil-repelling creature. Of course, he didn't mention this, as it was too heavy a topic and he feared these people wouldn't accept it. 1,000 thanks, from now on. As long as there's anything we can help with, just say the word. We are duty-bound. When Xiong Dazhuang said this, he felt a bit ashamed. Could they really help someone with such strength? To put it bluntly, even if they didn't come, the ancient tomb of the Underworld King could easily handle such a powerful expert. It's nothing. This is just excrement. Cough, cough. Chui Yi quickly stopped, as saying that made people uncomfortable. After all, it was a well-meaning lie. The president of the One-Day Association would understand, right? Xiong Dazhuang looked at Chui Yi, feeling puzzled but didn't continue. This time, they didn't find the body of the Underworld King in the ancient tomb. We suspect the Underworld King is not dead. Guo Shengnan stepped forward and said. Chui Yi had already guessed this in his heart. After all, this old immortal was very cunning and was actually just using the tomb as a cover. However, this trip wasn't in vain, as the gains were quite substantial. Ding dong. System task. Eliminate 10,000 demon people. Reward. 10,000 top-tier sealing spirit balls. The top-tier sealing spirit ball is a special spirit ball used to seal spirit beasts. Each spirit ball has a separate living space for the spirit beasts. 10,000 top-tier sealing spirit balls could probably buy the entire AO Long continent. Such a rich reward meant the task was relatively difficult. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first. If fate allows, we will meet again. Chui Yi prepared to leave after receiving the system task. As time was tight and the task was heavy, everyone didn't strongly retain him, just feeling a bit reluctant, watching Chui Yi's departing figure, each lost in thought. Perhaps none of them would have thought that there was such a talented and handsome young man in the world. Aotion Academy, Martial Arts Arena. This waste seems to be afraid and doesn't dare to come. Young Master Long is a true dragon. What kind of goods is that kid? Exactly. This position should originally belong to young Master Long. Alfing stood on the martial arts platform, and the academy's students flattered him. The students seemed a bit impatient, but out of face, they had to continue waiting. Some students had already taken out various treasures, preparing to record this duel. I think so too. A waste is still a waste. Even my dog is stronger than him. Long Alfing felt that he was being praised, as in his eyes. Chui Yi was afraid and didn't dare to come. Your grandpa is right here. Chapter 21. You could have lived. Everyone looked into the distance, and they saw a person flying down from the sky, sunlight shining on his pure white wings, looking handsome as if a celestial being had descended. Many fans had already taken notice, picking up their treasures to record this scene. Chui Yi, you waste, can't do anything. Number 1 in showing off. Just wait and see how I make you cry for your mother. Long Alfing angrily pointed at Chui Yi and cursed. His arrival completely stole his thunder. Nobody was paying attention to him. Stop the nonsense. If you're not convinced, let us fight. Chui Yi furrowed his brows and flew to the competition arena. Chui Yi, you're dead. Long Alfing couldn't wait to strike. He believed Chui Yi had robbed him of his genius position and made him look bad in front of everyone. I announce the match begins now. With the referee's voice, Long Alfing unleashed his full power, activating his spirit shield. A towering giant snake appeared in the arena, opening its massive mouth and charging straight at Chui Yi. Interesting. Chui Yi leisurely took out the otherworldly dragon cannon, firing a shot with a standard spirit body. A roaring azure dragon burst from the gun, instantly devouring the giant snake. Boom. The roaring azure dragon zipped past Long Alfing's ear like lightning. At this moment, Long Alfing was dumbfounded, his body stiff. With a rumbling sound, The classroom behind the martial arts platform was instantly turned to rubble, shattered all over. Sorry, I overdid it. Chui Yi looked at the distant building destroyed by a powerful force and smiled awkwardly. What happened? Was it the Azure Dragon that devoured the Yuanling green serpent and destroyed the whole skyscraper? Is this something a human would do? After a long while, the students discussed among themselves, looking at the dust-filled ruins of the skyscraper, secretly relieved that there was no one inside that building. Should we continue? Chui Yi asked calmly. Chui Yi, you are cheating. If you have the ability, let's fight without any equipment or weapons. Long Alfing still clung to hope, pretending to be calm. He could not afford to lose face in front of these students as he considered himself a genius. Are you sure? Chui Yi looked at Long Alfing, who was now at the level of a spirit emperor, while Long Alfing was at most a spirit master. If they fought barehanded, it would be like squashing an ant. Out of consideration for their status as classmates, he did not intend to go for the kill. Are you scared? Long Alfing was complacent, thinking Chui Yi was a waste. Scared? That word does not exist in my dictionary, Chui Yi replied. The referee walked onto the stage and announced again, in the duel, swords and blades do not speak. Are you sure you want to start? Seeing the previous scene, the referee was somewhat scared. Let's talk. Chui Yi, you die. Long Alfing's figure flashed, a hint of killing intent in his eyes, and his body surged forward like 1,000 snakes. The duel platform was filled with powerful waves of spiritual energy. Big fireball. Chui Yi extended his finger, and a ball of flame rushed forward. The crowd could not understand Chui Yi's actions and felt he must have lost his mind. Boom. The small fireball passed through numerous obstacles, reaching Long Alfing and igniting the hair on his head, instantly turning him bald. The wave of 1,000 snakes also dissipated, gradually fading before everyone's eyes. How is this possible? Long Alfing collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that this waste was so powerful. Chui Yi prepared to leave the competition area, having no intention to waste time on Long Alfing. Chui Yi, you forced my hand. Long Alfing took out a blood-red spirit pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it without hesitation. His strength surged, instantly doubling to the level of a spirit king. 2 stars. Demon blood pill. The voice of the Azure Dragon suddenly echoed, and Chui Yi stopped in his tracks. Long Alfing rushed to Chui Yi's front, his eyes blood-red. Unleashing a full-force attack, Chui Yi caught his attacking right fist with one hand and pressed his left hand on his head. You could have lived. Chui Yi's eyes narrowed, and flames instantly engulfed Long Alfing's entire body, turning him to dust in the wind in an instant. He's dead. Time seemed to freeze as the scene just witnessed was etched in everyone's minds. Long Alfing was incinerated. Chui Yi, have you gone mad? He is a member of the Long family. Meng Wanting trembled at the sight. If Chui Yi had not ambushed the Chui family's inner courtyard, their Meng family might have been completely wiped out. Yet, unexpectedly, Chui Yi stirred up trouble and even killed Long Alfing. The Long family would never let him go. Who exactly is the Long family? Aolong Academy is also part of the Long family, and they are the guardians of the Eastern Azure Dragon Yuanling. Chui Yi remained calm and unperturbed, turning to leave the duel arena. In a sense, every character in this world has its value, as they are all the fruits of Chui Yi's labor. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not choose to kill anyone here, as long as they did not touch his bottom line. After all, only he knew the plot. You killed my brother. Long Aoxiang rushed over, his eyes bloodshot. Chui Yi casually threw a fireball towards the mountain peak. Boom. In an instant, the mountaintop vanished as if it had never existed. Seeing this, Long Aoxiang did not dare to breathe. It was merely a warning. Stop taking the demon blood pill, or there will be no mercy. Chui Yi's voice was icy, and the invisible pressure made the students dare not speak. Long Aoxiang was also stunned by the man before him. He could not fathom such strength. Chui Yi, wait. Chui Yi turned to leave, and Meng Wanting followed closely. Is there something you want? Chui Yi continued walking, completely ignoring Meng Wanting. You have offended the Long family. Even if you have the strength of a spirit king, it will be difficult for you to stay here. Why not come to our Meng family? We can protect you. Chui Yi suddenly stopped and looked at Meng Wanting. Meng family, is that your intention or Meng Baishan's intention? Meng Wanting was slightly taken aback. Sensing that Chui Yi seemed like a different person, she increasingly could not understand him. If you are willing, we can. No need. Meng Wanting wanted to restore their engagement, but Chui Yi flatly rejected her, which surprised her. The Aolong continent was originally a power granted to them by the Azure Dragon. Now that the Long family was dominant and every family had its own agenda, it was indeed a good time to win people's hearts. Chui Yi, you need to think this through. Meng Wanting was still unwilling to give up. Originally, he was a waste, and she just wanted to draw a clear line. But now the man's strength she witnessed made it clear that if he wasn't in her camp, he would be in opposition. Meng Wanting, I'll say it again. Anyone who takes the demon blood pill will die. Your ancestor has lived long enough. After Chui Yi finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and left. What do you mean? Does that mean my grandfather is still alive? Chapter 22. an irreconcilable grudge. Not your grandfather, your family's ancestor. Ancestor? Meng Wanting could not believe it. If someone was older than her grandfather and held a higher position, then they must have lived for over 100 years. It was said that only by entering the spirit god realm could one continue to live. Ordinary spirit practitioners could live up to 200 years at most. If the ancestor was still alive, why did her father deliberately conceal it? At this moment, Meng Wanting felt overwhelmed with the information, unable to accept it, and turned to leave Aolung Academy in search of the truth. Meng family. Father, is our ancestor still alive? Who did you hear that from? Meng Batian was slightly taken aback, suddenly sitting up straight from his chair. This matter was the highest secret of the Meng family, and he never expected his daughter to know about it. Meng Wanting saw the look in her father's eyes and understood, but she was still unwilling to believe it. There were too many questions in her mind. Don't talk nonsense. Meng Batian, feeling guilty, sat back down, his expression becoming serious. Father, I am your biological daughter. Meng Wanting's body trembled with excitement. Shut up. Meng Batian shouted angrily, causing Meng Wanting to shiver. Chui said so. Meng Batian's eyes narrowed slightly. This matter was only known to each generation of the Meng family, and he never expected an outsider to know about it. If this got out, the consequences would be unimaginable. You tell Chui Yi he has two choices. Either become our Meng family's son-in-law or become our enemy, and he will surely die. Meng Batian said coldly. I'm sorry, I choose the third option. Suddenly a voice came, and Chui Yi appeared before the two. Behind him, Meng family's people lay on the ground, looking disheveled. How did you get in? Meng Batian exclaimed in shock. Idiot, I walked in. Chui Yi replied with a faint smile. Chui Yi, how can you speak to my father like that? A hint of anger flashed in Meng Wanting's eyes. Anyone who takes the demon blood pill will surely die. Chui Yi said coldly, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Meng Batian angrily slammed the table, instantly shattering it, and he stepped forward, his gaze turning fierce. Chui Yi, who exactly are you? Meng Batian shouted angrily, unleashing all his spiritual power, and a gigantic sword appeared in his hand. This was Meng Batian's Yuanling sword spirit. Kid, you're seeking death. Meng Batian's Yuanling instantly transformed into countless swords that appeared in midair, rushing toward Chui Yi like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of swords fell continuously upon Chui Yi, yet he remained unscathed. What a pity. Chui Yi picked up the otherworldly dragon head cannon and fired a shot. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, it instantly destroyed the entire room, leaving only a disheveled Meng Batian and a shocked Meng Wanting. Spirit Emperor. Meng Batian clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, looking at Chui Yi with deep regret. If they had not called off the engagement back then, the Meng family might have been in a different situation now. Chui Yi, our Meng family has no grievances or hatred with you. Why do you want to exterminate us? Meng Wanting was heartbroken, staring at the corpses of her clansmen, unwilling to believe this was reality. Exterminate? You should ask your father, Meng Batian. Chui Yi's words left Meng Wanting even more confused. Meng Batian's voice turned hoarse, tears streaming down his face. Kid, I admit you are powerful. But don't forget that our Meng family still has an ancestor. Meng Batian straightened his body, placing all his hopes on the Meng family's ancestor. Die? Chui Yi did not waste words. A fireball instantly engulfed the entire Meng family. In a critical moment, Meng Wanting took out a teleportation talisman, transferring a third of the Meng family's corpses to escape. Chui Yi, I will never rest until you are dead. Finally, only a single sentence was left behind as she vanished before Chui Yi. I tried my best. Chui Yi looked up at the sky. The originally ancestral Meng Wanlong had turned into a monster, surviving for thousands of years, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, becoming impervious to blades and bullets. Relying solely on his own strength, he destroyed the entire Aolung continent, leaving only a few spiritual practitioners alive. The others all turned into monsters like him, with the living becoming monsters and the dead turning into walking corpses. Chui Yi originally wanted to destroy the entire Meng family in one go, but did not expect that there were still some people from the Meng family who managed to escape. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of exterminating 10,000 monsters. Reward. 10,000 top-tier ceiling balls. Chui Yi looked at the system reward without showing any emotion. Why didn't you kill that little girl? The voice of the Azure Dragon broke the momentary silence for Chui Yi. She did not take the demon blood pill. The Meng family had come this far because of their ancestor, Meng Wanlong. Chui Yi did not want to destroy this world he originally created, but there were too many helpless situations before him. Sigh. It's strange. Where is this Millennium Monster? Why is there no trace of him in the entire Meng family? The Azure Dragon could smell those who had consumed the demon blood, thinking that the Meng family's ancestor, Meng Wanlong, would be here. But unexpectedly, the reason for the strong monster aura here was because everyone in the clan, except for Meng Wanting, had consumed the demon blood pill. Although Chui Yi was the creator of this world, there were too many spatial realms in this world, making it impossible to find each other's existence like a bag of holding. If I'm not mistaken, it should be on Meng Batian. Chui Xian did not write down the location of the Meng family's ancestor. In the end, his appearance had already destroyed most of the Aolong continent. Then let us head out to find Meng Batian. The Azure Dragon said eagerly. No rush, the main storyline task is still ongoing. Chui Xian spread his wings and disappeared under the bright moonlight. Aolong Continent Commercial Street. Chui Xian followed the original plot to the guild to see if there were any suitable tasks for him, when suddenly a familiar figure appeared on the way. Chui Xian, today is your death day? Hua Hua. Li Kersen exclaimed in surprise. Ever since Chui Yi sent a pill that saved the guild leader Xiongzhen and gave them some treasures, he had been silent. The task received this time was to kill Chui Yi, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the lifesaver of the guild, Hua Hua. It really is Hua Hua. What a coincidence. Lifesaver, I thought I would never meet you again. Thank you so much for last time. Xiong Dazhuang ran forward excitedly, not knowing how to thank their guild's benefactor. Standing aside, Meng Wanting stared blankly at everyone, realizing that the clown in this situation was actually her. Clearly, she had sought out a top-ranked guild to eliminate Chui Yi, yet it backfired, and they turned out to know each other. Even more absurdly, Chui Yi had become the great benefactor of this group, and everyone worshipped him wholeheartedly. Chapter 23, Rules are made by humans. Meng Wanting felt her brain buzzing, unable to believe this was real. No, how could you, a waste, be here? Meng Wanting gritted her teeth. At this moment, everyone treated her like air, ignoring her. Hey, I spent a lot of money for you to help me eliminate this person. I don't care if you know him. This is your guild's rule. Meng Wanting glared at Chui Yi with anger. Once the guild's rules were broken, they would lose credibility, a loss that most guilds could not bear. Idiot. Your lifespan isn't even worth a third of the treasures Hua Hua sent. Guo Shengnan rolled her eyes at Meng Wanting, feeling that this woman seemed like an idiot for offending the wrong person. Everyone could see Chui Yi's strength. Opposing him would be self-destructive. Rules are made by humans. The usually gentle Shin Mengchen also spoke up. Chui Yi. Meng Wanting pointed at Chui Yi, her body trembling, gritting her teeth, wishing she could make this man disappear immediately. Woman, please hand over the corpses, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Meng Wanting's face darkened. He even forgot her name. You're dreaming. You'll never find these corpses. Chui Yi, listen, even if I can't kill you today, I want to let you have a good time. As soon as Meng Wanting finished speaking, a sword light appeared behind her, attacking Chui Yi. In midair, it was blocked by Xiong Dazhuang. Whoever dares to touch a hair on my brother, I'll fight them to the death. Meng Wanting nearly fainted from anger. Her plan to seek help from the guild to eliminate Chui Yi had backfired, and now these people stood on Chui Yi's side. Too late. Chui Yi looked far into the distance. Night had fallen, and a chilling wind blew. A blood moon hung high in the sky like a red lantern. It's really eerie. Why is it so cold? Look at this moon. Why is it blood red? It smells so bad. The crowd looked at each other, only to smell the air filled with an incredibly foul odor, like rotting corpses. What do you mean too late? Seeing Chui Yi's serious expression, Xiong Dazhuang felt something was wrong. Ah, help! A piercing scream echoed through the sky. Everyone turned to look, only to see a person's half-body sinking into the ground, moaning in pain. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a crack opened up. Countless corpses crawled out from inside, their flesh and blood mangled, making it impossible to distinguish their ages. Rotten hands suddenly appeared on the ground, and the street looked like a hell on earth. Father! Meng Wanting stared in shock at Meng Batian crawling out from the crack in the ground. After she escaped, she buried all the corpses, determined to find Chui Yi. But unexpectedly, these corpses came back to life. Their eyes were like those of dead fish, sending chills down the spine of anyone who looked. Everyone be careful. These are corpse demons. Chui Yi shouted loudly, flying into the sky, waving the small fireball in his hand and throwing it onto the corpse demons, instantly turning them to ashes. How could there be corpse demons here? Do demon races really exist? Xiong Dazhuang shouted, fighting back with all his might. And all the members of the guild gathered together in a circle, fearing the corpse demons would launch a sneak attack from behind. Groups of corpse demons lunged at the fleeing people, the air filled with a stench and a fishy smell. Chui Yi frowned. Corpse demons were not terrifying, but the sheer number of them was. At this rate, the entire Aolong continent would fall, and moreover, his strength could not protect everyone. As long as someone was in danger, he could not exert his full power, which left him feeling helpless. Help! God, please save us. If someone saves me now, I'll marry that person. Is the world really going to end? Everyone pleaded desperately, and suddenly, white figures appeared in the sky. Look, the president and elders of Aolong Academy have arrived. We are saved. Great, truly worthy of Aolong Academy. Come save me. Seeing the people from Aolong Academy arrive, everyone here seemed to see hope. At my command, immediately assist the people here. With a command from the president, Tu Feiguang, thousands of students began their rescue efforts. In the blink of an eye, a fierce battle broke out as groups of corpse demons crawled out from the cracks in the ground, causing the earth to split open in multiple places. You idiots, you're doomed. Long Aoxiang suddenly laughed wildly, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes as he casually slashed down those around him. Long Aoxiang, you traitor. Long Jingtian was momentarily stunned upon seeing Long Aoxiang. Never expecting him to have become a demon, his power significantly enhanced. Traitor? The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. I'm just pursuing power. I don't want to be weak like Long Aofing, nor will I be foolish like him. Long Aoxiang looked at the blood on his hands, revealing an evil grin, as if a devil had descended. All right, today I will act on behalf of heaven and kill you, you monster. Long Jingtian raised his hands, and a giant dragon spiraled in the sky, opening its massive mouth to charge forward. Long Aoxiang let out a cold sneer, waving his hand as a blood snake rushed to meet it. The two powers intertwined, but ultimately the blood snake crushed the giant dragon. Long Jingtian's spirit was harmed, and he instantly felt a sharp pain in his chest, spitting out blood. Boom. Suddenly, a fireball flew through the air, instantly obliterating the blood snake, shocking everyone. Turning to look, they saw it was a fire dragon emperor ant, and soon thousands of fire dragon emperor ants appeared in the sky to join the fight. Spirit beasts. How is this possible? Long Aoxiang was momentarily dumbfounded. Such a number could easily crush the corpse demons. What was even more unbelievable was that a single fireball could instantly destroy his spirit. Such power was truly rare, and the quantity was astonishing. Kill every corpse demon and demon. Don't hold back. Everyone looked toward the one issuing the orders, dressed in white, with pure white wings that seemed to belong to a celestial being. Cui Yi. At this critical moment, Cui Yi's appearance left everyone dumbstruck. He was like a timely rain, bringing hope. Whoosh. Suddenly, a coffin emerged from the ground, and countless blood snakes surged out, instantly killing over a dozen fire dragon emperor ants. Countless blood snakes coiled around the coffin, which was carved with a huge black bat, revealing sharp fangs. The black wood exuded a powerful and mysterious force. The coffin door opened, and a figure in a black cloak appeared, slowly opening his eyes like a messenger from hell. Meng Wendong had finally appeared. Cui Yi's gaze turned icy as he looked at the last person to appear. Meng Wanting stared incredulously at Meng Wendong in the distance. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with silver hair, a pale complexion, and blood-red eyes that resembled amber. When she learned from Cui Yi that this person was Meng Wendong, her mind went blank. Meng Wendong was the ancestor of the Meng family, a once-in-a-century genius. Though he had lived to 35 due to a serious illness, his power had already reached the level of a spirit emperor. Meng Wanting couldn't understand why such a person had not died until now. By age, Meng Wendong should have been over 1,000 years old. Chapter 24, Blood Moon Realm. Born to the sun, finally freed, Meng Wendong stepped out of the coffin, spread his arms, and took a deep breath of air. The fire dragon emperor ants shot fireballs toward Meng Wendong. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, powerful blue flames engulfed the fire dragon emperor ants. The battling spirit masters were thrown back by the energy wave, as hordes of corpse demons charged forward. Ear-piercing screams pierced the sky, as if the world had turned into a hellish purgatory. Demon die? Tu Feiguang roared angrily, and his spirit power transformed into thousands of roaring dragons rushing toward Meng Wendong. The sky flickered, illuminating the entire world, as powerful spirit energy instantly coalesced into a massive green dragon. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, it struck Meng Wendong, enveloped in thick smoke. Good, long live the president. Truly worthy of the president, hitting this monster so easily. We are saved, the spirit masters murmured, feeling that with their president taking action, they would surely eliminate this monster. However, the next scene made the spirit masters truly realize the horror of the monster. How is this possible? The president is at the spirit emperor level. Could this fellow be even more terrifying than a spirit emperor? Tu Feiguang was drenched in cold sweat, feeling an unprecedented terror. He couldn't believe that this being was completely unscathed. After all, he was at the spirit emperor level. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would still be harmed. Yet this one looked utterly pleased. What a delightful nutrient. Meng Wendong licked his lips, savoring the moment. Hearing his voice, time seemed to stop. Did he just consume the attack? Such questions arose in everyone's minds. Under certain conditions, demons and demon clans could survive for thousands of years, greatly increasing their power, becoming impervious to blades and bullets. This was merely a legend from 1,000 years ago, and no one believed it. Yet now the legend had turned into reality. The world was destined for destruction, and they would ultimately become the monster's feast. Run! An aged voice called out, and a giant old man appeared in the sky, opening his massive palm to grasp Meng Wendong. In the center of the giant was a short old man, his face wrinkled but his gaze resolute, as if he was ready to fight to the death. President! The adventurers shouted in unison. This person was their president, Xiongzhan. Though small in stature, his spirit was that of an ancient giant, possessing extraordinary strength. Hurry! Xiongzhan's face twisted, his power reaching the spirit emperor level. Yet he was still like an egg hitting a stone against such an impervious monster. Humph, interesting. Meng Wendong sneered, effortlessly lifting Xiongzhan's giant hand. I won't let you succeed. Xiongzhan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to fight desperately. Oh really? Meng Wendong chuckled coldly, gripping his raised hand lightly. And instantly the giant's phantom dissolved into specks of starlight. In the face of such power, it was utterly vulnerable. At this moment, Meng Wanting truly realized the horror of the Meng family and understood why her father had kept everything hidden. It turned out that Meng Wendong had become a demon, no longer human, and the Meng family had betrayed humanity. Meng Batian had only refrained from giving Meng Wanting the demon blood pill before his death to avoid her suspicion. At this moment, Meng Wanting felt her own insignificance and powerlessness. She was truly just a clown. The world seemed to plunge into boundless darkness, as the eerie blood moon cast its light on every corpse demon, making them even more powerful. The once dead demons also joined the ranks of the corpse demons, moving like soulless beings, mindlessly attacking the humans around them. Meng Wendong. Everyone in the Aolong continent fell into despair when suddenly a loud voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a young man flying in the air. His pure white wings seemed to be the only light in the darkness, illuminating everyone's hearts. Behind Chui Yi were two Pishio closely following him, with thousands of Fire Dragon Emperor ants standing behind him. Pai Hu, so this kid managed to tame it. Tu Feiguang looked in astonishment at Chui Yi in the sky. Years ago, he had to coax and deceive Pai Hu into the barrier. He never expected this young man to tame it, and even find the other Pishio. Is this my benefactor? The spirit shattered, collapsing to the ground, and Xiongzhan, the president, was also astonished when he saw Chui Yi. To become a spirit emperor at such a young age, unprecedented and unrepeatable. If he could, he would go to any lengths to have this kid join his guild as his successor. Of course, only if. Humph, interesting. At 16 or 17, he has already become a spirit emperor and tamed a top-tier spirit beast. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, but unfortunately, I am no longer the insignificant human. Meng Wendong was surprised to encounter a spirit master with even greater talent, but unfortunately, he was no longer human, but a powerful demon. Demon-human. Chui Yi uttered two words, leaving Meng Wendong completely stunned. This kid actually didn't feel fear, but instead insulted him for being neither male nor female. After all, he had transformed from a human into a demon and naturally understood what this kid meant. You seek death. Meng Wenlong unleashed a ball of ghostly fire charging towards Chui Yi, but halfway, the giant tiger transformed into a shield to intercept it. Demon. The moment you gave up being human, you should understand that you no longer belong here. Chui Yi looked up at the eerie blood moon in the sky, and the Fire Dragon Emperor ant opened its mouth to gather a powerful flame, as if igniting the entire world. Everyone's clothes were soaked, and the scorching firelight splashed on everyone's faces. They couldn't comprehend Chui Yi's intentions. Boundary broken. A massive fireball broke through the sky and soared towards the blood moon, flames devouring the bizarre moon above. In an instant, the world underwent earth-shattering changes, the original blood-red hue gradually dissipating. Night fell, the moonlight was bright, restoring the calm of the past. A cool breeze brushed against everyone's cheeks, and the previous scene felt like a nightmare. How do you know this is the boundary? Meng Wenlong looked at Chui Yi in surprise. The boundary had been broken, and he was no longer in an invincible state, making his plans seem like a vanishing bubble. You'll never know. Chui Yi picked up the otherworldly dragon cannon in his hand, and a powerful force instantly engulfed Meng Wenlong. The spirit power of the Azure Dragon. How is this possible? Meng Wenlong exerted all his strength to resist the attack, but the merciless Azure Dragon opened its mouth and instantly consumed his body. We won. We won. Losing Meng Wenlong, the corpse demon instantly turned into a stiff body and fell to the ground, while humans began to cheer. An unprecedented joy surged in their hearts. It felt like a new dawn. The moment Meng Wenlong disappeared, Chui Yi saw a shadow flash by, vanishing without a trace. Its whereabouts unknown. Chapter 25. It's not that I've changed, it's that you're no longer worthy. Chui Yi, can we really not be together anymore? Meng Wanting walked up to Chui Yi and asked softly. No. Chui Yi replied decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Chui Yi, you've changed. Meng Wanting looked at the boy in front of her, feeling that he was no longer the same as he once was, a sense of unfamiliarity washing over her. It's not that I've changed, it's that you're no longer worthy. Chui Ye's voice was cold, showing not an ounce of tenderness. Meng Wanning clenched her fists, opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she held back. Our genius class is truly deserving of its name. I didn't expect that the waves of the Yangtze River would push the waves ahead. You are qualified to enter the Aolong Academy's genius class and become an inner disciple under my guidance. Director Tu Feiguang quietly approached Chui Yi. The more he looked at Chui Yi, the more he felt he was a good fit. He deliberately emphasized that it was under his guidance, clearly trying to poach him. Chui Yi frowned slightly. It was he who had allowed the genius class to choose again after 3 days, and now he seemed like a completely different person. Haha. It sounds like if Brother Chui doesn't go to you, Director, then there's no chance of becoming an inner disciple. Oh boy, he saw such a good seedling in Chui Yi and didn't he give the director face. After all, such a talent was rare in 100 years. And he didn't want to give up. Inner disciples can only choose one spot in the genius class. It's truly rare. I believe Brother Chui must understand the importance of this. Last time, only one of my students entered as an inner disciple. It's a rare opportunity. Chu Jingshan, who usually disliked disputes, also stepped up, trying to get closer by using the term brother. The adventurers were confused. The opportunity to become an inner disciple was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, potentially leading to the spirit god-level existence. Generally speaking, inner disciples don't get involved in disputes, focusing solely on cultivation. They are the core elites of the Aolong continent. All the directors and teachers from Aolong Academy were vying for this young man, which was unprecedented. Nonsense. I really don't want to hear this. What do you mean your disciple is in the genius class? It sounds as if no one's disciple has entered the genius class. Chui Yi, my class can make an exception for you. Xie Yanan, the only female teacher, stepped up unwilling to be outdone. My goodness, Teacher Xie only accepts female disciples. Right? Is this kid going to get an exception? I want to go too. It seems that strength is the most important. It's really infuriating to compare people. I just want to be this guy's little brother. I wonder if this handsome guy needs a wife. Even if I'm small, I'm willing. You should take a look in the mirror. The world probably only has you as a woman. These men won't even glance at you. That's like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror, not being human inside or outside. Haha. The adventurers teased each other. It was the first time they had seen the elders and teachers from Aolong Academy fighting over a student. Chui Yi, which teacher do you choose? Tu Feiguang asked pointedly, no longer wanting to bicker with these people. That's right. You can choose anyone. Don't be afraid. Xie Yanan showed no consideration for the director, as if to say, don't be afraid of the director. With me here, everything is trivial. Are you sure I can choose? Chui Yi looked at the teachers from Aolong Academy. Yes, go ahead. Oh boy watched Chui Yi expectantly, waiting for an answer. Choosing is for kids. I, Chui Yi, want them all. Chui Yi's words were very domineering, deliberately emphasizing the last 2 words. Of course, I want them all. There's no need to discuss it. Each teacher has their own cultivation resources. I need a lot of experience right now, so I won't give up easily. Am I dreaming? This kid actually wants them all. Doesn't he fear bursting from so many resources? I love it. I love it. He really has personality. I like it. I want it too. The adventurers began to go wild. Some could no longer remain calm. The several teachers from Aolong Academy looked at each other, momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Haha, having personality is great. I like it. Kid, such a bold tone. 3 days from now is the day for selecting inner disciples from the genius class. Depending on your strength, it's well-deserved. If you're interested, you can sign up. Xie Yanan broke the awkward situation. With Chui Yi's strength, he was completely on par with them. If it weren't for the boundary, she really wouldn't know how strong this kid was. Just in time for this competition. They could see what this kid was truly capable of. All right, let us settle this. Tu Feiguang cleared his throat. After all, as the director, he needed to follow the necessary procedures. And in the end, the few of them left happily. Chui Yi, little brother, hey hello. Chui Yi turned around, but saw no one, as if the air was speaking. Over here, look down. Chui Yi looked down, slightly startled. A thin old man was looking at him with a magnetic expression. If he hadn't spoken, Chui Yi would really have found it hard to sense his presence. I am the president of the Adventurers Guild. My name is Xiongzhen. Thank you very much for saving my life, little brother. Xiongzhen's name sounded quite imposing. But in reality, he was very thin. If Chui Yi hadn't seen his spirit earlier as a giant, he wouldn't have believed this old man had such strong power. Just a small favor. Chui Yi felt a bit awkward. After all, the spirit medicine that saved him was just the feces of his spirit beast. If Xiongzhen knew the source of the spirit medicine, he wouldn't know what expression to make. He might just have the 19th expression of a meme. Chui Yi could imagine that Xiongzhen might vomit for 3 days and nights, considering his once glorious reputation was gone. Little brother, you're too humble. May I invite you to my humble abode today? Under Xiongzhen's invitation, Chui Yi couldn't refuse, especially with the other adventurers' warm invitations. It was hard to turn down. The Adventurers Guild was located to the south, with an ancient and elegant style, quite charming. Of course, this was Cui Ye's first impression. The moment he stepped through the door of the Etian Guild, he realized that it had nothing to do with the ancient charm. It resembled more of a small tavern. The people here were very casual, eating and drinking heartily, and if there was a disagreement, they would start fighting. Don't take it personally, little brother. This is how our guild deepens friendships. Xiongzhen had long gotten used to it, and explained to the expressionless Cui Yi. It's fine. Cui Yi didn't care at all when suddenly the system's task notification sounded. Ding dong. System task, capture the nine-tailed fox. Reward, host's replication ability. Can attach to any item. Reward description, only applicable to copying items, not living beings. What the hell, capture the nine-tailed? Isn't that a high-level spirit beast? It can only be found in the spirit beast continent. What a hassle. Cui Yi felt a bit of a headache, after all. A nine-tailed is not the same as a six-tailed. It is powerful and extremely rare. Bang. While Cui Yi was still contemplating the system task, a group of people suddenly kicked open the wooden door and barged in. Chapter 26. The Six-Tailed Fox. Calling dad is just a minor thing. Cui Yi. Long Outyin is an elite genius from the Aolong Academy, a candidate for inner disciples, who loves to cause trouble and snatch different people's equipment and elixirs. Relying on his father being the dean of the inner disciples at Aolong Academy, he treats the entire Aolong continent as his home, casually robbing and squandering. When he came to the Etian Guild and saw Cui Yi, he was momentarily stunned. In his view, Cui Yi had dealt with his brother Long Aofeng. Long Aoxiang had helped him. However, this kid is too pretentious. The selection process for inner disciples was originally just a formality, and now it equals one more opponent. Thinking of this, anger surged in Long Outyin's heart, and the more he looked at Cui Yi, the more displeased he became. Is there something? Cui Yi glanced at Long Outyin indifferently. To him, this person was a notorious rogue in this world. Of course, it was not surprising to call out his name since he had personally dealt with his two brothers, making him his biggest trouble. I have something to tell you. There is a wounded six-tailed spirit beast appearing in the spirit beast continent. I'm just passing the word to the adventurers. Whoever has the ability can come and capture it. The six-tailed fox is one of the most evolved types of spirit beasts, truly rare. Why would Long Outyin tell us this? This is not surprising. After all, spirit beasts are not something ordinary people can obtain, especially such a rare level spirit beast. Perhaps if one is lucky enough to capture the six-tailed fox, it could evolve into a nine-tailed. I still prefer the fire attribute nine-tailed. Brother, you have such low aspirations. Fire, water, and grass attributes are quite common. You should hope for a nine-tailed with a stronger attribute. A contented person is always happy. But why would a six-tailed fox appear alone? Aren't they usually in groups? And this kind of spirit beast generally lives in the deepest parts of the spirit beast continent. Who knows? It's just luck. First come, first served. Marrying a beautiful and rich girl is now. The adventurers were extremely excited upon hearing this news, organizing their gear to head to the spirit beast continent. The six-tailed fox has appeared. I shall take my leave first and visit again another day. Cui Yi politely bid farewell. After all, such news would stir anyone's heart. Xiongzhen did not try to keep him and exchanged a few pleasantries, hoping Cui Yi would come again next time. Spirit Beast Continent. The six-tailed fox task is for the nine-tailed fox. I wonder if there are any nine-tails appearing nearby. When Cui Yi arrived at the Spirit Beast Continent, it was already crowded. He found a secluded towering tree and sat down. In the distance, a six-tailed fox stood in the middle of a hill, surrounded by adventurers. Many adventurers lay on the ground, injured, while others surged forward. The six-tailed fox used Shadow Ball, instantly taking out a group of weaklings. This six-tailed fox is about to break through. Cui Yi leisurely sat in the tree, watching the exciting duel. He could clearly see the six-tailed fox's experience points continuously increasing, soon reaching the peak of level 999. As long as it reaches level 1000, it will be a max-level rare spirit beast. Only max-level spirit beasts qualify to evolve into the nine-tailed fox. It seems that a breakthrough evolution won't happen in a short time. After all, evolution requires meeting some special conditions, such as different attribute spirit stones. So this little guy is letting these adventurers send experience points to him. Cui Yi revealed a sly smile. At this moment, the six-tailed fox erupted with powerful strength, killing hundreds of adventurers. In the end, the adventurers dared not attack easily, as they knew their own strength. What a bunch of useless trash. Long Outyin could no longer bear it and cursed, a wicked smile showing on his sharp-faced countenance, like a villain whose scheme had succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, a boundary suddenly trapped everyone inside. No matter how the adventurers attacked, they couldn't break free. You trash are the best sacrifice. Long Outyin completely disregarded these people's safety. In his eyes, the law of the jungle was nature's survival rule. He only needed to watch the changes and enjoy the sight of these adventurers being killed by the six-tailed fox. Of course, if these adventurers wanted to survive, they had to defeat the six-tailed fox. Even if the six-tailed fox evolved, he wasn't worried. In the end, he would catch them all in a pot, bringing great joy. You despicable scoundrel. Brothers, we have no way out. We can only fight to the death. I thought the sun had risen from the west. It turns out we are to become food for this six-tailed fox. How despicable. Not good. This six-tailed fox is killing madly. It might evolve into a nine-tailed fox. We must take it down before it evolves. Brothers, charge. The adventurers, having no way out, could only grit their teeth and attack together. Congratulations, young master. You can obtain the nine-tailed fox. An old hunchbacked man bowed and congratulated. Elder Wenfeng, this is all thanks to you. The competition the day after tomorrow will be much simpler. Long Outyin laughed wildly, and Elder Wenfeng beside him kept chuckling. Help, help. Chui Yi originally didn't want to meddle, but seeing someone from the Etian Guild inside, he decided to intervene and save them. What a hassle, Chui Yi murmured, picking up the otherworldly dragon cannon and firing it out. Boom. A loud noise instantly created cracks in the boundary. Look, it's Chui Yi. We are finally saved. I don't want to die here. The boundary has cracked. Let us charge out together. Male God, save me. I'm willing to serve you for a month, or even forever. Long Outyin saw a glimmer of killing intent in Chui Yi's eyes and was about to make a move when Elder Wenfeng, who was standing beside him, stopped him. Leave this to me. You don't need to intervene. Chui Yi glanced at Elder Wenfeng, who was at level 1001 Spirit Emperor. His strength was not simple. Elder Wenfeng was Long Alfeng's personal bodyguard and a strong figure in the Long family. Seeing that the young master was angry, he hurriedly stepped forward. It's over. Elder Wenfeng's strength is at least at the Spirit Emperor level. If this kid can win, I'll take his surname. Forget about taking his surname. I'd even be willing to call him Dad. You guys are so pathetic. I dare bet this kid won't win. If he does, I'll eat shit. Those in the boundary resisted desperately, not forgetting to enjoy the show. You dare ruin my young master's good fortune. Just wait and see. Before Elder Wenfeng could finish his sentence, a fireball hit him, instantly leaving him in tatters, looking like a destitute beggar. The adventurers were completely dumbfounded by this scene, especially those who had just made a bet. Their faces turned from red to white, then from white to black, instantly slapping themselves in the face with what they had just said. After all, calling Dad in front of eating shit was just a minor thing. Brother, don't forget to tell me what it tastes like after you eat it. Chapter 27, Nine-Tailed Fox, Truly Unfilial Descendants. Yeah, brother. I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. You wouldn't really like this, would you? I was just joking. Who played a prank on you? From now on, I will take your surname, Father Chui. Don't forget your son's bowl of soup if you have meat. Chui Yi looked at a middle-aged man in the realm calling himself father, his head filled with black lines. What the hell is this? Is this uncle out of his mind? With such a big son, am I not becoming an old man? Chui Yi sighed helplessly. Kid, you're asking for death. Elder Wenfeng was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation. In a flash, like lightning, he swung his flaming fist at Chui Yi. Damn, Father Chui is going to die. So soon there will be no more Father Chui, and I haven't even had my soup yet. No matter how powerful the weapon is, it's just a weapon. It seems I will never know what shit tastes like in this lifetime. Bang. So hard. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, and Elder Wenfeng covered his fist with a grim expression, his mouth wide open in pain. In a critical moment, Chui Yi triggered the invincible 3-second Overlord body, and Elder Wenfeng struck like an egg against a stone, his bones breaking instantly. What the hell? Is it really that hard? Looks like, brother, you're doomed to eat shit. Father Chui is invincible. Standing beside him, Long Outyin was completely stunned. He never expected Chui Yi to be so strong, easily defeating a master at the Spirit Emperor level without even making a move. If he really made a move, wouldn't his life be in danger here? Do we continue? Young Master Long? Chui Yi looked at Long Outyin, who was frozen in place, staring at the fallen Elder Wenfeng, unable to speak. Long Outyin pointed at Chui Yi, his body trembling. Chui Yi thought Long Outyin was going to attack, but his next action exceeded his expectations. You are my father Chui, Dad. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They never expected Long Outyin to suddenly change his tone and kneel down, directly calling him Dad. This completely overturned their worldview. Strength had limited their imagination. Chui Yi was too lazy to continue paying attention to Long Outyin. After all, this person was ruthless and extremely cunning, but his father had strength, which already surpassed most people. Chui Yi picked up the otherworldly dragon head cannon and fired, but suddenly a powerful force surged from behind. Elder Wenfeng unleashed a full-force strike, and the Yuan Spirit Firebird charged toward Chui Yi. Trouble. Without turning his head, Chui Yi summoned Pai De Hu, who ran out and attacked from below, biting Elder Wenfeng and swinging him toward the six-tailed fox. Crack. The realm shattered into countless blue fragments, completely breaking apart. An elder Wenfeng fell straight onto the six-tailed fox, instantly being devoured by the shadow ball for experience points. The six-tailed fox howled at the sky, its body emitting a blood-red glow, and its pitch-black eyes turned blood-red. Its brown fur transformed into crimson, and a bright red tuft of fur appeared on its head. It evolved into a nine-tailed demon fox. So strong. We are completely finished this time. It must be a mutated nine-tailed demon fox, right? That means it should be above level 1000. And the strength of a mutated nine-tailed demon fox is also 15 times that of an ordinary nine-tailed fox. Too strong. After evolving into a nine-tailed demon fox, the six-tailed fox began a massacre, instantly annihilating adventurers with its dark rays. This desire for experience points could not extinguish the fury in her heart. She hated these adventurers. She originally didn't want to evolve, but this group forced her to evolve, making her want to kill everyone. The adventurers fled in all directions, their weak bodies under powerful force like tiny ants, turning into experience points for the nine-tailed demon fox. In a critical moment, 3 powerful forces rushed toward the nine-tailed demon fox. "Young master, we are late." Long Outyen's expression changed when he saw his main force arrive, his face shifting faster than flipping a book. "Kill them all, especially that Cui Yi. We must avenge Elder Wenfeng." Long Outyen gritted his teeth. He didn't want the recent disgrace to be known to others. After all, he was the young master of the Long family. Yes, the masked people behind him joined the battle, and all 3 had reached the 1999 level of spiritual power. Such strong individuals were indeed rare. Normally, such powerful beings would only appear later in novels, but now they had appeared early. 19 stars of the Spirit Emperor are excellent. As soon as Cui Yi finished speaking, 2 Paixio appeared to intercept the 3. Even a 1999 level Spirit Emperor wouldn't dare act rashly in front of such high-level spirit beasts. Long Outyen stood aside, gritting his teeth, staring with wide eyes, but he could only glare like this. Cui Yi leisurely walked up to the nine-tailed demon fox, and the adventurers were stunned. Is this guy looking for death? Time seemed to stop, and all eyes turned to Cui Yi. Damn human, there's one who isn't afraid of death. The nine-tailed demon fox looked at Cui Yi, her eyes hazy, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes as she prepared to strike with full force. Boom. Cui Yi threw out a supreme sealing spirit ball, and a powerful force enveloped the nine-tailed demon fox, pulling her inside. Bang, bang, crack. With the final sound, the nine-tailed demon fox was successfully subdued. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, for excellently completing the task of subduing the nine-tailed fox. Task reward, skill replication item. Skill description. Can only replicate items, cannot replicate spirit beasts, spiritual power, or yuan spirits. Friendly reminder, reaching 1000 points in item replication allows for an upgrade. Ding dong. System. Due to the host's excellent completion of the task, reward, a blue star smartphone, which contains functions such as maps of this world, communication, camera, video, browser, etc. Faced with such generous rewards, Cui Yi was momentarily stunned. Smartphones are great things. After all, there is nothing like this in this world. Now that he has one, it's like having a living map. He can even find the habitats of different spirit beasts on Spirit Beast continent. It's really cool. While Cui Yi was still in joy, everyone was casting envious glances. The male god subdued the nine-tailed demon fox? How is this possible? Unless it's not an ordinary sealing spirit ball, but a supreme sealing spirit ball. Even with a supreme sealing spirit ball, it's not guaranteed to subdue it in one shot. Such luck is out of this world. Could it be that Father Cui is a hidden rich second generation? One-shot superhero, how much luck does that take? Long Outyen turned red with jealousy, his heart surging with envy. Usually, he would rob others. But now he was robbed by Cui Yi. He couldn't swallow this anger, but what could he do in the face of absolute strength? Cui Yi, that is my nine-tailed demon fox. Give it to me quickly. Long Outyen still wasn't giving up and shouted. Yours? Heh, how about I release it and let you try to subdue it? Hearing this, Long Outyen's face turned ashen. After all, he had seen the strength of the nine-tailed demon fox with his own eyes. Not to mention subduing the nine-tailed demon fox, he might end up like Elder Wenfeng, becoming her experience points. Cui Yi, you wait for me. Cui Yi sighed, truly unfilial descendants. Chapter 28. Hero saves the beauty, nine-tailed white fox. Taking advantage of the chaos, Long Outyen prepared to escape, with the 3 covering him. Cui Yi raised the otherworldly dragon head cannon and instantly eliminated the 3, gaining experience points. In the end, Long Outyen still escaped amidst the chaos, and the adventurers followed suit, leaving Cui Yi alone. All these unfilial descendants ran away, sigh? Cui Yi sighed. He wanted to see what treasures this group of adventurers, so skilled at calling him dad, had, but a puff of smoke had vanished. Especially the last one. After all, not everyone has the courage to eat shit. Cui Yi released the nine-tailed demon fox, and a red light flashed as the nine-tailed demon fox appeared before him. Humph. Damn human, don't think that just because you subdued me, you are my master. The nine-tailed demon fox turned her head arrogantly, not even glancing at Cui Yi. Tell me, why do you hate humans so much? Cui Yi, unconcerned, sat on Pai Da Hu and leisurely fiddled with the smartphone in his hand. I want to find a husband. Evolving into a nine-tailed demon fox, I obviously look like a female night demon. How can I go on a date? Boo-hoo-hoo. The nine-tailed demon fox grew angrier as she spoke, and finally, she cried out in grievance. Ding-dong. System daily task to help the nine-tailed fox find a partner. Reward spirit beast skill giantization. What? Giantization? Finding a partner? Cui Yi looked at the nine-tailed fox, who was crying and snotting, completely losing the imposing demeanor from earlier. Resembling a bullied child, making him both amused and exasperated. I'll help you. Cui Yi put down his phone, looked at the nine-tailed fox, and even remembered to take a photo and record a video for keepsake. You will help me? The nine-tailed fox stopped crying, still unable to believe that this boy could help him find a partner. Yeah, let's go. Cui Yi couldn't be bothered to ask her why she ran out. Otherwise, she might start crying again, endlessly. Where are we going now? The nine-tailed fox asked again, looking at Cui Yi, who remained silent. Shut up. Cui Yi sat on the back of the Pai Yao tiger, looking at the map on his phone, which indicated the location of the six-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox felt wronged but kept quiet, half believing him. However, the other party was too strong. Even if she resisted, she wouldn't win. And since she had been subdued by this guy, she couldn't attack her master. Although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. Fact was fact. And it couldn't be changed. Passing through a forest, they arrived at a steep cliff, with magma churning in the abyss below. This was near the six-tailed fox's habitat. And with a level 10,000 Pai Yao as a mount, no spirit beast dared to approach along the way. Bai Meiwei. A familiar figure appeared before them. Huh. Isn't that Bai Meiwei from Aolong Academy? What is she doing here? She was holding a six-tailed fox in her arms. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared and blocked her path, pointing at the six-tailed fox in her arms. Little girl, you have nowhere to run now. Quickly hand over the six-tailed fox, or else. The 3 of them wore lewd expressions. Bai Meiwei saw she was trapped and nervously backed away. Qining Hao, Xu Wenhan, Zhao Hongfeng, don't push me. If things get too noisy, none of us will survive. This is the nine-tailed fox's habitat. If you come any closer, I'll jump. Hearing Bai Meiwei threaten them, they just exchanged glances and smiled. Don't. Bai Meiwei, look at your pretty face. It would be such a pity to jump. Your brothers would be heartbroken. Bai Meiwei nervously retreated. Behind her was the abyss. If it weren't for the special mission from Aolong Academy, where everyone needed a spirit beast, she wouldn't have come out here. She didn't expect to encounter students from Aolong Academy. She thought she would have company, but this group was brutal. Not only did they target the spirit beast she saw, but they wouldn't let her go either. Aolong Academy will never let you go. Bai Meiwei was already prepared to jump off the cliff. This place was deserted, and even if she died here, no one would know. I'm sorry, six-tailed fox. I shouldn't have brought you out. Bai Meiwei closed her eyes and fell backward. Suddenly, she felt a warm current come, and when she opened her beautiful eyes, she was slightly stunned. Why think like this? Cui Yi, how are you here? Bai Meiwei couldn't believe it, doubting if she was dreaming, encountering Cui Yi at this moment. Was it an illusion before dying? Just passing by. Cui Yi, with an unchanged expression, caught Bai Meiwei as she jumped off the cliff, where the consequences would be unimaginable. Qining Hao, Xu Wenhan, and Zhao Hongfeng saw the two chatting and were suddenly irritated. Kid, you don't want to live anymore. A little wind messenger elemental dares to meddle. Cui Yi flew down and set Bai Meiwei down. Cui Yi, they are all students from the genius class. We should escape. Bai Meiwei's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down her face, feeling she had caused trouble for Cui Yi. Right before death, still flirting. Kid, you're dead. Brothers, let's get him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 launched fireball techniques, water bullets, and light arrows. 3 forces gathered and rushed over. Boom. With a bang. The Pai Yao tiger blocked them. The 3 stared, dumbfounded and somewhat panicked. Pai Yao? They couldn't believe a Pai Yao tiger would appear here. They had encountered such a high-level spirit beast during their trials. To meet it again as someone else's spirit beast completely overturned their understanding. They couldn't believe someone could tame such a monster. Bai Meiwei was also stunned by the scene before her. She couldn't believe Cui Yi had such strong power. Are you the legendary genius among geniuses, Cui Yi? Cui Yi's cold gaze flashed with a hint of killing intent. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Since we are all classmates, please let us go. We won't dare again, absolutely no next time. I'll bow to you. The 3 quickly bowed and admitted their mistakes. Who is Cui Yi? His reputation was well known throughout Aolong Academy, and even the dean praised him. Acting tough in front of such a figure was like hitting a stone with an egg, seeking death. Scram. Upon hearing Cui Yi let them off, The three hurriedly fled, rolling and crawling, not forgetting to thank him as they left. Suddenly, a flame streaked across the sky and landed on the ground. Chui Yi looked up to see a nine-tailed white fox glaring at them with hostility. A woo! It howled at the sky, took a deep breath, and the flames instantly condensed. The surrounding air seemed to be burning and exploding. Boom! A loud rumble. The cliff instantly turned to ashes. Bai Meiyue was stunned for a few seconds. Looking at the handsome boy before her, her heart began to race. Thank you. After a long time, her face slightly flushed, she uttered 2 words. Chui Yi merely glanced at her indifferently. They were now flying in the air, looking down at the abyss. If they fell, they would surely be crushed to pieces. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry, please let us go. I'll return the 6-tailed fox to you right now. Bai Meiyue's voice trembled. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have dared to take the 6-tailed fox even if it meant death. The 9-tailed white fox was already furious and completely ignored what they were saying. Chapter 29. One big gift for one small one is not a loss. Stupid humans. Seeing they couldn't attack the two, the 9-tailed white fox became enraged and howled again. Trouble. Chui Yi summoned tens of thousands of fire dragon emperor ants, instantly filling the entire sky, densely packed. The 9-tailed white fox, who was furious just a second ago, was suddenly taken aback. It never expected this person to have such strong power. Even a single spirit beast could contend with it. Someone like this had no need to steal its child. The 9-tailed white fox did not retreat, its gaze becoming resolute. So handsome. The nearby 9-tailed fox was instantly mesmerized by the 9-tailed white fox. Such a good man was a rare find, so masculine. Do you like him? Chui Yi looked at the 9-tailed fox calmly. I like him, but unfortunately, he already has children. Although the 9-tailed fox was eager to find a partner, she wouldn't snatch love from others. Haha, 9-tailed white fox, are you single? The 9-tailed white fox was momentarily taken aback by Chui Yi's question. It didn't expect this kid to ask such a personal question. None of your business. The 9-tailed white fox was ready for battle. My friend has taken a liking to you. Chui Yi got straight to the point, making the 9-tailed fox feel extremely awkward. Look at me. The 9-tailed white fox looked at the 9-tailed fox in surprise. My father is single. Suddenly, the little creature in Bai Meiyue's arms spoke up. Bai Meiyue stood aside, completely not understanding what the spirit beasts were saying except for Chui Yi's words, but seeing the reaction of the 6-tailed fox in her arms. She could roughly guess the content of their conversation, her little face turning red. Nonsense. The 9-tailed white fox was slightly embarrassed and for a moment lost its anger. Father is a good person. The 6-tailed fox looked at the 9-tailed fox, as if choosing a mother, its pair of cute little ears twitching. Do you like this ant? Chui Yi asked, holding the 6-tailed fox from Bai Meiyue's arms. I like her. The 6-tailed fox answered without hesitation. It's settled then. Chui Yi stroked the little 6-tailed fox in his arms. What do you mean it's settled? The two 9-tailed spirit beasts spoke in unison. Let's go together. Without saying much, Chui Yi threw out a top-tier ceiling ball, and a powerful force engulfed the bewildered 9-tailed white fox. Ding! One ball completed. Bai Meiyue, who was standing aside, was completely stunned. Is it really that easy to capture? Chui Yi then took another top-tier ceiling ball and put the 6-tailed fox into the pokeball. Special mission. There is no other way. Chui Yi looked at the 9-tailed fox. One big and one small, it's a good deal. The 9-tailed fox was completely petrified. What do you mean by one get one free? Does he think this is shopping? Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. The system rewards the skill enlargement. Boom. Suddenly, Fire Mountain began to tremble, and the atmosphere rapidly heated up, causing Bai Meiyue to panic. What is happening to the magma below? Looking down from a height, the ground below the cliff suddenly cracked open, instantly engulfed by lava, and exploded, as if the whole world was a furnace. Waves of lava surged like giant waves, spraying out and consuming the mountains and land. Bang! Sparks flew, ripping through the sky. Fire Spirit Bird. Chui Yi's expression changed slightly as the enormous red head of the Fire Spirit Bird emerged from the magma. Ow! The Fire Spirit Bird soared into the sky, letting out a cry. Its body was engulfed in flames, each feather seeming like a spark of life. The 3 massive tails resembled that of a phoenix, and its claws were pitch black. Flames burned atop its head like a hat, with long flames trailing down to its tail. The Fire Spirit Bird usually lives in magma or sleeps near volcanoes. According to legend, the Fire Spirit Bird is the guardian of the phoenix, a spirit beast resurrected by the phoenix's flames. It is rare to see a Fire Spirit Bird, let alone a legendary spirit beast. Human, are you seeking death? The Fire Spirit Bird glared at Chui Yi, the intense flames emitting a cold aura. What should we do? This is a level spirit beast. Bai Meiyue grabbed Chui Yi's arm and retreated behind him, sweat soaking her entire body, her perfect figure clearly visible. Her chest pressed tightly against Chui Yi. I know, but could you let go of me first? Chui Yi turned his head away. the proximity of her ample bosom inevitably making a male creature a bit thirsty. "Ah, I'm sorry." Bai Meiwei realized her body was too close to Cui Yi. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly released her hand, lowering her eyes to avoid looking directly at Cui Yi. "You dare to ignore me." The fire spirit bird was furious after witnessing their interaction, taking a deep breath and unleashing a fierce flame. "Be careful." The Paida who transformed into a shield to block the attack. "Wait for me." Cui Yi tossed out a line as he flew into the sky, holding the otherworldly dragon cannon and firing it. The fire spirit bird quickly dodged, feeling smug. "You think such an attack can hit me? What a joke." The fire spirit bird turned and charged at Cui Yi, moving like lightning. "Is that so?" Cui Yi revealed a wicked smile. The fire spirit bird's beak transformed into a fiery arrow that flew toward Cui Yi, causing his body to stiffen upon impact. He had never seen a man with such a hard body. Even a spirit beast of this level couldn't injure him at all. "I forgot to mention, my bullets fly on their own." Boom. A powerful force created a massive roar within 3 seconds. The fire spirit bird was injured and began to plummet from the sky, still unaware of what had just happened. By the time it realized, Cui Yi was already beside it, taking out a top-tier ceiling ball and smashing it toward the fire spirit bird. Instantly, a powerful force engulfed the fire spirit bird, pulling it inside. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the Hidden Abyss mission. Reward skill appraisal, skill description. Appraisal can identify any spirit beast and treasure, ignoring all levels and defenses. Special items cannot be appraised, such as immature spirit beast eggs. Hidden Abyss mission? Interesting. Cui Yi picked up the top-tier ceiling ball and looked at the now calm magma, noticing an additional glowing point. "What is that?" Appraisal. Cui Yi approached the glowing point and found it was a burning red flame egg. After activating the appraisal skill, the egg's information appeared. Ding dong. System. System activated appraisal skill. Detection result, unknown. Cui Yi carefully picked up the spirit beast egg and placed it into his chinkoan bag. Although he couldn't identify the immature spirit beast egg, he had a rough idea of what spirit beast it might be. Returning to Bai Meiwei's side, Cui Yi handed her the top-tier ceiling ball. "Here. This is a gift for you." Bai Meiwei's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the top-tier ceiling ball Cui Yi handed over, hesitating for a moment. "Just take it. This is the fire spirit bird we just caught. Both of our elemental spirits are avian types, and this fire spirit bird can help you enhance your strength, so you'll have the ability to escape when encountering trouble in the future." Chapter 30. Looking down on others, he also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. "But this is too precious." Bai Meiwei wanted to refuse, but Cui Yi directly grabbed her hand and domineeringly placed the ball into her palm. "We are friends, it's no problem." After saying that, Cui Yi turned and left without a hint of reluctance. Generally speaking, the spirit beasts given as gifts need to be bound through blood sacrifice to become their master. Bai Meiwei did not rush to perform the blood sacrifice, but gazed at the top-tier ceiling ball in her hand for a long time. She truly couldn't understand this man's thoughts. After all, something of immense value was just given away without any intention of taking advantage of her. The more she looked at Cui Yi, the more she liked him, always giving off a feeling of domineering strength and security. Ding dong. System. Daily system task. Feed the spirit beast. Reward. Rainbow spirit stone necklace. Spirit beast wearing it can possess items of all attributes. Cui Yi turned his head and saw Bai Meiwei standing still, her eyes dazed. "I'm going to the auction house. Are you coming?" The auction house is in the north of Aolong continent, a mix of fish and dragons, bustling with people. It's quite impressive. This is my first time at an auction house. Bai Meiwei's face lit up at the sight of the splendid auction house. Women will always be women. Cui Yi shook his head and sighed. If it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't bother coming to the auction house, as there were just too many people. The 3 large characters of the auction house were carved in gold. Cui Yi walked up to the auction house counter, and the receptionist, seeing 2 teenagers around 16 or 17, showed an unhappy expression. "Hello, sir, you need 1,000 years of lifespan to qualify for entry here." The implication of the receptionist's words was clear. If you don't have money, don't come to the auction house to watch the fun. This place isn't for just anyone. "I want to auction something." Cui Yi took out his smartphone. He had already copied it into 200 copies, keeping the original and auctioning off the other copies. After all, his elemental spirit was a homing pigeon, allowing him to serve as a signal point, enabling everyone in this other world to use smartphones. However, correspondingly, a fixed lifespan must be used each month, allowing for an inexhaustible supply of lifespan, which could be deducted during use. The receptionist glanced at the smartphone in Cui Yi's hand, rolled her eyes, feeling that he was wasting her time. "You." Bai Meiwei saw the receptionist's arrogant behavior, and her face turned red with anger. "Can I exchange gold for lifespan?" Cui Yi stopped Bai Meiwei and asked without changing his expression. "Gold? Of course. I want to exchange for gold." After Chui Yi finished speaking, he tossed out a spatial ring, which contained the gold produced by the Pai De Hu, amounting to over 10,000 tons. This was just a small part of it. Are you sure there's gold in there? The receptionist looked at Chui Yi with a frown, not believing that this kid could have so much precious material. Yes. Chui Yi's eyes turned cold, feeling that the receptionist was talking too much. Then take it out. All right, but if it gets lost here, it will be your responsibility. The etiquette lady glanced at Chui Yi, feeling that this guy was just bragging. She didn't believe that he had gold, let alone a lot of it. Moreover, there were many skilled staff members around, so how could she possibly be afraid? Hurry up. The etiquette lady's eyes drifted to a plump, richly adorned person who had just walked in. Generally, such clients would give tips. If luck was on her side, she might even get noticed and earn some more. Qinglong couldn't help but feel displeased at this scene. The service attitude was truly embarrassing. Suddenly, Chui Yi threw out a mountain of gold from his spatial ring, instantly dazzling the etiquette lady's eyes. She couldn't believe that this little brat was actually a big shot, while others had gold measured in grams. He had it piled up like a mountain. Wow, this is a big shot. So rich, how much lifespan does that require? It's blinding, truly. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. Excuse me, do you want a son? If you do, I can be your son right now. You want to be a son? I'd be willing to be a lapdog. Woof woof woof. Rich guy, do you mind having multiple partners? A mistress, a fourth, a fifth. No problem. A group of sycophants rushed forward, and the staff hurriedly drove them away. The etiquette lady's expression changed instantly. Sir, could you please put this gold into the spatial ring? It's just too much. It's inconvenient to weigh. The etiquette lady smiled, having just asked him to take it out, but now was taken aback by the overwhelming amount. Counting it would take ages. No, Chui Yi said without changing his expression, delivering a blow to the etiquette lady's head with his words. The customer is king, and the etiquette lady dared not say a word, so she called her helpers to assist in counting. Chui Yi didn't continue to make things difficult for the etiquette lady. He just taught her not to look down on people. While counting, the auction house owner, Chun Fugui, approached with a smile, inviting Chui Yi to the VIP seat. But Chui Yi politely declined. Little brother, why don't you go relax in the VIP area? I'll notify you once we're done counting. Chui Yi waved his hand. No need. I'm just strolling around. Please use this smartphone to handle the auction. I've written the introduction on paper. Just read it out loud. All right, you can rest assured. I'll arrange it right away. After Chui Yi left, Chen Fugui scolded the etiquette lady harshly, and the last thing he heard were some unpleasant remarks. Like looking down on others, and if you don't want to do it, then get lost. You were really cool just now, Bai Meiwa said. Her face slightly flushed as she looked at Chui Yi. She didn't expect this seemingly cold and unyielding man to be so vengeful, completely without needing her to lift a finger. Chui Yi responded with a poker face. The two strolled around, and Chui Yi directly collected some equipment, regardless of whether it was normal, white, advanced, blue, rare, green, or epic, purple, without caring about the price, while others were just watching the excitement. He cleared the place out. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. In the end, a crowd gathered until they reached the auction hall, which only those with VIP qualifications could enter, yet they still lingered at the door. Chapter 31. Money is just a number. In the auction hall, numerous staff members were present on the auction stage. Customers were all gathered together in a tiered room. The first row was for gold card members, with seats corresponding to rooms made of gold. The second row was for silver card members, with seats corresponding to rooms made of silver. The third row was for bronze members, with seats corresponding to bronze rooms. Finally, there was the VIP area, where one could only stand. Chui Yi and Bai Meiwa were low-key in the last row of the VIP area, in an inconspicuous position. Chui Yi glanced at the bronze card members, which numbered around 30, with even fewer above them. After all, the people who came here were all prominent figures from the Along continent. Chen Hao, Xu Wenhan, and Zhao Hongfang. Bai Meiwa looked towards the gold room, where the three people who wanted to take advantage of her were sitting, and she lowered her eyelids, not daring to look directly. Chen Hao was the son of Chun Fugui, the auction house owner. Xu Wenhan was the son of the richest tycoon in Along continent, Shi Wuxing, and Zhao Hongfang was the grandson of the famous appraiser Zhao Liangkai. The gold room above had been taken over by the three of them, and when they saw Chui Yi, they were first surprised, then looked down on him, especially Bai Meiwa, who understood their strength in the Along continent. Usually, these three relied on their family background to bully others, and seeing Bai Meiwa, a glimmer of wickedness flashed in their eyes. Dear bosses, this auction has a total of 9 items for sale. As per usual, 5 epic-level equipment and 3 mysterious jars. We don't know what treasures can be opened, but the draw rate is 80%, at least epic-level equipment. Of course, there are exceptions. The last item is the most special treasure and the most unique item in this auction. We will keep it a mystery for now. And now we will start the auction for the first item. The etiquette lady held a tray covered with a white cloth. This item is a top-tier epic-level equipment. An invisibility necklace. Wearing it can hide your aura for 15 minutes, with a cooldown time of 15 minutes as well. This treasure can not only conceal your body, but also hide your strength. The auctioneer praised it to the skies, and the audience listened eagerly. Wow. This thing is a treasure. If I get it, everything will be convenient. Get lost. Just being able to see it is a blessing. The crowd discussed animatedly, showing great interest in the treasure, some even linking it to some private matters. We will now begin the auction, with a starting price of 10,000,000 lifespan. Now, let us start. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the crowd was already eager to bid. 10,001 lifespan. 11,000,000 lifespan. 13,000,000 lifespan. The big shots continuously quoted prices, and finally, a loud voice echoed throughout the hall. 20,000,000 lifespan. Everyone turned around to see Shi Wenhan in the gold room looking at Chui Yi, as if flaunting his strength. 40,000 lifespan. Chui Yi shouted the price from the corner, instantly becoming the focus of the big shots. 40,000 lifespan. Little brother, you're too rich. Little brother, don't be afraid to show off. We've all been young before. We're all experienced. Even if there's a girlfriend by your side, you should still act according to your means. Did you not see that young master Shi Wenhan in the gold room has already made a bid? He wants it for sure. The big shots discouraged Chui Yi, feeling that he was just putting on a show in front of his girlfriend. Bai Meiwei's face flushed upon hearing this, but she knew Chui Yi's strength and remained silent. 5,000 lifespan. Shi Wenhan couldn't tolerate being insulted, for he was the son of Shi Wuxing, the richest tycoon in Aolong continent. My goodness, an epic-level equipment is actually being bid at 5,000 lifespan? I won't be able to use that much money in this life, or even the next few lives. I thought this kid was a tycoon. But in front of a real tycoon, he asked nothing. Looks like today was another wasted trip. Shi Wenhan was smug, quite pleased with the compliments from others. Not bad. Congratulations, congratulations. Chen Yinghao and Zhao Hongfang also gave him a thumbs up, but Shi Wuxing sitting beside them frowned slightly. 5,000 lifespan once. 5,000 lifespan twice. 5,000 lifespan. The auctioneer was just about to ring the small hammer in his hand, when suddenly an astonishing number came from an inconspicuous corner. 10,000 lifespan. All eyes turned back, and they saw Chui Yi with a blank expression, as if the previous bid hadn't come from him. Did I just hear wrong? A lifespan of 100,000 for a piece of purple equipment? Just now, he was right behind me, and I heard him shout. Could he be crazy? No one believes that Chui Yi could come up with such an astonishing number. Chen Yinghao, Shi Wenhan, and Zhao Hongfang showed expressions of surprise. Such equipment would at most be worth 5,000 lifespan, yet Chui Yi bid 10,000 lifespan. Furthermore, every time Shi Wenhan made a bid, Chui Yi doubled it, as if money was just a number to him. Humph. No matter, let us see if this kid can actually come up with that much money. If he can't, humph. Don't forget this is my family, yes. Chen Yinghao clenched his fists, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. That's right, besides, this is just an appetizer, nothing impressive. The auctioneer then presented several treasures, all starting at 5,000 lifespan, but in the end, Chui Yi secured them all for just one lifespan more. The three of them started off comforting themselves, but now they all had black lines on their faces, growing increasingly awkward, and soon they were all sweating. Did we buy too much? Bai Meiwei cautiously reminded Chui Yi in his ear, but he just waved his hand dismissively. When Chui Yi activated his appraisal skill and continuously won 7 treasures, he surprisingly stopped making bids. In the end, Shi Wenhan won a mysterious gift box for 5,000 lifespan. Chapter 32, Wealthy and Generous, just a glance. Know your place. This kid must be out of money. How could he compare with us? The richest family in Aolong continent, the Shi family? Congratulations to the head of the Shi family. After the auction, I'll help you appraise what treasure you have. Sitting nearby, the appraisal master Zhao Liangkai suddenly spoke up. All right, then I'll trouble Master Zhao. Winning the only item made him swell with pride. Constantly trying to embellish himself, afraid others wouldn't know their strength. Bai Meiwei glanced at Chui Yi and found it a bit strange that this time Shi Wenhan directly got it with a single offer, and Chui Yi was completely indifferent, which was totally not his style. Only Chui Yi knew that his appraisal skill could appraise from a distance, and when he saw what was inside, he had no intention of continuing to bid. The main event was coming. We would auction the last treasure, which had no attack, defense, speed, or luck. The auctioneer smiled mysteriously, making everyone even more bewildered. What could it be? A treasure map? It couldn't be that mysterious. Hurry up and show it. The wealthy big shots eagerly stared at the final treasure, as the last item was usually even a divine equipment. But this time, it was exceptionally mysterious. This treasure is called a smartphone. The auctioneer pulled down a white veil, and the smartphone appeared before everyone. What is this thing? It looks like a piece of wood. What is the use of this? The auctioneer smiled mysteriously and continued to explain. Although this thing is small, it has the function of recording daily life. Anything can be recorded. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Such a treasure is indeed rare. After all, in this world, it's quite challenging to document experiences. It also has a map function, displaying all locations, so when we go to capture spirit beasts, we can know their exact positions. Such a living map is unprecedented. The big shot's eyes gleamed with excitement. It can also communicate. No matter how far apart, you can talk to each other through this treasure. The auctioneer was ecstatic, looking at the smartphone with trembling hands. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't wait and began to bid. So cheap, I'll take it. No one compete with me. 100,000 lifespan. 100,000 lifespan is still presentable. Embarrassing. 200,000 lifespan. I must have it. 1,000,000 lifespan. The big shots were already envious, wishing they could bankrupt themselves to obtain such a treasure. After all, in their eyes, such a unique treasure was a fortune. 100,000 lifespan. Shi Wuxing suddenly stood up. This is over 100 million. Probably no one would bid anymore. Just when they thought it was over, people around him started bidding. 110,000. Shi brother, we in the Zhao family also need such a treasure. I want to research it well. Zhao Liangkai didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Having a living map would allow them to catch more spirit beasts and avoid dangerous areas. Brother Zhao, if I get it, I can lend it to you for research. The two were subtly competing, and in the end, Shi Wuxing secured the smartphone for 300,000 lifespan. Shi Wenhan glanced at Cui Yi and snorted coldly. Shi Wenhan didn't mind that Cui Yi hadn't raised his bid. In his view, he was just a clown, not worth mentioning. The richest truly is the richest. With a single bid, it was over 100 million. I probably won't earn that much in several lifetimes. It turns out the Shi family didn't care for epic equipment, hence didn't bid. Rich people are indeed different. Suddenly, I feel that young master Shi Wenhan is quite handsome. If only my daughter could marry him. Hearing such praise, Shi Wenhan cleared his throat to gain attention. This auction has concluded. After the auction ended, Zhao Liangkai didn't leave, as he had just promised to help appraise the mysterious box. Brother Shi, let me help you appraise this mysterious box. Zhao Liangkai squinted his eyes, but his mind was fixated on the smartphone. Thank you for your trouble. Shi Wuxing was also polite. The attendant took out a spatial ring and handed it to Shi Wenhan. Wenhan, please let your grandpa Zhao help appraise the mysterious box. All right. Shi Wenhan respectfully took out the mysterious box. Zhao Liangkai placed both hands on the mysterious box. A red light flashed, and he began the appraisal. Truly worthy of being the #1 appraiser in Aolong continent, capable of appraising divine items. Hearing it is better than seeing it. It's rare. I heard Master Zhao never acts casually. The Shi family really has face. After a moment, Shi Wenhan finished the appraisal. With a flash of red light, the box was actually empty. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that spending 3,000,000 lifespan bought nothing. Although the Shi family was wealthy, that was still 3,000,000 lifespan, which an ordinary family might not use up in their lifetime. Poverty has limited their imagination. Brother Chun, could I borrow a look at the smartphone? Shi Wenhan showed a troubled expression. It turned out this old man was calculating. Now that Zhao had already helped with the appraisal, as the saying goes, one should be soft when eating someone else's food. Shi Wuxing's face darkened, but in the end, he reluctantly took out the smartphone for Zhao to take a look. Brother Shi, you're not letting go. How can I see it? Master Zhao is overthinking. You said just a glance, so it's just a glance. Now it's getting late. I have matters to attend to. Let us gather another day. After saying that, Shi Wuxing stood up to leave. At that moment, the auction house owner Chen Fugue walked in, holding a spatial ring with a smile, and walked over to Cui Yi. Little brother, here are the 10,000 lifespan coins you exchanged, plus the smartphone you auctioned. After deducting the handling fee, here is 250,000 lifespan coins for you. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected this treasure to belong to Cui Yi. Only then did they understand why Cui Yi hadn't raised his bid. He was actually waiting for this. This was equivalent to earning a large sum without spending a penny. Chapter 33, Short-sightedness, a meal for my pet. Everyone cast strange looks. finally understanding why Chui Yi treated money as just a number and didn't he care about prices at all. How is this possible? If it's his, why would he bring out treasures that money can't buy? Are the young people nowadays so low-key? Hearing the crowd's discussions, Chen Hao, Shi Wenhan, and Zhao Hongfang felt their faces heat up. Just a moment ago, they looked down on this person, thinking he was just putting on a brave front. But now it felt like an invisible slap had struck them hard. Whoosh. Paidahu suddenly ran out, drooling. Ding dong. System. Currently. Paidahu's hunger level is at 59. Damn, this guy must be hungry to run out like this. Chui Yi frowned slightly, picked up the space ring filled with equipment that Shen Fugue handed him, and casually threw it to Paidahu. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of feeding the spirit beast. Reward. Rainbow Spirit Stone Necklace. After Paidahu was full, he shook his head and let out a satisfied burp. Millions of treasures were just fed to a spirit beast? Rich people are indeed different. Even their spirit beasts are exceptional. Rich guy, do you want a pet? It's obedient and won't cause trouble. Whatever you say, I won't say a word. Chui Yi awkwardly took a step back. Sorry, my pet has a bit of a big appetite. The self-proclaimed richest martial artist, Shi Wuxing, was momentarily stunned. So much money was just the equivalent of this kid's spirit beast's 1 ton of food. He still called himself the #1 rich man. He almost wanted to go up and be a sycophant, wishing he could find a block of tofu to knock himself out. The three standing above were even more petrified. They couldn't understand what kind of deity Chui Yi was, powerful, incredibly handsome, and so wealthy. By the way, since we're all here, let's be friends. I'll give each of you a smartphone. After finishing, Chui Yi took out the smartphones and handed one to Chen Hao. There are exactly 35 here. You can distribute them. After saying that, Chui Yi pulled the still dazed by Mei Wei and left. After a long while, am I dreaming? Free? Just now? It seemed like Master she spent 3 billion lifespan coins to get this treasure, and now it's just given to us? This is truly a rich person. Am I dreaming? The big shots from the Golden House, Silver House, and Bronze House were all petrified. They had never seen such a scene. It felt like those who claimed to be rich were embarrassing the rich, slapping themselves in the face. They weren't even worthy of being pets for the rich. The sycophants probably had to line up. After leaving the auction house, Bai Meiwei cautiously glanced at Chui Yi. She couldn't understand why such a treasure would be given to others. Although the Shi family was almost furious and nearly passed out, this was just too extravagant. After all, this was 3 billion lifespan coins, which was unnecessary. Why did you give them such an expensive item? Bai Meiwei still asked the question in her heart. One's vision should not be short-sighted. Chui Yi didn't explain much. After all, in Blue Star, you could just recharge to get a smartphone. He merely brought this business model to another world. If everyone had a smartphone, it would mean a continuous stream of lifespan every day, exponentially increasing, incalculable. Don't mention a mere 3 billion. Even multiplying that several times is possible. For him, money is not a problem. It's just a number game. Bai Meiwei still couldn't understand what someone else's child meant. He was simply too outstanding, overturning her perceptions. Bai Meiwei followed closely behind, saying nothing. Upon reaching the entrance of the auction house, Chui Yi stopped. Bai, I have a favor to ask of you. Here are 100 smartphones. Keep one for yourself, and give the rest to whoever you like. Here, the rules require a tip, and I have something to attend to, so I'll go ahead. After saying this, Chui Yi left gracefully, leaving Bai Meiwei in a daze as she watched his departing figure. Initially, one could interpret that this man was retaliating against the Shi family for showing off in front of him. But now what was this all about? 100 smartphones. Worth 30 billion, just given away? And so casually handed to her. It was simply incomprehensible. So handsome. 100? Beautiful, can you give me one? Please. I'm willing to do anything. Was the beautiful girl just now your friend? Can you introduce me? Bai Meiwei felt extremely awkward. It was her first time feeling like a rich person. These people couldn't contain themselves. Some had already heard the news about the auction house, and upon seeing the valuable smartphones, their eyes were almost popping out. Finally, with the help of the staff, Bai Meiwei distributed the smartphones to the workers present. When she saw the impolite etiquette lady who had come in earlier, she directly ignored her. In the end, everyone except her had a smartphone. This was the consequence of offending Chui Yi. Bai Meiwei didn't let her temper spoil her. The earlier etiquette lady was crying and slapping her own face in anger, regretting not recognizing the mountain of wealth and offending the wrong person. She had missed out on 3 billion. Such a staggering amount of money would require her to find how many rich men and sleep with them countless times to earn back. Thinking of this, she completely disregarded her image and kowtowed in apology. In the face of money, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Bai Meiwei didn't buy her act, and neither did the others. They completely ignored her still on the ground and rushed up, knocking her down and ruthlessly stepping on her, turning her into a human carpet, leaving only her screams. At this moment, Chen Hao, Shi Wenhan, and Zhao Hongfang were all dumbfounded by the scene. They slapped themselves hard, unable to believe this was real. They initially thought Chui Yi was just powerful, but now they realized it wasn't just strength. He was also incredibly wealthy. They were still pretending in front of such a person. Wasn't that just slapping themselves in the face? If it weren't for Chui Yi's generosity, they probably would have met Yama long ago. AO Long Academy. What? Are you talking about that delivery agency? The one that succeeded in business at such a young age and monopolized the entire AO Long continent's delivery of letters and items. Fu Wanli? Yes. Who else could it be? Such a figure is going to participate in the Inner Door Disciple Selection Competition tomorrow. I'm really excited. I want to cheer for him. I want to go too, but I heard he is very flirtatious. What's wrong with being flirtatious? He has the capital to be flirtatious. It's better than finding a useless coward, right? A group of girls was discussing animatedly, and when they saw Chui Yi, they paused slightly. They had never seen him before. And they were all smitten. Chapter 34. Ugly people cause trouble, the qualification of a sycophant. My God, our academy actually has such a handsome guy. It's my first time seeing someone like this. Just looking at him feels good. Who cares if he's Fu Wanli or AO Long Tian? From now on, this guy is my idol. Standing behind the infatuated girls, Fu Wanli happened to hear their conversation, his face turning ashen as he glared at Chui Yi, clenching his fists. Wishing he could just punch this kid. In front of a handsome guy, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Normally, he received praise for his hard work and entrepreneurship despite his ugly appearance. Now, just because of a handsome guy, all his glory was ruined. He couldn't swallow this anger. Fu Wanli strode forward, his lips curling up, deliberately colliding with Chui Yi, but unexpectedly, Chui Yi's figure flashed, and he lost his footing. Falling to the ground and having an intimate encounter with the floor, Chui Yi glanced calmly at the disheveled Fu Wanli on the ground, expressionless, and continued walking forward. So handsome. Does this handsome guy not know how to smile? He's so cool. It's simply indescribable. Hearing the girls behind him praise Chui Yi, Fu Wanli felt a surge of anger. How blind can they be? Fu Wanli shouted angrily, running up to Chui Yi and pointing at him, cursing loudly. Oh, I know you're blind. Hearing Chui Yi's words, Fu Wanli's face turned dark. He just wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but he dodged. Do you know who I am? Fu Wanli tidied up his clothes, trying to calm the anger inside him. Image is very important in front of classmates. He was not interested. Chui Yi was completely unpredictable, turning around to leave. Stop. I am Fu Wanli, the owner of the largest escort agency in the Oolong continent. Chui Yi paused for a moment, standing still. Fu Wanli thought his name had frightened the kid, feeling quite pleased with himself. Oh, Chui Yi responded as if looking at an idiot, completely uninterested, and continued to walk forward. Kid, do you know what an escort agency is? It's a place where all letters and items need to be transported. Fu Wanli was exasperated, seriously doubting he had encountered a fool. Ding dong. Chui Yi had no intention of continuing to pay attention to Fu Wanli when suddenly the system chimed. System, daily task activated. Activate the smartphone Penguin Chat software. Reward, hatching skill. Penguin Chat? Such chat software is commonly used on Blue Star. Not only facilitating communication between people, but also allowing quick access to information from around the world. Chui Yi accepted the task without hesitation. Seeing Chui Yi standing there in a daze, Fu Wanli thought his name had frightened the kid and felt quite satisfied. Who knew that the next second, Chui Yi took out his smartphone and began fiddling with it. The penguin logo suddenly appeared on the smartphone, and at that moment, all the spiritualists who received smartphones were dumbfounded, each creating their account based on the prompts. After understanding the powerful features of the penguin, they instantly began to worship Chui Yi as a great deity. Which deity invented such a treasure? This means no more running around. This thing can solve everything. Yes, it really can chat, and not only chat, but also transport items. It's incredibly convenient. It seems the escort agency is going to be out of business. Just as the group chat function was created, everyone with a smartphone joined a group chat, continuously praising Chui Yi. In no time, 200 people had joined the group chat, all with real names. These were the first batch of customers with smartphones. In this world, the Penguin account not only allows chatting, but also transporting various items. Such features have completely changed these people's perspectives. At this moment, Fu Wanli saw Chui Yi completely ignoring him, and he was baffled. He thought Chui Yi was scared, but he would never have imagined that Chui Yi had just accepted a task. Moreover, it was a task that could change his life. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of activating the smartphone Penguin Chat software. Reward, hatching skill. After completing the task, Chui Yi glanced at the still staring Fu Wanli. Need something? Fu Wanli was dumbfounded. He never expected that just moments ago, the escort agency he had worked so hard to establish had become worthless. Big boss. From a distance, Chening Hao, Wen Han, and Zhao Hongfang saw Chui Yi's eyes shining and hurried over, surrounding him like little dogs. Big boss, you are here, what a coincidence. Fu Wanli stood there in a daze. Wasn't he this the son of the auction house owner, Qining Hao? The son of the richest man in the Aolong continent? Xi Wenhan, the grandson of the appraisal master, Zhao Hongfang? And now they had turned into sycophants? Big boss. The Inner Door disciples are preparing to have dinner with our genius class tonight. This is an annual custom to help us genius class students better understand the advantages of the Inner Door and strengthen our beliefs. How about we go together tonight? Qining Hao invited Cui Yi, bowing and scraping. This dinner was a form of motivation and encouragement, to put it bluntly. It was just a gathering for the Inner Door disciples of Aolong Academy to show off to the genius class. Every year there would be such a display to remind the genius class students not to be arrogant and to know their place. No need. Cui Yi said and turned to leave. Big boss, we will notify you in the group and send the location. See you tonight. Xi Wenhan waved goodbye quickly, willing to be a sycophant in the face of strength. After all, not everyone can be such a sycophant. One must also ask if they have the qualification. Am I dreaming? Fu Wanli stood there, stunned, rubbing his eyes hard. These three were well-known rich young masters in the Aolong continent, and now they had changed their faces. Hey, Fu Wanli, you really have a low opinion of others. Oh, Qining Hao patted the dazed Fu Wanli, shaking his head and sighing, leaving Fu Wanli completely confused. Qining Hao also felt a bit awkward. He had once looked down on others, but now he wouldn't. He would be a good sycophant. You, take care of yourself. Xi Wenhan looked at Fu Wanli with sympathy, shaking his head and sighing. This guy could have picked anyone to mess with, but chose to mess with this big boss. As the saying goes, ugly people often do strange things, which is precisely the case. Zhao Hongfang did not say anything more. Usually, these three were arrogant and overbearing. But now they had completely changed their demeanor, leading Fu Wanli to seriously suspect they had taken the wrong medicine. Fu Wanli opened the envelope, and a voice came out. Chapter 35, Aolong Academy Gathering, Blue Star Shopping Software. Boss, we are unemployed now. A new treasure called a smartphone has appeared. It can not only send messages, but also transport items, and has many magical functions. You better fend for yourself. The white dove finally turned into starlight and dispersed with the wind. At this moment, Fu Wanli finally realized the smartphone in Cui Ye's hand. It couldn't be this coincidental, right? Fu Wanli was sweating profusely, choking a bit, staring at Cui Ye's disappearing back, and taking a deep breath. Ding dong. System, do you want to activate the hatching skill? Cui Yi clicked yes, and suddenly a flame engulfed the spirit beast egg, radiating brilliant light. As the flame slowly spread its wings. It was indeed true, it was a phoenix. The flame slowly spread its wings, and a colorful phoenix appeared before Cui Yi. Identification, Phoenix, Light System, Level Spirit Beast. Attack, 100000. Defense, 100000. Speed, 100000. Luck, 100000. The male is Feng of the Wind System. The female is Huang of the Light System. The Phoenix can merge into equipment, the Phoenix Wheel, possessing flight, flame, and light attributes. After identifying, Cui Yi found that this little creature was a female. The adult Phoenix is quite tall, about 6 to 10 feet, with a slender neck, a raised back, a beak like a chicken, a jaw like a swallow, patterned feathers, and a tail that forks like a fish. Legend has it that the Phoenix attracts many birds to follow, meaning the Phoenix is the king of birds. This Phoenix, though small and seemingly like a wild chicken, would not deceive with its identification results. Just what I need are experience pills. Why not level it up first? Cui Yi upgraded Huang to level 1000, instantly transforming it into an adult Phoenix, majestic and imposing. Flames enveloped its entire body. This flame came from life, and one could feel endless spiritual power surging into the body upon getting close. Too flashy. You better go into the Chinkoan bag. Huang let out a cry, seemingly unwilling to enter the Chinkoan bag. Just as Cui Yi was pondering, the phone emitted a notification sound. The Aolong Academy's penguin group appeared on the phone at an unknown time. Someone was notifying everyone, and Cui Yi opened the penguin group to check the situation. In the genius class's penguin group, Inner Door disciple He Tianming was notifying everyone. He was one of the administrators and naturally had the right to inform everyone. He Tianming, junior brothers and sisters, tomorrow is the day of the Inner Door disciple selection. Before that, we need to celebrate. And everyone is required to communicate with the Inner Door disciples according to the Academy's past practices. Song Fugui, that's right. Congratulations to everyone for entering the genius class in advance. This year is different from previous years. The competition questions are also different. Before the exam, everyone should relax. I also performed exceptionally well to enter the Inner Door, and I believe junior brothers and sisters can too. Qining Hao. Indeed, Brother Song is impressive. We will definitely work hard. It's really uplifting to see all the senior brothers tonight. Zhao Hongfang. Agreed. Xi Wenhan. I'm really excited to go to the Inner Door for the first time. I will definitely participate. Fu Wanli, by Mei Wei, are you joining? Bai Mei Wei is recognized as a genius girl among the male students of the genius class. Her initial test scores were average, but she unexpectedly made rapid progress later. She looks pure and cute, standing at 165 meters tall, charming many disciples. Especially after awakening her spirit, the phantom bird, she became increasingly beautiful. Eventually recognized as the most beautiful academic achiever by everyone. Fu Wanli voiced the thoughts of all the boys. Upon getting the news, he bought a smartphone at all costs. Just for this moment. Bai Mei Wei, Cui Yi, are you going? He Tianming saw Bai Mei Wei and Cui Yi, and he immediately felt a surge of jealousy. Originally, as an outstanding disciple of the inner door, he was among the first to know about Bai Mei Wei, especially when she tamed the fire spirit bird, which made him develop feelings for her. In his eyes, he had already regarded Bai Mei Wei as his girlfriend. As for Cui Yi, he chose to selectively ignore him. Having only heard that there was a cocky guy in the outer doors genius class who directly participated in the inner door selection. In his view, this guy was just all talk. He Tianming, Cui Yi, are you the one who tested at level 1? Song Fugong, with such results. Entering the genius class is really just luck. It will be difficult to enter the inner door of Aolong Academy. Cui Yi remained unfazed, indifferent, and selectively ignored them. Meng Wanting, Cui Yi, are you coming tonight? When everyone saw Meng Wanting speaking, they were astonished again. Two major beauties asked Cui Yi at the same time. And since Meng Wanting's family was annihilated, seemingly related to Cui Yi, yet she actively asked him now, it was truly perplexing. Damn, isn't this just inviting hatred? Cui Yi muttered while looking at his phone. Although he wasn't afraid of anyone, he found it troublesome. After all, the inner door disciples of Aolong Academy were incredibly powerful. Without the help of spirit beasts, he might not be able to defeat them with his current abilities. After all, he had allocated all his points to defense because he was afraid of pain back then. It was estimated that even without using the invincible Diamond King body, it would be hard for those people to hurt him now. He Tianming, when I joined the genius class back then, I was first. I have never encountered an opponent. He Tianming didn't he forget to boast about himself, especially since Cui Yi was the last one to enter the genius class, making him seem like a total loser in comparison. If Cui Yi attended the gathering, He Tianming would probably show off again. After all, this was the difference between first and last. Ding dong. System. Daily task. Attend the Aolong Academy gathering. Option 1. The host attends the Aolong Academy gathering. Reward. Smartphone mall. Option 2. The host refuses to attend the Aolong Academy gathering and will receive the title of Turtle King. Note 1. The smartphone mall can auction any goods, and online exchange for equivalent goods using life coins will not deduct other fees. Note 2. The mall can obtain all the information of the buyer, and it will not be leaked. Please rest assured. Host. With such options, there was no need for further consideration. Cui Yi. Option 1. Ding dong. System. Processing rewards. Smartphone mall online. Please name it. Host. Cui Yi. Tao Duo. Cui Yi had already thought of this name. It was a commonly used shopping app on Blue Star. This time, he also wanted to experience what it felt like to be a big shot. Chapter 36. Upgrading while eating. Ding dong. System. The mobile shopping platform Tao Duo is officially online. The host can operate randomly, and the system has activated the hosting mode with AI customer service. Cui Yi suddenly felt a flood of information pouring into his mind, all of it being the data of smartphone users. Moments later, Cui Yi already understood the conversations between these people without needing to look at the information. The system is awesome. Truly a system. The main line of Beast Taming tasks. Daily life is either showing off or on the way to showing off. After receiving the rewards, Cui Yi's mind flashed with all the information in the group. The little thoughts behind this information naturally could not escape Cui Yi's eyes, or rather, everyone knew it well. After all, the students of the genius class and the inner door disciples were very smart, but unfortunately, they were all within Cui Yi's sight. He Tianming was a well-known rich second generation at Aolong Academy, and at just 28 years old, he was one of the most likely disciples to become a spirit deity at level 2999. He was generous and also the senior brother of the inner door disciples. Everyone was willing to stay silent and watch the show or just help He Tianming step on Cui Yi. After all, no one dared to offend such a genius. Cui Yi. By Mei Wei, count me in. He Tianming. Cui Yi. What level are you at now? Cui Yi. He Tianming. Naturally far behind brother. May I ask what level brother is? Cui Yi knowingly asked to create a stage for He Tianming to show off. Since Cui Yi had already set up the stage, how could He Tianming let it go? He Tianming me? Haha, I'm currently at level 2999. Just one level away from Spirit Emperor 30 stars. He Tianming. What about you, sister by Mei Wei? Seeing He Tianming's chat message, Cui Yi almost laughed out loud. Is he starting to show off already? Spirit Emperor 29 stars is already showing off. Not to mention that Chui Yi was already at Spirit Emperor 10 stars. Even if he just stood there for the other party to hit, with 100,000 points of defense, it would be very hard to hurt him. Moreover, there was a full 12-year age difference between the two, with Chui Yi's speed. He would probably have surpassed Spirit Emperor 29 stars by the time he reached He Tianming's age. How many Spirit Masters would have so many Spirit Beasts? And any one of them would have a higher level than them. By Meiyue, Chui Yi, see you tonight. By Meiyue directly ignored He Tianming, which made He Tianming even more furious. Clearly, his strength was stronger than Chui Yi's, and he was obviously the most outstanding inner door disciple of Aolong Academy. While Chui Yi was just a nobody, right? Why were the two major goddesses more concerned about Chui Yi? Thinking of this, He Tianming immediately chatted privately with his lackeys. He was preparing to give Chui Yi a warning tonight to severely crush him. They didn't know that all the information had been seen by Chui Yi. Chui Yi didn't care at all. After all, if a dog bites you, you can't bite back. Moments later, He Tianming, tomorrow. Everyone can leave their spirit beasts at the Aolong Academy's inner courtyard, the Wanjing Garden. It has rare herbs suitable for everyone's spirit beasts to cultivate. Zhao Hongfang, is it free? He Tianming, yes. He Tianming generously invited the students of the genius class to bring their spirit beasts over. The Wanjing Garden is the fairy herb garden of the inner door of Aolong Academy, planting various rare herbs. It is a paradise for spirit beasts. Chui Yi looked at the phoenix, the corners of his mouth lifting. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed, and most importantly, it was free. Who doesn't like free treasures? At this moment, He Tianming suddenly shivered, and his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, secretly cursing, damn it. Chui Yi took a short rest and woke up, already in the evening. A message from Chun Yinghao flashed through his mind. Chun Yinghao, big shot. We'll see you tonight. Here is the location. Chui Yi. Okay. Usually, the main gate of the inner courtyard of Aolong Academy is tightly closed. But on this day, it was open for the students of the genius class to enter freely. Hello, I am the guardian spirit of Aolong Academy. May I ask where you want to go? I'll guide you. The guardian spirit of Aolong Academy is a guiding spirit beast. They have excellent memory and can recognize all the students of Aolong Academy. Seeing Chui Yi, they proactively came to help. Wanjing Garden. All right. The guardian spirit led Chui Yi to the Wanjing Herb Garden, where the spiritual energy was abundant and fragrant. As far as the eye could see, there were rare herbs in various colors. Chui Yi arrived relatively late and did not see any familiar faces. Free? Very good. Chui Yi summoned his army of spirit beasts. And over 10,000 spirit beasts instantly occupied a large area. Pai-da-hu, this is up to you. Feel free to eat whatever you want here, it's free. After giving his instructions, Chui Yi followed his guardian spirit to the cafeteria of Aolong Academy's inner gate. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host. The spirit beasts have gained experience points. Fire Dragon King Ant. The host gains 10,000 experience points. Spirit Beast level 3,000. Bisia. The host gains 10,000 experience points. Spirit Beast level 10, 500. Huang. The host gains 10,000 experience points. Spirit Beast level 2,000. Note: the experience points gained by Spirit Beasts will convert 1/10 into the host's own experience. Hint: the current host level is Spirit Emperor 39 stars, level 1, 999. Along the way, the system continuously reported the experience points, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached level 1, 999. This feeling of winning effortlessly was truly exhilarating. Chui Yi entered the cafeteria of Aolong Academy, having learned relevant information through a penguin. This time there were a total of 108 people attending the academy gathering. These individuals were all top scholars of Aolong Academy, each possessing exceptional strength. Chui Yi glanced around the cafeteria. Almost everyone was present. At the head table sat He Tianming. Beside him the bald and chubby Song Fugong. On his right sat the thin Du Fuhao, and others were arranged in a circle, with Li Junjun, the only girl, sitting across from Zhang Xiaoya. When everyone saw Chui Yi, they were momentarily stunned. They had never seen such a handsome boy. Although he had no expression, he wasn't aloof, but rather exuded a mysterious charm that made people want to draw closer. Chui Yi, you're so late. Bai Meiyue took the initiative to greet Chui Yi, which made all the male attendees uneasy. As a goddess like Bai Meiyue was a dream for every boy. Chui Yi, please sit here. I've saved a seat for you. Meng Wanting pointed to the seat next to her, the only one left, conveniently between her and Bai Meiyue. Everyone's gaze turned to the empty seat, which had apparently been reserved. Okay, Chui Yi replied calmly, showing no signs of emotion, while everyone else was filled with extreme jealousy. Chui Yi, what level are you now? Chapter 37, trying to show off but being backfired. He Tianming wanted to take a jab at Chui Yi. In his eyes, Chui Yi was just a pretty face. good-looking but useless. His appearance was too eye-catching, and he was already secretly displeased, especially with Mei Wei sitting next to him, trying to stifle her laughter. Not worth mentioning. Young man, take it slow. There will still be opportunities. After all, not everyone is a genius. He Tianming felt that Cui Yi must be too embarrassed to reveal his level. After all, in front of a top scholar like him, no one dared to be arrogant. This was his home ground. Although Cui Yi was only of average talent, sometimes one couldn't just rely on luck. Song Fugong quickly chimed in. Having agreed last night that they couldn't give Cui Yi any face today, everyone was smart enough to understand that Cui Yi had been targeted, but as outer disciples, they couldn't speak out. I wonder where Mei Wei got that fire spirit bird. He Tianming found a topic, but he was also very curious about the fire spirit bird. As it wasn't an ordinary spirit beast, if possible, he would also want to catch one. Thanks to Cui Yi. Thank you for the fire spirit bird you sent me last time. Mei Wei turned to look at Cui Yi, who was focused on eating. He Tianming felt his face burn with embarrassment, feeling like he couldn't escape from Cui Yi. The most important thing was that a spirit beast of such level. And this kid just gave it away so easily? Was he really that generous when it came to chasing girls? Their eyes towards Cui Yi changed. You're welcome. Cui Yi continued to eat, indifferent to their words. Ahem, by the way, this smartphone is truly a great invention. Not only does it have various maps, but it can also communicate. Everyone here must have worked hard to get one, right? I wonder who invented this thing. It's too amazing. Seeing that Cui Yi didn't have a smartphone, Song Fugong thought he didn't own one. After all the students with smartphones had placed them on the table, and a few would borrow or rent other smartphones. Those without phones felt inferior, only able to envy others. That's right, it's so useful. By the way, Cui Yi, where did you get your smartphone? Can you sell a few more? Chen Hao excitedly looked at Cui Yi, who was still focused on his meal, before finally hearing Cui Yi nod in response. This action seemed to be a blow to He Tianming, as well as Song Fugong. Recently, hot topics were all related to this kid. Even the smartphone was auctioned by him. Thinking of this, the inner disciples of Aolong Academy fell into deep thought, and the dining table fell unusually quiet for a moment. What spirit beast does everyone have? I have a level spirit beast, the Flame Emperor Monkey, currently at level 1,000, compared to Brother He's spirit beast, the 2,000 level Underworld Tiger. Sigh, that's still quite far from Brother He. Brother Du's Great Power Diamond Bull seems to be at level 1,888 too. And Li Junjun suddenly spoke up, seemingly introducing spirit beasts, but in reality, he was showing off their strength. Listening to his introductions, the younger students were filled with envy, and He Tianming's expression finally softened. Speaking of spirit beasts, Cui Yi, your Paida who really shocked me. Does it eat over 10,000 pieces of equipment every meal? Shi Wenhan looked at Cui Yi and mentioned what he had seen at the auction house. Although it was an unintentional remark, it left everyone present dumbfounded, especially He Tianming, who felt that his face was like dog poop thrown on the ground, stepped on without anyone caring. Everything seemed to revolve around Cui Yi. And this kid even tamed Paidahu. How could that be possible? Paidahu was a level spirit beast. No one knew its level, after all. Such spirit beasts could only be observed from a distance. Trying to tame one would be like hitting a rock with an egg, and besides, this creature had a huge appetite. Ordinary people couldn't feed it. Even the outer gate dean, Tu Feiguang, could only give it a bit of food to keep it from starving. Everyone quieted down. The inner disciples, who had intended to show off, had now become stepping stones for others, being slapped in the face throughout. Cui Yi had hardly spoken from the beginning, focusing only on his meal, as if the real enemy was the food on the table. I'm full. Cui Yi's 3 words broke the awkward atmosphere, and all eyes turned to him. Cui Yi wiped his mouth and patted his belly in satisfaction. Thank you for the hospitality. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Cui Yi stood up and turned to leave, leaving a group of people staring at his departing figure. Everyone had their own thoughts, seriously suspecting that Cui Yi must have been sent by heaven to mess with them. Otherwise, how could every hot topic casually mentioned be related to him? Trying to show off, but being backfired. He seemed to be unconcerned, only focused on his meal. Turning around, they saw that the food on the table had been completely cleared, and they couldn't believe where this kid had put all that food. His appetite was astonishing. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward. Smartphone mall. The host can sell products. Cui Yi remembered Shi Wenhan mentioning smartphones. So he listed 100 phones to try it out, and immediately 100 smartphones appeared for sale in the mall, while other pages remained blank. Ding. Suddenly, everyone's smartphones rang. Shi Wenhan saw the smartphones in the mall, which had just been listed, and his eyes lit up. Other students, not to be outdone, scrambled to grab them. Finally, even He Tianming and Song Fugong couldn't hold back their faces and joined in the frenzy. After all, there were only 100 of these treasures available. And getting one meant a profit. I got 1. I got 4. Great, the boss really is the boss with such quick execution. The originally planned dinner turned into a mobile phone shopping frenzy with a cacophony of noise. The students who managed to grab one were ecstatic, while those who missed out shook their heads and sighed, as if they had lost billions. After finishing his operations, Chui arrived at the Wanling Garden. The scene before him was unbelievable. It was still the Wanling Garden he had seen before. All the rare herbs had been swept away, leaving only a patch of green. The spiritual beasts like Pai Da who lay contentedly on the grass, still wanting more. His level had reached an astonishing 3,000, with 30 stars as a spirit emperor. This trip had not been in vain. He just wondered what expressions He Tianming and the others would have upon seeing the current Wanling Garden. Chapter 38. Showing off too much, everything becomes a fleeting cloud. The rare herbs growing in Wanling Garden are over 10,000 years old, and spiritual beasts can cultivate here very quickly. No doubt, the inner academy of Aolong Academy is truly elite, surpassing even the headmaster, as cultivation relies solely on personal ability. Today was just too exciting. The students of the genius class were chattering, especially thinking about going to Wanling Garden, their eyes shining. After all, these were 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Such spiritual herbs are extremely rare in the market, and some are even priced but unavailable. The rare opportunity today made them ecstatic. There's no need to say more. Our inner academy's Wanling Herb Garden is vibrant with colors all year round, with a charming landscape, and just one spiritual herb can increase experience points by 10,000. Song Fuguang introduced as he walked, finally feeling proud now that Chui Yi wasn't he around. That's right, a single spiritual herb takes over 10,000 years to grow, making it particularly precious. Today, Senior He Tianming made an exception to let your spiritual beasts cultivate here, to help you achieve better results tomorrow. As Song Fuguang spoke about this place, his voice grew louder, fearing those behind him couldn't hear. Everyone was filled with anticipation, their eyes bright, until they saw the expanse of green before them. Senior, this is... Chen Yinghao pointed at the green expanse, rubbing his eyes hard. Where were the colorful, seasonal, 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs that were just promised? Now, as far as the eye could see, it was nothing but green. He Tianming claimed that most of the students in the genius class did not have spiritual beasts, which is why he suggested they bring them over, to save face. Now, it was all gone, leaving only a sea of green with not a single spiritual herb left. How could this happen? Just a moment ago, He Tianming was still boasting, and the next second, he collapsed to the ground. Originally, he was just responsible for managing this area, but now, because he had shown off too much, everything had turned into a fleeting cloud. He couldn't explain this to the senior brothers and sisters who were in seclusion. Is it all gone? Song Fuguang trembled. Completely different from just now. If it were just 100 or so spiritual herbs missing, it wouldn't be so bad, but now it was utterly bare. The senior brothers and sisters in seclusion were not to be trifled with. They could wipe them out in no time. Who did this? He Tianming seemed like a mad dog, shouting angrily to the sky. The students of the genius class didn't dare to breathe, even though it was agreed to help them cultivate. But now, look at this. He Tianming had turned into a mad dog, which was truly baffling. Yet no one dared to speak up. Guardian Spirit. An outer door student came here. The Guardian Spirit suddenly appeared before He Tianming. Chui Yi. He Tianming had a hunch. After all, he was the only one who had left early. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red, a trace of murderous intent flashing by. It's all your fault, you group of outer door disciples. He Tianming was blinded by rage. Without a second thought, powerful lightning surrounded his body. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, all the students of the genius class were struck by lightning, covered in injuries. Get the hell out. He Tianming roared, and the students of the genius class were scared and fled, fearing that if they were late, they would turn to ash. Looking into the distance, the lightning flashed, his brows furrowing slightly. This person wanted to show off but lacked the means to do so. How petty. The voice of the Azure Dragon suddenly emerged. But Chui Yi didn't care. After all, the Wanling Garden had already been consumed by his spiritual beasts. Did he need to regurgitate it? Moreover, being impressive wasn't something he forced upon these people. They should pay some price. Chui Yi covered his ears with cotton to avoid being disturbed by the deafening thunder outside. Ding dong. System. Daily task. Become an inner door disciple of Aolong Academy. Option 2. Use a level spirit beast to achieve victory. Reward. Title of Bully the Week. Note 1. Any skills acquired will be transmitted to the host without the need for time to learn. Note 2. Skills take effect immediately. No need for repeated practice. Was there even a choice? Chui Yi chose option 1. The weakest spirit beast he had on hand was the rare level 6-tailed fox, which had a strength of 1,000. The next day, at the Aolong Academy Inner Door Disciple Selection Arena, hundreds of students from the genius class had already arrived at the competition venue, still haunted by last night's events. After all, Chui Yi offending the inner door disciples like He Tianming had become the biggest news. I was scared to death yesterday. I thought I was going to die. Sigh. How could Chui Yi digest all the 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the time of a meal? Isn't he afraid of bursting? Keep it down. These people are not someone we can mess with. To me, they are all monsters among geniuses. As soon as Chui Yi stepped onto the competition field, he heard the students discussing what happened last night. At this moment, the headmaster of Aolong Academy, Tu Feiguang, Ao Boi, Chu Jingshan, and Xie Yanan had all arrived at the competition venue. They had also heard about last night's events, but the inner door was not under their jurisdiction, and the strength of these individuals was unfathomable. They could only silently pray that Chui Yi would get through this crisis. Standing at the inner door were He Tianming and others, forcibly suppressing their anger, as today was the selection day for the inner door. They still needed to consider the big picture. He had long since informed the senior brothers and sisters about Chui Yi destroying the Wanling Garden, keeping everything bottled up. In his view, Chui Yi was like a duck that was almost in his mouth, unable to escape. Chui Yi, you should run. Bai Meiwei cautiously said as she walked to Chui Yi's side. Run? No need. Chui Yi remained calm, gazing steadily at the competition field. He understood He Tianming better than anyone else. This person liked to boast, but didn't he like to take responsibility? Today is the time to test the talented students of Aolong Academy. We have 7 inner door disciples, all of whom have reached the Spirit Emperor level. They are the pride of Aolong Academy and the pride of Aolong Continent. Today, we will find the most outstanding among you. Who has the qualifications to join the inner door disciples will depend on your strength. Tu Feiguang opened his arms, and the elite students of Aolong Academy were filled with passion. Now the first test is to measure your spiritual power. Tu Feiguang pointed to a 1-meter-wide crystal ball behind him. This is the celestial spirit pearl, obtained by our ancestor after defeating the demon emperor. It is said to seal the ancient demon race, the devouring dog, and can accurately test each person's spiritual power. Now, let the testing begin. Everyone line up. The hundreds of students from the genius class walked onto the competition field and lined up to begin testing. Chui Yi was the last to walk, while the students in front were discussing. Chapter 39. One punch to take down one of the demon kings, the devouring dog. Last year was the same process, Sai? It's just a formality. Who can have such strength? You must be dreaming. This is the demon emperor's spirit pearl. It can store spiritual power. How could it easily explode? Haha, I was just joking. The students of the genius class began testing. A third of the students in front had already been eliminated. Seeing that there were no good seedlings, Tu Feiguang shook his head and sighed. It was Bai Meiyue's turn. She felt a bit nervous and slowly extended her hand. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone, and an astonishing 999 appeared on the spiritual power ball. The price was stunned. Such a spiritual power value had already reached level 200 or above for a spirit emperor, which was completely like cheating rather than leveling up. Tu Feiguang nodded in satisfaction, finally seeing a good seedling. It seemed that there were still a couple of good seedlings this year. Tu Feiguang's gaze turned to Chui Yi, curious about this kid's strength outside of his realm. That was uncertain. Xie Yanan smiled proudly as Xie Wanning walked up to the testing platform to begin her test. A brilliant light shone, and an astonishing 1,000 points appeared in the spiritual ball, her strength slightly stronger than Bai Meiyue's. Not bad, not bad. Tu Feiguang nodded repeatedly. Finally, Chui Yi stood in front of the spiritual ball. He hesitated. After a night of digestion, these spirit beasts had all broken through, and he had reached an astonishing level of 9,999, just one step away from becoming a spirit god. He worried that such power injected into the spiritual ball might be too dangerous, and thought it was better to keep a low profile. Just a tiny fraction of spiritual power would be enough. Chui Yi began to inject spiritual power, and a brilliant light shone. Chui Yi, what the hell, what's going on? This thing even has a forced spiritual power absorption? Chui Yi wanted to keep a low profile, forcibly controlling the spiritual power and injecting 1/10,000,000th of a point. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted with a roar, and the spiritual ball exploded, sending powerful spiritual waves that knocked students back dozens of meters before they stopped. Is it broken? Seeing this scene, the students were dumbfounded. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in 1,000 years. The students who had just said it would explode quickly covered their mouths, suddenly feeling as if their mouths had been blessed. It was too miraculous. Haha, finally saved. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, a gigantic black dog appeared before everyone. The devouring dog. Tu Feiguang was bewildered. This was one of the demon kings of the demon realm, the devouring dog. The terrifying power seemed capable of swallowing the entire Aolong continent. How could this be? He Tianming was taken aback. In front of the devouring dog, his strength couldn't even compete with 1/10,000th of it. The founding ancestor of Aolong Academy could only exhaust his life to seal it, and now, due to a spiritual power test, it had been released. Not good. Everyone run. I'm here. He Tianming felt it was time to show off. Perhaps he would become the second hero. His figure flashed, and he was already beside the devouring dog. Powerful lightning descending from the sky as if he were wearing thunder armor flying in the air. Lightning slash. He Tianming shouted loudly, sending out continuous lightning slashes that struck the devouring dog. The devouring dog opened its mouth and instantly devoured it, still unsatisfied. This bit of spiritual power isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. The devouring dog glanced at He Tianming with disdain. Cui Yi walked up to the devouring dog casually. Are you still trying to be reckless? The devouring dog coldly snorted at Cui Yi. Hey, you disrupted my system task. Cui Yi's eyes were icy, and the devouring dog was momentarily stunned. Time seemed to stop. Everyone halted and curiously looked at Cui Yi. They seriously suspected this kid had water in his head. This was the devouring dog. Even the founders of the Oolong continent couldn't do anything against it. And he actually sought death, saying something about a task? You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Since you're here, become my food. As soon as the words fell, the devouring dog opened its bloody maw and charged at Cui Yi. Humph, interesting. Cui Yi remained unfazed, performing a splendid turn and kicking out. The skill 3 seconds of Overlord Body suddenly activated. With one kick, the devouring dog fell to the ground, rolling and howling in pain. Shut up. Cui Yi clenched his fist and struck the devouring dog's head. Boom. With a loud roar, the devouring dog vanished, its power penetrating through the mountain, leaving only a bottomless pit. What the hell? How is this possible? He Tianming nearly choked. What kind of background does this kid have to be so powerful? It was a good thing he didn't seek trouble with him last night. Otherwise, today's outcome would be unimaginable. The devouring dog instantly transformed into experience points. But the experience required to level up to a spirit god was still too much. This still wouldn't allow him to upgrade to that level. Cui Yi didn't care much. Not expecting to level up just because of a little dog. Trouble. Cui Yi looked at the students without changing his expression, and at this moment, everyone's gaze towards him had changed. Some were respectful, some were doubtful, but more were filled with fear. After all, such strength was even greater than that of the ancestors. He had taken down one of the demon kings, the devouring dog, with just one punch. Hey, classmate, you wouldn't be the reincarnation of an ancestor, would you? Song Fugong cautiously approached Cui Yi and asked, knowing it wouldn't help. After saying that, Cui Yi activated the Dream Eater skill, and everyone fell asleep. It was just like a nightmare. When they woke up, everything had changed. It seemed like the spiritual ball had just broken its seal and transformed into the devouring dog, drilling into the bottomless pit underground. It had passed from the mountain peak to underground, whereabouts unknown. Had the demon emperor's devouring dog escaped just now? This is troublesome. Tu Feiguang looked at the bottomless pit and sighed deeply. How strange. Why didn't this dog attack us? Chu Jingshan asked in confusion. Maybe it ran out of spiritual power. At this moment, He Tianming felt dizzy, as if his body had been drained, and he collapsed to the ground, fainting. Senior He Tianming has fainted. Zhang Xiaoya hurriedly checked He Tianming's pulse. Strange. How could his spiritual power be drained? There's no major issue, just too weak. Zhang Xiaoya showed a puzzled expression, but still couldn't find the reason for He Tianming's sudden loss of spiritual power. Just a moment ago he was fine. But in the blink of an eye, Senior He Tianming had become like this. There was a vague feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint it. Zhang Xiaoya was Xie Yanan's daughter and also a member of the Inner Disciples, skilled in healing arts. Hearing what Zhang Xiaoya said, everyone felt relieved. Let's help Tianming down to rest. We will continue our testing. Tu Feiguang instructed, and Song Fugong and Du Fuhao took He Tianming into the inner door. Due to today's special situation, we can only proceed to the next competition, Spirit Beast Duel. Chapter 40. Don't act cool, or you'll get struck by lightning. In the Spirit Beast Duel, since everyone's strength varied, in order to ensure fairness and safety, the Spirit Beasts cannot exceed their level. In this competition, participants can choose to challenge any number of Spirit Beasts, and the one who defeats the most will win. Tu Feiguang briefly introduced, and the students exchanged glances. For them, Spirit Beasts were already quite rare. After all, with limited strength, it was impossible to venture deep into the Spirit Beast continent, let alone capturing high-level Spirit Beasts. Most of the outer areas of the Spirit Beast continent were still common low-level Spirit Beasts that had not yet evolved, and there were not many rare Spirit Beasts either. Most students had to rely on auction houses or ask adventure guilds to help capture the Spirit Beasts they wanted, which naturally required a lot of lifespan coins. A normal low-level Spirit Beast started at 10,000 lifespan coins, while high-level Spirit Beasts required dozens or even hundreds to obtain. The Spirit Beasts Cui Yi obtained were something he couldn't even imagine. Just the cost for cultivation and evolution could amount to thousands of Spirit Beasts combined. In simple terms, such high-level Spirit Beasts were very special, As long as you had money, it was fine, but no one could afford to raise them. Even the top rich and martial students of the Aolong continent wouldn't dare to boast about raising such spirit beasts. Therefore, the pie tiger only became a precious species like the giant panda and blue star, merely something to admire. This time, when it came to high-level spirit beasts, it was also considering that Chui Yi had the pie tiger and was afraid of injuring his classmates, even more so afraid of destroying half of the spirit beast continent. How many spirit beasts do you want to challenge? Please sign up now. Tu Feiguang gently waved his hand, and a small black bowl flew into the air, instantly transforming into a boundary that enveloped all the students inside, as he was also afraid of hurting innocents and damaging property. Chui Yi, I want to challenge you. Ao Longtian suddenly stood up, holding a top-grade sealing spirit ball, and powerful spiritual energy instantly surrounded the sealing spirit ball. Chui Yi had already become his enemy, and seeing this kid made him particularly angry, especially since he still remembered how he had ruined his attempt to subdue the nine-tailed fox last time. Ao Longtian's background was well known. The entire Ao Long Academy could be said to belong to their dragon family, rumored to possess the dark attribute-level black water Xian snake. As the strongest background of Ao Long Academy, he was the first to stand up, aiming to set an example and make these people understand who the real boss was. Good job, boss. Show this kid what you're made of. This kid really doesn't know his place. How dare he oppose our boss? He must be tired of living. Kid, just kneel down and beg for mercy. Call out Grandpa a few times, and maybe our boss will be in a good mood and spare you. The sycophants of Long Outyin shouted continuously, afraid that Long Outyin wouldn't hear their voices. These people had truly refined the art of flattery, and Chui Yi couldn't help but admire them. You all go together. Chui Yi's voice was cold, his expression unchanged, and this action completely enraged all the students participating in the competition. After all, they were all talented students from the genius class. How could they tolerate a student like Chui Yi provoking them? They all threw out their sealing spirit balls, and in an instant, hundreds of spirit beasts appeared on the competition stage. Thunder Tiger, Mischievous Cat, Tiny Elephant, Dull Melon, Fire Spirit Monkey. Looking around, each attribute appeared before Chui Yi, and their levels only added up to 1,000. Kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you disrespect our boss? Today, let you know the power of us little masters. We want to let you use spirit beasts of your level. Let us see what kind of spirit beast you can bring to compete. You're just too arrogant. But you need the capital to be arrogant. Chui Yi glanced at the spirit beasts present, which others interpreted as him being scared, each one feeling proud. Are you stunned? Now you know regret, right? If you serve me for a few months, maybe I'll be in a good mood and go a little easier on you. Such delicate skin is really a pity. Too bad you're just a pretty boy. No level spirit beasts? Let us see what you can do. You're just a trash. Just right. Chui Yi's words left everyone present puzzled. Just right? Is he counting? Does he still have the leisure to count? Isn't he scared? The crowd looked at Chui Yi's expression and found no emotion, as if this competition had nothing to do with him. He was merely a spectator. I don't understand what the boss is doing. Regardless, Chui Yi is the pride of our Steel Genius class students. Go for it, boss. On one side were the students who entered the Genius class early, some in their 30s or 40s still not leaving to get closer to the inner disciples, feeling jealous of the younger generation. Meanwhile, the new generation of geniuses was also a bit angry seeing the older generation bully the new students, forming a standoff, with both sides glaring at each other, not finding anyone pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Tu Feiguang, Xia Yanan, Chu Jingshan, and others were also accustomed to this scene. After all, they had to select the most talented monsters from the genius class. Youth is wonderful, full of vitality. Haha, kid. Did you see that? No need for the boss to take action. These people could wipe you out hundreds of times. Long Outyin laughed wildly, even finding a place to sit down, preparing to quietly watch the show. Let us begin. Chui Yi threw out the top-grade sealing spirit ball, radiating brilliant light, and a small six-tailed fox appeared before everyone. Although it was a rare spirit beast, seeing such a spirit beast made these geniuses unable to help but laugh heartily. You can bring out this little thing? Do you see that our spirit beasts are all of a certain level? Don't act tough, or you'll get struck by lightning. Chui Yi took out a rainbow spirit stone necklace from his chinkoan bag and put it on the six-tailed fox. Go. After Chui Yi finished speaking, he also found a comfortable position to sit down, as if he were part of the audience. Watch me. The little six-tailed fox turned to Chui Yi and cutely said 3 words, jumping in front of these people. You little brat, looking for death. Thunder Tiger, lightning strike. Mischievous cat, crazy scratching. Tiny elephant, crush down. A group of spirit beasts simultaneously launched their attacks, but the little six-tailed fox stood still, suddenly. A stone wall rose from the ground to block all attacks. How could this six-tailed fox withstand our full-force strike? Hey, don't worry, watch me. Fire Spirit Monkey. Now is the time to unleash flames. At some point, A Spirit Master's little monkey had dug a hole and run to the back of the little six-tailed fox, suddenly charging out and spraying a ball of fire. Boom! The powerful force instantly struck the little six-tailed fox, creating a cloud of smoke. Now you know our strength, right? Truly, the little monkey is clever. Of course, my little monkey is 1 in 10,000. Everyone thought the match was about to end, but unexpectedly, when the smoke cleared, the little six-tailed fox was unharmed, surrounded by a shield of rainbow light. Is this a mysterious protection? The Spirit Masters were astonished. They couldn't believe the little six-tailed fox had such strong defensive power. What level is this six-tailed fox? Such an attack was ineffective against it. The little six-tailed fox had lost a bit of red from the earlier attack, but the Rainbow Spirit Stone Necklace had the ability of all attributes, so it automatically recovered. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that spirit beasts of the same level had such a huge difference in strength. Oh, who was just bragging? Now you're getting slapped in the face. Can someone analyze what just happened? I don't understand. You wouldn't understand. Did you see the boss give this little six-tailed fox a Rainbow Spirit Stone Necklace at the start of the match? This is a priceless treasure, don't forget it. Remember this point. Chen Yinghao, Shi Wenhan, and Zhao Hongfang could testify to this. The analysis makes sense, love it. At this moment, the three sitting on the side smiled awkwardly. If they had known the boss had such strength, they wouldn't have acted tough in front of him. Now, they had become the laughingstock of the entire academy and could only walk with their heads down, not daring to act tough again. It's my turn. As Cui Yi's voice fell, the little six-tailed fox howled at the sky, and a powerful force instantly enveloped it, 7 rainbow spaces appearing simultaneously, with the Rainbow Spirit Stone Necklace around its neck emitting dazzling light. Boom! 7 different powers simultaneously unleashed different attacks. Fireball technique, waterball technique, flying leaf blade, explosive stone fragments, meteor rain, dark ray, and shadow ray. 7 colors quickly formed a rainbow-colored sphere that transformed into a Tai Chi 8 trigrams and blasted out. Boom! A loud rumble echoed, smoke billowing, and suddenly all the spirit beasts fainted. If it weren't for Cui Yi holding back, these spirit beasts would have all turned into experience points. Unfortunately, the little six-tailed fox was already at full level, so this experience was useless. Otherwise, it would have been a one-hit kill, and besides, Cui Yi truly looked down on the levels of these little spirit beasts. Too strong. At this moment, Fu Wanli truly realized Cui Yi's power. He wished he could find a hole to burrow into. Where did he get the courage to act tough in front of such a big shot? It was really embarrassing. Trash. Long Outyin suddenly stood up, furious. These people are really too garbage. Not a single one could stand, and they all went down with one blow. Hee, are you angry? Did you see young Master Long? His face looks terrible. I analyzed that Long Xiaoya must want to give this kid a warning, but unexpectedly, the big boss is so fierce. Not giving him any face at all. It makes sense. Now only the big boss dares to openly confront the Long family, right? There's a good show to watch. Cui Yi, do you think I don't know what spirit beast you have? Today, I will let you know what a true powerhouse is. Long Outyin knows that Cui Yi's spirit beasts are just level spirit beasts. He doesn't even know when they were tamed. However, he has the Black Water Mysterious Snake, a spirit beast at a staggering level of 9,999. Such strength is even among the best in the inner door of Aolong Academy. Long Outyin threw out the Black Sealing Spirit Ball, a high-level sealing ball specifically for sealing dark attribute spirit beasts. The Long family has invested a lot of effort to tame the Black Water Mysterious Snake, and now he has brought out the Long family's heirloom. This time, he doesn't believe Cui Yi has the ability to escape. Today he will eliminate this thorn in his side. Go, Black Water Mysterious Snake, my treasure. The moment the Black Water Mysterious Snake appeared, a violent wind rose, and dark clouds gathered. 1 second it was daytime, and the next it was pitch black. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen glowing with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness. Wow, is this the Long family's heirloom, the Black Water Mysterious Snake? It's incredibly strong. I have goosebumps. It smells so foul. This little six-tailed fox is doomed. Don't rely on others' might to extinguish your own boss's might, okay? However, according to my analysis, this Black Water Mysterious Snake is at least level 2000. That's equivalent to the level of a Spirit Emperor with 20 stars. If it evolves, it might even reach a higher level. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Long Outyin laughed wildly, with the wind howling and thunder rumbling. The Black Water Mysterious Snake coiled around the entire competition arena, opening its bloody mouth and instantly devouring all the spirit beasts on the field, rapidly increasing its level. No, my spirit beasts. Why did you swallow my spirit beasts? It's over, completely over. The spirit masters who were just arrogant and clinging to Long Outyin's leg instantly collapsed to the ground. They never expected that in just a moment, their spirit beasts would become the Black Water Mysterious Snake's meal. Trash doesn't deserve to live. Let me take revenge for you. Long Outyin spoke with great arrogance, as if he was avenging these people. Chui Yi frowned slightly and activated his identification skill. Ding dong. System, Black Water Mysterious Snake, Dark Attribute. Level 99 Spirit Beast. Skills, Stealth, Deceive. Can hide its own level and strength. Attack, 99999. Defense, 99999. Speed, 99999. Luck, 0. It's hiding its strength. This is troublesome. Chui Yi sighed lightly. At this moment, the little nine-tailed spirit fox is a level 1000 spirit beast. Even if it giganticizes and doubles its strength, it still has no chance of victory against the Black Water Mysterious Snake. This is the gap in levels. No matter how good the talent of the spirit beast, it can only become a meal in front of a powerful spirit beast. The 20-meter-long Black Water Mysterious Snake looked like a small snake in front of the six-tailed fox. Chapter 42. Black Water Mysterious Snake evolves into the nine-headed underworld snake. The Black Water Mysterious Snake roared angrily and opened its bloody mouth to bite the tail of the six-tailed fox. The little six-tailed fox was unwilling to show weakness and bit the tail of the Black Water Mysterious Snake in return. Tooth for tooth. It was not afraid just because the opponent was stronger. Boom. The destructive fangs of the Black Water Mysterious Snake let out a loud roar. The little six-tailed fox let out a miserable cry, mercilessly thrown away, its huge body reverting to its original form, looking pitifully at Chui Yi. Brother, I tried my best. After saying this, the little six-tailed fox fainted, a black poisonous gas appearing on its tail, slowly enveloping its body. Chui Yi picked up the six-tailed fox and suddenly became furious, glaring fiercely at Long Outyin on the opposite side. What the hell is going on? Is the big boss angry? Of course, the six-tailed fox is poisoned. The Black Water Mysterious Snake's poison is incurable, and even he cannot detoxify it. Damn. This is too cruel. I didn't expect Long Outyin to be so bold as to raise such a spirit beast. Brother, you really are foolish. The body of the Black Water Mysterious Snake is as hard as armor. No matter how powerful this little six-tailed fox is, it hasn't evolved. So how could it possibly hurt the Black Water Mysterious Snake? Moreover, I suspect that this Black Water Mysterious Snake has deliberately concealed its strength. It has already broken through but hasn't evolved into the nine-headed underworld snake. This is simply cheating. This little six-tailed fox is so pitiful. At this moment, Long Outyin finally saw the change in Chui Yi's expression and laughed maniacally. Kid, this is the consequence of offending me. You will never surpass me. Long Outyin stood beside the Black Water Mysterious Snake, feeling incredibly small, as lightning streaked across his face, looking like a demon descending, sending chills down people's spines. Is that so? Chui Yi's voice was cold as he suddenly threw out a top-grade ceiling spirit ball, two powerful forces instantly sweeping across the entire competition arena. The nine-tailed demon fox and the nine-tailed white fox appeared simultaneously, and at this moment, both nine-tailed foxes already knew what had happened. My proud son. The nine-tailed white fox calmly glanced at the six-tailed fox, a trace of sadness flashing in its eyes, then immediately became fierce. Father will help you take revenge. At this moment, the nine-tailed white fox looked like a huge mountain to lean on, the greatness of a father's love making people feel somewhat distressed. Although it said little, a single glance explained everything about how it loved its child. How dare you harm my child? The nine-tailed demon fox also stepped forward, in her eyes. The six-tailed fox had already become her child. The originally happy family was now to be torn apart. She was unwilling. Men's affairs, women should not interfere. The nine-tailed white fox glanced at the nine-tailed demon fox. At this moment, the nine-tailed demon fox, with tears in her eyes, still understood this was a responsibility of a father, even if he was just an ordinary nine-tailed white fox. His stubbornness was more terrifying than that of a mutated nine-tailed fox. So touching, a father's love is as strong as a mountain. These two spirit beasts must be the parents of the little six-tailed fox. Damn Black Water Mysterious Snake. Spirit beasts are also life. Defeat the Black Water Mysterious Snake and avenge the little six-tailed fox. Everyone became agitated. The students who had been supporting Long Outyin were now standing by the six-tailed fox's side. Even if the nine-tailed white fox might not be a match for the Black Water Mysterious Snake, they still held on to a glimmer of hope. You guys. Long Outyin pointed at this group of people, furious. Originally, these people were just his lick-spittles, but now they stood on the opposite side. Thinking of this, he seemed to go mad and roared to the sky. Black Water Mysterious Snake. Eat them. No need to hide your strength. Let them know our power. As soon as Long Outyin's words fell, the Black Water Mysterious Snake roared to the sky. A gust of demonic wind swept through, and a portion of the students still on the competition field were swallowed, becoming its experience points. He has gone mad. He has gone mad. Run. Help. The spirit masters were terrified and fled in all directions. but the powerful demonic wind instantly sucked them into the bloody mouth. The students standing outside the realm were all trembling in fear. The scene before them was truly breathtaking. It's over. There must be a victor for the realm to disappear. These people are finished. Long Outyin is truly despicable and ruthless. Is there really no way out? Boom. Everyone's bodies trembled. They looked at the scene before them, their bodies numb, some even fainting in fear. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Purple lightning tore through the sky, growing louder. Not good. This Blackwater mysterious snake wants to use the power of the realm to break through and evolve. As soon as the words fell, from beyond the skies, 5 thunders struck down, tearing through the sky, rushing toward the Blackwater mysterious snake. The lightning passed through the realm, and a portion of it struck the Blackwater mysterious snake. Haha, it's evolving, it's evolving. Long Outyin laughed heartily. He had waited a long time for this day. He initially tamed the 9-tailed demon fox as a sacrifice for the Blackwater mysterious snake. At this moment, the Blackwater Xian snake evolved, darkness enveloping its entire body, making it grow immensely, doubling in size. As the darkness gradually dissipated and the lightning faded away, the Blackwater Xian snake had evolved into the 9-headed underworld serpent, with its 9 heads emitting a bloodthirsty glow, and its jet-black body became indestructible. Despicable, shameless, bastard, born a son without an anus, severing the line of descendants. The spirit masters cursed in unison, but Long Outyin remained unmoved, believing that strength outweighed everything. Chui Yi, what do you have to fight me with now, haha? Long Outyin walked onto the competition stage, pointing at Chui Yi with a wicked smile. Since you changed the rules first, don't blame me for being impolite. As Chui Yi's voice fell, the 9-tailed white fox's body grew immensely. Do you think you can win against me like this? That 9-tailed fox is just right to be sacrificed to my spirit beast, the Blackwater Xian snake, or should I say, the 9-headed underworld serpent, and you are my prey. Suddenly, black dragon armor appeared on Long Outyin. Long Outyin has become this strong. It's over, completely over. The 9-headed underworld serpent now possessed dragon attributes, and its power could resonate with its master. Long Outyin's strength was at least at the spirit god level. The black armor on Long Outyin seemed to be wrapped in scales of the 9-headed underworld serpent, and behind him were 9 different snake heads, all deriving from the power of the 9-headed underworld serpent. Long Outyin, you are too naive. Chui Yi slowly walked to the competition stage, and white light instantly enveloped him, sprouting 9 pairs of wings behind him, radiating light that illuminated the darkness. The 9-tailed white fox felt a powerful force enveloping it, coming from Chui Yi's spirit emperor with 99 stars. The moment a spirit beast is tamed by a spirit master, their powers are already interconnected. The 9-tailed white fox felt the powerful force, unable to believe that Chui Yi possessed such immense strength. Chapter 43, 9-headed underworld serpent versus 9-tailed white fox. The 9-tailed white fox entered the battle without breaking the rules, while that despicable Long Outyin used a high-level spirit beast, which was truly unfair. Boss, don't hold back. Show this guy some color. Long Outyin looked at the 9-tailed white fox with greedy eyes. Knowing that if the 9-headed underworld serpent devoured this 9-tailed white fox, its level could surpass 10,000. 9-headed underworld serpent, a rare prey within reach. 9-tailed white fox, you old monster hurt my son. Today, I'll make you pay. 9-headed underworld serpent, humph, if you didn't have such a powerful master, you would have already become my meal. 9-tailed white fox, let's talk, take this. The 9-tailed white fox's figure flickered, transforming into countless clones, using shadow clone technique. The powerful force enveloped each 9-tailed white fox, suddenly launching an attack. A wave of intense light grew from small to large, flying toward the 9-headed underworld serpent. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous attacks rained down on the 9-headed underworld serpent, but such power only caused it to lose 3 drops of blood. The hard snake skin had transformed into dragon scales, which were undamaged. 9-headed underworld serpent, is this all the strength you have? What a joke. The 9-headed underworld serpent opened its massive mouth, and all 9 heads attacked simultaneously, firing a death ray that transformed into a highly destructive black sphere shooting out. The 9-tailed white fox's clones instantly dissipated. The 9-headed underworld serpent did not stop its attack, sweeping the beam straight across. Boom. The powerful force instantly struck the 9-tailed white fox, having its life points. The 9-tailed white fox was covered in wounds. In the face of such strength, it felt incredibly small. From my analysis, this is the difference between spirit beasts, even at the same level. Excluding their attributes, a normal type versus a dark type, they still have a breakthrough gap. After all, the 9-headed underworld serpent has successfully undergone tribulation, which means it now possesses dragon attributes. Its defense and attack are not on the same level. It's not an exaggeration to say that this nine-headed underworld serpent has successfully undergone tribulation and is in a demigod state. Damn, that nine-tailed white fox is finished. The crowd gasped at this scene. The gap was indeed too great. Nine-headed underworld serpent, you are destined to become my prey. The nine-headed underworld serpent's massive body circled the competition stage, occupying most of it and surrounding the nine-tailed white fox. Its black body resembled a galaxy, with only the scales reflecting specks of light. Haha, Chui Yi, you are all doomed. Long Outyin laughed maniacally, believing the victory belonged to him. Boom. The nine-headed underworld serpent unleashed the death ray once more. The nine-tailed white fox used all its strength to dodge, but still sustained damage. Nine-headed underworld serpent. What are you waiting for? Finish him. Long Outyin yelled anxiously. Nine-headed underworld serpent. I like fresh prey. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone held their breath. Why wasn't the nine-headed underworld serpent attacking? If I'm not mistaken, it wants to swallow whole. Oh my, how cruel. At this moment, the nine-tailed white fox flickered, struggling to resist. Even in the final moments, it would fight for its dignity. Please take care of my child. The nine-tailed white fox looked at Chui Yi in despair. This was its last wish. Stop. Chui Yi slowly walked forward, expressionless, but his heart was already churning with anger. Nine-headed underworld serpent. Humph, there's still one wanting to die. It seems your master treats you well. The nine-headed underworld serpent looked at Chui Yi, thinking this prey, no matter how small, was still a piece of meat. Naturally, it wouldn't he refuse such a delicacy. Damn, I don't get it. Is Chui Yi not running away but facing it head-on? From my analysis, Chui Yi is a man. You're talking nonsense. I also know he's a man who values loyalty and righteousness. Chui Yi walked through the tail of the nine-headed underworld serpent, slipping through a small gap to reach the nine-tailed white fox's side. Are you okay? The nine-tailed white fox looked at Chui Yi. Although they had known each other for a short time, it could sense this man's sense of responsibility. Nine-tailed white fox, I'm sorry. The nine-tailed white fox lowered its head in apology, blood soaking its pure white fur. It's okay. You've done your best. Chui Yi spoke gently, stroking the nine-tailed white fox's head, and at that moment, it felt an unprecedented warmth. Oh my, how touching. Is Chui Yi talking to the nine-tailed white fox? Could this be the legendary heart-to-heart connection? I really hope for a miracle. The crowd sighed, especially upon seeing this scene. Stop talking nonsense. Chui Yi die? The nine-headed underworld serpent attacked. Long Outyin yelled angrily. The nine-headed underworld serpent opened its massive mouth and charged at Chui Yi. How dare you touch my spirit beast? You're seeking death. Chui Yi's voice was icy as he suddenly turned his head, and a powerful force instantly enveloped him. The nine-tailed white fox's figure flickered, and with a mighty flap of its pure white wings, it soared into the sky, its fists glowing white as they struck the vital point of the nine-headed underworld serpent. Nine-headed underworld serpent. How is this possible? Boom. The powerful light energy instantly penetrated the nine-headed underworld serpent's body, shooting into the sky. With a loud roar, the nine-headed underworld serpent collapsed to the ground, leaving only a trace of blood. How is this possible? My nine-headed underworld serpent, boo-hoo. Long Outyin cried out in despair, kneeling on the ground. He never expected that such a strong nine-headed underworld serpent would be taken down by Chui Yi with a single punch, feeling breathless. What the hell just happened? Can someone who analyzes well explain? From my analysis, it's unlikely that Chui Yi is a spirit emperor with over 50 stars. After all, it's unprecedented. There's only one other possibility. Chui Yi discovered the nine-headed underworld serpent's weak point, striking at its vital spot and directly taking its head. How cool is that? It sounds reasonable. No wonder he came to the nine-tailed white fox's side. It turns out he launched an attack while the nine-headed underworld serpent was distracted. That's ruthless. I am increasingly admiring the great master Chui Yi. Eat it. The nine-headed underworld serpent stared at Chui Yi with its mouth wide open, its eyes fixed on the Yuanling pill that Chui Yi had snatched from it. This was a spirit pill that it had cultivated for thousands of years, and now it was in someone else's hands. The nine-tailed white fox glanced at the nine-headed underworld serpent and stood up. Nine-tailed white fox, you harmed my son. Today I will avenge him. Chapter 44. The mutated nine-tailed underworld fox, high-end and sophisticated. After saying that, the nine-tailed white fox swallowed the nine-headed underworld serpent's Yuanling pill, and its body instantly radiated brilliant light. A black snake vine appeared between its brows, and it emitted a powerful spiritual force. Ding dong. System, ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutated nine-tailed underworld fox. Chui Yi activated the steadfast skill. Mutated nine-tailed underworld fox. Spirit beast. Level 10, 000. Dark attribute. Light attribute. Attack. 100, 000 points. Defense. 100, 000 points. Speed. 100, 000 points. Luck. 10,000 points. The Yuanling pill of the nine-headed underworld serpent merged into the body of the nine-tailed white fox and instantly transformed back into the original Blackwater profound snake. Then it changed from the Blackwater profound snake into a mysterious snake and finally morphed into a snake egg. Give it a chance to turn over a new leaf. The mutated nine-tailed underworld fox glanced at the mysterious snake egg. After all, it was because of it that it successfully became a high-level spirit beast. Moreover, it was also because of its master, Long Outyin, that it became like this. How is this possible? You bunch of useless people. At this moment, Long Outyin roared angrily at the sky, his rage clouding his mind as he pounded his fists on the ground. Long Outyin still did not repent. He was truly beyond saving. Sigh. Master Cui Yi has completely offended the Long family. It shouldn't be said like that. How many talented students from Aolong continent have died at Long Outyin's hands? He just can't stand to see others do well. That's right, it's really unfair to him. Poor little six-tailed fox. Cui Yi walked to the side of the little six-tailed fox, whose eyes were watery as it looked at the mutated nine-tailed underworld fox. If it weren't for the rainbow spirit stone necklace that Cui Yi had given to the little six-tailed fox, it would have long since passed away. Little six-tailed fox, father. Don't be sad. Having a father like you is my pride in this life. If there is a next life, I still want to be your son. The usually strong, mutated nine-tailed underworld fox could no longer hide its emotions, tears blurring its eyes. Mutated nine-tailed underworld fox, son, you are excellent. There wasn't much dialogue between father and son, but it seemed to carry 1,000 thoughts and feelings. Six-tailed fox, I haven't named you yet. I won't allow you to have any problems, Cui Yi said, squatting down and stroking the little six-tailed fox's pure white fur. Cui Yi's hand emitted a faint green light, instantly warming the little six-tailed fox's entire body. What is the big boss doing? Could it be that he is healing the little six-tailed fox? Wow. Could it be that Master Cui Yi is also a healing spirit master? Love it. Love it. I thought it was a tragedy. But unexpectedly it turned out to be a bittersweet moment. Everyone couldn't believe it. The little six-tailed fox suddenly stood up, bouncing around. A divine doctor. Truly a divine doctor. Just too strong. Master Cui Yi, I love you. Loving you is like loving rice, protecting you for a lifetime. I've become a fan. What Long Outyin is just a pile of garbage. Cui Yi is the real god. The students began to cheer, the fortunate surviving students angrily glaring at Long Outyin. But feeling powerless. After all, he was the most powerful force in Aolong continent, so they could only dare to be angry but not speak. The garbage mysterious snake egg makes me angry just looking at it. Long Outyin disdainfully looked at the distant mysterious snake egg, having completely abandoned it. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, believe it or not, I'll dig your eyes out. Long Outyin shouted angrily at the classmates he was about to kill, completely unconcerned about how they would retaliate against him. Long Outyin, you are too much. You actually want to sacrifice us to your spirit beast. A student suddenly stood up, but unexpectedly, Long Outyin rushed over and began to beat him. All his anger was vented on this student, and in the blink of an eye, the student had turned into a pig's head. The students gritted their teeth, daring to be angry but not speaking. Whoosh. You were too noisy. The crowd was shocked. They saw Cui Yi throw a dagger that pierced through Long Outyin's heart, instantly killing him, coldly saying only one sentence. You are too noisy. My goodness, that was so cool. You are too noisy. What a domineering reason. Master Cui Yi is indeed a big boss. He doesn't even put the Long family in his eyes. Haha, this is so satisfying. From now on, Master Cui Yi will be my idol. Cui Yi, I want to confess to you. I want to give you children. The students were all excited. At this moment, Cui Yi existed in their hearts like a god. He killed the person no one dared to kill, defeated the spirit beast no one could defeat, and offended the person no one dared to offend. If that isn't a god, then what is? Mutated nine-tailed demon fox. Master, please give me a name. Little six-tailed fox. From now on you will be called Little Six. Nine-tailed underworld fox. You will be called Little White. And mutated nine-tailed demon fox. You will be called Little Red. Cui Yi simply named the three spirit beasts, which made the students present excited. Little Six, Little White, Little Red, what great names. Simple, elegant, and sophisticated, truly not bad. The big boss truly deserves to be a big boss. In the future, if I have children, I will definitely ask the big boss to name them. Cui Yi didn't hear the praise from outside. Otherwise, he would have laughed to death. These names were just for easy recall. As a result, to these people, they became such rare names, with words like high-end and sophisticated being used. Little White, Master. About that mysterious snake egg, I hope you won't go too far. We are all from the same root. After all, it is also a spirit beast like us. All right, deal with it as you wish. Cui Yi said no more. Little White walked to the mysterious snake egg and used its controlling power to bring it to Cui Yi's side. Slow down. Just call me Cui Yi from now on. With that, Chui Yi's spiritual power armor also dissipated. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of bowing came from behind Chui Yi. Big boss, I was wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Chui Yi turned his head to see it was Fu Wanli, frowning slightly. No way. No way. The big boss is so cold-blooded. He won't directly kill him, will he? Mourning for 3 seconds. Why offend anyone if not the big boss? Fu Wanli bowed vigorously. In no time, his forehead was already red, still bowing nonstop. Probably never regretting this much in his life. Chapter 45. Intersect Disciple, System Upgrade. Something wrong? Chui Yi asked calmly. I previously didn't recognize Mount Tai and caused you trouble. I beg you to forgive me this once. I am bowing to you. Chui Yi felt a flock of crows flying over his head. He thought this was such a trivial matter. He didn't take it to heart at all. After all, Fu Wanli was just a bit overly competitive. He really took him for a big devil. Chui Yi sighed softly. You can go now? Hearing that Chui Yi had no intention of killing him, Fu Wanli was moved to tears. I don't understand. Where did this Fu Wanli offend the big boss? From my analysis, this person must have offended the big boss, but the big boss wouldn't hold a grudge over a small matter. 666. A big boss like this is really lovable. The students of Aolong Academy praised Chui Yi endlessly. Tu Feiguang frowned tightly. Long Outyin was the only heir of the Long family. Now that he is dead, the Long family will definitely not let this go. Both the principal and the clan leader understood. Chui Yi, you killed a fellow disciple. You are expelled from Aolong Academy. Tu Feiguang's words were like a bolt from the blue. The students looked at each other, realizing that in the end, it was still Chui Yi who lacked strength. Chui Yi understood in his heart that Tu Feiguang was trying to protect him. It was really unfair. Long Outyin could kill, but Chui Yi couldn't. This is why family background is so important. I think Chui Yi is not wrong. At this moment, the students were all indignant, especially those saved by Chui Yi. My mind is made up, no need to say more. Tu Feiguang's voice was icy. As the president of Aolong Academy, he was also forced into a corner. After all, the Long family's background was too strong. Chui Yi would undoubtedly die if he stayed. Wait. A clear and crisp voice came from the inner gate of Aolong Academy. Young Miss Yu. Tu Feiguang murmured, but in the end, he did not continue. Long Outyin lacked ability, so he couldn't blame anyone. Chui Yi was an exception as an inner gate disciple, no need to say more. Understood. Tu Feiguang and the others bowed, and the competition arena fell silent. Who just spoke? I heard it was the Long family's young lady, who is only 18 years old and already a spirit emperor with 60 stars. She is currently in seclusion, and her level must have broken through to a higher rank by now. Interesting, with the young lady stepping in. Chui Yi definitely won't be expelled. It seems not everyone in the Long family is unreasonable. Alas, you only know one side of the story. The Long family's young lady is an ice-cold beauty who kills without blinking. I really don't know what her purpose is in letting Chui Yi into the inner gate. It could be a bad omen. How terrifying. Big families are really scary. At this moment, Chui Yi calmly looked towards the inner gate of Aolong Academy. Has she appeared? Interesting. Long Shiner, the strongest spirit master of Aolong Academy, is rarely seen in her true form. The people of Aolong continent know nothing about her. A mysterious and powerful existence. Chui Yi, congratulations. At this time, Bai Meiyue and Meng Wanting appeared simultaneously to congratulate him. Thank you. Chui Yi replied, and turned to walk towards the inner gate academy. Wow, the big shot is really cold and ruthless. Wow. I just love the big shot's cold and ruthless demeanor. Classmate, you're so flamboyant. I'm willing. Who are you to care? The students felt that Chui Yi was like a legend, full of admiration and envy. Is he really leaving? Chen Yinghao saw Chui Yi's abrupt departure and felt awkward. 2 beauties appeared, and he didn't even glance at them? Could it be that he is the legendary straight man? Do you think Chui Yi is like you? Women only affect his cultivation speed. Xi Wenhan was extremely excited, feeling that Chui Yi was a god. Unfathomable. Zhao Hongfang looked at Chui Yi with envy. At the same time, he also became a role model for the younger students. The inner gate of Aolong Academy slowly closed, leaving only a group of teachers and students watching Chui Yi leave. We will meet again. At this moment, everyone who knew Chui Yi had secretly made up their minds to break through their strength to enter the inner gate. It had become everyone's goal. Ding dong. System. Congratulations. Host, for completing the internship system task. Officially upgraded to a formal system task. You can check in for a system reward every day. Every time you strike someone, you can get 1 lottery chance. Note, all check-in rewards are from formal channels. Rewards include spirit beasts, and lottery includes divine skills, etc. I can even upgrade with the system? Chui Yi was secretly overjoyed. Who wouldn't love such a system? Chui Yi. A clear and pleasant voice came. Chui Yi turned to see a girl around 16 or 17 walking over. The girl had delicate features, was youthful and sunny, radiating the vitality of youth. My name is Zhang Xiaoya. We met at the last gathering. Zhang Xiaoya introduced herself, a pure and innocent smile on her face. If it weren't for having learned detailed information about her through a smartphone, he would have been deceived by her naive appearance at this moment. Can I call you Brother Cui? Zhang Xiaoya leaned closer to Cui Yi, but in her heart, she was calculating Cui Yi's treasures. The 10,000 Spirits Garden was destroyed by this kid. She didn't believe he had no treasures on him. Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. After saying that, Cui Yi turned and left, not giving her any face. Zhang Xiaoya stood there stunned. She had never encountered such a man before. She seriously suspected that this kid might not be capable in the inner aspect. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, for striking Zhang Xiaoya once. You have earned one lottery chance. Upon hearing this, Cui Yi became interested. He wasn't particularly interested in the system upgrade. Rather, he was interested in striking others, especially those who wielded power without justification. Ding dong. The host currently has one check-in opportunity. The host has just struck Zhang Xiaoya, earning one lottery chance. Does the host wish to execute it now? Execute. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for checking in and obtaining the skill, observation, inquiry, diagnosis, and pulse. Note, this skill can diagnose physical problems through different methods, including issues with cultivation and physical ailments. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for winning the lottery skill, concealment. Note, this skill allows you to hide all your abilities and change your level at will. Cui Yi was astonished. The skill observation, inquiry, diagnosis, and pulse equated to him having the ability to instantly know others' cultivation issues and all physical problems. The concealment skill was like a modifier, capable of hiding all his information without being detected. A level 10,000 spirit god could be changed to a level 1 spirit practitioner without being noticed. Chapter 46, Body of Ice, Long Sheener. Stop, Song Fuguei shouted. He had just witnessed the scene and was instantly infuriated. To him, Zhang Xiaoya was just a little sister. Yet she had been subjected to such humiliation. Brother Song, I just wanted to guide a new friend, but he. Zhang Xiaoya's voice was hoarse, tears welling up in her eyes, on the verge of crying. Cui Yi, what are you? How can you be so arrogant? At least Zhang Jr.'s sister had good intentions. The more Song Fuguei spoke, the angrier he became, his face turning red. Zhang Xiaoya, feeling wronged, hid behind him. Ignorant. Cui Yi's voice was cold. He activated the concealment skill, hiding his level from 99.99 to 1. Kid, you are too arrogant. Do you think Oolong Academy is your home? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Song Fuguei clenched his fists and charged forward. Stop. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Song Fuguei looked up and was stunned. The young lady. Long Sheener walked to a position 5 meters away from Cui Yi and stopped. Long Sheener was as cold as ice, stunningly beautiful, dressed in white, like a celestial being. Oolong Academy's matters are Oolong Academy's matters, but you have harmed my Long family. This grudge we will settle differently. Cui Yi shrugged. He was indifferent to Long Sheener's words. Activating the skill observation, inquiry, diagnosis, and pulse, detecting the conflict in her elemental spirit, he casually threw out a sentence. I hope you have that day. Cui Yi turned to leave. Long Sheener's beautiful eyes slightly widened. She felt an inexplicable sense of mystery about Cui Yi. Young lady, you are too soft-hearted. Let me go and cripple him. Song Fuguei cursed while pointing at Cui Yi. Long Sheener was one of the top figures in Oolong Academy, and this kid completely disregarded her. This was clearly a provocation against the entire Oolong continent. Slow down. This is our Long family's matter. Long Sheener frowned. I hope you have that day. What does that mean? Could it be that he has seen through her incurable disease? The body of ice? How could that be? No one in the entire Oolong continent could help her. Long Sheener sighed softly. Maybe I am overthinking it. Zhang Xiaoya saw this scene and revealed a wicked smile. It seems there is indeed something wrong with him. Usually, other men would take a second glance at her or Long Sheener, but this man didn't even glance at them. Cui Yi arrived at his residence under the guidance of his guardian spirit. The bamboo grove cottage was filled with a celestial aura. At the peak of the mountain, he gazed far into the boundless sea of clouds below. This must be the Xuanwu continent. Beneath the clouds, only Cui Yi was aware of the realm leading to the Xuanwu continent. The mountain they stood on was situated atop the ancient spirit beast, Xuanwu. Above Xuanwu was the Aolong continent, and below was the Xuanwu continent. At the head was the Zhuke continent, and at the tail was the Baihu continent. The entire world existed upon the back of this Xuanwu. With the revival of spiritual energy, the 4 great emperors of the world, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, had long predicted the day of this revival. Beyond this place was gradually becoming unsuitable for spirit masters to cultivate. This was merely a protective shield for these individuals. Once opened, their comfortable lives would be shattered. The wilderness, the dark capital, and the steam age would all emerge. Any force could pose a threat to spirit masters. Beyond the realm, the spirit god realm was just the beginning. The spiritual energy here was about to run dry. Chui Yi looked at this world and sighed softly. Chui Yi. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Chui Yi turned to look. What have you done to Long Shiner? Why did she faint after you left? Song Fuguang shouted angrily. Zhang Xiaoya followed closely behind. I have already notified the others. If it was you who did this, you will undoubtedly die today. A shield appeared in Song Fuguang's hand to protect Long Shiner. At this moment, Long Shiner had her beautiful eyes slightly closed, her face pale and twisted in pain. That's right, we don't dare to touch Sister Shiner now. She is icy cold all over. She saw Long Shiner faint and prepared to help her. But as soon as her fingers touched Shiner's skin, they immediately froze, which was truly strange. Is this how one begs for help? Chui Yi spoke coldly, calmly glancing at the unconscious Long Shiner. You. Zhang Xiaoya's face turned red with anger. Xiaoya, don't waste your breath on this person. Watch how I deal with him. Song Fuguang charged at Chui Yi, swinging his fist. Ouch. A crimson footprint was imprinted on Song Fuguang's face. Don't forget, this is the inner courtyard. Song Fuguang gritted his teeth in pain. The kick just now was not light, and his two front teeth were knocked out. Despite his dissatisfaction, he still felt fear. In the inner courtyard of the AO Long Academy, spiritual power was suppressed, and they could not exert their full strength. Even so, Chui Yi was easily able to knock out his two front teeth. At this moment, Song Fuguang seriously suspected that he was hiding his strength. Long Shiner, with a body of ice, forcibly cultivating, evil energy invading her body, she was undoubtedly facing death. Long Shiner slowly woke up, just in time to hear Chui Yi's words. Sister Shiner, you're awake? That's great. Zhang Xiaoya was so excited she didn't know what to do. Who exactly are you? Long Shiner propped herself up from the shield and stood up. Chui Yi. Chui Yi stated his name. He had no need to explain further. How much longer can I live? Long Shiner no longer pressed for questions. She could feel Chui Yi's mysterious nature. Finally, she asked a question about herself. She couldn't die yet. When she reached the Spirit Emperor level, she had already sensed the abnormality of their surroundings. Rather than being in a realm, it felt more like being trapped, struggling to survive. She had to live, had to fight for humanity. Her life was short, at most a few months. At least a few days. Chui Yi spoke the truth. Long Shiner's eyes dimmed. Is there a way to live longer? Long Shiner, not holding on to hope, still asked. After all, upon seeing Chui Yi, she vaguely felt a glimmer of hope. Yes, but... Chui Yi choked up. Speak. What conditions are needed? Long Shiner looked at Chui Yi, her gaze resolute. As long as she could live, she was willing to pay any price. Self-destructing her. Upon hearing these 4 words, the 3 were dumbfounded. What? Song Fuguang and Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed in unison. After a moment, there was silence as each pondered. Self-destructing ones was no different from being useless, let alone protecting humanity. Chui Yi did not conceal this because he hoped Long Shiner would survive. In the original work, Long Shiner was not bad. In the end, she chose to self-destruct for the glory of humanity and to block the invasion of the demon race. Such a female hero ultimately could not escape fate's arrangement. All of this was in Chui Yi's creation. When Chui Yi arrived in the world, he created and encountered the flesh and blood, soul-filled Long Shiner. He had secretly decided that he would not allow a tragedy to happen, not only for Long Shiner, but for many others, who said that good people do not live long. In his world, he would break this notion. Chapter 47. Come to my room tonight, just one person. Does Chui Yi have other methods? As long as you can save Sister Shiner, I am willing to offer myself. Zhang Xiaoya suddenly stepped forward. Seeing Chui Yi's handsome face, she felt that even if she offered herself, she had no regrets. Zhang Xiaoya looked at Chui Yi's strong physique and swallowed hard. Chui Yi was speechless. The situation had changed too quickly. This seemed inconsistent with the plot arrangement. Xiaoya, what are you saying? You really have it rough. Song Fuguang's eyes brimmed with tears as he turned his head away. If this is heaven's best arrangement, he had nothing to say. He hadn't thought in that direction. Even if this condition existed, it shouldn't be Zhang Xiaoya. The beauties here were probably all in line. At this moment, Chui Yi, who had a blank expression, couldn't help but cough a few times. It seemed that he was the one at a disadvantage, especially when he saw Zhang Xiaoya's fiery gaze, which made him feel a bit scared. You misunderstood. Chui Yi hurriedly waved his hand. He did not want to continue this awkward topic. Do you have other interests? Zhang Xiaoya looked at Du Fuhao with a mischievous smile. Du Fuhao was covered in cold sweat, gritting his teeth. As long as it can save Shiner, I can. Seeing the amusing interaction between the two, Chui Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Were these people's brains kicked by a donkey? Why were they all so lewd in thought? You laughed. The 3 stared in astonishment as they saw Chui Yi smile. The expressionless face that had been like a stone suddenly smiled. It felt like a new continent had been opened up, and the atmosphere became lighter. Long Shiner, yours is an ice snow demon. And your cold ice body is a special constitution, which can also be understood as a rare talent that appears once in a millennium. Unfortunately, you practiced incorrectly. Chui Yi said seriously. Incorrectly? Long Shiner asked in confusion. That's right. Spirit masters can form bonds with spirit beasts. The spirit beast you chose belongs to the fire attribute. You wanted to blend ice and fire, but water and fire are incompatible and repel each other, ultimately leading to your body exploding and dying. Chui Yi had already seen through all of Long Shiner's problems with his skills. At this moment, her body was already severely ill, with her blood vessels freezing while fire invaded her heart. You often feel bone-chilling cold at night, and during the day, you feel restless and hot. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Shiner's cold face. She felt that Chui Yi was amazing, as he had articulated all her symptoms. Cultivating in seclusion was also to break through, hoping that when she reached the spirit god realm, she could live peacefully. I tell you this, even if you reach the spirit god realm, it won't change the current situation. It will only get worse. Chui Yi awakened her from her dream, as if he could see through Long Shiner's thoughts. Then what should I do? Zhang Xiaoya asked eagerly. Come to my room tonight, but remember to come at midnight. Long Shiner was stunned when she heard Chui Yi asking her to come to his room in the dead of night. What? You want the young lady to go to your room? Song Fuguang couldn't believe his ears. This guy must be a quack. How could he take advantage of Long Shiner? Zhang Xiaoya was also confused. Could it be that she was completely wrong? It turned out that this guy wasn't interested in her, but had his eyes on Long Shiner. Is it premeditated? All right. Long Shiner replied, leaving the two completely stunned. The ice mountain beauty of the Oolong continent, Long Shiner, agreed to meet this man at midnight? They must have heard it wrong. Who is Long Shiner? She wouldn't really trust this man so easily, would she? Remember, only one person is coming. After Chui Yi finished speaking, he turned and left. The two, dumbfounded, exchanged glances. One person? Isn't this just a man and a woman alone together? Could something happen in the heat of the moment? Young lady, are you really going? Song Fuguang stammered, feeling like he must have misheard. No need to worry. Long Shiner said and turned to leave. What is going on? Zhang Xiaoya and Song Fuguang stared at each other, completely confused. Night fell, and at midnight, Chui Yi sat cross-legged on the bed. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Long Shiner walked into the room, saw Chui Yi sitting upright, and hesitated for a moment. Please take a seat. Long Shiner uncomfortably walked over and sat down. Now we can talk, right? Chui Yi slowly opened his eyes. If you want to live, you must destroy your Yuan Ling. Chui Yi stood up and walked to the window to close it. Outside the window stood He Tianming, Song Fuguang, Du Fuhao, Li Junjun, and Zhang Xiaoya. All of them had come. I wasn't wrong, was I? You still don't believe it, Song Fuguang said, and the others still couldn't believe it. The number one Ice Mountain beauty, Long Shiner, actually went to a boy's room at midnight? Seeing is believing. But it still felt surreal. Smack. What are you doing? Song Fuguang looked at He Tianming, who had slapped him on the face. I just wanted to see if I was dreaming, He Tianming said calmly. Then why did you hit me? Song Fuguang said aggrievely. Are you stupid? Don't you know that force is mutual? If I hit you, it hurts me too, He Tianming said somewhat impatiently. Song Fuguang glanced at He Tianming and didn't want to argue. Let me tell you a secret. Chui Yi turned to look at Long Shiner, his gaze firm. Long Shiner stared at the young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, lost in thought. They had never met, yet it felt like they were longtime friends. A secret? Long Shiner murmured. I don't belong here. The bright moonlight cast a mysterious veil over Chui Yi's face. Chui Yi came clean. He didn't belong to this world. The reason for telling Long Shiner this secret was because he trusted her. More importantly, he wanted Long Shiner to be willing to accept treatment. I understand, thank you. Long Shiner looked at Chui Yi calmly. She didn't pursue further questions because everyone has their own secrets. Chui Yi was no exception, and she didn't want to dig deeper. Grateful for Chui Yi's honesty. If you trust me, please destroy your Yuan Ling. Nothing is more important than life. Long Shiner stood up and walked in front of Chui Yi. I have my own mission. Long Shiner was willing to sacrifice everything to protect humanity, to safeguard the home where these spirit masters could survive. Your mission, I will help you complete. Long Shiner looked at Chui Yi, whose eyes were bright and determined, and was taken aback. She didn't expect someone would say such words. This was the first time she felt warmth from someone else, but it came from this stranger. Do you want to trust me? Chui Yi's determined gaze made it hard for Long Shiner to refuse. What is this man's true intention? Is he also here to protect the last sanctuary of humanity? Chapter 48, Corpse Demon Attack, Mysterious Guardian. Don't believe him. He Tianming and the others suddenly barged in. They had just heard Chui Yi telling Long Shiner to destroy her Yuan Ling. If the Yuan Ling is destroyed, it means becoming useless. Long Shiner had finally upgraded to Spirit Emperor. If she believed Chui Yi, it would be equivalent to ruining all her efforts. Long Shiner frowned slightly. She didn't know how to choose. Now, the Oolong continent was just an empty shell. If she really believed this man, the last barrier of this world would be gone. Long Shiner hesitated. She wasn't afraid of death, only afraid that living would hold no meaning. Chui Yi, what exactly are you planning? Are you jealous of our Aolong Academy producing talented students? Or are you worried about the situation in Aolong Tian, that we will retaliate against you? Song Fuguang shouted angrily. Long Shiner, think for yourself. Tomorrow at this time, I expect your answer. Long Shiner's time was running out. Her level was rising quickly, and if she delayed any longer, it would be hopeless. Even the Daiyuo Immortal would have no way to help, and Cui Yi understood this better than anyone. Sister Shiner, don't trust this despicable man. He will deceive you. Zhang Xiaoya thought of her mother, Xia Yanan, praising her endlessly and felt angry at the thought of so many spirit beasts in her hands. Most importantly, he treated her so coldly. She could at least be considered a beauty. Cui Yi responded indifferently. You. Zhang Xiaoya's face turned red with anger. And the people behind her were also furious, especially seeing Cui Yi being so unappreciative. Boom. A rumble from afar broke the awkward atmosphere. What sound is that? He Tianming's expression tensed as he ran outside to look at the courtyard of Aolong Academy. Could something have happened in the outer courtyard? Du Fuhao said nervously. The sky turned ominously dark, with lightning and thunder in the distance, and dark clouds gathered. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, overwhelming. Such a terrifying aura made people's scalps tingle. While everyone was still in a panic, Cui Yi flew towards the outer courtyard. Could it have already begun? Cui Yi had a bad premonition. The Aolong Academy was drenched in blood overnight, and all the disciples of the outer sect were slaughtered. Even the dean, Tu Feiguang, was not spared. He didn't expect it to come so quickly. Long Shiner would also perish here tonight. Cui Yi's expression grew serious. At this moment, in the outer courtyard of Aolong Academy, blood rained down from the sky, and screams echoed, as if it were a hell on earth. The demon race invaded, and the students fought desperately. The deceased students turned into corpse demons and rose again to become enemies. Faced with such a terrifying situation, despair was evident on the faces of the students. It's over, we're completely finished. Tu Feiguang stood in front of the students, using all his strength to protect them. Ordinary students had all turned into corpse demons, baring their fangs and completely losing their sanity. Don't give up. You are the pride of Aolong Academy. Tu Feiguang's eyes were resolute as he vigilantly watched the attacking corpse demons. Hundreds of thousands of students turned into corpse demons overnight, a chilling sight. Their strength had also become more powerful. Each attack was full force. It seemed that humans were their greatest enemies. Boom. Suddenly, a fireball flashed by, hitting the corpse demon and instantly turning it to ashes. Cui Yi had arrived. The students' faces lit up with joy upon seeing Cui Yi. It was as if they had seen hope, their last lifeline. Just moments ago, the ordinary students had turned into corpse demons and ambushed them. All the teachers joined the battle, but there were simply too many of them. They were all nearly exhausted of their spiritual energy. The world seemed to be heading toward destruction. In the end, only Tu Feiguang and Xia Yanan remained. Everyone else had turned into corpse demons. The powerful Chu Jingshan and Ao Boyi had also succumbed and turned into corpse demons, frantically attacking the students around them. In the blink of an eye, only a few hundred students remained, and the number was still decreasing. Ding dong. System, does the host wish to check in for a reward? Cui Yi. Check in. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Mysterious Guardian. Description, Mysterious Guardian can block all attacks, limited to below the spirit god level. Cui Yi picked up the otherworldly dragon head cannon in his hand and fired it at the corpse demon. With a loud bang, hundreds of corpse demons turned to ashes. Cui Yi came to the front of Tu Feiguang and the students to activate the mysterious protection. The powerful force instantly protected all the students. What is this? Mysterious protection? Everyone was taken aback, and the well-informed Tu Feiguang was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect that Cui Yi was not only a healing system and flying system spirit master, but also a defensive system spirit master. Such defensive power could protect hundreds of students here. What level is he? How could there be so many monsters? Did they come early? Cui Yi frowned tightly, not expecting the demon invasion to arrive so soon. Dean, you and the students stay here and don't come out, Cui Yi said before turning to leave. The big shot truly is a big shot. He is like our rebirth parents. I didn't expect so many monsters to come to our academy. Without Cui Yi, we would have been done for. What kind of strength does Cui Yi have? Why does he have so many abilities? The students were deeply impacted. Especially when they saw how outstanding Cui Yi was at such a similar age, they were envious. Ding dong. System, congratulations to the host for successfully striking down classmates. Would you like to start the lottery? Cui Yi. Yes. System, starting the lottery, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1,000-mile teleportation array skill. Description, the 1,000-mile teleportation array can transport living beings to any place the host has been before. Cui Yi flew into the air and saw countless corpse demons crawling out of the cave. At that moment, he realized that these corpse demons had crawled out of the bottomless pit he had broken. This barrier had been unintentionally broken by him. The demon race had taken this opportunity to launch an early attack. It's my fault. Even if the barrier hadn't been broken, the demon race would have launched a surprise attack within 3 days. Chui Yi wasn't sure of the exact reason. Big shot, save me. Suddenly, a wailing scream came from afar. Chui Yi looked towards the mysterious protection and saw that someone had also turned into a corpse demon and was continuously attacking. Chui Yi. A corpse demon suddenly lunged at him, and by Mei Wei, already mentally exhausted, gave up resisting. In a critical moment, Chui Yi suddenly appeared in front of her, throwing a fireball to extinguish the corpse demon. Are you okay? I'm fine. But tears had already blurred her vision, and her body was trembling. How could there be corpse demons here? Bai Meiwei asked in a daze. There's an insider. Chapter 49. No need to pretend. There's an insider. Chui Yi exterminated the last corpse demon in the mysterious protection, leaving only the students. Everyone was completely bewildered when they heard Chui Yi mention the words insider. An insider? There's actually an insider among them. If that's the case, danger could appear at any time. The students panicked, looking warily at the classmates around them. Who is the insider? A disheveled Qining Hao ran to Chui Yi's side. Others also rushed over, as if Chui Yi was the safest place at that moment. Although it was crowded, no one dared to complain, as this was a matter of life and death. No need to pretend, Long Jingtian. Upon hearing his name called, Long Jingtian was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. Chui Yi, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be the insider? Long Jingtian wanted to continue explaining, but the surrounding students all ran away. Seeing him was like seeing a monster. How could it be Long Jingtian? This kid looks kind, and doesn't he seem like a bad person? How did the big shot know? The students whispered among themselves. But no one dared to approach Long Jingtian. Is there even a need to explain? You're the only one unharmed here. The students then realized that Long Jingtian was indeed unscathed, with no demons attacking him. Why wasn't anyone attacking him? It was too chaotic just now. I didn't notice. Look at us in such a mess while this kid is fine. Long Jingtian still wanted to explain, but unexpectedly, Chui Yi walked up to him, forcefully snatching the space ring from his hand and cutting it in half. Crack! The barrier of the space ring was destroyed, and a large number of demon blood pills rolled out. The students showed panic on their faces. Chui Yi had long known the plot. He didn't kill him because he wanted to draw out the Demon King. Their plan was to collaborate internally and externally, dismantling the internal barrier to ultimately make their own people fight each other. They never expected that Chui Yi would suddenly appear. Their long-planned scheme was insignificant in front of Chui Yi. Why are you doing this? Tu Feiguang pointed at his proud student, unable to believe that Long Jingtian was actually an insider. Humph, I didn't expect you to find out. Chui Yi, you ruined my good plan. Long Jingtian revealed an evil face, coldly snorting, completely different from the ethereal youth he was before. Why? Yes. Why? Only you fools don't know why. What is so good about being human? We will die, but the demon race is different. They can remain youthful forever and live for thousands of years. Why do we cultivate? Isn't it just to achieve immortality? Tu Feiguang shook his head and sighed. So you betrayed humanity and became a demon? Long Jingtian shook his head, his tone much softer. Wrong. We are all sheep to be slaughtered, and not just us from Alon continent. To put it bluntly, we are all birds in a cage. This world is a false existence. Do you know about the world beyond this one? You don't know? Because that is the real world. Spiritual power has disappeared, and spirit masters are everywhere. We, the useless ones, are nothing but playthings and slaves to these people. Then why not find a way to become stronger? Find a more powerful backing. Hearing Long Jingtian's words, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the world to be so vast. Their so-called spirit master realm was just the beginning, and they were too weak. Facing true power, they were like ants. Big shot, is what he said true? Shi Wenhan couldn't believe this cruel world. They were just trash, far too weak. Spirit masters looked up to the genius class and envied the inner disciples, longing for the day they could enter the inner door and become official inner disciples. But inner disciples were also just the lowest existence outside. So you sold out your classmates? Bai Meiyue's voice was hoarse. She couldn't accept such a world. Everyone held on to their dreams. And now this demon had personally destroyed their dreams. This was more terrifying than turning into a corpse demon. Dreams? Humph, I believe in reality more. If it weren't for your appearance, Chui Yi, I would have succeeded long ago. It's all your fault. Long Jingtian gritted his teeth in anger, as if everything was Chui Yi's fault. Chui Yi looked expressionlessly at Long Shiner, and he Tianming and others who had joined the battle. Long Shiner, knowing the truth and suffering from a terminal illness, hadn't given up, while these people easily surrendered. Especially Long Jingtian, who extinguished the hope of others' survival for his own selfish desires. That's enough. Chui Yi's figure flashed, grabbing Long Jingtian by the neck. Humph. Do you think these people are not selfish, not greedy? Do you see that? The demon blood pills on the ground. Long Jingtian coldly watched the group of students. some already harboring ill intentions, picking up the demon blood pills to hide them. Boom. Suddenly, Chui Yi threw a fireball, instantly killing the student hiding the demon blood pills. Demons, come one, I kill one. Come a pair, I kill a pair. Crack. With a crisp sound from Chui Yi's wrist, Long Jingtian spat out blood and died. His eyes were fixed on Chui Yi, still unwilling to accept it, but he could only resentfully accept it. Remember, my life is mine and not dictated by heaven. Chui Yi coldly said one last sentence, turning to look at the students behind him. You were given a chance today, and it is your choice. If you choose to betray humanity, you can pick up the demon blood pill on the ground and become a demon. I will not kill him today, but if we meet again in the future, he will be my enemy. The students saw Chui Yi's body trembling, and those who had secretly picked up the demon blood pill quickly threw it away. You will feel fortunate for the choice you made today. After Chui Yi finished speaking, his figure flickered and he joined the battle. Long Sheener opened her arms, and suddenly a realm appeared in the sky, and in an instant, hail began to fall. The powerful spiritual energy fell on the corpse demons, instantly freezing them into ice. Finally, they shattered into crystal and disappeared. Others also joined the battle, summoning their respective spirit beasts. They were fighting for humanity. Chui Yi flew to the bottomless pit, his eyes slightly squinting. From the bottomless cave, corpse demons kept crawling out. Chui Yi raised the otherworldly dragon cannon to its maximum power. Boom! A loud roar, like a dragon's cry, erupted as a roaring azure dragon flew out, claws bared. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, countless corpse demons turned to dust and dispersed in the wind. Chui Yi summoned tens of thousands of spirit beasts to attack simultaneously. The source of evil ignited into a raging fire. The flames seemed to swallow the heavens and the earth, and the temperature rose rapidly. The ground turned into lava flowing into the bottomless cave. The world transformed from darkness to scorching heat, light replacing the darkness. Chapter 50. Phoenix, the Battle of Glory. The endless flames of war seemed to devour everything. The weak figures of humanity could only choose to evade. Dean, are we really going to die here? Chen Yinghao stood beside Tu Feiguang, looking at the destroyed academy with a sad expression. No, Tu Feiguang said firmly, looking at Chui Yi. The talented student of Long Sheener's inner sect. With only a few hundred people, they could only choose to escape. The terrifying demon race would drag everyone into hell. Whether human or spirit beast, they would fall and eventually become walking corpses. The ground suddenly shook, quaking violently. The students stumbled and fell to the ground. It felt as if a mysterious force was approaching them from underground. This unsettling feeling grew stronger. Boom. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and countless fissures appeared, with decaying hands stretching out from the earth. There's more. Seeing this scene, the students were horrified, hope extinguished, and despair took over. Corpse demons continued to crawl out from the ground, baring their fangs and howling at the sky. The weather turned tumultuous, with strong winds and heavy rain. The hot ground turned charred black. Chui Yi, hurry and take everyone away. Long Sheener shouted desperately at Chui Yi. Her life was about to come to an end. Even if she died here today, she would fight for humanity. Dying like this was what true glory meant. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can escape? Everyone was horrified. The voice sounded like a devil from hell, sending chills down their spines. The story had changed. Chui Yi realized that the novel he created had altered. Hearing the familiar voice, he was certain that the current world had surpassed his limitations. Chui Yi, long time no see. The crowd's expressions grew serious. They were surprised to hear someone call out Chui Yi's name. Who is this person? How does he know the boss? Who exactly is Chui Yi? Is this person here to kill Chui Yi? Countless questions flooded their minds, but they dared not think too much. They felt too insignificant in this situation and could only watch the changes unfold. Chui Hao. Chui Yi's expression was emotionless, his voice cold. He had clearly destroyed Chui Hao. So why was he appearing here again? Did he have to carry the protagonist's halo even in death? That's right, Chui Yi. Did you ever think there would be a day we would meet again? Chui Hao's voice echoed from all directions. No one knew his location. That shadow is you. It turned out all of this was orchestrated by Chui Hao. Chui Yi, none of this is important. I came this time to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known the true meaning of the Phoenix rebirth, the eternal spirit of life and death. Now I possess endless power. Chui Hao was ecstatic. He had become even stronger after being reborn. So what should I call you? Chui Yi said coldly. I am not anything. He didn't get angry at being called that. Chui Yi, I now possess not only the human essence, but also the lifespan of the demon race and the eternity of the ghost race. I want to exist like a god. Chui Hao grew more excited as he spoke. It turns out you are a hybrid. Chui Yi's expression remained unchanged, but his words were sharp, causing the humans facing life and death to suddenly burst into laughter. Damn, the boss is indeed the boss, even at this time. He can still insult someone, and he does it without cursing. Moreover, he speaks seriously. But what the boss said seems to make sense. Isn't this just a hybrid? Chui Hao, seeing Chui Ye's lack of respect, instantly became furious. Chui Ye, you're seeking death. I now have an indestructible body. Do you think you can kill me? What a joke. Chui Hao shouted angrily. Chui Hao, remember this. I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second, third, countless times. Chui Ye said calmly. You're talking nonsense. You can't even find my true form. How could you kill me? Chui Hao's voice trembled with anger. Chui Hao, you still don't understand. Chui Ye created this world and knows the survival laws of this world clearly. No matter how powerful a being is, it cannot escape the fate of being subdued by another. Whether it's the demon race or the ghost race under the king of hell, they all fear one thing, the fire of life. Phoenix, Chui Ye murmured, and a blazing light flashed as the phoenix appeared before everyone. The fire of life illuminated the darkness, seemingly bringing the final hope. Chui Ye's body was enveloped in flames, and when the fire disappeared, his wings transformed into wings of burning flames, his pupils red, and his hair turned fiery. He spread his arms, and 2 balls of flame appeared in his palms. Heavenly Phoenix, it's actually a Phoenix-level spirit beast. The king of all birds, the Phoenix, I am seeing this for the first time. The spirit power of the Phoenix combined with the boss's spirit power, how dazzling my eyes. The students watched this scene, teasing each other and praising it endlessly. The powerful force emanating from Chui Ye seemed capable of igniting every dark corner of the world. Phoenix Fire Realm. The Phoenix roared to the sky, transforming into a fireball that soared upwards, appearing like a sun from a distance. The light illuminated the valley and brightened the earth. Suddenly, starlight rain fell from the sky, landing in every corner of the realm. The once dead flowers, trees, and injured spirit beasts of the Proud Dragon Academy all regained their strength. Rain of life. Oh my God, it's actually the rain of life. My wounds have healed, and I feel an abundance of power. It's incredible. I feel like I have been reborn. The students of Proud Dragon Academy felt invigorated, their battered bodies fully restored. Who says humanity is weak? We protect our own home. Chui Hao, my world is my own. Chui Ye casually grabbed, and Chui Hao's body instantly appeared before him, as if an eagle had caught a chick, gripping his neck. How is this possible? How could you find my true form? Chui Hao stared at Chui Ye in disbelief. He had become powerful, yet he was still easily captured by Chui Ye. He felt 1,000 grievances, thinking that fate was truly unfair. The spirit masters joined the battle, growing braver with each fight. Tens of thousands of corpse demons relentlessly attacked the few hundred people. One by one, the spirit masters bravely stepped forward, unafraid. The corpse demons ruthlessly exhausted all their spiritual power, striking the spirit masters. The spirit masters were already prepared for sacrifice, all for the glory of humanity. At this moment, united as one, they only wanted to eliminate the enemy before them. Chapter 51, The Phoenix, Infinite Resurrection. The undead began to self-destruct, with booming explosions echoing. Humans were at a disadvantage, yet they pressed forward, fighting a battle they knew was impossible to win. Chui Ye, do you see? Humans are so insignificant, destined to escape the doom of death, haha. Chui Hao suddenly felt triumphant, letting out a strange laugh. Is that so? Chui Ye's gaze was calm, like an unassailable deity. Chui Hao's peripheral vision swept across the ground, and he saw the fallen spirit masters suddenly resurrecting. They appeared to be unharmed. Not only was Chui Hao stunned by this scene, but even the spirit masters, who had been growing braver in battle, were taken aback. At this moment, they seemed to possess immortality. How is this possible? Chui Hao's expression turned frantic. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chui Hao, I told you my world is mine to command. Since you are my creation, I will deal with you. Boom. Chui Hao's body suddenly exploded into ashes. The spirit masters continued to fight, and Chui Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Fire rained down from the sky, igniting the undead upon impact. In this realm, he was a god, invincible. Unless someone could break through the realm and eliminate the Phoenix above. But the Phoenix had already reached level 10,000. How could anyone easily defeat it? The spirit masters grew more courageous and ultimately eliminated all their enemies. Chui Ye gazed at the chaos, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What lay before his eyes was another world. Cold winds howled, darkness enveloping the land. It looked lifeless, as if the world had reached its end. Is this still the Proud Dragon continent? Chui Ye looked despondently at this world. It's over, we're completely finished. The Proud Dragon continent is also destroyed. Have we humans truly reached the brink of extinction? In the distance, a group of people stared at all this, a flicker of despair crossing their faces. Chui Ye looked towards the few individuals in the distance and already guessed their identities. Cheng Bingxian. Bai Meiwei waved her hand as she saw Cheng Bingxian. Cheng Bingxian was her friend from the Windbird continent. Although they lived in different cities, their bond was strong. Their reunion was in such a scene, and she couldn't suppress her excitement. as if meeting a long-lost relative. But unexpectedly encountering by Meiyue's childhood friend brought tears to her eyes. The two embraced and wept, as if all their words were expressed in their tears. All right, stop crying. Gao Yushi walked over to comfort the two softly. He also came from the Windbird continent. Originally seeking reinforcements, now seeing the proud dragon continent, he lowered his head in disappointment. The other few shared the same purpose, disappointment flashing in their eyes. It's the demon race. It's all the demon race's fault. Ling Hu of the Ling Tiger continent clenched his fists and struck the ground hard, blood instantly soaking his fists. If only we could be stronger. Zhu Yunyun of the Ling Tiger continent spoke hoarsely, tears blurring her eyes. Humans are too weak. Their survival is merely luck. Even our strongest defense, the Xian Turtle continent, sigh. It's truly over. Feng Jianming and Feng Jianguang were a pair of twin brothers, speaking in unison. When they mentioned the Xianling continent, a trace of despair also flickered in their eyes. All four continents have fallen, and humanity is heading towards extinction. They had nowhere to turn. Reality was too cruel. How tragic. Cui Yi coldly observed everything before him, as if these matters had nothing to do with him. The crowd looked at Cui Yi, first stunned, then slowly turned hostile. The original world has been destroyed, yet this kid still speaks coldly. He looks like a cold-blooded animal, devoid of warmth, which only fueled their anger. They wished to teach this boy a lesson. You little brat, what are you? Can't you see our homeland has been destroyed? Yu Xinghua, with his fiery personality, was the first to step forward. He couldn't stand Cui Yi's attitude. Is complaining useful? Cui Yi calmly looked at the enraged Yu Xinghua. When difficulties arise, they keep complaining instead of calming down to figure out what to do next. Instead, they blamed each other, their eyes filled with despair. Believing humanity was truly insignificant and the world had reached its end. What are you pretending for? Aren't we stating facts? If we encounter demons now, death is certain. You should know that better than anyone. Humanity is finished. Yu Xinghua's voice grew louder, his eyes reddening. In his view, humanity was utterly doomed. All four continents of humanity had fallen, the world was heading towards extinction, and only a few hundred people remained alive. Cui Yi remained calm, and no one could understand. Reality was too cruel. What good was calmness if the outcome was the same? Cui Yi offered no further explanation, nor did he have the habit of comforting others. Pulling a peachwood sword from his chinquan bag, the spirit masters cast strange glances at Cui Yi's action. Cui Yi gently stroked the peachwood sword in his hand and walked to an unoccupied corner. He swung the peachwood sword. Boom. Suddenly, a rift in time and space appeared before everyone, dark and cold winds swirling inside. Has the realm been breached? What kind of treasure is this peachwood sword that can open a door to another realm? So miraculous, but what is this big shot trying to do? Seeing Cui Yi's unbelievable actions, everyone surrounded him. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Xinghua stammered. Cui Yi calmly glanced at him, saying nothing more. The time-space rift quickly transformed into a 10-meter-high wall. At this moment, everyone finally saw the situation inside. A small boy with silver hair sat on a black dragon throne, which was intricately carved with a fierce black dragon that looked lifelike. Just meeting his gaze sent shivers down their spines, an invisible sense of pressure enveloping them. A figure in a black cloak, holding a sickle, stood beside the boy. The face was hidden beneath the cloak, shrouded in endless darkness. Oh my, this wouldn't be hell, would it? This big shot is really out of their mind. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, yet you come to hell without a door. This is fine. But why bring us along? Watching the incredible sight before them, the spirit masters huddled together, trembling. Some timid spirit beasts had already weakened in their legs, their pants soaked. Who goes there? The king of the underworld, wearing a yellow crown and a dragon robe, showed a hint of surprise on his icy face. The last intruder into their world was a monkey, and now someone else had come in. Just come in, but even opened a door between the realms. Chapter 52. The king of the underworld also cares about face, right? Isn't this a slap in the face? The king of the underworld also cares about face, right? Cui Yi spoke bluntly, giving no regard to the king of the underworld. Wait a moment. The king of the underworld's expression darkened as he summoned the ghost messengers for a whispered conversation. Cui Yi could guess they were looking for information about him. No need to search. I'm not here to negotiate with you. The king of the underworld felt as if struck by lightning, utterly confused. Is this kid crazy? How dare he speak to him like this? Insolence. The king of the underworld shouted angrily, standing up and glaring intensely at Cui Yi. The black dragon on the throne suddenly opened its crimson eyes, letting out a roar. The underworld has its own rules. These people are dead. And no matter who you are, you have no right to take them away. The king of the underworld was furious but dared not act recklessly without knowing Cui Yi's background. Humanity is extinct. Do you think there will still be an underworld? Without humans, what good are your many ghost soldiers? Cui Yi said calmly. The king of the underworld pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth. He naturally knew the relationship between humanity and the underworld. They were inextricably linked. Moreover, the underworld itself had no ability to create humans, right? The king of the underworld broke into a cold sweat. The underworld is powerful, yet they do not fully interfere with human reproduction and survival. The ghostly envoy beside the king of the underworld whispered a few words, seemingly having already figured out Chui Ye's identity. The king of the underworld's expression slightly changed as he cleared his throat. Chui Ye understood that the ghostly envoy must have found out his information. Only now does the king of the underworld dare to act so arrogantly. Do you mean there's no room for negotiation? Chui Ye's gaze was cold, showing no intention of backing down. Of course not. Since you're here, you might as well stay. The king of the underworld shouted angrily, and the black dragon on the chair suddenly came to life, lunging at him. Chui Ye remained motionless, and at the critical moment, he suddenly grabbed the dragon's whiskers and used its own force to flip around. In the end, he was left holding a handful of black dragon whiskers, which turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. The black dragon was furious, turning around and opening its massive jaws to attack again. Chui Ye's eyes slightly changed, and a powerful flame force enveloped him, transforming into a fiery armor. The black dragon suddenly charged at him, and a wall of fire appeared, igniting fiercely. The black dragon's pupils widened as it crashed into the wall of fire, instantly turning into black smoke and vanishing. The king of the underworld was stunned by this scene and suddenly stood up. This black dragon was his spirit beast. With one strike, it had turned to ashes, becoming this kid's experience points. You will pay me back for my black dragon. The king of the underworld shouted angrily, throwing two black spheres that transformed into two massive blood-sucking bats charging towards Chui Ye. Overestimating yourself, Chui Ye replied coldly, and the wall of fire instantly transformed into two firebirds that flew forward. Initially, one would think the two forces would collide and explode, but unexpectedly, the firebirds devoured the black bats, transforming into blue flames as they charged at the king of the underworld. Boom! The flames struck the king of the underworld's chair, enveloping it in smoke. The king of the underworld broke through the smoke, unfurling his black bat wings, revealing his fangs, and greedily licking his lips. It's been a long time since I felt this good. The king of the underworld laughed wildly, excited to the extreme, his crimson eyes fixed firmly on Chui Ye. It seems you like it intense. Chui Ye flashed a charming smile. The king of the underworld suddenly lunged at Chui Ye, a blood-red light appearing in his hand, ready to devour Chui Ye's soul. Chui Ye remained motionless. The powerful force struck him, but his soul remained unaffected. It's my turn now. Taking the opportunity, Chui Ye grabbed the horns that had grown on the king of the underworld's head and violently slammed him to the ground. Everyone gasped, watching as Chui Ye grabbed the king of the underworld's horns and performed a street throw. One slam, two slams. The speed increased, and soon they lost count of how many times the king of the underworld had been slammed to the ground. Yu Jingguo watched the scene, cold sweat pouring down. He had just offended Chui Ye, and he hoped he wouldn't be the next one to be thrown around like that. Thinking of this, he slowly took a step back, constantly reciting Amitabha in his heart. Chui Ye, you really don't know how well-informed you are, talented and charming. He is truly loved by everyone. Chen Yinghao didn't forget to flatter Chui Ye, recalling his own previous arrogance when he saw Yu Jingguo's expression. Don't worry, the big shot is magnanimous. After Chen Yinghao said this, the heavy stone in Yu Jingguo's heart finally fell. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. Boom. Chui Ye slammed the king of the underworld heavily against the wall, countless stars flashing before his eyes. Do you like it? Chui Ye walked over to the king of the underworld, looking at the incapacitated figure and shaking his head with a sigh. The king of the underworld is making a grave for himself in the human world. You really know how to mislead others. Well then, today, let me act on behalf of heaven and take you down. As soon as he finished speaking, Chui Ye tossed out the peachwood sword. The king of the underworld instantly transformed into a cloud of black smoke and entered the peachwood sword. Chui Ye had long known that the king of the underworld's purpose was to incite war between humans and demons, allowing the underworld to profit. Unfortunately for him, his plans were too clever. Chui Ye showed him no mercy and directly sealed him as his sword spirit. At this moment, the king of the underworld, now a sword spirit, was in tears. After all, he was the king of the underworld, yet he was sealed inside a cheap peachwood sword like this. If people found out, they would probably laugh their heads off. Now, it's good. His plan failed, and he ended up being caught himself. Sword spirit? The big shot turned the king of the underworld into a sword spirit? That's unbelievable. What kind of extraordinary person is this big shot? The big shot is invincible. The scene just now had already been witnessed by these people through the cracks in the realm. Their admiration for Chui Ye was beyond description. Who says there are no experts among humans? That's just nonsense. Long Shiner frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across her cold face. She had thought Chui Ye's promise to protect humanity was just a joke, but now it seemed that Chui Ye's strength far surpassed hers. The Long family was truly overestimating themselves in dealing with such a person. The ghostly envoys were stunned by Chui Ye's actions. Now that the king of the underworld had become this human sword spirit, they felt like headless flies. Come out. Chui Ye released the sword spirit of the king of the underworld. You stay here. If anyone gives you trouble, I will help you deal with it. Chui Ye simply instructed a couple of words. The king of the underworld, with a proud expression, had no choice but to bow his head in the face of strength. It all felt like a dream. He could only nod in agreement. The king of the underworld felt helpless. He also wanted to save face. Chapter 53, Bullet Ants. What suits you is the best. The king of the underworld is the strongest being in the underworld, governing the entire realm, and everyone obeys him without question. Moreover, the strength of the king of the underworld is well known among the soldiers of the underworld. Usually, just a cold glance from him can instill fear in them. Now, he was easily subdued by this human, and they could hardly believe this was real. Chui Yi didn't think much and turned to leave the underworld. As soon as he stepped out, Yu Xingguo approached him, bowing and scraping. You're really impressive. Yu Xingguo awkwardly said those 4 words, not good with words. He simply couldn't understand how, despite being of similar age, their strengths differed so greatly. At the same age, Chui Yi had already stormed the underworld, sealing the king of the underworld as a sword spirit without a scratch. In contrast, he could only keep seeking help, feeling that humanity was doomed and seeing no hope. Overwhelmed with shame, his gaze towards Chui Yi changed. It was no longer one of disdain, but one of admiration. Remember, it's not about what you think. It's about what I think. Chui Yi was ostensibly speaking to Yu Xingguo, but in reality, he was telling everyone not to dismiss themselves based on others' thoughts. Big shot. What should we do now? He Tianming eagerly approached Chui Yi, cautiously asking. The current situation had changed. The earth and all things were beginning to wither. Chui Yi understood that the life of the Xuanwu spirit beast was nearing its end. The realm had been broken, and the revival of spiritual energy was about to arrive. The most important thing now was to grow stronger. Go to the spirit beast continent. Chui Yi's words left everyone looking at each other in confusion. The spirit beast continent? The spirit beast continent is the most dangerous and mysterious place in the world. Countless spirit masters have lost their lives and mysteriously disappeared while trying to capture powerful spirit beasts. Since then, no one has dared to explore this mysterious continent. At most, they would capture some spirit beasts in the safe zones of the spirit beast continent. But now, to go to the spirit beast continent, wasn't that courting death? The spirit beast continent is very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? Long Shiner's face was serious. With her current level as a spirit emperor, she had no chance on the spirit beast continent, let alone other humans. Yes, Chui Yi clearly understood the secrets of the spirit beast continent. This was the place where forces more suitable for human survival existed. Originally, spirit masters in this world needed to form contracts with spirit beasts to gain greater strength. If they just sat and waited, they would only seek their own doom. Moreover, this world had already been destroyed, and other races could invade at any time. The most dangerous places are often the safest. The spirit beast continent has powerful spirit beasts that can not only prevent these enemies from invading, but also help spirit masters grow. Are we really going? Qininghao still didn't give up. He left the place where he currently lived and ventured into an unfamiliar area, instilling a sense of fear. Chui Yi calmly glanced back at the few hundred people behind him and looked up at the sky. Dark clouds hung low, cold winds blew fiercely, and the earth was pitch black, devoid of its former vitality. Let's go? Without saying much, Chui Yi activated the teleportation array to the spirit beast continent where he had been before. A flash of light passed, and when everyone opened their eyes again, they had arrived at the spirit beast continent. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, completely different from the world they lived in. This was where Chui Yi had first arrived when he crossed into this world. In just over 20 days, the world had undergone tremendous changes. Boss, is this the spirit beast continent? Shi Wenhan squatted down, looking at the bullet ant crawling on the ground, and curiously reached out to touch it. The bullet ant glanced at Shi Wenhan coldly, as if considering him an idiot, and bit him hard. Before Shi Wenhan could react, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Damn. Shi Wenhan, what's wrong with you? Zhao Hongfeng rushed over, startled, not expecting that he too would suddenly fall down with a thud. The spirit masters looked on in shock, thinking there might be an enemy ambush. Vigilantly scanning the surroundings, suddenly 2 people stood up. Qininghao rushed over and threw 2 punches, scaring them pale. Damn, it's a zombie. The spirit masters looked at Shi Wenhan and Zhao Hongfeng, whose eyes now resembled panda eyes, one on the left and the other on the right. You're the one who's a zombie. The 2 retorted in unison, not knowing what had happened that caused them to faint suddenly. Waking up to a punch from Qininghao, They felt they had no way to express their grievances. That was a bullet ant. Don't touch them, Chui Yi explained. The two looked down at the inconspicuous little ant on the ground, not realizing that it was this creature that had knocked them down. Bullet ant? Bai Meiwei asked curiously. The bullet ant is the smallest spirit beast on the spirit beast continent. If they bite someone, it can knock them out like being hit by a bullet, Chui Yi explained. Hearing this, the spirit masters curiously gathered around, as if they had discovered a new continent, and some, driven by curiosity, touched a bullet ant and fainted on the spot. There are such small spirit beasts. It's amazing, Bai Meiwei exclaimed. These spirit masters knew very little about spirit beasts. In their view, the stronger the spirit beast, the more powerful it was. They often overlooked these tiny spirit beasts and sometimes would suddenly faint without knowing what had happened. The spirit beast continent is closely related to us spirit masters. If one wants to become powerful, they must find a suitable spirit beast for themselves. For example, a water attribute spirit master needs to find a water attribute spirit beast to exert greater power. Both spirit beasts and spirit masters have different spiritual powers. There are not only combat-type spirit beasts, but also utility-type spirit beasts. For instance, a fire spirit ball can adjust body temperature for warmth. A water spirit ball likes cleanliness and will actively help its trainer wash clothes, and a wood spirit ball can be applied to a spirit master's wound to stop bleeding. There are many types of spirit beasts and many uses. Generally, spirit beasts are classified into levels, and we usually like to categorize them this way. However, the more rare and precious a spirit beast is, it doesn't necessarily mean it is more suitable for oneself. On the contrary, what suits oneself is the best. Hearing Chui Yi's explanation, the spirit masters were dumbfounded. They had never considered that the study of spirit beasts was so profound and interesting. How can we know what type of spirit beast is suitable for us? Bai Meiwei asked. First, it depends on one's attributes. Generally speaking, as long as the spirit beast doesn't conflict with one's own elemental spirit, it can be tamed. If you have a water elemental spirit, finding a fire-type spirit beast would result in rejection because water and fire are incompatible. Long Shiner suddenly realized upon hearing Chui Yi's words. Now she truly understood why Chui Yi said she needed to destroy her elemental spirit. The earliest spirit beast she encountered was fire-type, and she thought the stronger the spirit beast, the better. Now she understood that only what suited her was the best. Are there still a few people here who have spirit beasts? Chui Yi looked at everyone. The spirit masters exchanged glances. The war had been too brutal. Most spirit beasts had basically perished. Chapter 54. Establishing a sect, overbearing clauses. If one wants to become strong, they need to train again. Chui Yi had roughly guessed this outcome, but he didn't expect that apart from himself, all of these people's spirit beasts were completely wiped out. Only Chui Yi understood that he could tame all the spirit beasts because his spirit beast could devour different spirit beasts to evolve, possessing more attributes. These spirit masters were the opposite. Their spirit beasts could only evolve normally, so they could not reach his level. Boss, what should we do? Tu Feiguang suddenly changed his tone, putting aside all past dignity and respectfully looking at Chui Yi. Destroy your elemental spirit. Chui Yi's words were like a bolt from the blue. Destroying one's elemental spirit and retraining was equivalent to giving up everything and starting over. And the losses would be immense. The spirit masters showed difficult expressions. They did not distrust Chui Yi, but his age was similar to theirs, making it hard to fully trust him. I believe you. Long Shiner suddenly stood up, her gaze firm. The spirit masters saw Long Shiner standing up and exchanged looks. With Long Shiner, who was at the spirit emperor level, being the most likely to enter the spirit god realm, willing to start over, what was there to fear? Thinking of this, they all showed determined expressions. I am willing to. And I, fighting for humanity. That's right, count me in. All the spirit masters raised their hands in agreement, and Chui Yi nodded with satisfaction. Destroying one's elemental spirit was simple. They just needed to give up their spirit beasts and take the heavy spirit pill. After finishing his explanation, Chui Yi summoned Bai Xie and Pai De Hu for the safety of the spirit masters. On the other hand, he took out the heavy spirit pill and handed it to Bai Meiwei. Here is the heavy spirit pill, distribute it. Bai Meiwei took the heavy spirit pill and distributed it to each spirit master. The spirit masters did not hesitate to swallow the heavy spirit pill, and beams of light flashed as all their spiritual power was reduced to zero. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hidden mission, establishing a sect. Description. By establishing a sect, the host can become the ruler of the world. Any spirit master who strengthens the sect can provide rewards to the host. This mission does not conflict with other sign-in or mission rewards. Does the host want to establish a sect? Chui Yi. Establish. Without hesitation, Chui Yi clicked to establish the mission. After all, such a mission could quickly enhance his strength. Moreover, now is the time to adjust this world. System. Loading establishment now. Ding. System. The sect has been successfully established. Chui Yi was bewildered. Is it done just like that? Nothing appeared around him. Where was the promised sect? What a joke. It was established without anything. System. Explanation. By establishing a sect, the spirit masters can obtain a mobile phone system for exchange. And those who complete the most system tasks can receive different rewards in the mobile mall. Chui Yi was left speechless, feeling like he had been tricked. He had established a sect without even a house. Now that I have established a sect, I will release different tasks in the mobile app in the future. Everyone just needs to complete the tasks to receive various rewards. Chui Yi said as he placed the recovery spirit pill into the exchange system. Now, the first task of the sect is to tame a spirit beast. Considering everyone's safety, the first spirit beast can be one that poses no harm, such as the fire spirit ball, wood spirit ball, and water spirit ball. These spirit beasts are harmless, but quite practical. And they are the spirit beasts with the most attributes. Now, go and complete the task. Chui Yi announced the first task, and the spirit masters were filled with enthusiasm. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for completing the creation of the sect task. Reward. Resurrection Hall. Description. All spiritual masters of the sect can be revived through the Resurrection Hall. A grand hall rose from the ground, surrounded by light and full of vitality. The Resurrection Hall is amazing. We won't die anymore. This is so exhilarating. I'm invincible. The spiritual masters were unsettled. Just moments ago, they saw Chui Yi casually wave his hand, and a Resurrection Hall rose from the ground. It was truly incredible. Chui Yi was also in a daze, thankful for the Resurrection Hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. Here are the ceiling spirit balls. Everyone can take 3. Now you can complete your tasks. But remember not to wander too far. The map on your phones shows the spirit ball area, Chui Yi specifically reminded. The map function on their phones clearly indicated all the information about the spirit beast continent. Nearby was a survival area for spirit balls and spirit beasts. The spiritual masters, full of energy and excitement, began their first task. Long Sheener was the first to arrive in this area, where colorful spirit balls were running around on a grassy field, enjoying the sunlight. The sunlight shone on them, emitting glimmers, making their translucent bodies clearly visible. Long Sheener, always strong-willed, was momentarily stunned when she saw an ice-type spirit ball. Looking around, the water, fire, wood, metal, and earth-type spirit balls were the most abundant, followed by light and dark types. There was only this one ice-type spirit ball, and if it weren't for the cold aura it emitted, it would be hard to find. Long Sheener threw a ceiling spirit ball, and in an instant, a powerful force enveloped the ice spirit ball, pulling it into the ceiling spirit ball. After a slight shake, she perfectly captured the ice spirit ball. Others also gradually captured their own different spirit beast spirit balls. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. Yuanling Pavilion. Activating the beginner skill Bullet Fist. Description. Bullet Fist can render enemies unable to fight for 3 seconds upon impact, obtained from the host's Bullet Ant skill. What? My skill? Does this mean that all the skills I learned can be uploaded to the store through the system? System. Yes, host. This is your created world. Everything is related to you. Mine. System. Yes, host. You can use any disciple's skills and spirit beasts. Everyone's spiritual power is related to you. That's a monopolistic clause. Chui Yi sighed. This meant that whatever others had belonged to him, and what was his was still his. He had the final say. If the disciples of the sect became strong, he would become strong. It felt like a free win. The experience points of the system were constantly increasing. However, he was still far from the level of a spirit god, which was much harder than reaching the sky. If calculated based on the current captured spirit ball levels, it would take about 10,000 days to complete the task. Chui Yi frowned slightly. It seems I need to find stronger targets now. With 10 days left. Time was pressing, and Chui Yi clenched his fists. He had no way to retreat. Chapter 55. The Spirit of Indifference to Life and Death, Reviving to Continue Fighting. Ding dong. System. Does the host wish to activate the sign-in reward? Chui Yi. Yes. System. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rocket launcher. A rocket launcher? Chui Yi confirmed multiple times, and a rocket launcher appeared in his chinquan bag, making him feel a headache. The power of a rocket launcher could easily destroy a city. Such an item was generally hard to use. Chui Yi felt that this reward was a bit exaggerated. Big guy, I caught 3 fire spirit balls. I also completed the task. It was too easy. I feel like a super ball now. Big guy, this task's difficulty is too simple. Can we change it? Chui Yi was just thinking about this when he didn't expect these spiritual masters to be so proactive. All right, Chui Yi replied, then glanced at the system and hesitated for a moment. Currently, the spiritual master's levels had only risen to spirit master level 10. To quickly advance to spirit disciple level, they needed to reach at least level 30. Every 10 levels counted as 1 star, meaning they needed to raise 3 stars to reach the spirit disciple level. The fastest way was to hunt a level 30 or higher spirit beast. Chui Yi looked at the map and found that there was a fire dragon lizard around level 30 nearby. The fire dragon lizard's strongest skill was Fireball, which required water-type spirit beasts to counter. Coincidentally, 1/3 of the spiritual masters were water-type masters, making it just right to target the fire dragon lizard. Soloing the fire dragon lizard would be quite challenging, but a collective attack would have a good chance of success. If it really didn't work, there was still the Resurrection Hall. Failure is the mother of success, which is normal. A new sect mission, hunt the fire dragon lizard. Yi announced the task reward, and the spiritual masters were full of spirit. They took out their phones, accepted the task, and hurried to the fire dragon lizard's habitat. The fire dragon lizard mountain was surrounded by heat, and the air seemed to tremble. A fire dragon lizard noticed the sounds of the spiritual masters, its sharp eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of killing intent. They had arrived. Chun Yinghao swaggered up to the fire dragon lizard. In his eyes, the fire dragon lizard was just an ordinary spirit beast, not worth taking seriously. This fire dragon lizard looked quite trash. One person could handle it. Xi Wenhan didn't want to lose to Chun Yinghao, as they were all at the same starting line. Indeed, Brother Chun and Brother Xi are impressive. I'll use my phone to record this glorious moment, Zhao Hongfang said as he took out his phone and activated the camera. Hello everyone. We are now recording Chun Yinghao and Xi Wenhan battling a level 30 spirit beast. Let's see how it goes. Zhao Hongfang deliberately zoomed in on the two before shifting the camera to the fire dragon lizard. Watch closely, let me demonstrate. Chun Yinghao rolled up his sleeves, ready for a big fight. The fire dragon lizard's cold eyes flashed, lazily rolling over, showing no interest in the three foolish humans. Suddenly, Chun Yinghao charged forward, and the fire dragon lizard sneezed, unleashing a burst of flames that landed on the three of them. A flash of white light passed, and the three found themselves inexplicably at the Resurrection Hall. The three looked at each other, bewildered. It felt like a dream. They had been taken out in an instant. No way. Is it really that strong? Chun Yinghao blushed, recalling the earlier scene. He had been hoping for a first kill, but now he had been sent directly to the Resurrection Hall, without success. Yi, watching this scene, smiled faintly. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed. Ding dong. System, congratulations to the host sect member Long Sheener for achieving the first kill. Reward, top quality experience pill. Description, the top quality experience pill can increase 10,000 experience points. So soon to complete the first kill, truly impressive. A top quality experience pill would be enough for Long Sheener to level up from Spirit Master to Spirit Disciple. Yi sighed in his heart. Long Sheener had anticipated that her current strength was no match for the fire dragon lizard. She began gathering her water-type partners for a collective attack, and in no time, they completed the first kill task. Brains are indeed a good thing. Yi muttered to himself. The three at the Resurrection Hall saw this message and instantly became unsettled. Wow, they completed the first kill task so quickly. That's amazing. Zhao Hongfang looked at his phone, enviously seeing Long Sheener achieve the first kill. Humph, what's so great about it? Chun Yinghao said dismissively. They were all at the same starting line, and it was frustrating to start behind. Maybe we can also achieve the first kill. Xi Wenhan's confidence dwindled, as the reality was undeniable. This time, Chun Yinghao learned to be smart and began gathering disciples, but there were no water-type spiritual masters among them anymore. However, he was quite clever and searched for a long time in the skill pavilion, finally finding the initial skill, Bullet Fist. Look what I found. Chun Yinghao was extremely excited, as if he had discovered a world secret. The spirit masters rushed over and saw Chun Yinghao holding the initial skill book. Wow, Bullet Fist, that's awesome. Xi Wenhan felt confident again. As long as he had skills, he wasn't afraid of anything. A group of spirit masters began to learn Bullet Fist and once again challenged the fire dragon lizard. Sure enough, when Bullet Fist hit the fire dragon lizard, it instantly fainted. This was after Chun Yinghao had repeatedly failed and tried various methods to succeed. However, while this method could temporarily deal with the fire dragon lizard, it couldn't inflict fatal damage. In the end, the group of spirit masters surrounded a fire dragon lizard, each taking turns to punch it. Although this method worked, the fire dragon lizard wasn't killed but rather exhausted to death. Moreover, it was extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. On the other side, Long Sheener had already killed 10 fire dragon lizards, while they had only managed to kill one, a complete defeat. This wasn't a viable method, it was too slow. Exactly. We're not water-type spirit masters, so it takes too long. If this continued, they would fall far behind. Seeing that this method wasn't working, Chun Yinghao suddenly thought of another idea. Let's dig traps. His suggestion immediately sparked a glimmer of hope. Yes, we can dig traps, and we can dig several. Xi Wenhan was ecstatic. But we don't have tools. Zhao Hongfang's words struck like a blow. How could they dig traps without tools? Aren't there trees? We can dig slowly and set sharp wooden stakes in the traps, then lure the fire dragon lizards over. That way we can complete the task. The spirit masters studied this method repeatedly and felt it was feasible, starting to use their respective skills to research the traps. Indeed, this method was slow in the beginning, but later it could kill a large number of fire dragon lizards. Cui Yi watched the experience points rapidly increase and saw that these people's levels had reached the level of 30 spirit apprentices, feeling extremely gratified. The number of fire dragon lizards was also decreasing, but eventually, these fire dragon lizards became wise. Upon seeing the spirit masters, they would run away as if they had lost their souls. After all, the number of spirit masters was too large. They were at a disadvantage. And these spirit masters were bloodthirsty, with a mentality of treating life and death lightly, not afraid to respawn and continue fighting. Chapter 56. The Demon Flame Giant Dragon Speaks. The fire dragon lizards were frightened by this scene and quickly fled upon seeing the spirit masters. In the end, the spirit masters were also at a loss. Sigh. This is so boring. The fire dragon lizards are too weak. It's meaningless. Chen Hao shook his head and sighed. He hadn't caught a fire dragon lizard for a long time, and his level had now reached 30 as a spirit apprentice. He had never leveled up so quickly before and was calculating that at this rate, in 30 to 50 years, he could reach the realm of a spirit deity. Unfortunately, he never expected that Cui Yi's goal was to rapidly increase levels in just 10 days. If he had known Cui Yi's plan, he would probably have slapped himself hard, wondering if he was dreaming. Big boss, now the fire dragon lizards run away when they see us. How are we supposed to increase our strength? Shi Wenhan came to Cui Yi's side, feeling aggrieved. Thinking about how the fire dragon lizards seemed like mice seeing a cat, feeling depressed. Cui Yi frowned slightly. These people had nearly exterminated the fire dragon lizards, almost digging up their ancestral tombs. If the fire dragon lizards didn't run upon seeing them, they must be fools. Do you see that cave-filled mountain? The fire dragon lizards live there. Cui Yi cleared his throat and pointed to the distant cave-filled mountain. The spirit master's eyes lit up, prepared to take action like wolves. But you all need to be careful. As far as I know, the fire dragon lizards inside are a bit strong. Cui Yi kindly reminded them. But these spirit masters paid no attention. Don't worry, big boss, just watch. After saying this, the spirit masters excitedly rushed towards the cave-filled mountain. The cave-filled mountain had various sizes of caves, pitch black inside. The spirit masters found the largest cave, preparing for a big battle. Fire dragon lizard, your grandfather is here. These spirit beasts want to be afraid, right? Shi Wenhan glanced around the dark cave with boredom. From a distance, it was at least 10 meters high, and a foul smell wafted out. Let us just go in. Zhao Hongfang was getting a bit impatient. At that moment, a loud roar came from inside the cave, and a mutated fire dragon lizard emerged. Its sharp eyes angrily glared at the group, as if these spirit masters had disturbed its rest and were infuriatingly embarrassed. The mutated fire dragon lizard roared to the sky, its wings suddenly spread wide. The spirit masters were dumbfounded. This creature was several times larger than the fire dragon lizards they usually caught. They couldn't believe this was the same type of fire dragon lizard they used to butcher at will. Don't be afraid of it. It's just for show. However, despite saying that, Chen Hao was already sweating profusely, feeling a powerful sense of pressure that made him step back a few paces. Shi Wenhan and Zhao Hongfang stared nervously at the mutated fire dragon lizard. Do we really not need help? At this point, Chen Hao had already fled in panic. Probably faster than a rabbit. Revival Hall. Cui Yi was sitting by the revival hall, leisurely playing with his phone, seeing beams of light flashing by. He was not surprised at all. It was indeed these three fools. Big boss, this is more than just a little strong. This mutated fire dragon lizard is at least level 100, right? Chen Hao looked at Cui Yi with a wronged expression. I already warned you. And the spirit beasts get stronger the deeper you go, especially those in the caves. They consider themselves kings. Cui Yi put down his phone and smiled slightly. Big boss, you have to help us. Shi Wenhan was anxious. If this continued, their plan to become spirit deities would be ruined. At this moment, beams of light flashed again in the revival hall, and another group of spirit masters revived, including Bai Meiwei. It's too strong. We have no chance at all now. Bai Meiwei said softly. Unity is strength. Cui Yi said nothing more and continued to play with his phone. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the spirit masters Long Shiner, He Tianming, and Song Fugong for killing the mutated fire dragon lizard. The spirit masters picked up their phones and saw this message, instantly becoming unsettled. What is going on? How could they kill the fire dragon lizard so quickly? Geniuses are indeed geniuses. It's impossible to compare in the next life. So admirable. This speed seemed like a slap in the face. Clearly, they all started from the same line. But how could these people be so abnormal? In such a short time, Long Shiner, He Tianming, and others, who were originally inner disciples, had leveled up to 60, officially becoming spirit masters. The difference between humans and animals is that humans use their brains. Hearing Cui Yi's words, the spirit masters suddenly realized. Longsheener and the others complemented each other and acted collectively. If they were weak, they could make up for it with numbers. Why fight one-on-one when they could gang up? The Spirit Masters began to team up again, this time attacking together. 60 to 70 people easily took down the mutated fire dragon lizard. They could just throw skills at it to wear it down. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000,000 experience points and successfully leveling up to 1 star, currently at Spirit Deity 0 stars. Leveled up? Chui sat up. This speed was too fast. Big boss, not good. A talking giant dragon has appeared outside. Chun Inghao reappeared in the revival hall, pointing towards the distant cave-filled mountain, looking panicked. A giant dragon? Chui looked into the distance, and a deafening roar came over. Demon flame giant dragon, you bunch of waste, in front of me. You are all trash. The voice grew louder, shaking the ground. And the number of spirit masters resurrecting in the revival hall kept increasing. Finally, Longsheener also appeared in the revival hall. As night fell, a huge black shadow could be seen in the distance, unleashing a powerful destructive force. Towering ancient trees instantly turned to ashes and vanished. Chui remained unfazed and flew into the air. The flame dragon. Strange, how did it end up here? The flame dragon was enveloped in a layer of black flames, its crimson eyes capable of firing powerful destructive beams. This level of spirit beast liked to cause havoc and usually chose desolate places to rest, avoiding disturbances. The sudden appearance of such a flame dragon was indeed puzzling. Flame dragon, foolish human. The flame dragon saw Chui, a glint of killing intent flashing in its eyes, and its flames erupted instantly. Chui activated his appraisal skill. Flame dragon, level 10,000. Type, fire dark. Skills, destructive death ray, hellfire, curse power. Level 10,000 was nothing to Chui, but it was strange that this fire dragon could speak. Interesting. Chui flew in front of the flame dragon, a mysterious protective barrier enveloping him. The flame dragon shot a black fireball. Chui's shadow clone instantly dodged the attack, and towering ancient trees behind him turned to dust in an instant, scattering with the wind. Chapter 57, Reincarnator. In the face of power, he is just a younger brother. A fireball appeared in Chui's palm, growing larger until it resembled the size of the flame dragon's body and hurled it forward. The flame dragon opened its massive mouth and swallowed Chui's power, licking its tongue in satisfaction. Chui was confused. How could the flame dragon have the ability to devour others' energy? Reincarnator. The words flashed through Chui's mind, and he murmured them. Only a reincarnator could possess different powers, even a system. Flame dragon, who are you? The flame dragon was momentarily stunned by Chui's words, realizing it had transformed into its current state after crossing into this world. However, with the help of the system, it could absorb others' abilities and turn them into its own power. Otherwise, this other world would just be a tragic egg. Its system allowed it to transform into the form of others by consuming their bodies and to convert their attacks into its own abilities. Such a system was incredibly powerful. It had continuously killed to grow stronger. It had seen humans and wanted to transform into one using its system, but to its surprise, these humans mysteriously disappeared after death. Finally, it became extremely angry and began to destroy everything around. You come from Blue Star? Chui's words left the flame dragon dumbfounded again. This was the first time it had heard that familiar name. Flame dragon, are you also a reincarnator? The flame dragon's voice trembled, and it seemed somewhat excited. It couldn't believe it would see another reincarnator here. Well, sort of. Chui was technically a reincarnator, but he was also the creator. He had created this world, and his soul was merely reincarnating in Chui's body. Flame dragon, how frustrating, you reincarnated as a human, a handsome one at that, while I am just a monster. The flame dragon was displeased at Chui's appearance. Being straightforward, it expressed its feelings without hesitation. Not a monster, but a spirit beast. Chui didn't want to explain, but seeing the depressed flame dragon, he added a remark. Flame dragon, who cares? Nothing is better than being human, and I wonder what has become of my classmates. The flame dragon sighed lightly, filled with emotion. Chui was slightly taken aback, and hearing this made him more certain. There were more and more reincarnators in this world. Classmates? A class usually has about 30 people. If an entire class had reincarnated into this world, it was possible that the whole school's population had as well. If there were more than just school reincarnators, the scale of this world was unimaginable. How many of you are there? Flame dragon. Humph. Why should I tell you? My system is a killing system. I've never killed a human, especially one who is a reincarnator with a system. If I swallow you, there might be unexpected surprises. The flame dragon had a greedy look in its eyes. To it, Chui was the best prey. As long as it could devour a reincarnator with a system, its system might upgrade again, even allowing it to dominate this world. Damn it. Chui Yi couldn't help but curse. He was initially pleased to meet a reincarnator from Blue Star. As the saying goes, fellow villagers meet, and tears well up in their eyes. But now, this reincarnator wanted to swallow him? Flame Dragon, this other world is all about survival of the fittest. You look good, so stay. Just as the words left its mouth, the Flame Dragon unleashed a destructive beam. Chui Yi used his shadow clone to dodge the attack and summoned tens of thousands of Fire Dragon Emperor ants. The Flame Dragon was dumbfounded by the scene before it, its eyes nearly popping out. Flame Dragon, what the hell? The Flame Dragon never expected that another reincarnator could summon tens of thousands of similar spirit beasts. Flame Dragon, humph, don't forget my system can devour all attacks. With my system in hand, I can conquer the world. The Flame Dragon's expression changed, becoming arrogant. Is that so? Chui Yi smirked faintly. He admitted that such a devouring system was powerful, but his spirit beasts were all level 10, 000. Just one spit from each could fill it up. He was just afraid that all the attacks would land on it, and it wouldn't be able to digest them in time, which would be interesting. Fire breath. Chui Yi commanded. Tens of thousands of Fire Dragon Emperor ants launched an attack simultaneously. Countless fireballs shot towards the Flame Dragon. The Flame Dragon opened its mouth, waiting for the delicious feast. Flame Dragon, come on, let me become stronger. Before the Flame Dragon could finish its sentence, its body stiffened and it fainted. Serves you right for being so cocky. Finally, revenge is here. Chen Yinghao suddenly ran to the side of the Flame Dragon and threw a bullet punch. In 3 seconds, the Flame Dragon was knocked out cold. When it woke up again, countless fireballs had already landed on it. Boom! With a loud crash, the Flame Dragon fell to the ground, heavily injured, and the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. Chen Yinghao also appeared in the Resurrection Hall. After all, he could respawn infinitely. Dying was just a matter of starting over. Resurrecting is still a good thing. It's simply satisfying. The Flame Dragon was unlucky, unable to digest the attacks, and was instantly defeated, finally spewing out a cloud of black smoke, its body charred black. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for hunting a system reincarnator. Reward. Exploration skill. Chui Yi. Exploration skill. Currently, the host has 10 points. So powerful. As long as you kill a reincarnator with a system, you can have infinite respawn opportunities. The Flame Dragon turned into experience points, distributed among everyone. I've become a spirit master. This is amazing. I just punched once and leveled up 30 levels. Wow. Chen Yinghao became a spirit master. He had never felt this good before. Others were envious. Such a leveling speed was simply extraordinary. Brother Chen, you've done it all. What do we have left? If I had known, I would have ambushed too. I didn't expect such a huge beast to be so weak. Brother Chen is mighty. Chen Yinghao seemed to enjoy this feeling. Now his level was on par with Long Shiner, making him one of the strongest among these people. Hee. Thanks to the big guy. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have succeeded. Chen Yinghao didn't forget to flatter Chui Yi. After all, in the face of strength, he was just a younger brother. Chapter 58. Reincarnator, Castle System? Do you all want to continue feeling this good? As soon as the crowd heard Chui Yi's words, they were instantly inspired. No one wanted to miss such a rare opportunity to level up quickly. Does a big shot really still have such an opportunity? Let's act now. I'm so anxious right now. Chui Yi activated the system to search for people with carrying systems, looking towards the depths of the Spirit Beast mountain range. Gather your energy and rest well tonight. I will take you all flying. As Chui Yi spoke, he walked to a towering ancient tree, sat cross-legged, and checked the time on his phone, which happened to be midnight. Perfect for signing in for rewards. Chui Yi, start signing in. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving a snack gift pack. System. Note, the snack gift pack contains food from Blue Star that can enhance experience points in the other world. Chui Yi's eyes lit up. This thing is great. Chui Yi. Copy. Chui Yi infinitely copied the snack gift pack and sent it to the phone mall. He edited the food description, stating it was delicious food that could enhance experience points. The spirit masters became agitated, each one overjoyed. Snack gift pack? It can enhance experience points. What is this? Experience points? Does this mean eating can level you up? No way, really? Let me try. The spirit masters began to exchange points for the snack gift pack one after another. Wow, this is heavenly delicious. It's too good. Shi Wenhan picked up a pack of crispy noodles, took a bite, and tears streamed down his face. He had never eaten such delicious food before. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhao Hongfang grabbed a pack of spicy strips, took a bite, and almost cried. Without saying a word, he just kept eating. Long Shiner showed a hint of surprise on her face. Seeing the chips from the snack gift pack, she hesitated for a moment before opening it to take a bite. The cold expression on her face instantly turned to joy and satisfaction. Chui Yi calmly watched all of this, smiling faintly. Blue Star is indeed wonderful. It has everything. Bringing things from Blue Star to the other world is full of surprises. Chui Yi looked up at the brilliant starry sky and sighed a breath of turbid air. He still didn't know how many people had come to the other world with the system. Is it a blessing or a curse? Chui Yi quietly arrived at the designated location to explore skills. For these spirit masters, the depths of the spirit beast continent were still too dangerous. Along the way, he could sense high-level spirit beasts fighting each other. After passing through a forest, a castle stood tall amidst the trees. The castle was within a safe boundary, and lights could be clearly seen inside. Has the castle crossed over? Chui Yi felt a bit envious upon seeing this scene. The buildings in this world were all wooden houses, lacking defensive capabilities. Such a castle combined with a boundary was undoubtedly safe. More importantly, there were various modern treasures inside, such as televisions, computers, and smart home devices. Chui Yi suddenly missed his days on Blue Star. Ding dong. System detected a reincarnator. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and a sharp wooden arrow shot through the sky. Chui Yi looked towards the castle's window, where a figure was watching him. Long black hair covered a pale face, dressed in a black cloak, with a thin figure. Reincarnator? The three words flashed through Chui Yi's mind. Suddenly, a rain of arrows shot out from various windows. Chui Yi activated mysterious protection and hid behind a towering ancient tree. The arrow rain ruthlessly pierced through the forest, making a swishing sound. It seems there's no way to communicate now. Does this person want to kill him? Chui Yi revealed a wicked smile. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Chui Yi picked up a rocket launcher and flew into the air. Boom. The rocket launcher emitted a loud roar, smoke billowing as it rushed towards the castle. The black-clad man in the castle trembled slightly and quickly hid back into the room. In an instant, the boundary shattered, leaving only the isolated castle standing in the forest. Such a powerful boundary. Unharmed, the black-clad man inside disappeared. Chui Yi flew towards the castle, preparing to check the situation inside. Suddenly, the castle emitted a loud noise. Chui Yi stopped and looked. At that moment, the castle transformed into a gigantic castle giant form. What the heck, a transformer? Chui Yi hurriedly dodged the attack. The lights that were just inside the castle seemed like a pair of eyes, while the other rooms transformed into limbs. Each time they swung, they smashed down heavily. Chui Yi kept retreating, carefully observing the movements inside. Only one black-clad man stood at the window, coldly watching Chui Yi's every move. Hey, are you a reincarnator? Chui Yi shouted, and the black-clad man was momentarily stunned, his attack slowing down. Die? The black-clad man coldly spat out 3 words, and seeing his body change, Chui Yi guessed his identity. However, it seemed that reincarnators in this world were not very friendly, always wanting to kill each other. Very well, Chui Yi was not a saint. Since this guy was asking for death, he had no need to continue hiding his strength and stop dodging. Boom. A loud noise erupted as the fist made of the house struck Chui Yi, instantly shattering. The black-clad man was slightly taken aback, realizing at that moment why Chui Yi didn't dodge. It turned out his body was so hard that there was no need to evade at all. Only Chui Yi knew he had activated the invincible 3 seconds overlord body. Chui Yi summoned Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai, and the 2 spirit beasts appeared on the ground, momentarily stunned by such a gigantic creature. Xiao Hong, Master, what is this? Chui Yi, a house, smash it down. Xiao Hong looked at Xiao Bai. The 2 nine-tailed foxes had never seen such a house before. Xiao Hong, Xiao Bai. Okay, Master. The 2 nine-tailed foxes spoke in unison and launched their attack simultaneously. Blue flames and red destructive rays pierced through the house and flew into the air. The man in the room trembled and clutched his chest. Just at that spot was where the nine-tailed foxes targeted their attack on the room. Could it be that this castle is a system? Chui Yi wondered about this person's system upon seeing this scene. Initially, he thought someone was controlling this castle from inside, but now it seemed otherwise. I just want to quietly be a homebody. Why did I have to come to this hellish place? The black-clad man roared, and the entire castle was enveloped in a red glow. The castle giant seemed to go mad, attacking everywhere. The towering ancient tree was instantly shattered under his assault, and the powerful destructive force escalated. The 2 nine-tailed foxes launched another attack, striking the castle without sustaining any damage. Its defensive capability had also increased. Chui Yi pressed his lips together. This guy is a homebody who crossed into this world, filled with rage. This red glow is likely his anger. You will all die. I will kill everyone. The black-clad man completely went insane, possibly having twisted his personality from being a recluse for too long. Chapter 59, The Reincarnator from Blue Star. It turns out he is just a dead loser, only knowing how to hide at home. Chui Yi's words provoked the black-clad man. The black-clad man was stimulated. He had heard the term dead loser many times before. He preferred to be alone and disliked anyone disturbing him, including his parents. He felt that everyone in this world was disgusting, and the virtual network was his greatest interest. On the internet, He could freely insult others and deceive anyone. As he grew older, his parents eventually gave up on him. In the end, he was left all alone, hating this world and resenting his family for bringing him into it. Now, being inexplicably transported to another world, he wanted to kill everyone, to destroy this world and relieve his anger. Such a person turned out to be a genius-like existence. His system was this castle. A castle he had never left from childhood to adulthood. I don't even want to go to school to study. I can do it independently. This is everything to him. Hearing the term dead loser again, anger has blinded his eyes, and he only wants endless slaughter. Damn, I want to kill you. Come on. Chui Yi looked at the man in black with disdain, more like a provocation. Go to hell. This time, the man in black was completely enraged, using all his strength to try to kill Chui Yi. Chui Yi raised an eyebrow, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a white flame armor on his body. His deep gaze seemed like a beam of light in the darkness, calm and unperturbed. Fireball technique. The fireball in Chui Yi's hand grew larger and larger until it turned into a massive fireball that smashed down to the ground with a thud. Instantly, a pit more than 10 meters deep appeared on the ground, intercepting the still spinning castle. Boom. The castle finally fell into the deep pit, unable to break free no matter how hard it tried, completely imprisoned. With the castle unable to move, the man in black's face twisted with rage, glaring at Chui Yi but helpless. I want to kill you. The man in black muttered angrily, his body trembling with rage. What a bizarre person can cross into another world. Chui Yi sighed softly. Such a person has a heart too dark. Chui Yi returned to his original appearance and calmly looked at the man in black from a large branch. Perhaps seeing that Chui Yi did not continue to attack, the man in black also fell silent. Are you from Blue Star? The man in black's body stiffened. Blue Star? Those two words felt too distant for him. He remained silent and did not answer. Chui Yi understood from the man's stiff body that he was also from Blue Star. Your house looks a bit familiar. Could it be the haunted house near Huaxia Gudihan University? Hearing Huaxia Dihan University, the man in black suddenly looked up but remained silent. Chui Yi already knew the answer. Huaxiao Empire's top university was indeed the school he crossed over from. The students here are either wealthy tycoons, rich second-generation individuals, or top students from prestigious schools across the country. He was honored to be one of the students at this school. There is a wasteland near Huaxia University, and that castle is located there. Because it has been neglected for years, overgrown with weeds and eerie, it has been rumored to be a haunted house. After all, the school likes gossip, and as the rumors spread, the castle became increasingly sinister, and no one dared to approach it. You wouldn't be a student at the Godly Wealth University, would you? Upon hearing Chui Yi's question, the man in black instantly became agitated. Who are you? The man in black looked nervously at Chui Yi, feeling an inexplicable fear of this stranger. He managed to deduce his identity. And indeed, he was a student at the Godly Wealth University. However, he was a monster from the school, rarely attending classes, but still ranking at the top academically. Chui Yi guessed his identity because he had heard the nickname of this monster from classmates' gossip. Hee, who I am is not important. Chui Yi smiled faintly. He already knew the answer. His crossing was no coincidence, and these people had also crossed over. However, each person's method of crossing was different. Some happened to be in the same class, while others were alone, so they might not know why they crossed over. Meeting these two individuals who were acting alone further confirmed to Chui Yi that they must have been separated, so they were unaware of each other's identities. All right, you can leave now. The man in black was stunned upon hearing Chui Yi's words. He was curious about who this young man was. Are you also from Blue Star? The man in black finally asked his lingering question, still a bit tense when speaking. What do you think? The man in black was incredulous as he saw Chui Yi take out his phone, excitedly crawling toward the window. A phone. A phone is a valuable item on Blue Star. Basically, everyone relies on their phone, not only for communication, but also for daily entertainment and life. Seeing Chui Yi take out his phone, the man in black was filled with envy. A smartphone. Chui Yi deliberately emphasized the word smartphone. Even if it wasn't connected to the internet, it still had some mini-games or other functions. The man in black was envious and resentful, deeply affected. Others can cross over so freely, but he couldn't use any of the devices here. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host. You've successfully struck the man in black and earned a lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Chui Yi. Yes. System. The system is loading. And the draw begins. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the system replication talent. System. Description. The system replication talent allows you to replicate other reincarnated systems, provided the reincarnator is dead. A skill talent like system replication is quite powerful. Chui Yi looked at the castle trapped in the ground, revealing a look of surprise. Boom. Suddenly, a black-purple figure descended from the sky, instantly smashing half of the castle. Chui Zhen. In the center of the black-purple figure stood a boy in a gray top and black shorts, grinning wickedly. A black tattoo on his right arm resembled a cursed rune, swirling with dark energy, as one foot stood on the castle of the man in black. The boy called out Chui Ye's name from Blue Star upon seeing him. Chui Ye was taken aback. He hadn't heard anyone mention his name from Blue Star in a long time. Could it be a system that can see through souls? Chui Ye narrowed his deep gaze slightly, putting down his phone and slowly standing up. Chapter 60. I am neither a bad person nor a good person. What? Are you surprised? Haha. Chui Jin didn't expect to run into you in another world. What a coincidence. I didn't expect a famous genius from Godly Wealth University to cross over to this world. It's getting more and more interesting. Chui Ye smiled lightly. What a coincidence. Li Hao, it's been a long time. Hearing Chui Ye directly call his name, Li Hao was momentarily stunned. Could he also have a system that sees through souls? How is this possible? Li Hao looked at Chui Ye in silence for a moment, clenching his fists. Li Hao from Godly Wealth University couldn't stand Chui Ye. His jealousy too strong. Chui Ye often liked to sleep, and the teachers never scolded him, as he always ranked first in every exam. That aside, such a person was particularly well-liked in class, whether by teachers or classmates. Even the girl he liked admired Chui Ye, rejecting his advances. Are you surprised? Chui Ye returned the same tone to him, as if an invisible slap had hit Li Hao hard, catching him off guard. If it weren't for Li Hao's tone and jealous gaze, Chui Ye wouldn't have dared to assume he was Li Hao. Li Hao was his classmate, always ranking dead last in exams, thanks to his family having a mind. He was indeed a rich second-generation individual, often surrounded by sycophants. Only Chui Ye never glanced at him, which made Li Hao even more envious of Chui Ye's talent. But Chui Ye's indifference to life and death made him somewhat afraid. After all, one isn't afraid of the hard, one is afraid of the reckless. And one isn't afraid of the reckless, but of someone like Chui Ye who is reckless with his life. Chui Jun, I dislike your arrogant gaze the most. Li Hao glared with wide eyes, putting more force into his feet, causing cracks to appear in other rooms of the castle on the ground. The man in black lay on the ground, groaning in pain, his face pale. The castle was damaged, and he would suffer the same injury. Faced with Li Hao's strength, the man in black had no ability to fight back. His face turned ashen as he clenched his fists, feeling powerless. So what? Chui Ye calmly glanced at Li Hao, stretched, yawned, and didn't take him seriously at all. Seeking death, Li Hao shouted angrily and charged at Chui Ye, his black-purple fist roaring through the air as it struck toward Chui Ye. Chui Ye remained expressionless, extending his hand to catch the fist, the wind from the impact blowing through his tousled hair. Under such power, Chui Ye easily caught the attack, as if nothing had happened. It's my turn now. Chui Ye's expression darkened, and a fireball instantly enveloped Li Hao's fist. The flames twisted like a roaring fire dragon, coiling around the arm of the black-purple giant. The flames engulfed the entire arm, spreading out and consuming it. Li Hao let out a piercing scream, his voice cutting through the night sky, shattering the silence of the dark. My hand. Li Hao clutched his arm, the pain radiating throughout his body. His gaze fixed on Chui Ye as if he were looking at a monster. Chui Ye, do you think this is the end? As soon as the words left his mouth, the arm that had seemingly vanished instantly reappeared, but Li Hao's face looked extremely pale. His originally thin face had become gaunt and emaciated, aging him several years in an instant, especially his hollow, lifeless eyes, with even darker circles under them. Li Hao, why exhaust your lifespan for this? Chui Ye had already discerned the opponent's system ability. With life as the price, the transformed spirit could be restored infinitely. But is it really worth using the cost of one's soul to achieve victory? Chui Ye never understood why Li Hao, a rich second generation with no grievances against him, would target him time and again. Chui Ye, stop pretending to be virtuous. People are selfish. I enjoy building my happiness on the suffering of others. I'm not a great person. I don't possess such noble qualities. The lives and deaths of others are none of my business, and I simply find you displeasing. Li Hao was weak and sweating profusely, but his gaze was filled with malice. Everyone's character is different. After all, not everyone knows how to cherish. They prefer to be self-centered. Building happiness on the pain of others is quite nice, Chui Ye said as he picked up the otherworldly dragon cannon, aiming it at Li Hao's head. Goodbye. Boom. The bullet from the otherworldly dragon cannon transformed into a green dragon, opening its massive maw to devour Li Hao's body. Li Hao stared wide-eyed as a powerful force instantly pierced through his third eye. The black-purple giant, formed from his soul, disintegrated in an instant, turning into specks of starlight that vanished into the night. People like you don't deserve to live, Chui Ye said coldly, not giving the other party a chance to plead for mercy. Such a person living is just a waste of air. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, for acquiring soul perception ability and soul entity ability. Explanation. The soul perception ability allows you to see the reincarnator's identity, and the soul entity can summon powerful soul entities for battle. The more souls collected, the stronger the soul entity becomes. If the soul entity is harmed, it can sacrifice its own soul to complete repairs. What a strange system, Chui Yi muttered. He looked at the black-clothed man with a dazed expression. The black-clothed man was petrified upon witnessing this scene. What does true power mean? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. A single attack from Li Hao could leave him powerless to fight back, while Chui Yi could easily deliver a fatal blow. He felt like a joke, utterly overestimating himself, daring to boast about wanting to kill this person. Perhaps death is also a form of relief for you. Chui Yi approached the giant of the castle, gently stroking the cracks in the castle. I'm not a bad person, but I'm not a good person either. Chui Yi's calm gaze showed no ripples, and his hand instantly ignited in flames, setting the castle ablaze. Watching the flames consume the castle, the firelight flickered in his eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged. The black-clothed man revealed a relieved smile. Thank you. My name is Zhao Su. The black-clothed man didn't want anyone to know his name in the end. Ultimately, the flames engulfed the entire castle, transforming it into a cloud of black smoke. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, for successfully copying the system talent, Moving Castle. Explanation. The moving castle can change into different structural forms, including humanoid, vehicle form, and stationary form, allowing it to move freely. After system upgrades, it can gain various abilities, such as electricity, planting, attack, and defense. Wow. This system is really enjoyable, a type of system that provides both a house and a vehicle. Not only can I sleep in it, but I can also use it as a car. If the system upgrades, it seems that one castle will solve all problems in the future. Chui Yi looked at the explanation with interest, already envisioning the structure of the house he needed in his mind. Of course, in his eyes. Such a system could not be wasted. At least the house should no longer be a haunted house. Chapter 61. I set the rules of the game in this world. At this moment, people were constantly reviving in the resurrection hall, and the spirit masters all wore serious expressions. How could there be a level spirit beast phoenix here? We are completely doomed this time. If only the boss were here. Sigh. I just realized that my strength lies in being very handsome. But the downside is that my handsomeness isn't obvious. If heaven gives me another chance, I will definitely continue to be handsome. Charge. It's time to show off my handsomeness. I must be thoroughly handsome. The spirit masters fully protected the resurrection hall. They could have had a good sleep, but inexplicably, a level spirit beast phoenix appeared. Everyone had already lost hope. The phoenix instantly eliminated a group of spirit masters with a fireball technique. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar, and two beams of light flashed by. A strange object suddenly appeared before everyone. At this moment, a figure stepped out. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an imposing aura, the boss, Chui Yi, appeared before everyone, driving a luxury car. The spirit masters, who had never seen a car before, were stunned by the sight before them. An extravagant and high-class vehicle. Their eyes sparkled, thinking it was some spirit beast. Ding dong. System. Reincarnator detected. The phoenix inexplicably appeared here, attacking wildly, seemingly intent on exterminating everyone. Chui Yi activated the system, and a castle giant instantly appeared, towering over 20 floors high. Before the castle giant, the phoenix appeared like a small bird, insignificant. The phoenix circled in the sky, let out a cry, and shot a massive fireball that broke through the darkness towards the castle giant. The castle giant manifested a powerful defensive barrier that instantly blocked the fireball's attack. Wow, is the boss really a boss? Where did this treasure come from in such a short time? Boss, some brothers, and Bai Meiwei have been captured. Chui Yi's gaze turned cold upon hearing that his brothers and Bai Meiwei had been captured. This phoenix wouldn't attack for no reason. Chui Yi sensed that nearby reincarnators were behind this. Kid, you might as well surrender. My phoenix is not simple. As long as you are willing to hand over these people as slaves, I can spare your life. Don't be ungrateful, or I will have the flames consume you completely. From Blue Star? Chui Yi asked calmly, not taking the opponent seriously at all. At the same time, he began to check the phoenix's attributes. Ding dong. Spirit Beast. Phoenix, Spirit Beast, Wind and Fire Element. Level 1000. Skills, Fireball Technique, Immortal Body, Flame Impact, Self-Destruct. Upon seeing the opponent's level, Chui Yi snorted coldly. His phoenix was already level 10,000, while this little phoenix was only level 1,000. To put it bluntly, he could be this phoenix's father. This person was still so arrogant. He really didn't know who gave him such confidence. Heh, if you have the ability, come out and talk. Chui Yi said coldly. Come out if you dare. I can also tell you that my system can control all spirit beasts for my own use. I not only have this one phoenix, but tens of thousands of spirit beasts. What can you do to me? At this moment, a figure appeared in the air, standing on a wind-speed eagle, looking down at Chui Yi with disdain. Fu Longhao. Chui Yi recognized the name through the system skills. This person was also from Blue Star. But he was not a student of Dihao University, rather a small thug from outside, always causing trouble. Rich second-generation students in school would often ask him for help in fights, and he was known for being flirtatious, once even teasing their teacher in front of the whole school. The students at the school were all angry but dared not speak up, except for Chui Yi, who stepped forward and threw a punch, which earned him the teacher's respect. Later, Fu Longhao often sought trouble, wanting to teach Chui Yi a lesson. Faced with dozens of people surrounding him, Chui Yi didn't even blink, engaging in a brawl that ended with both sides suffering injuries. Today, he encountered this street thug again. Truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Who are you? The same 3 words, and it seemed every reincarnator was surprised to hear the other pronounce their Blue Star name. Clearly, there shouldn't be anyone in this world who knew their past identity, yet someone could easily know who they were, which was utterly perplexing. Stop wasting time. I set the rules of this world. A powerful force instantly enveloped Feng's body and drew him into a spirit sealing ball. With a final thud, it was successfully captured. Seeing this scene, Fu Longhao was completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what had just happened. The phoenix he had painstakingly collected was captured by someone else, just like that? Watching the spirit sealing ball fall into Chui Yi's hands, he suddenly realized. You can capture spirit beasts? Fu Longhao thought of Pokemon and instantly went blank. At that moment, he understood why this guy said he set the rules of the game in this world. I don't believe you have such good luck every time. Do you think you're a Pokeball superhero? I don't believe you have thousands of these balls. Fu Longhao gritted his teeth and summoned hundreds and thousands of spirit beasts to attack frantically. Chui Yi smiled calmly, before Fu Longhao could launch his attacks. He had already thrown over a premium spirit sealing ball. In the blink of an eye, thousands of spirit beasts were all captured in the spirit sealing balls. Fu Longhao nearly fainted from anger. His current strength could only control 10,000 spirit beasts, and in an instant, they were all captured by Chui Yi. These were the spirit beasts he had collected with great difficulty. It felt like a heavy blow to the head, as if this guy was specifically designed to counter him. This is impossible. Why do you have so many balls? Fu Longhao was completely stunned, and at that moment, seeing Chui Yi was like seeing a devil, utterly countering him. And now it was useless. You're right, I have countless ones. Chui Yi could replicate anything, and as for spirit sealing balls, he could have as many as he wanted. And they were all premium balls that could capture with a single throw. Fu Longhao was scared to the point of sweating profusely. He turned to run, but suddenly a spirit sealing ball was thrown over, and a powerful force instantly captured the wind speed eagle beneath his feet. Finally, he felt empty under him and fell hard from the sky. The game has just begun. It's up to you. Upon hearing Chui Yi's words, the spirit masters understood each other. Brothers, those who owe will be repaid, and those who bear grudges will be avenged. Charge. They still wanted to make us their slaves. Now I'm going to take you down. Bastard, die? The spirit masters charged at Fu Longhao without holding back, punching and kicking in a storm, each strike hitting the vital points. Chapter 62. You touch my people, and I won't accept it. In the end, Fu Longhao curled up, too afraid to move. The previous arrogance gone, now only pitiful howls. Brothers, spare me. I know I was wrong. Please let me live. I beg you, please show mercy. Fu Longhao was battered and bruised, likely unrecognizable to his parents. Stop. Chui Yi suddenly called for a halt, and the spirit masters finally ceased. Why did you attack us? Chui Yi's tone was flat, but his powerful aura seemed to exert an invisible pressure that made people afraid to breathe. The System Alliance wants to capture some people from this world. Fu Longhao didn't dare say more. After all, everyone understood what it meant to capture people from this world. It was nothing more than finding someone to serve them. Put nicely, it was protection, and put bluntly, it was slavery. Where's the System Alliance? Fu Longhao hesitated for a moment, and suddenly Chun Yinghao kicked him hard. Speak. If you don't, I'll take you down right now. Fu Longhao quickly begged for mercy. I'll tell you, the System Alliance is in a special realm that requires a pass to enter. I came out this time with 2 brothers, and we just need to launch a flare to meet them. The pass is in Ming's hands. Fu Longhao hesitated again, but eventually revealed the other 2 people. For Chui Yi, even if Fu Longhao didn't say anything, he could find them. It was just a matter of time. So what are you waiting for? Do you need me to teach you how to do things? Upon hearing Chen Yinghao say this, Fu Longhao instantly cowered, quickly taking a flare from his pocket, his trembling hands shaking like a rattle. It took him a long time to pull the trigger on the flare. The flare shot into the sky, streaking across the horizon, bursting into colorful fireworks. Boss, what should we do with him now? Chen Yinghao looked at Chui Yi and asked, Do I need to teach you? Chui Yi calmly walked over to Fu Longhao. A cold glint flashing. Fu Longhao's head fell, blood splattering everywhere, finally turning into dots of starlight scattered by the wind. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 experience points. Acquired the control biological system. Explanation. The host can control any living creature. The higher the level, the more creatures can be controlled, with the upper limit being the host's level. Chen Yinghao, Shi Wenhan, Zhao Hongfang, and the others watched Cui Ye's decisive actions and swallowed hard. They were grateful they were not Cui Ye's enemies. Otherwise, the outcome would have been truly horrific. They're here. Cui Yi looked toward the dark forest, where two figures slowly emerged from the shadows. One was a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, a full beard, and fierce eyes, exuding a menacing aura. The other was a handsome young man, fit, with black short hair that radiated vitality. You killed Fu Longhao. The burly man stared at the pool of blood on the ground, his rough voice carrying a hint of murderous intent. Cui Yi did not recognize these two, but could only determine they were from Blue Star. This man deserves to die. Cui Yi's tone was icy. He only uttered 4 words, but they sent chills down the spine. At that moment, Cui Yi seemed like a monster who could kill without blinking, as if this were all normal and there was no need for surprise. Huh, deserves to die? The handsome young man furrowed his brow, repeating the last 2 words with a smile. Hand over my people. Cui Yi got straight to the point, demanding the person directly. Although his expression was emotionless, there was an overwhelming aura that made it hard for others to breathe. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, why should I hand over my people? Besides, that girl is quite pretty. She could add some interest for our system alliance. Kid, don't be ungrateful. The handsome young man displayed a lewd expression, licking his lips. Beasts, what have you done to Bai Mei Yue and the others? Shi Wenhan suddenly shouted angrily, his body trembling. Although they could resurrect infinitely, if they didn't die, they couldn't be resurrected, which everyone understood. If the spirit masters fell into the hands of these people, even a fool could guess their intentions. Haha, what's wrong? Are you an idiot? What else could it be? You should feel honored to serve us. Every word the young man spoke dripped with sarcasm. To them, these spirit masters were merely playthings. They just couldn't understand how someone like Fu Longhao could die here. Very well. Cui Yi turned around, found a rock, and sat down, taking out his phone to check the map. Sure enough, he found the location of Bai Mei Yue and the others on the phone's positioning feature. Seeing Cui Yi's actions, the handsome young man chuckled. He thought Cui Yi must be scared, but he was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the phone. Kid, you're also a reincarnator, right? How about considering joining our system alliance? The young man with delicate features greedily stared at Cui Yi's phone, thinking that as long as this kid successfully joined the system alliance, he could borrow the phone and never return it. If it came to a hard grab, that wouldn't be impossible either, but since this person was capable of killing Fu Longhao without a scratch, he must not be weak. So there was no need to force it. Anyone who touches my people won't be accepted. Cui Yi suddenly put down his phone, his eyes icy. The two saw that Cui Yi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation, and instantly became furious. Kid, don't you know what's good for you? The burly man pointed at Cui Yi and shouted angrily, his face darkening, glaring with blood-red eyes, almost ready to pounce. How dare you be rude to our boss? Brothers, attack. Chen Yinghao was the first to rush up, and the others followed suit desperately. They really didn't know who gave them the audacity to point fingers at their boss. It was simply looking for death. Seeing the approaching crowd, the burly man was first stunned, then suddenly punched the ground, causing it to shatter. A powerful wave of air sent everyone flying, creating massive cracks in the ground, with towering trees uprooted. Such powerful strength, I can't get close. Chen Yinghao felt a tightness in his chest, and suddenly spat out blood, nearly fainting. Truly underestimating. I possess the strongest power in the world. And you think you can challenge me? The burly man snorted coldly. If it weren't for wanting to capture these people as slaves, he would have already wiped them all out. Thinking of this, he knocked his head hard, feeling it was too troublesome. Hey! Chen Yinghao looked at the newly added treasures in the mall, thinking of using them freely today, for free. Cui Yi shook his phone, signaling everyone to open the phone mall. The spirit masters took out their phones one after another to access the mall. Haha, good stuff. The rocket launcher appeared in the product list, and the most important thing was that it was free today. Chapter 63. Give the brothers an explanation. A rocket launcher? The power of a rocket launcher can instantly destroy a city, so kids, don't play with fire casually. Zhao Hong read the description above, his eyes shining. Everyone was stunned when they heard it could destroy a city, but more so, they were excited. Damn it. Today I'll let you know our power, brothers. Pick up the rocket launcher and let them know what a real man is. Saying this, everyone aimed their rocket launchers at the burly man. Ah, you are cheating. The burly man immediately lost his composure upon seeing the rocket launchers. He was from Blue Star and naturally knew what a rocket launcher was. Even with his current strength, he couldn't withstand the attack of hundreds of rocket launchers. Besides, if this thing came at him, he estimated he wouldn't die but wouldn't be in good shape either. Hey, brothers, calm down. We're just playing with you. We're all brothers. Don't ruin the harmony. Haha, who is a brother to you? Have some face. Shi Wenhan pointed at the delicate-looking youth and cursed, feeling this person was truly shameless. Just now, he had a lewd expression, and now he looked like a little dog, almost barking. By the way, I'm Wang Ming. You can call me a Ming, and my brother next to me is Zhuang. Once a Ming said this, Chun Yinghao and the others, who had just picked up the rocket launcher, looked at Cui Yi, mainly to see the boss's intention. All right, instead of waiting for tomorrow, let's head to the System Alliance today. However, my brothers were just frightened. You need to give an explanation for this. A Ming immediately understood upon hearing this. It was to see if they truly realized their mistake. If it was just a perfunctory response, this matter would definitely not end well. Moreover, since this kid could kill Fu Longhao, his strength must not be simple. Thinking of this, he showed a troubled expression. You see this matter. A Ming had to pretend to be confused, watching what Cui Yi would say. Just now, was there something that hurt my brothers? Cui Yi looked at Zhuang's right hand and revealed a wicked smile. You see, you also killed one of my brothers. How about we negotiate this matter again? A Ming forced a smile. Haha, looks like this conversation is dead. Cui Yi showed no consideration for the other party, standing up, his eyes turning cold. A Ming and Zhuang felt a shiver in their hearts upon seeing Cui Yi's cold gaze. From the beginning, this kid had been expressionless. But now with a sudden change in his eyes, an invisible sense of oppression made it hard to breathe. Cui Yi spoke as he took out a dagger from his chinquan bag and played with it. The two never expected Cui Yi to be so ruthless. Zhuang. A Ming took out a dagger from his bosom and handed it to Zhuang. Zhuang understood the meaning, gritting his teeth and angrily looking at Cui Yi. Brother. Zhuang still wanted to struggle, but upon seeing a Ming shake his head, he felt disheartened. He picked up the dagger, the cold light flashing, and instantly severed an arm, causing his face to turn pale from the pain, biting his lip hard, cold sweat streaming down. Despite such pain, he didn't let out a single scream, enduring the pain while angrily glancing at Cui Yi. Cui Yi understood that at this moment, Zhuang must hate him to the bone, but he merely smiled, not holding a grudge, as if what just happened had never occurred. This was also to give the brothers an explanation. Since that's the case, I'll go with you to the System Alliance to take a look. A Ming felt that Cui Yi was unfathomable, always feeling a bit uneasy, hesitating for a moment. What? Not at ease with me? My people are in your hands. Are you still afraid I'll go back on my word? Upon hearing this, a Ming quickly waved his hand. How could that be? We're all brothers, welcome. A Ming forced a smile. Much obliged. Cui Yi said as he walked over to pat Chun Yinghao's shoulder. This is left to you. Chun Yinghao solemnly nodded, nearly moved to tears upon seeing the boss trust him so much. Boss, you can rest assured. Chun Yinghao excitedly referred to the boss as Big Brother. And Cui Yi merely smiled indifferently. Before leaving, he glanced back at his brothers and strode away. On the way, a Ming and Zhuang didn't dare speak, each harboring their own thoughts. Cui Yi was indifferent, while a Ming occasionally glanced at him, feeling mixed emotions. Originally, he just wanted to find some slaves. But now he encountered such a person. Although their System Alliance was a subordinate alliance, a branch of the System Alliance, the strength of the three of them was not simple, and this kid could easily eliminate Fu Longhao. He felt a bit worried, and thinking of this, he sighed softly. Brother Cui, are you also from Blue Star? A Ming prepared to get some useful clues from Cui Yi. After all, one couldn't attack blindly. Why walk when he wanted to see what tricks the other side had? My system is the reflective body. When attacked, I can double the damage back to the opponent. Zhuang's system is the diamond body, a strength-type system. I wonder what Brother Cui's system is. A Ming briefly introduced his and Zhuang's systems. Not believing Cui Yi wouldn't tell him his system. No comment. Cui Yi's words struck the other party like a slap. A Ming thought he misheard. No comment. That's it. This is too unconventional. You. A Ming suppressed his anger, awkwardly forcing a smile. This smile was more difficult to bear than crying. And Cui Yi couldn't be bothered to respond. Beastmaster. Cui Yi only said 2 words, as if saying one more word would waste his cells. Upon hearing this, a Ming frowned slightly, feeling a bit relieved. Now he understood why Cui Yi was unscathed. It turned out to be a Beastmaster system. This made it easy to explain. He didn't need to fight himself. Beastmaster system. It seems Brother Cui is very strong. We have arrived. A Ming said as he took out a space ring, a beam of light shining on a patch of open ground, instantly revealing a realm entrance. Chapter 64. The Greedy Boss and the Demon Clan Boy. Although Cui Yi did not show much expression on his face, he understood in his heart that this was a sign of distrust towards him. Crossing through the boundary, a tall and majestic city wall appeared before him, standing over 30 meters high, indestructible and impenetrable. The city wall here was built by the brothers of our construction system. As long as you follow me, you can get in. The enemy cannot enter on their own. Amin's words implied that Cui Yi should not move around freely. This was not a place where just anyone could come and go. Cui Yi replied and walked into the city wall, where a bustling marketplace appeared before him. The streets and alleys were thriving, with a continuous flow of people dressed in Blue Star attire, and vendors shouting, selling various goods. Most of the products here were either imitations of Blue Star products or some special equipment. Amin glanced at Cui Yi, his expression unchanged. He really couldn't understand what Cui Yi was thinking, as he seemed unfazed by the scene before him. How do you feel, Brother Cui? Amin asked again. But in his heart, he thought this kid must be pretending to be calm. After all, there were countless treasures here, not only created by the system, but also collected from this world. For instance, space rings that could store items, spiritual swords that could seal sword spirits, and shields that could block any attack. It's okay. Cui Yi's words almost made Amin faint with anger. This treasure was something he couldn't even see on Blue Star. And this kid only said it was okay? Amin couldn't see through Cui Yi, but his heart was in a mess. If he knew at this moment that Cui Yi had the world's top equipment and weapons in his hands, he would probably be extremely envious. Where are my people? Cui Yi asked. They're resting. Please wait a moment. How about letting Dazhuang take you for a walk? I'll arrange your friends and then call you out, Amin explained awkwardly, fearing that if this kid knew all the captured people were at the slave market, he would cause a scene. No need. I'll wander around myself and find you later. Cui Yi didn't want anyone watching him closely, affecting his mood. Okay, I'll be in the castle ahead. Just tell the guard you're looking for Amin when you arrive. I'll take my leave now. After Amin finished speaking, he turned and left with Dazhuang. Cui Yi watched their backs, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Cui Yi murmured to himself. He noticed that Dazhuang's arms had actually grown out. These two must be hiding part of their abilities intentionally. Of course, Cui Yi didn't care because he would eventually settle the score for messing with his people. As the two figures disappeared, Cui Yi turned to look at the slave market. Generally speaking, the victor is king while the loser is a bandit. Captives caught outside are usually sold in the slave market. The pedestrians were dragging slaves as if they were pets, even with leashes, completely disregarding them as human. Here, good vegetables were being trampled everywhere. Ahead, a short, chubby, ugly man with a big belly looked like a foolish son of a landlord, but he was leading a beautiful woman behind him. The passers-by were unfazed, as anyone could show off with the system here. Cui Yi arrived at the slave market, where slave traders were continuously shouting, "Come and take a look. New beauties from another world, and muscular young boys. Young men, don't miss out." Cui Yi looked around the slaves and didn't find his companions. He guessed that Amin must have taken them away already. At this moment, Cui Yi noticed a boy with short red hair and cold eyes, wearing a collar around his neck, exuding a noble aura, especially those ruby-like red eyes. Although he was chained, he showed no signs of submission. Cui Yi walked over to the boy, noticing the horns on his head, realizing that this slave was from the demon clan. "Boss, you really have an eye for talent. This is a demon clan boy. Just look at his build. He must be a hard worker." The slave trader saw Cui Yi staring at the boy and quickly approached to greet him. The boy glared fiercely at the slave trader, revealing his fangs, and lunged at him, instantly biting 2 holes into the trader's hand, blood gushing out. The furious slave trader was enraged, raising his hand to slap the boy. "I want him." At that moment, a cold voice interrupted, causing the trader's raised hand to slowly lower, his eyes narrowing into slits as he became respectful like a money-hungry person. All right. This kid has some personality. Please don't mind it. 1,000 spirit coins." The slave trader quoted a price of 1,000 spirit coins, while the sign next to him stated that each slave cost 100 spirit coins, causing the nearby customers to frown. What the hell? This is too greedy. It clearly says 100 spirit coins. Besides, this kid doesn't even seem worth 1,000 spirit coins. He's not a beauty. Yeah, brother. Don't get scammed. Hearing this, the slave trader's face darkened. This kid was disobedient and always made him angry, even attacking him. Over time, the slave trader had treated this kid as a punching bag, often beating him for no reason. Now that someone wanted to buy him without squeezing out a profit, he was quite displeased. "Get lost. What does it have to do with you? I see this young man has a connection with this slave. Can you control that?" The slave trader was still resentful about being bitten and glared fiercely at the slave boy. The other slaves were trembling in fear, but the slave boy remained resolute. Cui Yi appreciated his character, unafraid of life or death and willing to fight back. "Here are 1,000 spirit coins." Cui Yi didn't waste words and directly threw a bag of money to the slave trader. Seeing the money, the slave trader's expression changed, revealing a wide grin. "This slave is yours now. Here's the slave mark. Keep it safe. As long as you have the slave mark, he cannot attack his master, or he will suffer the torment of 1,000 insects." As he spoke, the slave trader revealed a wicked smile, as if torturing others was a joyful affair. He guessed that this kid must have offended Cui Yi with his earlier gaze. Cui Yi ignored the slave trader and walked to the boy's side, taking out a dagger. Those around gasped in surprise, suspecting that it was the slave's gaze that had displeased this person, and he intended to teach him a lesson. The slave trader's eyes lit up, relishing the drama. However, Chueya's actions left everyone stunned. He cut the chains and ropes off the slave's body with the dagger, then casually took out a piece of clothing from his bag and draped it over the slave boy before walking away. The slave boy was stunned for a few seconds before quickly following him. Chapter 65. A man's way, neither provoking trouble nor fearing it. What's your name? I don't have a name. A hint of sadness crossed the cold face of the slave boy, and Chueyi didn't pursue the topic further. Chao-en, from now on. You'll be called Chao-en. Chao-en looked at Chueyi, repeating the name Chao and a few times. It felt somehow familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, yet it also felt strange. Are there any new slaves in the slave market recently? Chueyi asked softly. Yes, they were taken away. Chao-en replied calmly. Chueyi gazed towards the distant castle, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Do you want revenge? Chao-en was slightly taken aback by Chueyi's question. Revenge? How laughable. How could these system-equipped otherworldly humans be defeated? Now he was a slave again. Yet whenever he encountered this person, he felt an indescribable aura. Could it be that he could really help him take revenge? I do. Chao-en replied firmly. Very good. Chueyi smiled faintly. Chao-en's response pleased him, especially the boy's determined gaze. He knew he hadn't misjudged him. The slave owner is not a good person. Chi-wan hesitated for a moment and suddenly spoke. I know. Chueyi turned and walked forward. He had already noticed that the slave owner was sending people to follow him, possibly because he knew he was an outsider and had ulterior motives. However, Chueyi didn't care at all, strolling leisurely down the street. He arrived in front of the castle guard and gazed at the mysterious and magnificent castle. I'm looking for Amin. The guard's tone turned cold when he heard Chueyi mention Amin. Amin? What about a dog? Don't go looking for trouble if there's none. The guard pushed Chueyi in annoyance, but unexpectedly, Chueyi stood firm like a pine tree, not moving an inch, causing the guard to stumble and nearly fall. You are a reincarnator? The guard stared at Chueyi, unable to believe it. The status of a reincarnator here was like that of a noble, and no one dared to provoke them. I don't want to repeat myself. Chueyi said coldly. Yes. Although the guard didn't know who Amin was, he didn't dare to be negligent upon seeing a reincarnator and hurriedly ran to report to the castle. In no time, a big fat man came running out. With a round face and big ears, he looked at Chueyi in surprise. Who are you? Are you looking for Minggu? The fat man's tone was very unfriendly. Generally, only Fu Longhao and Da Zhuang, along with other big shots from the System Guild, directly referred to Amin as Minggu. Now, this kid looked only 17 or 18 years old, yet he called Amin directly as Minggu. It was truly reckless. The fat man was momentarily taken aback, then angrily pointed at Chueyi. Kid, what kind of look is that? Do you want to die? Do you know who I am? I'm the head guard. This castle is under my watch. Do you believe I can wipe you out in a minute? It had been a long time since he had seen someone so arrogant, daring to claim dominance in front of Chueyi. Chueyi's figure flashed, and he threw a punch. The fat man was caught off guard and felt a fiery pain on his face. My face? I've been disfigured, what? The fat man covered his face, wailing loudly, completely losing the arrogance he had moments ago. Huh, with your looks, disfigurement is like cosmetic surgery. Chueyi's words were like a hammer striking him, adding fuel to the fire. The fat man was so furious he nearly fainted. What are you all looking at? Get him. The guards exchanged glances. After witnessing the scene, they didn't dare to act rashly. Who knows what this kid's identity is? Even the head guard dared to move against him. The head guard is also a reincarnator. Who is it? Why is it so noisy? At this moment, a familiar voice came out, and it was Da Zhuang. Seeing this scene, his brows furrowed tightly. He had never liked Chueyi and now was even more furious that he had brazenly attacked their head guard. It was completely disrespectful to their system alliance. He really couldn't understand why Boss Amin didn't dare to provoke this kid. So it's you. Da Zhuang snorted coldly. Now that Boss Amin wasn't around, it was a good opportunity to teach this kid a lesson. Otherwise, causing trouble on his own turf would be utterly humiliating. Your arm seems to be growing quite fast. Chueyi's voice was icy. Da Zhuang instinctively covered his right arm, gritting his teeth in anger. This was a humiliation for him. If others found out that his arm was threatened to be disabled by this kid, where would his face be? At this moment, the crowd watching grew larger, murmuring among themselves. Could it be that Da Zhuang's right arm was disabled by this kid? I heard my buddy say it, but I didn't believe it. Turns out it's true. Who exactly is this kid to dare to disable Da Zhuang? Hearing the murmurs, Da Zhuang's face turned ashen. Kid, don't push it. If you have the guts, let us fight like men. Da Zhuang said angrily. All right, but before that, there is something I need to deal with. Chueyi said coldly. What is it? Da Zhuang had a bad premonition, staring at Chueyi, who was looking at the black-faced head guard. Those who offend me die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chueyi's dragon head cannon instantly blasted toward the fat-headed guard. One hit, and the head guard was left dumbfounded, staring in terror at Chui Yi, unable to react before he was killed on the spot. The crowd gasped in shock, and Dazhuang felt a chill run down his back. This person was truly ruthless, killing just because the other party looked down on him. Without any warning, Dazhuang's heart inexplicably raced. Let us go. He looked again at the scorched ground, swallowing hard. Although they were all reincarnators, the pressure from Chui Yi made him feel regretful. If he really wasn't a match for the other party, he might be the next one. So it's Brother Chui, haha, a misunderstanding. Amin suddenly walked out of the castle, just in time to witness the earlier scene. If a fight really broke out, it would be the current system alliance's inner city that would suffer. Seeing the ruthless and few words from Chui Yi, he suddenly wanted Chui Yi to become his subordinate. Big brother, he killed AMU. Dazhuang's voice trembled as he pointed at the scorched ground. Deserved it. Amin coldly threw out a sentence. For him, it was survival of the fittest. Originally lacking the ability to act tough, but wanting to put on a show here was simply asking for death. In contrast, Chui Yi was different. He didn't seek trouble, but wasn't afraid of it either. As long as no one provoked him, nothing would happen. He truly admired Chui Yi for this. Chapter 66. Ugly people create trouble, a gift. Big brother. Dazhuang wanted to continue, but seeing Amin's firm tone, the words stuck in his throat. Where is he? Chui Yi was too lazy to continue with pleasantries. His main concern was his brothers. Brother Chui, don't worry, they are resting in the room. I'll take you there now. This way, please. Chui Yi didn't know what kind of schemes Amin had. So he asked Chi-Wan to wait outside and casually used a teleportation technique on Chi-Wan before following Amin into the castle. The castle was decorated in a European style, with a unique charm. The huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling complemented the warm tones, and the walls were adorned with various patterned wallpapers featuring famous architectural landmarks from Blue Star. Here we are, please come in, Brother Chui. Amin opened a pair of European-style wooden double doors, revealing a group of people gathered around a table. On the left were 3 unfamiliar faces, and on the right were by Mei Wei and others. A total of 10 people had been captured, and upon seeing Chui Yi, they were excited to stand up, but dared not do so when they saw Amin. Their faces showed more fear and helplessness. Seeing Chui Yi was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. Chui Yi's expression darkened. He knew his brothers must have been threatened. Everyone is here? Chui Yi's voice was cold as he walked over to an empty seat and sat down. They're all here. Chui Yi noticed the marks on by Mei Yu's ankles and wrists and understood completely. Amin, is this the reincarnator? I don't think he has anything special. A boy with a pointed face and monkey-like features on the opposite side spoke without greeting, completely disregarding them, his eyes flashing with contempt as he spoke, laced with hostility. Zhou Hao was right. Isn't this just a pretty boy? Do you want your sister to take care of you? A hideous, overweight woman next to Zhou Hao chimed in, not forgetting to throw him a flirtatious glance. Chui Yi remained unfazed, not even looking at her. Ugly people create trouble. Chui Yi suddenly uttered 5 words, causing the overweight woman to instantly lose her composure. Who are you calling ugly? You little pretty boy? The overweight woman stood up in anger, slamming her hand on the table, making the flesh on her face tremble. Don't you know your own worth? Chui Yi didn't even look at the overweight woman, afraid of hurting his eyes. You. The fat woman rolled up her sleeves, ready to get to work. When Ming cleared his throat, only then did the fat woman sit down, not forgetting to warn Chui Yi to be careful when going out. All right. We are all brothers here. Brother Chui, the reason I called you here is so we can get to know each other. After all, we all come from Blue Star, and it's good to look out for one another. Upon hearing Ming say this, the fat woman shot a fierce glance at Chui Yi, mumbling to herself, feeling quite displeased. Let me introduce, this is Zhou Hao, and the sister next to him is Guo Chui, and beside Guo Chui is Li Su. These 3 are the main members of our system alliance responsible for its security. Ming didn't go into detail, just briefly introduced the 3, except for Li Su. The other 2 were staring at Chui Yi as if saying, you're useless. So, Chui Yi understood that Ming would not simply let them go. Since they were here, there must be other motives. It was better to be straightforward and not beat around the bush. Haha, Brother Chui is indeed straightforward. Actually, our system alliance wants to dominate this world, but after investigation, we found that this world is not as simple as we thought. There are not only Spirit Beast continent, but also other continents. Moreover, the races on each continent are different, and we even discovered the existence of other civilizations. Ming spoke eloquently, his eyes shining as if conquering this world was a very interesting thing. I hope Brother Chui can join us. In the end, Ming revealed his purpose. What? Boss, you want this pretty boy to join us? I must be hearing things. Exactly, look at his delicate skin, what use is he? Zhou Hao and Guo Chui's expressions changed upon hearing Ming invite Chui Yi. The big guy standing aside saw this scene, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, feeling that there would be a good show to watch. The people in the system alliance were not harmonious and had no feelings for each other. They were just trying to achieve their own goals. There was nothing they could do about it. Chui Yi looked at the angry two, a faint smile appearing on his lips. At that moment, the two were stunned when they saw Chui Yi's smile. Was he mocking them? Especially Guo Chui, who slammed the table in anger. What do you mean, kid? Chui Yi shrugged, indifferent. Ming cleared his throat, signaling the two to calm down. Guo Chui suppressed her anger and sat down. Chui Yi was also unconcerned. After all, saving people was the priority. And he wanted to see what these reincarnators were up to. Now he basically understood. It was nothing more than a childish idea of wanting to conquer the world. Brother Chui, don't misunderstand. Feel free to share your thoughts. Chui Yi let out a sigh, glanced at his brothers. My thoughts. A world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong is not as simple as you think. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving. After saying that, Chui Yi stood up, preparing to leave. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. Feeling that talking to this group was a waste of brain cells. You little brat, what do you mean? Don't think you can just walk away. Guo Chui stood up, her face ashen with rage. Exactly, kid, you're looking down on us, and today you're dead for sure. I'll show you who's the boss. Zhou Hao also lost his cool, pointing at Chui Yi and cursing. Is this a husband and wife act? Interesting. Guo Chui and Zhou Hao exchanged glances upon hearing Chui Yi's words, almost wanting to vomit at each other's faces. Before leaving, let me give you a gift, you couple. Chui Yi said, using his elemental spirit skill to communicate, leaving behind an envelope. You little. Zhou Hao jumped onto the table, wanting to grab Chui Yi and the others, but ended up missing and fell face first onto the ground. Finally, all that was left was Chui Yi's indifferent smile as the 11 people suddenly disappeared under the teleportation array. Bastard. Guo Chui gritted her teeth, her face dark as she looked at the envelope on the table, thinking of Chui Yi's smiling face as she punched it. Boom. A loud explosion echoed, and the entire room erupted in chaos. The guards outside the castle were dumbfounded when they saw the top floor of the conference building vanish into thin air. They rushed up, but what they saw were 5 disheveled individuals, covered in black. They almost didn't recognize that they were the alliance leader Ming and the other members of the system, including De Zhuang, Guo Chui, Zhou Hao, and Li Su. The 5 were coughing incessantly, choking badly. Chapter 67. The alliance leader has quite a taste. Akamaru's greeting gift. Chui Yi. Ming clenched his fists. Not expecting Chui Yi to be so ungrateful, he smashed his fist into the wall, causing a whole section to collapse instantly. 1/3 of the originally magnificent castle was destroyed, exposed to everyone's gaze. Moreover, it was in a disheveled state. The townspeople watched this scene with great curiosity. That creepy uncle is acting lewdly. What is going on? Playing so wildly in broad daylight. Didn't he expect the alliance leader to have such a taste? Seeing this, everyone began to discuss, and a crowd gathered. Some even taking out binoculars to confirm identities. Ming and the others were so furious they almost fainted, wishing they could find a piece of tofu to smash their heads against. They had embarrassed themselves in front of everyone. The onlookers grew more numerous, creating a scene even livelier than the new year. Meanwhile, Chui Yi had already taken his companions away from this cursed place through the teleportation array. Chui Yi stood on a large tree outside the city, gazing far away, revealing a wicked smile at the sight. Boss, why did you send us a message to look at this? Qining Hao was puzzled as to why Chui Yi suddenly sent a location. They had flown to the tree to look at the city. When he heard the deafening explosion, he finally realized, looking in the direction Chui Yi was watching, stunned. It was obvious without guessing that this was the boss's doing. Indeed, the boss was ruthless and few words. Seeing Chui Yi's smile made him feel a chill down his spine. There was always a sense of wickedness from a little punk. If you offended him, the consequences would be dire. Akamaru, let me give you a greeting gift. Akamaru stood under the tree, expressionless, watching Chui Yi looking at the city with a wicked smile. Somewhat confused, but when he saw the explosion, he instantly understood that Chui Yi was taking revenge on these people. For some reason, seeing such a scene, Akamaru had no reaction, as if he had seen through the world and had become numb, devoid of any emotion. Chui Yi picked up the rocket launcher, aiming at the system alliance across the way. We should give them a surprise too. As soon as he finished speaking, Chui Yi fired the rocket launcher, which soared into the city with a whoosh. Is that a meteor? At this moment, the slave owner saw the incoming rocket and shouted in surprise, drawing everyone's attention. Fire rocket. Boom. When the slave owner realized what it was, the rocket had already arrived, accompanied by a rumbling sound. His shop was instantly destroyed behind him, and he was so scared his face turned pale, sitting on the ground with a wet patch in his pants. Let us go together. Chui Yi waved his hand. The brothers from the sect immediately understood Chui Yi's meaning. Now was the time for revenge. The few who had been captured quickly joined the game to see who could shoot more accurately. The rocket launched through the sky, like countless meteors. But these meteors resembled devils from the heavens, leaving destruction in their wake. In an instant, the so-called indestructible city walls were shrouded in smoke. and a section of the walls collapsed. Just moments ago, 2/3 of the castle had suddenly crumbled. The once arrogant Ming and the others were now like ants on a hot pan, scurrying around. Seeing Cui Yi's face was like looking at a demon. They never expected this kid to be so ruthless. This was outright revenge, and they truly regretted provoking someone like Cui Yi, who would repay any offense. But it was already too late. The entire system alliance was in ruins. If they hadn't had the system in hand, they would have likely perished in the sea of flames. Cui Yi looked at the destroyed system alliance and nodded with satisfaction. How could someone dare to boast about wanting to conquer the world in a world he created? It was utterly ridiculous. Chi-Wan trembled at this scene. He didn't expect Cui Yi to be so ruthless. At that moment, he also realized that not everyone with a system was a bad person. Boss, is this guy from the demon race? Shi Wenhan leaned close to Cui Yi's ear and whispered, people from the demon race typically have 2 horns on their heads, and their pupils and hair are neither brown nor black. Shi Wenhan couldn't understand why Cui Yi would save this demon person. Their homeland, Along Continent, was destroyed because of the demon race. Just like humans, the demon race has both good and bad. You will understand this later. Cui Yi looked at Chi-Wan. He remembered from the book that Chi-Wan was the future demon king of the demon race. However, his family was betrayed and fell into disgrace as a prisoner. Since he had come to this world, there was no need to deepen the conflict between humans and demons. After all, their true enemy was the most wicked organization in this world. Boss, are you sure this guy won't pose a danger to us? Although he acknowledged Cui Yi as the boss in his heart, he still felt uneasy seeing the demon race. They are here. What do you mean they are here? Zhao Hongfang leaned over, stretching his neck to closely observe the distant castle. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhao Hongfang almost fell from the tree. The demon race. He couldn't believe the demon race had invaded the system alliance. The sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, thunder roared, and torrential rain began to pour. But this rain was accompanied by a strong smell of blood, and distant screams echoed continuously. The ground suddenly cracked open, and countless rotting ghostly hands crawled out from within. The corpse demons opened their bloody mouths, their crimson pupils filled with cold, killing intent as they lunged at the creatures on the ground. Oh my god! Why don't these corpse demons even spare the demon race? Seeing this bloody scene, everyone was stunned. They had thought these walking corpses would only attack humans. But now they showed no hesitation in attacking the demon race as well. Even when these humans and demons struggled to resist together, they were still overwhelmed by the powerful corpse demons who opened their bloody mouths, revealing their fangs, and began to devour them frantically. They have leveled up, Cui Yi murmured. Upon hearing this, the spiritual masters looked at Cui Yi in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. These corpse demons seemed unafraid of attacks. Even when struck, they would rise and continue to attack. Moreover, their bodies were hard enough to withstand various types of spiritual attacks. Not only that, but every time they successfully hunted, they would also gain the attributes of their enemies. This is too perverse. Boss, do we need to kill these corpse demons? Chen Hao gasped. Although he was not a good person, seeing the corpse demons always reminded him of Along Continent. Chapter 68, Dark Realm, Mysterious Coffin. Seeing Cui Yi remain unperturbed and indifferent. With no intention of taking action, he felt somewhat anxious. Once transformed into a corpse demon, rebirth would be impossible. Upon hearing Cui Yi say this, Chen Hao, who had just wanted to be a hero, instantly shrank back. Boss, does that mean we can't be revived either? Cui Yi fell silent. The corpse demons can lock onto souls, achieving immortality, and can only be completely exterminated to eliminate future threats. Now that the corpse demons have leveled up, once transformed, rebirth is impossible. This is bad. Cui Yi's pupils constricted as he quickly activated the teleportation array to send most people away. In the end, only Chen Hao, Zhao Hongfang, and Shi Wenhan remained, unable to teleport in time. The sky rumbled with thunder and lightning, and a mysterious black coffin slowly descended from the sky. Time seemed to freeze. Before everyone could move, the coffin opened, and countless black bats flew out. In an instant, blinding light blocked everyone's vision. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dark corridor. The rocks surrounding the corridor were covered with moss, and the air was filled with a putrid smell. In the distance, the sound of dripping water echoed, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Boss, where's this place? Chen Hao nervously looked around and asked. The Dark Realm. Cui Yi frowned slightly. In the realm, only those who can manifest the realm are the strongest beings, as if they are the masters of this independent world. The strength of the realm is directly related to the ability of its master. The current situation was not optimistic. Such a realm always carried a powerful sense of oppression, making it hard to breathe. The Dark Realm? Boss, does that mean we're done for? Chen Hao was so frightened he hid behind Cui Yi, completely disregarding his image. Calm down, let's move forward. Following the dark corridor, where one could see nothing, it seemed endless. relying only on the faint light of fire to navigate. Time felt like it had stopped, becoming incredibly long. Boss, look at the cave entrance. After a long while, Xu Wenhan excitedly pointed at a cave entrance, finally seeing hope. Cui Yi continued forward, feeling that something was strange. Clearly, the cave entrance was right in front, yet no matter how he walked, it seemed unreachable. Something's not right. Cui Yi stopped and threw a fireball. The fireball flew ahead quickly, but strangely, it did not exit the cave entrance even after it disappeared. Chuninghao's face turned pale as he felt a chill behind him, constantly looking back, sensing that something in the darkness was watching them. Could it be that we've encountered a ghost wall? After Xu Wenhan said this, they all felt a chill run down their spines. The three of them huddled together, fearfully looking around. Hey, don't be paranoid. Cui Yi sighed, reaching out to touch the wall, finding the moss slippery with some kind of slimy substance. Cui Yi rubbed his fingers together, and a foul smell wafted up, making him feel a bit nauseous. Boss, since you're so powerful, why don't you just destroy this place? Cui Yi shot a glance at Chunninghao. It was truly easy for someone who was just standing there to say such things. He had already explained that this was a realm. Using more power would be futile. Shut up, Cui Yi said impatiently. Upon hearing the boss say this, the three of them fell silent, exchanging wide-eyed looks. The darkness fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of dripping water remained. Cui Yi punched the wall hard, but there was no response. Interesting, Cui Yi said as he reached for his waist and pulled out the peachwood sword, the one used to seal the king of the underworld. The king of the underworld sensed Cui Yi's call and appeared immediately. What is it? You disturbed this king's rest. The king of the underworld stretched lazily, yawning and speaking irritably. Cui Yi slapped the king of the underworld on the head, and only then did the king of the underworld wake up a bit. Lead the way. Cui Yi coldly uttered 2 words, asking someone for help and still being so assertive. The king of the underworld muttered a couple of words, then turned to see Cui Yi's icy gaze and dared not speak anymore. After walking for a while, the king of the underworld suddenly stopped and pointed to a stone wall. This is it. Cui Yi gently touched the stone wall and found that his hand could pass through. Finally, he stepped through entirely, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Boss, wait for me. The other 3 hurriedly followed, fearing getting lost. Beyond the stone wall was a narrow path, leading into darkness. Before them lay a rugged stone path, with a bottomless abyss beneath it, with no end in sight. Cui Yi threw several fireballs, which all vanished into the darkness. How deep is this? It's terrifying. These fireballs disappear, and if a person falls down, they would surely be crushed to pieces. Zhao Hongfang lay down on the ground, cautiously taking a glance below. Damn, is this a bridge? And it's suspended in midair. After Zhao Hongfang spoke, the 3 of them turned pale with fright and ran to the center of the road, not daring to move forward. Boss, if we die here, can we leave? Chunninghao asked whimsically, as if he had 100,000 questions. No, your souls will be trapped here forever. Cowards. The king of the underworld cast a disdainful glance at the 3. Humph, little ghost, do you know how to get out? Chunninghao said discontentedly. I am the king of the underworld, not a little ghost. The king of the underworld's face turned dark with anger, constantly emphasizing his identity. So do you know how to get out or not? Xu Wenhan interrupted their argument and asked. I don't know. The king of the underworld felt helpless, sensing a powerful force suppressing them here, rendering him unable to use his full strength. Cui Yi walked forward and found that this place was similar to the previous one, with no writing or special markings. He walked forward for a bit and could still hear the conversation of the few people. Wait for me here, Cui Yi said before continuing to walk ahead, leaving the others looking at him in bewilderment. Boss, do you not want us anymore? Boss, we will definitely not make you angry again. Boss, please don't give up on us. I don't want to be here. Cui Yi looked at the 3 with a dark expression, wanting to slap them, but held back. Cui Yi then checked the time on his phone. It's 6 o'clock. Understand? Upon hearing this, the others nodded repeatedly, relieved that Cui Yi and T abandoned them. Don't worry, boss. Boss, be careful. Boss, see you in a bit. Cui Yi shook his head helplessly and continued walking, although the flames allowed him to see the path ahead. It wasn't long before he could no longer hear the others talking. He kept moving forward, using stronger flames, but still couldn't see the surroundings clearly. It was as if there was a black cloth covering everything. Even with light, it was still pitch black. The surroundings were deathly silent. And Cui Yi looked at his phone. He had been walking for 5 minutes. He quickened his pace, wanting to spread his wings, but was suppressed, unable to fly faster. He could only keep moving forward, but fortunately, his phone was acting as a signal station. So he didn't need to worry about losing contact with Chunninghao and the others. Cui Yi discovered that here, apart from the flames, he couldn't use any skills. Even with the system, it was of no use. Cui Yi. Chunninghao, don't move. Xu Wenhan. Cui Yi, boss. I miss you even when you're not here. Zhao Hongfang. Cui Yi, I'm here too. They usually seemed quite arrogant. and he really wanted to share their current expressions as memes. Do you think the boss would really abandon us? Chen Hao felt uneasy, and the environment made it even more tense. That is hard to say. Last time we did trouble by Meiwei. Shi Wenhan thought of the previous incident and wanted to slap himself twice. We were just scaring her. Besides, the boss shouldn't be that petty. Zhao Hongfang didn't know whether he was comforting himself or others and lacked confidence when saying this. Cough. Suddenly, a light coughing sound came from nowhere. The three were so frightened that their faces turned pale, huddling together, the abrupt sound bringing fear and eliciting piercing screams. Damn. Cui felt speechless, covering his ears. After a while, the three finally calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a familiar face. Boss, great to see you. Did you find the exit? Chen Hao asked eagerly. No. Upon hearing this, the three showed disappointed expressions. But I found that this place is a loop. It can be walked through in about half an hour. At this moment, they realized that Cui Yi had walked back to them, but still had no other findings. I guess the exit should be under this stone bridge. Cui Yi looked into the pitch black below. Below? The three said in unison. The bottom was unfathomably deep, with a chilling wind blowing, making them feel as if someone was watching them, as if welcoming them to jump down. Boss, how can we go down here without our spirit beasts? Zhao Hongfang asked. Jump down, Cui Yi said coldly. The three looked at Cui Yi strangely, but couldn't pinpoint what was odd. Hurry up. Stop dawdling, Cui Yi said impatiently, then leaped and disappeared before the three. Seeing Cui Yi vanish, the three were left in shock, tentatively calling out. Boss, are you there? Come down quickly. Cui Yi's voice came back, and they relaxed. Chen Hao looked at the other two and, after a moment of hesitation, nodded firmly, preparing to jump down when he suddenly felt a stinging pain on his face. As if someone had slapped him hard. Smack. Chen Hao covered his face, feeling intense pain, and suddenly opened his eyes to see Cui Yi slapping him wildly. The sound echoing. Stop hitting me, boss, please stop. Cui Yi looked at the other two after seeing Chen Hao wake up. One for each of you. Without further explanation, Cui Yi unleashed a series of slaps. Chen Hao, covering his swollen cheek, still followed Cui Yi's words and began to slap Shi Wenhan. Finally, Shi Wenhan suddenly woke up, looking confused at Chen Hao and prepared to fight back. Why are you hitting me? I'll fight you, Shi Wenhan said as he grabbed Chen Hao by the neck. And the two started to grapple. It was the boss who told us to hit. Boss. Shi Wenhan looked at Cui Yi, who was still slapping Zhao Hongfang. Zhao Hongfang's face had already turned red and swollen. Cui Yi suddenly stopped, extending his hand in front of Zhao Hongfang's nose. He is already out of breath. Boss. Zhao Hongfang. Chen Hao didn't continue, only seeing Cui Yi shake his head. This isn't real. Shi Wenhan ran to Zhao Hongfang's side, cautiously checking. Sure enough, he was lifeless. The aura of death spread instantly. They couldn't believe that Zhao Hongfang had just died like this. Wah. Chen Hao and Shi Wenhan broke down in tears, perhaps out of fear or missing their brother. Shut up. Cui Yi felt a buzzing in his head, growing increasingly irritated. Boss, I know you're heartless and cold, but Zhao Hongfang is dead. Exactly, boss, if you want to cry, just cry, don't hold it in. They prepared to hug Cui Yi and cry together. Get lost. Cui Yi pushed their heads away. Who said he is dead? Cui Yi said helplessly. He clearly stopped breathing. Chen Hao said mournfully. Sigh. This is a realm. His soul is still in this realm, not truly dead. As long as we exit the realm, he'll be fine. Upon hearing Cui Yi's explanation, the two wiped their tears. Really? Hearing Cui Yi's firm tone, they finally calmed down. Boss, can we get out? Boss, how did you know we were in trouble? Shi Wenhan asked. Cui Yi picked up his phone, and the two finally understood. Cui Yi knew they must have fallen into an illusion, a silent killer. Boss, what exactly is this place? It feels so terrifying. Chen Hao asked. It should be the illusionary spirit beast. The illusionary spirit beast can create realms, constantly casting illusions that make spirit masters fall into a stupor. However, it's indeed strange that the illusionary spirit beast appears at this time. Illusionary spirit beast? My god, there is such a powerful spirit beast? I thought they were just legends. I didn't expect there really to be illusionary spirit beasts. My grandfather told me that illusionary spirit beasts live deep in the spirit beast continent and like to appear when disasters strike. It must be the appearance of the corpse demon that triggered the manifestation of the phantom spirit beast, and the phantom spirit beast is extremely rare, belonging to a high-level spirit beast. To create such a realm and a real illusion, this spirit beast must be at least level 10,000 or higher. Chen Hao said. Cui Yi knew this was a spirit beast, but when did this spirit beast start leading them into the realm and illusion? Cui Yi took a deep breath. He couldn't believe that with his strength, he hadn't detected it. Chapter 70, The Annihilation Step. Howl. A sound echoed from the unfathomable darkness. The voice fluctuating between near and far, with a strong stench filling the air. An invisible force slowly approached, and the sound felt more like a provocation. A declaration of war. Chen Yinghao's heart raced. His mind went blank with tension, and he was already drenched in cold sweat. His body instinctively hid behind Cui Yi, turning his head cautiously to look back, afraid something might jump out unexpectedly. That sound should be from a wolf. Shi Wenhan was not faring much better. He carefully walked to Cui Yi and Chen Yinghao's side, backing against the two, creating a sense of security. You foolish ones, none of you will escape today. This is my world. The voice was cold, as if it came from an endless abyss, or like a devil that had just crawled out of hell. At this moment, Chen Yinghao and Shi Wenhan's faces turned pale as they sensed the breath of death. Only Cui Yi remained expressionless, his eyes showing no ripples, coldly staring into the vast darkness. Suddenly, a black figure slowly emerged from the boundless abyss, revealing a massive head. Upon closer inspection, this monster looked like a ferocious large black dog, with a pair of blood-red eyes emitting a bloodthirsty glow, a mouth full of fangs, drooling. The enormous black dog head was as big as an adult man's, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Damn it, a dog head. Chen Yinghao's body trembled uncontrollably, his legs weak. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic creature. None of the three of them were as big as this head. If the whole body appeared, its size would be unimaginable. Cui Yi. Identification. Ding dong. System. Identification skill activated. Spirit Beast. Hellhound. Level. High-level Spirit Beast. Evolved form of the Hellhound. Evil type. Ghost type. Skills. Destructive Death Light. Dark Realm. Shadow Ball. Illusion Ray. Evaluation. This is a rare spirit beast with immense power and a stubborn personality. This spirit beast has already been tamed, so please be cautious, Spirit Master. Hearing the system's introduction, Cui Yi was filled with black lines. Damn, it has been tamed? In Cui Yi's memory, no one had ever tamed a hellhound. Such spirit beasts generally enjoy bloodthirsty killing. The appearance of death or the stench of blood on the battlefield would attract hellhounds. A tamed hellhound could only attack with the owner's consent. Cui Yi had a bad premonition. This might not be a coincidence. The hellhound revealed 3 black dog heads. 3 pairs of bloodthirsty eyes greedily staring at their prey. You are all my food. The hellhound licked its lips and opened its bloody mouth, lunging at Cui Yi. Cui Yi activated his mysterious protection while simultaneously summoning 2 phoenix spirit beasts. The 2 spirit beasts transformed into 2 beams of fire, illuminating every corner of the darkness. The hellhound was unaccustomed to such glaring light, closing its eyes. Attribute restraint must also be quickly adjusted in the dark realm. When the hellhound opened its eyes again, Cui Yi was already clad in fiery armor, with a flaming phoenix wheel at his feet, resembling 2 small suns emitting dazzling light. Sorry, but no spirit beast that can eat me has ever come out. As soon as the words fell, the 2 phoenix spirit beasts let out a cry, and wherever they passed, fireballs rained down, their sharp eyes seeming to pierce through all things in the world. Found it, Cui Yi shouted, and a light sword suddenly appeared in his hand, crashing toward the bewildered hellhound. Hellhound? No, how is this possible? As Cui Yi awakened the phoenix eye, he had already found the opponent's weakness, charging toward the hellhound's neck. The hellhound looked at the approaching Cui Yi, its face suddenly turning horrified, opening its bloody mouth to prepare to swallow Cui Yi. What happened next was utterly unexpected, the hellhound completely petrified. Cui Yi smirked, and his shadow clone transformed into countless figures. Thousands of beams of light pierced through the hellhound's body, instantly shattering it into pieces. Hellhound, kid, you're too naive. This is my world. No matter how many times you kill me, I can revive. Cui Yi. Oh really? Cui Yi's figure flashed, landing gracefully on the ground. The hellhound, just recovered, smiled arrogantly. Unfortunately, it wouldn't last 3 seconds. Suddenly, it felt a tightening in its rear, letting out a heart-wrenching sound. The phoenix had already seen through the weakness of its dark realm, its sharp beak transforming into a fiery sword that pierced through its lower body. Hellhound, you knew the weakness of my barrier? The hellhound cursed resentfully as the vast darkness gradually disappeared. The dark realm was shattered, and Chen Yinghao, Shi Wenhan, and Zhao Honfang also awakened. In the distance, a black hellhound lay pale, foaming at the mouth. Perhaps the previous attack had drained it of strength. Boss, is this guy the one causing trouble? Chen Yinghao walked to the hellhound's side and kicked the barely conscious hellhound hard. The kick perfectly aimed at the hellhound's rear, and the already fainted hellhound instantly seemed to revive, letting out a painful cry. Hellhound, my! Chen Yinghao was startled by this action, hurriedly running to Cui Yi's side, as if this was the safest place. Damn, I just kicked it casually. Is the reaction really that big? Chen Yinghao looked at the hellhound rolling on the ground in confusion. Damn, that wasn't just a casual kick. I'd say it was more like an annihilation kick. Shi Wenhan swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back, fearing he might be the next to suffer. Who would have thought Chen Hao was so fierce? Zhao Hongfang gave a thumbs up, his lewd expression difficult to understand. Chen Hao always had the illusion that they were implying he was perverted, turning to look at the hellhound on the ground. It was indeed hard to explain. You hurt my hellhound. I will make you pay with your lives. A cold voice echoed from afar, deep and hoarse. Turning around, Ming flew over with De Zhuang, Guo Chui, Zhou Hao, Li Su, and others. At this moment, the five of them looked as if they had just come out of a coal pile, their faces blackened, if it weren't for the daylight. One might really get the illusion of floating clothes. What a coincidence, you foul brother. Guo Chui looked at Cui Yi with an evil grin. This scene was like eating shit, making people's stomachs churn. Chen Hao, Shi Wenhan, and Zhao Hongfang couldn't help but feel nauseous. Only Cui Yi remained unmoved, as he had already mentally prepared himself, not even glancing at Guo Chui. Chapter 71. My spirit beast can evolve infinitely. This is too disgusting. It hurts my eyes. Chen Hao quickly covered his eyes. At this moment, he wished he could wash his eyeballs thoroughly, and if conditions allowed, a disinfection would be even better. This was beyond just hurting his eyes. It was enough to drive one to death. Shi Wenhan quickly added fuel to the fire, making Zhou Chui's already unattractive face even worse, as if it had transformed from a pig's head to a donkey's head. Sorry, allow me to vomit for a while. Zhao Hongfang turned his head away, wishing he could forget everything instantly. Cui Ye's face was filled with black lines, repeatedly confirming that these people were indeed his brothers. Too straightforward, completely lacking consideration for the other party. Even if it's the truth, you shouldn't say it out loud. Zhou Hao, standing aside, couldn't help but shout in anger. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a strange force hit the back of his head, causing his brain to buzz. Which way? That's not what I meant. Being ugly isn't your fault. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's explanation, Guo Chui's expression darkened, and her eyes nearly bulged out. That's right. Coming out to scare people is your fault. With Chen Hao's shout, the defenses in Guo Chui's heart were completely shattered, and she let out a piercing scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, shaking the air around them. Everyone quickly covered their ears, and when they opened their eyes, Guo Chui's figure had already turned into a pile of mud, with the smell of rotting earth permeating the air. Stinky man, go die? Mud cannonballs. The mud cannonballs emitted a terrible stench and carried a toxic attribute. Being attacked would leave one paralyzed on the ground. Under the onslaught of the storm, with a flash of light, Paida Hu appeared, transforming into a protective barrier to block the attacks. Paixio? It really is a Paixio. Aming's eyes sparkled as he finally understood why Fu Longhao had died at Cui Ye's hands. Paixio is something that can be encountered but not sought after. It's famous in both Blue Star and this world. The Paixio in this world could also transform into weapons and attack from below. He had heard from slaves captured in this city that a Paixio could gain the same power as any equipment it swallowed, and could even be stronger than the original equipment. This Paixio, transformed into equipment, was clearly not an ordinary item, which explained Cui Ye's lack of reaction upon arriving in his city. Instead, he appeared somewhat disappointed. Most importantly, a Paixio needed to devour a large amount of equipment. Even if he gathered all the treasures from his entire system alliance, he couldn't support such a spirit beast. Could it be that Cui Yi was truly a hidden wealthy boss? De Zhuang also gasped in shock, realizing why Aming dared not provoke this kid. Though he was reluctant to believe it, the facts were laid out before him. The Paixio perfectly blocked all attacks. Even if he exerted all his strength, he might not be able to break through the Paixio's defenses. Bastard. Zhou Chui was still unwilling to give up her attack. But the next scene left everyone completely dumbfounded. Are you hungry? Cui Yi casually looked at the three people beside him. The mysterious protective barrier isolating the disgusting smell in the air, while Paida Hu's defense blocked Zhou Chui's ugly face. Hungry. The three spoke in unison. And at that moment, their stomachs protested uncontrollably. All right. Cui Yi nodded in satisfaction as the three looked at him with anticipation, thinking their boss was about to take out some treasure. However, the next scene left the five people across from them in tears, especially Li Su, the owner of the hellish three-headed dog. Although he remained silent, his gaze at Cui Yi was filled with hostility, and he was furious that his precious spirit beast, the hellish three-headed dog, had been harmed. But then the next scene unfolded. Cui Yi leisurely picked up some branches from the ground, flicked his fingers to toss out a fireball, and glanced deeply at the hellish three-headed dog with a wicked smile. Everyone watched in shock, thinking Cui Yi wanted to roast the hellish three-headed dog, but instead, he pulled out some barbecue ingredients and started grilling. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief but also felt an ominous premonition. This hellish three-headed dog is also good material, Cui Yi said as he summoned a fire dragon emperor ant. The fire dragon emperor ant first glanced at the hellish three-headed dog of the same size and let out an excited cry. In an instant, countless star lights flickered, and hundreds of fire dragon emperor ants appeared before everyone, instantly devouring the hellish three-headed dog. My hellish three-headed dog, Li Su, who had just been arrogant, immediately knelt on the ground, clutching his head and crying. Chui Yi isolated the sounds from outside, and the four enjoyed the deliciousness brought by the barbecue. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host. The Fire Dragon Emperor Ant has evolved into a three-headed Fire Dragon Emperor Ant attributes. Fire, Evil, Dark. Currently, the Fire Dragon Emperor Ant's level is 15,000. System prompt. The higher the level of the devoured spirit beast, the faster the spirit beast's level increases. After devouring a spirit beast, you can gain all the skills and attributes of the opponent. The host's current level is Spirit God 1 star. The higher the level of the devoured spirit beast, the faster the level increase. Now, devouring a level 10,000 spirit beast allowed the three-headed Fire Dragon Emperor Ant to increase by 5,000 levels, and its own level increased by 1 star. Calculating this way, at least 999 spirit beasts would need to be devoured to level up to the realm of Spirit Void. 10 level spirit beasts equal 1 level spirit beast, which means 999 spirit beasts are needed. By this logic, with 10,000 spirit beasts, it seems that upgrading to Spirit God 10 stars should be about right. This was all thanks to Fu Longhao. Thinking of this, Chui Yi's mood improved. After eating and drinking enough, Chui Yi glanced calmly at the 5 people behind him, who looked dazed. Are you full? Hearing the boss's voice, the 3 nodded repeatedly, continually putting food into their mouths as if they had never tasted such delicious food in their previous lives and feared they wouldn't get to eat it again. MMM. The 3 nodded repeatedly, and only after finishing the last skewer in their hands did they contentedly pat their big bellies. At this moment, the 5 people across from them were already so frightened by the scene before them that they didn't know what to do, especially when they saw the hundreds of 3-headed Fire Dragon Emperor Ants. The gap in strength made them gasp. Why does your spirit beast have 3 heads? Li Su asked. Because my spirit beast can evolve infinitely. When Chui Yi said this, it was as if 5 thunderclaps struck, and the 5 were utterly despaired. Their bodies trembled instinctively. They had thought the hellish 3-headed dog was impressive, but across from them were hundreds of such spirit beasts, and they could evolve infinitely. Was this what they called people making others die from envy? Perhaps they had just been too tired from earlier insults, or were shocked by Chui Yi's spirit beast. The 5 fell silent, each lost in thought. If they had known Chui Yi was this strong, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Chapter 72. If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will retaliate. We mean no harm. Aiming didn't want to be enemies with Chui Yi. The other world was inherently a dangerous place, and nobody knew what accidents or tomorrow would bring. Chui Yi's strength was evident, and if a fight broke out, it could lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, he wasn't clear on Chui Yi's true strength and didn't dare act rashly. No harm. Chen Hao scoffed, rolling his eyes at Aiming and saying, You let the hellish 3-headed dog attack us and call that no harm? You say you want to kill us and claim there's no malice? You captured us and say there is no malice? What then is malice? Hearing Chen Hao's words, Aiming was left speechless. Finally, he looked at Chui Yi, waiting for his decision. If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will retaliate. Chui Yi's tone was cold, and his deep gaze exuded a kingly aura. Aiming and the others' hearts trembled. They had never seen Chui Yi's imposing presence before. De Zhuang stepped in front of Aiming and shot a fierce glare at Chui Yi, saying, Kid, what are you? We don't just offend people, we want to kill. Besides glaring, what else can you do? Do you think we're afraid of you? I tell you, even if Minggu is afraid of you, I'm not. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Hearing De Zhuang's provocation, Chui Yi remained expressionless. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Hao stepped forward. Boss, there's no need for you to make a move over such a small matter. Chen Hao pointed at De Zhuang and shouted angrily, I'll play with you. You're not even qualified to make our boss move. It's one-on-one. De Zhuang was slightly taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter, mocking, Just you? What a joke. Do you believe I can solve you with one punch? Chen Hao calmly walked up to De Zhuang, staring at him intently. Although he was a head shorter, he showed no signs of retreat. Come on, am I afraid of you? Chen Hao didn't waste any more words and just threw a punch. Da Zhuang didn't dodge. In his view, this kid was soft and tender, and he estimated that after one punch, he wouldn't be hurt, but this kid would probably be crying for his mother. The 4 people standing aside showed a mocking expression, reveling in the situation. Da Zhuang's system skill was Diamond Body, a strength-based system, making both his attack and defense top-notch. Generally, if someone hit him, not only would Da Zhuang not be harmed, but even the other kid's hand would be fine. It was truly ridiculous that someone would recklessly challenge him like this. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the 4 who were just smug suddenly turned pale. Da Zhuang was sent crashing to the ground by the opponent's punch, completely without any chance to resist. How is this possible? The 4 stared in disbelief. Da Zhuang, with such strength, was knocked down by one punch and lay there motionless, as if dead. Chun Hao didn't give his opponent any chance, straddling him and unleashing a barrage of bullet fists. Although this attack didn't cause much damage, it was extremely humiliating. From 3 seconds to 4 seconds, as soon as his opponent woke up, he would faint again, struggling repeatedly on the edge of life and death. Stop it. Amin couldn't bear to watch any longer. Dazhuang had no chance to fight back, and it was truly embarrassing. What do you want? Shi Wenhan walked over to Chun Hao, showing no intention of letting Dazhuang off. Seeing this scene, Amin became a bit flustered, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Cui Yi watched the posturing of these few people, suppressing a smile. No one knew better than him how capable the three of them were. Although they were spiritual masters in this world, they could only use bullet fist effectively. Moreover, without lethal damage, even with their identities as spiritual masters and having tamed spirit beasts, they would only gain a small amount of spirit beast attribute bonuses. If Dazhuang had really attacked first, not to mention defeating his opponent, even counterattacking would have been impossible. He really didn't know who gave them the courage to act tough in front of those with systems. Was it the courage of Liang Jingru? Cui Yi's lips curled up, and in Amin's eyes, this action made him seem like a devil coming from hell, swallowing hard and not daring to act rashly. Don't force us. We are reincarnators. Do you think such flashy moves can defeat us? What a joke. Zhou Hao completely didn't buy this. Were the 5 of them really afraid of the 3 opponents? Amin's system was a counter-injury system that could double the damage dealt to others. Even if the opponent was strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand such power. With this thought, he was filled with confidence, prepared for the worst. Chun Hao showed no signs of stopping and continued. Suddenly, a black bat rushed over, instantly passing through Chun Hao's body and turning into specks of starlight, scattering with the wind, leaving only a surprised expression. The bat's phantom instantly reverted to its original form, and Zhou Hao smiled wickedly. His system allowed him to transform into a bat to attack, taking no damage while doing so, and could kill invisibly. Shi Wenhan and Zhao Hongfang hadn't had time to react when a shadow flashed by them, and they ultimately fell to Zhou Hao's hands. Cui Yi's gaze turned cold, a hint of killing intent flashing by. Although he knew that Chun Hao and the others wouldn't die, the despair on their faces before death was still vivid. I thought you were impressive, but you're just a waste. Now it's your turn. Zhou Hao smiled wickedly, his body transforming into a blood-red bat charging towards Cui Yi. You're seeking death. Cui Yi coldly spat out 2 words, his icy eyes narrowing slightly as a beam of light flashed by. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky, and the air was filled with the stench of rotting animals. In the thicket, dozens of black crows perched on the branches, staring intently at the 5, as if watching a good show. The cold wind pierced through, and the leaves rustled, resembling the laughter of demons. Where are we? Zhou Hao gasped, looking at the red-eyed crows, his scalp tingling, feeling a sense of being watched. What happened? Dazhuang woke up, seeing the scene before him, rubbing the back of his head and looking back at Amin and the others. Dark Boundary. Li Su, standing at the back, collapsed to the ground. This was Cui Yi's Dark Boundary, where he was the king. Even double counter-injury was useless here. They were merely prey, toys for someone else. Chapter 73, Returning the Favor in Kind. Dark Boundary. Zhou Hao repeated Li Su's words nervously, looking at the 3 red-eyed crows in the distance, faintly sensing an ominous feeling, reminiscent of the fear he felt during his first attempted murder back on Blue Star, as if it were a nightmare appearing in his dreams. Caw, caw. The 3 crows cawed loudly, flapping their wings, giving the illusion of applause. Zhou Hao picked up a stone from the ground and angrily threw it at the 3 eerie crows, cursing, "Get the hell out of here." The 3 crows didn't fly away. Their laughter grew louder, and a chilling wind blew, softening the ground, making it feel like they were sinking into a rotting swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. In an instant, Dazhuang's legs were already buried in the mud. What the hell is this? Dazhuang struggled the hardest, but the more he fought, the deeper his body sank, with his calves already buried. The crows were these 3 beasts. They were the breakthrough point. Li Su's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 crows, as if he had seen the last glimmer of hope, a hint of joy appearing on his ashen face. Amin's gaze locked onto the 3 crows, reaching for a flying dagger at his waist, his expression turning cold. A cold light flashed, and the flying dagger sliced through the air, creating a beautiful arc as it flew towards the 3 crows. The dagger swept across the crows' necks, and they instantly transformed into a flurry of black feathers, scattering in the wind before the crowd could react. The black feathers lingered in the air, the blade's edge cutting through the air, and attacked Li Su. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the black feathers pierced through Li Su's body like 1,000 arrows. In an instant, Li Su's body was torn apart, and with his last sound, he vanished before everyone, leaving only a trace of blood on the soft ground. The shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had no idea what had just happened. Li Su had just disappeared like that? Crows. Zhou Hao's voice broke the silence. looking fearfully at the distant crows. At this moment, the red-eyed crows had turned into two heads, eerily watching everything before them. Seeing this scene, the remaining four lost their composure. Their bodies were already half buried in the soil, and the fear of death spread. The crows across from them seemed like three reapers beckoning to them, watching with glee. Why did Li Su die? What the hell are these crows laughing at? This torment felt like a hell on earth, making it impossible to stay calm. Da Zhuang had completely lost hope, his eyes filled with despair, even with a powerful system. Facing true death brought an invisible pressure creeping into his heart. Da Zhuang, calm down. Amin was the calmest person there. But even he began to panic in the face of such a scene. He could only try to maintain his last shred of sanity. He gritted his teeth tightly, a metallic taste filling his mouth, the pain helping him to regain some composure. Calm my ass, Da Zhuang yelled in anger, but in the next moment, he begged in a tearful tone, Grandpa Chui, please spare me. I won't dare to say anything against you again. I know I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great mountain. Just let me go, and I'll do anything you want. Da Zhuang, tall and strong, was now completely at a loss, terrified. He absolutely dared not say a bad word about him again. Even if he had to kneel on the ground and call him Grandpa, his eyes wouldn't blink. Unfortunately, there are not so many what-ifs in this world. He was left with only his head still on the ground. In the end, filled with despair and unwillingness, he was buried in the earth. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is Spirit God 2 stars. Acquired system skill Diamond Body. Description. Can greatly enhance physical strength, attack power, and defense. Can withstand any attack of the same level. Congratulations to the host for acquiring system skill Dark Curse. Description. The overall strength of dark attribute spirit beasts is doubled. Chui Yi sat on the ground, looking at the 5 unconscious people. The corners of his mouth curled up, and this barely noticeable smile was just seen by Qining Hao. He didn't understand why Chui Yi was inexplicably smiling. Every time he saw such a smile from Chui Yi, he always had a bad premonition. Boss, why did they suddenly faint? Should we just deal with them now? Who knows if these people will cause trouble in the future? Qining Hao walked to the side of De Zhuang and kicked the unconscious De Zhuang, frowning and saying, they can't be dead, right? Chui Yi selectively ignored them. He was appreciating the fear brought by their deaths in the dark realm. He was not a saint, just returning the favor in kind. Every cause has its effect. Their retribution was the fruit they had sown, not worthy of pity. In the dark realm, I don't want to die. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied others too much. I shouldn't have bitten like a mad dog. At first, when he encountered Chui Yi, he boasted about wanting to teach this kid a lesson, but he never expected that his strength would crush the 5 of them. This dark realm was even more powerful than Li Su's dark realm, impeccable. Originally thinking that only the 3 crows were living beings, they were the best breakthrough point. But instead became the fuse for the terrifying beginning, spiraling out of control. Stop crying, you whiny girl. Aming was instantly furious upon hearing Zhou Hao's cries. He originally didn't want to provoke Chui Yi, but these people kept pushing their luck, thinking he was easy to bully, and now they ended up in their current predicament. Thinking of this, he regretted it deeply. Now he wanted to escape, but felt powerless. Cut it out, Aming. If it weren't for you wanting to capture the people of this world to make them slaves, how could we have ended up like this? Guo Chui scoffed, saying, you should weigh your own worth before wanting to be the boss. I think you should just be dog poop. Aming felt a tightness in his chest, his eyes turning red. He had long found this fat pig unbearable, and now he blamed everything on him. Fat pig, shut up. Aming's true colors were revealed. He no longer cared about his usual high and mighty boss status, and finally had the courage to say what he wanted. What? You call me fat pig? You pervert. Guo Chui refused to back down. Since the facade was already torn, there was no need to keep pretending. She shot a fierce glare at Aming and mocked. Aming, remember that even grandpas started from being grandsons. Chapter 74, Fatal Sword, Abandoned Peace. Chui Yi silently watched the quarrel among the few. Having not seen such a fierce battle in a long time, he truly witnessed the difference between how men and women argue. It was like comparing a rifle to a machine gun. Zhou Hao was confused on the side. He couldn't believe that the 2 people who rarely interacted were now completely different, arguing fiercely. The identity of the reincarnators was originally an incredible thing, and now their quarrel felt like they had discovered a shocking secret, yet he couldn't laugh. Stop arguing, the System Alliance might come to save us. Zhou Hao's words were like a timely rain, silencing the 2. Their heads were still buzzing, hearts racing. If they could, they really wanted to fight to vent their frustrations. The System Alliance was like a school. They inexplicably arrived at this world, and the first stop was the System Alliance, where countless people with systems gathered. They could choose to join the System Alliance or venture out alone. This world was just a parallel realm where small magicians meet great magicians. In his realm, Chui Yi could clearly hear their thoughts and was also curious about the System Alliance. There were too many parallel worlds, whether in anime, novels, or even movies and TV shows, there were different parallel worlds. However, each parallel world was unique. Where there were creators, there were also participants. The emergence of such a system out of thin air was indeed an interesting matter. I give you a chance. Only one of the three of you can survive. Chui Ye's voice suddenly echoed, and this game rule was two-sided, bringing both survival and death. The three had no choice but to either become sacrifices or victors. Although Chui Ye seemed too cold-blooded, they all knew that in this world, one had to pay back sooner or later. Okay, after a long time, the three spoke in unison. In the blink of an eye, the three of them stepped out of the swamp, and the surroundings returned to how they had been. Only three red-eyed crows watched them, like spectators, fixated on this life-and-death battle. The swamp disappeared, and strange branches intertwined to form a huge cage, trapping the three inside. The hazy moonlight in the sky emitted a blood-red glow, and the mist occasionally obscured the eerie blood moon. Are we really going to fight? Zhou Hao looked at the two with panic in his eyes, breaking the momentary silence. He was afraid the other side would suddenly attack. His eyes were filled with distrust. Yet he had no choice. Ming feigned calmness as he looked at the two, saying calmly, "Do you think we have a choice?" Guochuei looked at Zhou Hao. They understood each other's strengths. If one of them was to survive, they had to join forces to take down the strongest among them to have a chance. The atmosphere became eerie and tense. Ming die? Guochuei had already mentally prepared herself, her body turning into a puddle of mud as she lunged at Ming. A foul smell filled the air, and upon inhaling it, Zhou Hao felt his stomach churn, almost wanting to vomit. Ming's expression darkened, and he dodged the attack in a flash. He had a sharp sword in his hand, which he didn't know when it had appeared, and with a flash of cold light, he cleaved through Guochuei's mud form as if he could cut through all things in the world. Zhou Hao gasped. He understood that Ming had hidden his strength. Guochuei's body returned to its original form. She stood there dazed, unable to believe what had just happened. Using her last bit of strength to say in shock, "Fatal Sword." The Fatal Sword was a skill that could kill with a single strike. Capable of severing the form of all things in the world, whether water or fire, the Fatal Sword could extinguish them. Everyone has their hidden powers, and Ming's strength surprised Guochuei. She smiled with a sense of relief, perhaps a kind of liberation or respect. She was tired of this world, tired of mockery and struggle. Zhou Hao was dumbfounded. His system was one of ambush and transformation, with speed being his advantage. Now, with Ming's appearance, he had lost his most proud asset. What was clearly his strength was no longer unique in front of others. Do we continue? Ming's sword emitted a chill. His voice was low as he walked to Zhou Hao's side and said softly, "This day would come sooner or later. This world is survival of the fittest." "I'm sorry." Zhou Hao trembled. To Ming, it seemed the matter was settled, but the next scene made him shiver as well. He saw Zhou Hao bury his head and sob uncontrollably. The cries turned into cold laughter. He suddenly raised his head to look at Ming, his eyes now only showing the whites, staring intently at Ming. A powerful force instantly enveloped Ming's entire being. Ming gasped for breath, his body feeling as if it were ensnared by nightmares, and no matter how he struggled, he had lost all strength. Suddenly, he lowered his head, his whole body trembling. On the other side, Zhou Hao's body fell to the ground with a thud, his laughter turning to panic as he collapsed, pointing at Amin. Just as Amin was about to speak, a cold light flashed, and Zhou Hao was instantly slain, the words he had yet to utter forever trapped in his stomach. "Can I leave now?" Amin looked at Zhou Hao's corpse, raised his head to the blood moon in the sky, and said, "You won't go back on your word, right?" Amin's handsome face darkened, and he transformed into a different person, no longer tense, replaced by a sense of joy. "You are free." Chui Ye's voice faded, and the dark realm vanished as well. Chui Ye calmly looked at Amin and said, "Oh." Amin stared at Chui Ye's expressionless face, not angry. Instead, he let out a low, contemptuous sound and said, "Chui Ye, dare you to compete with me?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Amin's face. He didn't expect that the one who had taken everything from him would be seen through by this kid. He felt an indescribable surprise, as if everything about him was laid bare before Chui Ye, a feeling that sent chills down his spine. Chapter 75. You are too weak, cool off. That's right. My true system is possession, able to occupy everything about a person, including their body, system, skills, levels, and even memories. Zhou Hao no longer concealed it. He had initially wanted to possess Chui Ye's body, ultimately transitioning from a loser to a god. Now that Chui Ye knew his intentions, there was no need to continue hiding. For him, whether it was Amin or Zhou Hao was irrelevant. The most important thing was to wait for the right opportunity. His original plan was to find a better time and a more suitable substitute, but unfortunately, everything was ruined by Chui Ye. Now he could only possess Amin's body. But he didn't want to let this opportunity slip away easily because he could only possess 3 times and had already wasted 1 chance. He didn't want to waste any more opportunities now. Is my system cool? Amin wasn't afraid that Chui Yi knew about his system. He wanted to see Chui Yi's surprised expression, but ultimately failed. Chui Yi responded, showing no intention of refuting. Such a system that could possess anyone, once successful, would indeed gain powerful strength effortlessly. Although rare, it had many drawbacks, such as appearance. It was only a soul exchange. Do you want to team up with me? Amin looked at Chui Yi, feeling a bit excited, because he knew there were even stronger systems in this world. As long as he had Chui Yi's assistance, he could look down on everything in the early stages, and in the later stages, as long as he found a more powerful system, he could realize his ambition to conquer the world. Not interested, you are too weak. Weak? Amin never expected Chui Yi would say he was weak. The next scene made him understand instantly. Chui Yi spread his wings and flew into the sky, a swirl of starlight appearing in front of him. And thousands of three-headed fire dragon emperor ants appeared before Amin. The sky was densely packed, their sharp eyes fixated on Amin. And their overwhelming presence seemed capable of destroying the entire world. Amin had thought Chui Yi only had a portion of spirit beasts, but now he realized his spirit beasts were far more than these. The starlight continued to flicker, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of spirit beasts appeared before him. Amin clenched his fists, his fingertips digging deep into his flesh. He knew the strength of these spirit beasts without guessing, only lamenting how unfair it was that Chui Yi had so many spirit beasts while his own system struggled to kill even a level 10 spirit beast. Now, he was so astonished that he could not speak. Was it truly too fanciful? Too overreaching? Goodbye. Chui Yi waved his hand. This was his final farewell ceremony. Amin opened his mouth, but didn't have time to speak before tens of thousands of three-headed fire dragon emperor ants simultaneously spewed flames, engulfing him entirely. The power of the flames seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth, the air trembling, and the distant destroyed system fortress instantly turned to ashes, everything disappearing with the flames. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the System Bat Ambush. Description: transform into bat form to ambush all prey. In bat form, the body cannot be attacked. The host's current level is Spirit God 5 stars, system points 8. Who? Chui Yi calmly looked back, and a man stood on a branch, quietly observing everything. This man was handsome and poised, moving lightly, with a subtle smile on his face and a prominent vertical line on his forehead that gave an inexplicable wildness. Seeing that Chui Yi showed no intention of avoiding his gaze, they simply stared at each other until he smiled faintly and said, "Little wolf." Oh. Chui Yi sensed no malice from the other party. The system skill detected that he was also a reincarnator, but a powerful force blocked deeper understanding, indicating he was strong enough to hide his aura. What type of system ability could possess such power? Chui Yi did not understand and didn't want to delve deeper. Since the other party had no ill intent, he was too lazy to continue here and turned to leave. Just as Chui Yi was about to depart, he stopped again, looking back at the boy named Little Wolf. His gaze turned cold. He knew that this parallel world was created by him. Who exactly was this person? Seeing that Chui Yi looked at him with curiosity, Little Wolf took a step forward, his figure flashing before Chui Yi. Do you know Sun Wukong? Little Wolf asked, a strange glint crossing his otherwise expressionless face, and he smiled proudly, saying, "Welcome to the System Alliance. Here you will find the answers you seek." Little Wolf waved his hand, his figure flashing away, disappearing from sight. Sun Wukong? What the hell? Chui Yi was not interested in the System Alliance. But from Little Wolf's words, it seemed this world was not simple. The System Alliance was not just the world he created. Sun Wukong had not appeared in his world. If systems with divine-level talents had appeared, could this world truly still be the original one? Boss. Voices from the spirit masters came from a distance, panting heavily. And they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Chui Yi was unharmed. Chui Yi, are you okay? Bai Mei walked to Chui Yi's side, carefully examining him and relaxing when she saw he was not injured. On the other side, the spirit masters looked around at the flames consuming the dark world, astonished. Damn. This couldn't have been done by the boss alone, right? Of course not. If it wasn't the boss, who else could have done it? Not me. I feel like the boss needs to vent. Look at how fierce these flames are. Chui Yi's face darkened. This group of people's thoughts were beyond help. He really wanted to pry open their heads to see what was inside. Boss, where are those people? Chen Yinghao cautiously asked as he approached Chui Yi. Upon seeing Chui Yi's disinterested glance, he had his answer and could only smile foolishly. Old boss. At this moment, an awkward voice called out, saying these two words unnaturally. And after finishing, he immediately lowered his head as if it wasn't his voice. Chi Wang, is there something? Chui Yi still called out Chi Wang's name. And everyone turned to look at Chi Wang, the only demon clan member. They didn't know whether to hate this person or treat him as a friend, ultimately having to keep their distance. Nothing. Chi Wang still didn't dare to express his true feelings. He felt out of place, after all. He was a demon and the only one at that. Chui Yi calmly walked to Chi Wang's side and patted his shoulder in consolation. He understood Chiwang's meaning. The current demon clan was too chaotic, not only due to outside invasion, but also internal strife. It was time to properly reorganize them. Chapter 76. The Power of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan Strikes. Bang. After the abrupt smoke dissipated, Chiwang was nowhere to be found, leaving only a small white wolf dog on the ground, with crimson-red pupils, continuously whimpering in a babyish voice. With each whimper, its frail body trembled, looking so weak that a gust of wind could blow it over. A pair of sharp horns had grown on its head, making it appear endearing and particularly likable, prompting the onlooking spirit masters to want to pet it. Zhao Hongfang squatted down, staring at the fierce-looking Chiwang, and whistled twice. Chiwang let out a muffled sound, almost lunging at Zhao Hongfang to bite him. Is this really Chiwang? Chen Ninghao couldn't believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously and stretching out his hand to touch the little puppy, only to be met with a howl. His face turning red as he looked at the little puppy with a wronged expression and said, "Boss, it bit me." Cui Yi frowned slightly and said softly, "Then you should bite him back." Upon hearing this, Chen Ninghao awkwardly stared at his little gums, ultimately giving up. Not to mention that he didn't have teeth as good as Chiwang's. Even if he did, he couldn't really bite back, especially since it was just a little puppy. If you don't provoke it, it won't bite you. Bai Meiwei walked to Chiwang's side and gently patted its head. To her surprise, this little guy didn't resist at all, looking completely content. Wow, Chiwang has turned into a dog and his personality has changed. Xi Wenhan pointed at Chiwang, seriously suspecting that this was definitely not Chiwang. Idiot. Long Sheener suddenly spoke up, walking over to Chiwang, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes as she calmly said, "Demon clans cultivate to form demon cores. His demon core was damaged, and he has now lost his human form, reverting to the appearance of a little dog. His personality and habits have returned to that of an animal, and with the teasing tone you all carry, of course, he won't be obedient." It was the first time everyone heard Long Sheener's lengthy explanation, instantly leaving them dumbfounded, unsure if they should feel envious or jealous, wishing for a moment that they could become the little puppy to enjoy the massage services from the two beautiful women. Even animals know about gender, color dog. Chen Yinghao muttered discontentedly. At this moment, Cui Yi walked over to the little puppy and picked it up, and the little puppy instantly became obedient and docile, showing no malice and seemingly enjoying being held by its owner. Chen Yinghao felt a pang of embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he had called it an animal and a color dog, and now it was so well behaved? Did real dogs really not like him? Chen Yinghao hung his head, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into, his expression darkening as he fell silent. Cui Yi took out a recovery pill from his bag and offered it to the little puppy, then gently placed it back on the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, and in an instant, the little puppy transformed back into Chiwang, but the sudden brightness blinded the onlookers. Fortunately, Cui Yi had already prepared a robe to drape over Chiwang, preventing any exposure. Once he regained his senses, Chiwang stood frozen in place, kneeling in front of Cui Yi with a thud, bowing his head 3 times, each thump loud. A blood mark appearing on his forehead. The spirit masters standing at a distance were left gaping, speechless. "Thank you for saving me, boss." Chiwang sincerely expressed his gratitude to Cui Yi, realizing that without him, he might have already perished or lived a life worse than that of an animal. With a flicker in his eyes, Chiwang resolutely stated, "From now on, you are my master, boss, my reborn parents." Cui Yi stepped forward and helped him up, saying calmly, "I'm not that old." Chiwang stood up, firmly pressed his palms together, and a strong light shone on Cui Yi, signifying the submission of a master-servant contract. Cui Yi frowned, wanting to refuse, but Chiwang's determined expression made it impossible for him to decline, so he had to accept. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting with the Demon Clan King, gaining Demon Clan power. Note, Demon Clan power allows for summoning nearby demon clans over great distances, sensing all demon clan auras, and identifying different types of demon clans. Cui Yi noticed a black wolf dog tattoo had appeared on his right hand, with faint traces of demon clan aura, allowing him to summon Chiwang at any time and assist both parties in enhancing their strength, with this tattoo marking the success of the contract. In that moment, Chiwang felt his body rapidly recovering, surprised by Cui Yi's immense power. The demon clan is a race that values freedom. They would rather die than become someone else's slave. If it weren't for Chiwang having a great vendetta to settle, he would have already chosen to end his life. Now, he only wanted to repay Cui Yi's life-saving grace, but he didn't realize he was overthinking it. The moment the contract was formed, a powerful force enveloped him, fully restoring his damaged demon core, and not only that, but it was continuously enhancing his strength, as if countless powers were surging through him. At that moment, he was like Cui Yi's shadow. As long as Cui Yi agreed, he could use different elemental powers with his help and would also share everything of his own. Wan truly didn't know whether he was repaying kindness or taking advantage of the situation, suddenly feeling a bit awkward and at a loss. This was truly a blessing earned from a previous life, to have such a master. After submitting the contract, the demon clan could not escape their master's control. For Wan, this was unimportant. As long as he could take revenge, he would be willing to die. They're coming. Wan suddenly lifted his head to look towards the dense forest, where figures darted among the trees, agile in their movements, appearing before the group in the blink of an eye. These beings stood on the branches, coldly gazing at the humans before them, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire for slaughter. With horns on their heads resembling cow horns and deep green skin covered in scales, their sharp teeth glinted menacingly. Hao, seeing the demon clan's blood-red eyes, thought of their cruelty, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as everyone prepared for battle at any moment. Humans? The leading demon clan chief, a burly figure with a prominent scar on his face, wielded a machete and greedily licked his lips, sneering, "If you obediently hand over that little brat behind you, perhaps I can make your deaths quick. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it feels like to wish for death." Wish for death? Long Sheener stepped forward, her gaze icy. It was the first time she had heard someone so brazenly boast in front of her. That's right, Bai Meiwa also stepped forward. They couldn't understand why. Despite being from the same demon clan, Wan was entirely different from them in both appearance and personality. In that moment, they realized that both the human race and the demon race had their own distinctions between good and evil. Chapter 77. You talk too much. Wind control technique. You truly don't know when to cry until you see the coffin. Humans dare to show off in front of the demon clan. What a joke. You should check to see who I am. Dying at my hands is a blessing from your past lives. Brothers, these few little girls are not bad. Let the others meet the king of hell. The demon clan chief sneered wickedly, revealing his large yellow teeth, the stench emanating from him palpable even from several dozen meters away. He brandished a massive axe, its sharp edge glinting as he threw it, creating an arc in the air, slicing through the atmosphere, aiming at Cui Yi. Ding! The axe struck Cui Yi's impenetrable body, as if hitting a solid steel wall, leaving no scars. The sharp axe instantly lost its luster, falling to the ground with a thud, motionless. The demon clan was taken aback, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg inside. They couldn't believe that the man before them was harder than the axe. For a moment, it felt as though this person was forged from pure steel. The previously arrogant figures turned pale, beads of sweat the size of peas breaking out on their foreheads, their bodies stiffening, unable to move their feet. Is it our turn now? Cui Yi remained unfazed, his tone icy, like a bone-chilling blizzard in winter. A simple sentence left them numb, the invisible pressure pushing them to the edge of a cliff, with no way to retreat. What do you want to do? The leader of the demon tribe trembled, a wetness between his legs, the air filled with a foul smell. The little demons behind him collapsed to the ground, panic-stricken as if they had seen a monster, their only hope extinguished in that moment. Humph! Cui Yi let out a cold snort, quietly appreciating the absurd scene for a few seconds before saying flatly, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Hao and the others exchanged glances, and the spirit masters surrounded them, fiery orbs in their palms rapidly growing larger like a scorching sun, the air heating up quickly, the flames roaring like a giant dragon, emitting a tearing sound. "Please spare us. Please spare us." The demon leader knelt and begged for mercy, repeatedly bowing his head. They thought humans were easy to bully and could easily resolve their predicament, but now they realized these people seemed like demons themselves, not to mention their spiritual power. Even their seemingly invulnerable bodies held no chance of winning. The best strategy was to flee. They didn't want to harden their resolve and joke with their own lives. Weren't you all very arrogant just now? Now you're begging for mercy. It's useless. The fireball in Chun Inghao's hand shot out with a bang. The demons widened their eyes, thinking they were doomed, having tried to show off only to be punished, their mental defenses completely shattered. However, what they didn't expect was that the fireball hitting them only caused slight injuries without any fatal danger. They exchanged glances, realizing that these humans were still too insignificant to deliver a lethal blow. Chun Inghao felt awkward and speechless. The demon's strength was too formidable, having cultivated for at least 100 years, while the demon leader had been around for hundreds or even thousands of years, making their own strength seem trivial in comparison. Once the stunned demons realized this, their expressions changed faster than flipping a page, immediately displaying mocking looks. "Haha, this is too weak." The demon leader inflated, as if he hadn't just begged for mercy, clearing his throat to say, "Did you really think I was afraid of you just now? What a joke. I just wanted to see how capable you are, and it seems you're not that impressive after all. These humans are too useless. How could they compare with us demons? Let them know our power, show them what real strength is." After a bout of mocking, a little demon volunteered to step forward. Having just seen the human fireball technique, his confidence surged, and a gigantic water orb appeared in his palm, soon overshadowing the demons' heads and blocking out the sunlight. Now this is called the water ball technique. The water orb continued to grow, completely enraging the demons, who laughed loudly at the humans. At this moment, some spirit masters felt tense. This was their first real confrontation with demons, and they never expected their strength to be so terrifying. Even a small demon had such powerful abilities. Humanity was indeed too insignificant. Who just wet their pants? Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the demon tribe, gaining wind control technique. Description. The wind control technique can manipulate wind to deflect attacks and increase speed. Kid, you're looking for death. Today you'll know who the real boss is, me. The little demon hadn't finished speaking when a flash of cold light appeared. And in the next moment, he clutched his neck, bright red blood gushing out, and the water orb in his hand suddenly burst, splattering everywhere. Chui Yi waved his hand casually, and a gust of wind appeared in front of him, intercepting all the water outside. While the other little demons instantly turned into drenched chickens. By the time they realized what happened, the little demon had already collapsed on the ground, clutching his neck in a panic, terrifiedly looking up at the sky. You talk too much. Chui Yi threw out 5 words, as if struck by 5 lightning bolts, leaving the demons completely dumbfounded. What just happened? One hit kill? Chui Yi felt that the skill-killing strike was quite satisfying, but unfortunately, it was a single target attack system skill. Otherwise, there would be more than just this little demon's head rolling on the ground. What just happened? The demon leader stared at the little demon lying in a pool of blood, his mind buzzing. What was going on? Could it be that the opponent really had hidden strength? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the demon leader would never have believed that humans could be so powerful. The little demon who fell to the ground had at least the strength of a spirit emperor among humans, yet was killed so easily, and in an instant. He hadn't even seen what move the opponent used. Do you want to continue? Chui Yi smiled faintly, a flash of cold light. And another little demon fell to the ground in an instant, inexplicably meeting the king of hell. Although he hadn't seen the opponent's movements clearly, he now understood that it was this expressionless Chui Yi who struck. Chui Yi showed no mercy, not even giving the opponent a chance to speak. As long as anyone attempted to say something, they were bound to die. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the little demons behind him were dead, leaving only 3 demons, one of whom was the earlier demon leader. Chapter 78. Chiwan has gone mad. The revenge begins. The 3 demons were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, the aura of death permeating the entire space. They didn't dare to take a breath, fearing that one moment they could still breathe, and the next their heads would roll. I can spare you this time. Leave a claw behind and roll. The 3 demons trembled, looking at each other in fear. Losing their claws meant becoming useless, unable to stand firm in front of others. Thinking of this, they hesitated, anxiously looking at one another, subconsciously wanting to see the other's actions. Boom. A loud roar, and a fireball instantly engulfed one little demon, turning it to dust, scattering with the wind. The other 2 demons, seeing this scene, didn't dare to hesitate for a second. A flash of cold light, they severed their right hands. Faces twisted in pain, the sensation coursing through their bodies, yet they didn't dare to move, fearing the big brother opposite might change his mind and take their lives. Roll. Hearing Chui Yi utter these 2 words, the 2 demons felt a weight lifted from their hearts, as if they had been granted a reprieve. And they took off running, disappearing in an instant. Boss, why did you let them go? Chen Hao asked in confusion. From what he knew, the boss was decisive, and it was quite incomprehensible that he would easily let 2 demons go today. Guess. Chui Yi looked at the vanishing demons, turning back to say 2 words calmly. In his view, letting these 2 demons go was merely a warning, preparing them for what was to come. Moreover, demons always executed those who failed. He believed these 2 demons would ultimately not escape the fate of death. In the demon palace, the demon leader knelt in the hall, his face twisted, cold sweat pouring down. He had already devoured the nearby little demon, and now his limbs had recovered, but the scene from earlier still made his heart race. In the demon hall, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, with crimson pupils, coldly stared at the kneeling demon leader. His deep gaze radiated a strong killing intent, and a hint of a smile on his handsome face gave off an impression of being sinister. A blood-red sword-shaped mark stood out between his brows, adding a touch of heroism to his face. The demon leader bowed his head, afraid to speak the truth. As long as he could live, he was willing to give up everything, ultimately pushing all the responsibility onto the humans and exhibiting exquisite cunning. Oh, is that so? The demon king picked up a wine cup, shook it, and his gaze fell on the demon leader, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then why do you smell like your kind? The demon leader's body trembled, shivering as he suddenly brightened, and said, because that human said we demons are all trash. My kin sacrificed themselves to prove a point and let me defeat this human. I deserve to die, but I still failed. Very well, since you deserve to die, then go die? The leader of the demon clan had no time to react before a sword aura severed his limbs, isolating his sensory organs and turning him into a living dead. The breath of life continuously dissipated, and the green blood eventually reverted to its original state, leaving only a dried-up frog skeleton. Trash is just trash, still having the face to live. Now, who knows what the Demon King has turned into? The current Demon King gazed mournfully at the little demon that had turned into a frog on the ground. He had killed the Demon King to seize the current position, and if it weren't for the help of the Reincarnator, it would have been very difficult to attain his current status. The creator of this world had appeared. A shadow slowly emerged from the distance, and the previously domineering Demon King instantly became respectful. An inexplicable sense of fear surged in his heart. This person he dared not provoke. If it weren't for this person, he wouldn't be sitting here. His power was astonishing, surpassing the combined strength of all demons. And no one knew his identity. He usually wore a mask, concealing his face. "Master, what should we do now?" the Demon King asked respectfully, standing up and waiting quietly for the person's instructions. "They have arrived," the man in black said lightly, and his figure disappeared from the hall. The Demon King's clothes were soaked with sweat from nervousness, and he only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the other party had left. A little demon rushed nervously into the hall, and only then did the Demon King understand the last words of the man in black. "Heaven has a path, but you do not walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come in on your own." "Very good." The Demon King squinted his eyes slightly and angrily slammed the table before him. The table was instantly shattered, startling the little demon reporting to him. At this moment, Chui Yi stood at the entrance of the castle, gazing quietly at the distant Demon Clan castle. He had placed the Resurrection Hall in the system's castle, and all the members had moved in. They seemed to be standing on the shoulders of giants, overlooking everything in the world. In the distance, the Demon Clan's lair was in a cave, with several demon soldiers guarding each entrance. Looking far away, it resembled a group of colorful ants, motionless. The demons had never seen a castle that looked like a stone giant before, and each of them was dumbfounded, their faces pale with fright. "What is this thing? It seems there are people inside. Oh my god, could these people be living inside this monster's body? Brother, we demons are monsters ourselves, yet you say others are monsters. But this guy doesn't seem like a stone demon." The little demons murmured, both curious and anxious. The consequences of such a massive creature attacking them were unimaginable. "Boss, is this the Demon Clan's nest?" Chun Yinghao looked at the little demons in the distance, stretching his neck with a peculiar expression, especially when he saw this group of differently shaped little demons, some with bear heads, some with dog heads, and some with cat heads, with various skin colors that were dazzling to behold. "These demons are too low in rank," Chiwamaru said gravely, looking at what was once his home, as past memories surfaced like a nightmare. Originally, he was the third son of the Demon King, born with extraordinary talent and exceptional strength. However, he never expected that his uncle would rebel and kill all his family, eventually becoming the current king. Later, he escaped, but was severely injured, ultimately falling to become a slave to humans. "Go." Chui Yi looked calmly at Chiwamaru. Though it was only 2 words, it seemed to carry countless meanings. Chiwamaru understood that the time had come, nodded, and jumped down from the window. Has Chiwamaru gone mad? Zhao Hongfang looked at Chiwamaru's disappearing figure in surprise. He has gone mad. Just as Chui Ye's words fell, the entire mountain of the demon clan suddenly collapsed, and the little demons rushed out in panic. Chiwamaru's figure darted through every corner, seeking vengeance on everyone who had bullied him. Chapter 79. Master, I'm done playing. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Dust was flying, and the battle was raging. Chui Yi controlled the system castle, throwing a punch that instantly sent the mountaintop flying, shattering it on the ground far away. The Demon King broke through layer upon layer of smoke and charged out, his hands transforming into 2 sharp claws, glinting coldly as they rushed toward Chui Yi. Boom! A loud roar erupted as the powerful attack struck the protective shield of the system castle. The 2 forces collided, but the Demon King could not break through the shield. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He hadn't expected this human to be so strong that even a full-force strike could not breach his defenses. Chui Yi stood calmly by the window, gazing at the Demon King with deep, unfathomable eyes, looking down at the now nervous Demon King, whose cold sweat was flowing. Reincarnator? The Demon King struggled to utter those 3 words, recalling the mysterious person who had helped him seize the Demon King position was also a reincarnator. His brows furrowed slightly. This was the second time he felt such a sense of crisis. "You are not worthy to know." In a flash of cold light, the Demon King quickly turned in the air to dodge the attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chiwamaru had appeared before him, wildly attacking with his sharp claws, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as the 2 forces collided, producing a loud rumble. "Humph, kid. I didn't expect you to still be alive." The Demon King looked at Chiwamaru in surprise. not believing this kid had managed to survive. Not only that, but he seemed to have become even more powerful, as if possessing infinite strength, each attack coming with all his might. You're still alive. How could I die? Shawamaru snorted coldly, crossing his arms in front of his chest, and a wind attribute cross / instantly flew toward the Demon King, causing the air to tremble. The little demons watched the king's battle in the sky, gasping in amazement. They had never seen such an intense war before. The third prince's strength had become so formidable that he was not at all defeated before the Demon King. Is this really the third prince? I heard he had been crippled and lost all fighting power. I still think the Demon King can win. As the saying goes, the old ginger is spicier. Go, Demon King. In this battle, neither side had the upper hand. The Demon King faced the opponent's attacks, his figure flickering as he quickly dodged. Shawamaru remained relentless, closely pursuing, turning his hands into swirling wind swords attacking the Demon King. How dare you speak to your uncle like that? What a lack of manners. The Demon King immediately turned around, transforming his hands into two powerful tornadoes charging toward Shawamaru. Within the tornadoes were seemingly countless invisible wind swords that instantly enveloped Shawamaru's entire body, desperately devouring every inch of his skin. In an instant, Shawamaru was covered in wounds. I told you, the Demon King is formidable. His cultivation has spanned over 10,000 years, while this kid only has a few hundred years of cultivation. Sigh. This kid really doesn't know his limits. But why are these humans standing still? Are they just here to watch the show? Since the situation is set, let's leave these humans to us. The little demons felt a sense of flattery seeing the Demon King gain the upper hand, looking toward Cui Yi, brandishing their weapons to attack Cui Yi and the others. Boss, these little demons are coming. Let me stretch my muscles, Chen Hao said, leaping down from the system giant. Facing the attacks of thousands of little demons, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his right hand high. In an instant, a fireball appeared in the air and exploded outward. The little demons, unable to dodge in time, panicked as the fireball engulfed their bodies, instantly turning them to ashes carried away by the wind. It was as if these beings were merely here for comic relief. But behind them stood a group of powerful demons, remaining unfazed and showing no signs of being attacked. A flash of cold light, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Hao was slain. Foolish humans. A little demon said triumphantly, feeling that humans were too weak. The only ones he could kill were mere shrimp and crab soldiers. Facing demons with hundreds of years of cultivation, they had no ability to resist whatsoever. Who are you talking about? Just as the proud little demon spoke, he was left dumbfounded, watching Chen Hao fall from the sky, swinging his flaming fist down hard. He never expected this kid to be unharmed. Could it be that what just happened was an illusion? How are you still alive? The little demon resisted the attack, looking bewildered. It was only when it saw the same astonishment on the faces of the other little demons that it realized it wasn't just an illusion. You don't deserve to know. Chen Hao revealed a sinister smile, and a cold light flashed by as the little demon's head fell, transforming into the appearance of a toad before cultivation. The disciples of the sect began to attack one after another. Long Sheener became even stronger, having comprehended the power of ice. She summoned a magic array in the sky, and hail began to fall, instantly freezing the little demons upon impact. The cold wind swept through, shattering the frozen little demons into pieces. Bai Meiwei grew a pair of fiery wings behind her. Wherever she flew, dancing sparks fell onto the little demons, causing consecutive explosions, and the flames engulfed them, erasing them from existence. The little demons were dumbfounded, trembling in fear. The power of humans was not so weak. Their strength had overturned their understanding. Under different attacks from the heavens and earth, the demon clan was terrified and scurried away. If it were just ordinary attacks, they might still fight back. But seeing that these humans could resurrect after death made them lose all confidence in an instant. Damn it, you guys are cheating. I'm done. Brothers, run. These aren't humans. They're monsters. The demon clan fled in all directions, soon hiding in distant caves. Seeing humans was like a mouse encountering a cat. They were too nervous to come out. On the other side, 5 elemental spheres suddenly appeared in front of Chao in the sky. The Demon King's attacks were absorbed by the elemental power, transforming into larger spheres, storing all the attack power. You have awakened elemental power. The Demon King was taken aback. He never expected this kid would awaken elemental power. Elemental power was a powerful skill of the Demon Clan, a realm that transcended worldly affairs. And only Demon Kings possessed such strength. Even he had not awakened such power. I once regarded you as family, but you killed my entire family. Today is your death day. Chao En's voice was icy, his eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent, as the 5 elemental forces circled in the air, suddenly descending like meteors. The Demon King was confused, trying to evade such an attack. No matter how he dodged, the elemental power seemed to have a tracker, pursuing him relentlessly. Master, you. Chapter 80. Can you defeat your own shadow? The Demon King fell to the ground, panting heavily, and a mysterious mirror transformed into a black shadow. Darkness enveloped the shadow completely, like a person's shadow with no discernible form. At this moment, the Demon King was half kneeling on the ground, trembling like a guilty little dog, silent. I didn't expect to meet you here. The shadow's words made Cui Yi slightly stunned. He had no idea who this shadow was. The ethereal voice fluctuated, distant yet profound, and he knew nothing about this person, but judging by his tone, they must have known each other in Blue Star. Cui Yi remained silent, calmly gazing at the distant shadow, his unfathomable eyes revealing no emotion. Aren't you curious about who I am? The shadow felt anger at Cui Yi's expression, his voice becoming cold, the air seeming to chill a few degrees. And the clear weather turned ominous and gloomy. What does it have to do with me? Cui Yi impatiently uttered 4 words. To him, these were just boring people, seeking a sense of presence in this world while showing off. But there were plenty of show-offs around. So who did he think he was? You haven't changed, Cui Zhen. I am Li Liang. Surprised to see the current me? I've crossed over too, and I came with a system. I can travel between any parallel worlds and replicate any person or object. You are no match for me. If you kneel and call me Grandpa, maybe I can spare you. Otherwise, I will ensure you die without a burial place. Cui Yi was instantly stunned. He would never forget this familiar name. In the world of Blue Star, Li Liang was his half-brother. Their father had kicked him and his mother out to marry the daughter of the Li family for wealth and status, giving birth to Li Liang, who also took the mother's surname. Li Liang always looked down on Cui Zhen, and by chance, they ended up at the same university. However, Cui Zhen got in through his own efforts, while Li Liang used family connections. After learning about Cui Yi's identity, Li Liang always liked to cause trouble for him. But even so, he couldn't properly teach Cui Zhen a lesson, as Cui Zhen was talented in both literature and martial arts from a young age, and in the end, he could only endure his resentment. Once, when Cui Zhen fought back against Li Liang, it led to Li Liang's mother coming to the school, cursing him angrily, each word sharp as a knife. Cui Zhen slapped her when she called his mother a whore, and their feud was solidified. Not only that, but Cui Zhen's biological father stood across from him, scolding him for being raised without proper guidance, rolling up his sleeves to hit him. Although Cui Zhen did not retaliate, he did not just let himself be beaten, he simply dodged, but unexpectedly, the two stumbled and fell to the ground, cursing Cui Zhen as a beast and an ingrate. From childhood to adulthood, this man had never cared for him. He and his mother had relied on each other, surviving by selling vegetables every day. Even so, their family still felt that Cui Zhen was a nuisance. Now they had both crossed over to this world. Cui Yi found it truly laughable. Especially seeing the other's face made him feel disgusted. Are you mute? What a thing raised without proper teaching. I find you displeasing. Do you know why the demon clan attacks humans everywhere? Of course, it's because of me. Back in Blue Star, I had no way to touch you. But now it's different. Today, I will kill you. You are doomed. Li Liang mocked. Now you can't touch me either. Cui Yi coldly replied, causing Li Liang to freeze in surprise. He never expected this kid to still be so arrogant. In Blue Star, he excelled in academics, and at such a young age, he could stand on his own. Seeing his excellence was like a mirror reflecting a stark contrast to himself. And my name is Cui Yi. After crossing over to this world, Cui Zhen was already dead. He didn't want such a family, nor did he want to associate with his former relatives, especially with a biological father like that. They had nothing to do with him in the past, and it was the same now. Cui Yi, you're too arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, countless mirrors appeared in the sky, reflecting in front of everyone. The next moment, the mirrors eerily showed the shadows of each person. They couldn't see their faces, only a mass of black shadow. What the hell is this? Chen Hao was taken aback at the sight of his own shadow. He never expected a monster identical to him would emerge from the mirror. Even the system giant had a matching shadow emerge, and they stared at each other, creating an eerie atmosphere. Could it be that these things are our shadows? Everyone knew that shadows were a part of the soul, and seeing their shadows become enemies was somewhat unbelievable. For a moment, they rubbed their eyes vigorously and opened them again, confirming that everything was real. What do you think? Do you think you can defeat your own shadows? Ha ha. Li Liang laughed maniacally, mocking them. It was clear that he could replicate countless mirrors. Each mirror was another version of oneself. No matter how strong one was, it was hard to defeat oneself. Such a system was indeed impressive. It could potentially destroy the entire world, as it could replicate another world. This system was on a completely different level from ordinary systems. At this moment, the demon clan instinctively understood why the demon king felt terrified of this person and was even willing to become his slave. The reason was simple. He was too strong. Strong enough to be invincible. Interesting. Cui Yi remained expressionless, coldly uttering 2 words, shocking everyone. They seriously doubted whether this person was so overwhelmed by a strong opponent that he had become speechless, being able to say only interesting. Li Liang was also taken aback. In his view, his system was invincible. Not to mention killing Cui Yi, even destroying the world was not impossible. Yet this person was acting so arrogantly. Are you stupid? The master is a reincarnator who can not only copy anyone's abilities, but also traverse every parallel world. If you don't hurry and kneel to beg for mercy, why are you still trying to act tough? The Demon King saw Cui Yi, who remained calm and composed, and was immediately filled with rage. Now was the time to cling to the master's thigh, and he spoke without giving the opponent any chance. Meanwhile, the little demons below began to whisper among themselves. Yes, I think this kid won't cry until he sees the coffin. Kill him, kill him. Brother Shadow is so handsome. I want to have your babies, moi. King Shadow is mighty. King Shadow will surely win. King Shadow is invincible. Chapter 81. From now on, you are the Demon King. Cui Yi looked expressionless, calmly gazing at the shadow emerging from the mirror. He could feel the power of the shadow in the mirror. He looked up at the sky, where a blood-red moon seemed to wear a veil, eerie and mysterious. Boundless darkness enveloped the earth, and everything in the world seemed to fall into a slumber at that moment, with only the murmuring voices of the demon race breaking the silence. Cui Zhen, the game has begun, Li Liang said darkly, and countless shadows transformed into the shapes of their opponents, unleashing the same moves to attack. The winds and clouds in the world changed dramatically, and colorful spiritual power surged toward Cui Yi and the others. What the hell is going on? Xu Wenhan gasped, watching the identical version of himself launch an attack, feeling a bit unsteady and unsure of what to do. The system giant opposite them began its attack, yet Cui Yi remained motionless and silent. Time seemed to freeze. If it weren't for the panicked expressions of the others, Li Liang would have felt as if everything had stopped. Look, this person is scared silly, not moving at all. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given them a chance. I think so too. They were so arrogant after just being given a chance. Now it's too late. Let's show this kid what he's asking for, damn it. The demon race saw Cui Yi's expressionless face and was instantly furious. They felt that Cui Yi was too arrogant, always playing deep and mysterious. Now, facing a real attack, he looked so frightened that he must have been scared silly or prepared to die. Li Liang smiled faintly. The admiration of the demon race reminded him of the glorious times in Blue Star. He just wanted to show Cui Yi who the real powerhouse was and see the look of begging for mercy on this arrogant kid's face later. Boom. The crowd was stunned as they watched Cui Yi calmly utter a single word. The system giant opposite him exploded into fragments instantly, and the powerful shockwave sent the little demons who had just been arrogant flying, crashing hard against the rocks. They stared blankly at everything happening before them, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. In an instant, the shadow system giant was gone. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was real. Chen Yinghao and the others looked at the dazed demons and burst out laughing. Their expressions resembled terrified mice, faces ashen and slapping themselves in disbelief. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they had been standing next to Cui Yi when he uttered a single word, which led to the subsequent scene. This must be the boss's doing. Li Liang was even more shocked, his face turning pale. He had originally wanted Cui Yi to beg for mercy on the ground and then trample on his pride, but now it had reversed. He noticed Cui Yi's earlier expression, which showed no fear whatsoever. With just a slight movement of his lips, the shadow giant was destroyed, as if it had been taken down by a word. This is impossible. Li Liang's voice was cold. Although his expression couldn't be seen, one could guess his indescribable demeanor. He felt it must be an illusion and shouted angrily, "Attack! Everyone, attack!" If it was a coincidence before, what is it now? The demon race didn't dare to breathe. Especially the group that had just shouted about wanting to have babies with the shadow. Their faces were ashen, mouths agape enough to fit a duck egg. Damn, the boss is amazing. What the hell is going on? Zhao Hongfang gave Cui Yi a thumbs up, his eyes not forgetting to watch the expressions of the demons outside. As if this was a spectacular performance. If he didn't watch enough this time, it would be a disservice to this counterattack. Do you really want to know? Cui Yi gazed distantly at Li Liang. Although his expression was neutral, it felt as if he were an unshakable emperor, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance, causing Li Liang to feel a bit nervous. Why? Li Liang's voice was a bit frantic. Even if he died, he wanted to know the reason. Unfortunately, the dead do not deserve to know. As soon as Cui Yi finished speaking, Li Liang's body was swept away by a powerful force, causing him immense pain. He died with his eyes wide open, clearly knowing that Cui Yi hadn't moved, yet he could kill invisibly. Boom. Li Liang's body had scattered with the wind, disappearing into the world as if his very existence had been a joke. Everything returned to calm. The dim sky slowly brightened as the sun rose, bringing life back to the earth. What exactly just happened? These guys vanished in an instant. Chen Yinghao couldn't help but ask curiously. Realm. Chui Yi smiled faintly. When he arrived, he had already used the spatial realm invisibly. In this realm, he was the invincible being, even with the power to traverse parallel worlds. They couldn't escape his grasp. This was strength. Realm? Everyone exclaimed in unison, realizing that this war had no surprises at all. Chui Yi hadn't done nothing. He had already taken action while they were still mocking him. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the magic mirror system. Description. The magic mirror system can copy people and objects with the same level and power, allowing travel to different parallel worlds without needing other means. Damn, this system is quite interesting. Chui Yi. This kind of system should only be able to copy one person, right? If the copied person is myself, it would mean double the power. Chui Yi pondered for a long time, thinking about other parallel worlds, feeling a bit surprised, tension building in his heart. Spare me. Boss God, please let us go. I'm sorry, I underestimated you. I'm willing to do anything you want. This has nothing to do with me. Spare me. The demon race, pale with fear, saw Chui Yi effortlessly destroy the previous person and knelt down to beg for mercy. Chi-Wan looked at Chui Yi and said, Master, what do you think we should do? Chui Yi shrugged and said, it's up to you. From now on, you are the Demon King. It's too late. With a flash of cold light, Chi-Wan's uncle had already lost his head. Such a death was still merciful from Chi-Wan, who had killed his parents and brothers. If it weren't for his uncle, he would have made him wish he were dead. Chapter 82. The Truth Behind the Fiery Monkey. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder and lightning flashed, and a light ball appeared in the sky, revealing a large screen with a blurry figure on it. Chui Zhen, you dare to kill my son. This grudge, I will not share the heavens with you. Chui Yi had already guessed that this person was Li Liang's mother, Li Hohat. I await your call. Chui Yi said calmly. You. If it weren't for this woman always causing trouble, Chui Zhen's mother wouldn't have died. Chui Zhen's mother was bedridden, and on the day of the divorce, she was already in the late stages of cancer. For the family, she pleaded with Chui Zhen's father to take care of their son, but this unfaithful man hesitated, choosing wealth over family. He felt no guilt. Instead, he thought of marriage as a bird on a branch, each flying away in times of crisis. Don't you look in the mirror? With someone like you, you dare to fight with me for a man, old hag, sickly, better to die early and be reborn. This sentence lingered in Chui Ye's mind, unshakable. Now that he had crossed over to this world, the scenes from the past of encountering this woman again kept appearing before him, as if it were just yesterday. Boss, who is she? Shun Yinghao cautiously asked, seeing Chui Ye's solemn expression, afraid of inadvertently provoking his displeasure. The others dared not even breathe. Shocked that someone would dare to confront the boss like that, they couldn't understand where this person's courage came from. Although they were confused, they roughly understood that this was related to Chui Ye's family. The crowd showed different expressions. Some were sympathetic, others displeased, and many were simply baffled. Chui Yi had long been accustomed to this. Everyone's thoughts were different, whether in Blue Star or this world. He sighed deeply and said calmly, an enemy. Upon hearing this from their boss, no one dared to pursue the matter further. Chui Yi looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed. In the sky, a black tower suddenly appeared, floating high above, its top invisible, as if it had grown from the heavens into the air. There were countless ordinary novel worlds like Chui Ye's, even inconspicuous ones. Ding dong. Chui Yi. Is it just one person? He thought of the system alliance, realizing that only one person could survive, which meant that each parallel world had a different system alliance, with only one person able to live. And the competition was incredibly fierce. Chui Yi felt trapped. There were too many reincarnators in Blue Star, each with different abilities, and their relationships were filled with enemies. Not friends. It's about to begin. Boss, what are you looking at? Shun Yinghao noticed Chui Yi gazing into the sky, and when he followed his gaze, he saw nothing. Feeling a bit curious, he blocked Chui Yi's line of sight and asked, Boss, did you hear that? They should quickly go to the System Alliance to settle things. In this world, Chui Yi could be considered invincible, but other worlds were different. After all, there were always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. And he understood this well. We will grow stronger, the disciples of the sect said in unison. Chui Yi nodded in satisfaction and walked over to the sofa, looking at the fire spirit beast in the hearth, feeling a sense of vitality. Spirit masters could encounter various spirit beasts and help each other. And Chui Yi didn't want the tranquility before him to be disturbed by anyone. He would protect the world he created. Boss. Chawan approached, looking tense. Recently, there have been frequent attacks by explosive monkeys causing trouble for our demon clan. The clan members say it seems these explosive monkeys are being controlled to attack us. And after investigation, someone said they saw a strange person. Explosive monkeys were a type of fiery spirit beast that lived in groups. Usually, they wouldn't harm others casually and would only spar amicably. It was indeed strange for them to suddenly attack the demon clan without any enmity. Are you sure it's a person? Chui Yi asked. Not sure. Those who saw it said it looked like a child, small in stature, but not quite like a child. Because it moved swiftly and quickly, and we couldn't find where it was hiding, as if it had vanished into thin air, Chawan replied. Could it be from the Dark City? The description of the person matched those from the Dark City, who lived in darkness and rarely saw daylight. With conditions that were damp and gloomy, they typically wouldn't leave the Dark City, let alone come to the Demon Clan. Cui Yi vaguely sensed that the System Alliance was up to something again. Chapter 83, The Underworld Tree, Parasitic Relationship. Ding dong. System, reincarnator detected. Host, please be cautious. The system suddenly sounded an alarm as Cui Yi stood by the window, looking into the distance, where thousands of explosive monkeys suddenly charged in. The explosive monkeys had white fur, dark eyes, and 3 tufted hairs on their heads resembling a rooster. A scar on their faces was deliberately left by the clan leader in childhood as a mark of a warrior. And their agile bodies could leap up to 10 meters high. Not good. The explosive monkeys are coming. Everyone run. The Demon Clan was instantly bewildered at the sight of the explosive monkeys charging in. These spirit beasts were known for their fiery tempers, while their combat power wasn't strong. They fought with all their might, willing to do anything for victory. Aren't explosive monkeys lower-level spirit beasts? Why are the Demon Clan afraid of them? Chen Hao curiously observed the expressions of the Demon Clan, who seemed like mice seeing a cat, fleeing in all directions. Some had already hidden in caves, while others were preparing for battle. The sheer number of explosive monkeys was overwhelming, making one's scalp tingle. Cui Yi. Identification. Ding dong. System. Explosive monkey. Level 1 spirit beast. Level 100. Skill. Explosive punch. Level 100. Such a low level was insignificant, not to mention Cui Yi. Even anyone from the sect could easily wipe out a large number of them. However, the sheer number of them was daunting, and the Demon Clan had already engaged in battle. Boss, do we need to help? Shi Wenhan stretched his neck, unusually excited. He had never seen such a massive number of explosive monkeys and couldn't help but want to catch one to take a look. No rush. Cui Yi was more worried about the power behind these explosive monkeys. He sensed that their appearance was just an appetizer, and something else was lurking behind. Especially with the system alerting him that reincarnators were nearby, making this feeling even stronger. Oh woo. The explosive monkeys suddenly howled at the sky, white light enveloping their bodies as they underwent a massive transformation. Their frail skin instantly sprouted white abdominal muscles. The 3 hairs on their heads turned blood red, and their hands grew enormous, resembling an enraged gorilla. Their roars became louder, and an invisible force rippled through the air like splashing water, shaking everything around. They evolved. At this moment, the explosive monkeys collectively evolved into arm power explosive monkeys, their eyes turning fierce as they fixed their gaze on the small demons in the distance and began to attack. How could these explosive monkeys evolve collectively? That's impossible. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. The arm power explosive monkeys began to attack wildly, using their powerful arms to lift stones from the ground and smash them mercilessly at the Demon Clan. In an instant, the already ruined caves collapsed entirely, leaving the Demon Clan with nowhere to retreat. After evolving into arm power explosive monkeys, their strength had clearly surged. Cui Yi found it strange. Usually, strength wouldn't increase so rapidly after evolution, but these arm power explosive monkeys seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. Cui Yi. Identification. Cui Yi activated the identification skill again. And indeed, as he suspected, these arm power explosive monkeys had all reached level 1000. The explosive monkeys that could be easily defeated moments ago had gained the upper hand in an instant, and the Demon Clan let out mournful cries. Chawan charged into battle. Had it not been for him, the Demon Clan would have been completely doomed. The weather was unpredictable, with the flames of war raging on, and the sounds of slaughter echoed all around, leaving severed limbs and devastation on the ground. Boss, are we not going to take action? Chen Hao was getting anxious. To them, since they could respawn infinitely, joining the battle was no problem. However, seeing Cui Yi remain silent, they didn't dare to act recklessly. No rush. The others looked at Cui Yi, still puzzled. In such a situation, they would have normally joined the battle to level up, but today, his lack of reaction was quite strange. Some impatient disciples of the sect could hardly contain themselves, waiting for Cui Yi's command. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Clan had suffered a crushing defeat, fleeing in all directions while continually calling for human assistance, their faces ashen as they regretted their earlier enmity with humans, ending up in such a dire situation. It's here. Just as the Demon Clan was utterly despairing, a dark cloud obscured the sunlight, and the ground suddenly cracked open. Thick black vines emerged like octopus tentacles, and the Demon Clan was caught off guard, their feet entangled and hanging in midair, with no one escaping unscathed. Chen Hao took a deep breath, now understanding why the boss had not intervened. He had already sensed the danger and thus prevented them from joining the battle. Thinking of this, The spirit masters broke into a cold sweat. The demon clan's body, hanging in midair, quickly withered and became a source of nourishment, turning into a mere skeleton in no time, aged and without any mobility. The great tree underground grew rapidly, soon becoming a towering ancient tree. Its withered branches laden with corpses, a pair of pitch-black eyes staring intently at Cui Yi and the others. The explosive strength monkey leaped onto the ancient tree, lively and chattering, turning this place into their home. Two massive figures stood in opposition between heaven and earth. The system castle made no move. And the eerie ancient tree did not attack either, possibly sensing the other's strength and refraining from acting recklessly. Although they could be resurrected, this situation was not merely death as liberation, but rather becoming nourishment for the other side. Some demon clan members, dead yet not alive, hung from the branches, their bony bodies and sunken eyes conveying an indescribable fear, as if they were so starved that they had no strength left and could collapse at any moment. The nether tree, in a parasitic relationship, allowed these spirit beasts to absorb experience and quickly evolve to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, they continued to help this tree find prey, with most of the demon clan possessing millennia of cultivation, making them the targets. Today, coincidentally, the demon clan had suffered a devastating defeat, and they seized this opportunity to launch an attack, aiming for final victory. The nether tree was a plant that absorbed the abilities of various prey, excelling in forming a consensus with spirit beasts to mutually aid each other for survival. Now, the explosive strength monkey was the guardian of the nether tree, while the nether tree was the monkey's home. Is this even possible? It's truly rare. What should we do now? Zhao Hongfang asked. This nether tree was not a spirit beast, but a plant that lived deep in the mountains for many years. Generally, nether trees were only the size of a pitcher plant, but this one was extraordinarily unusual. If nothing unexpected happened, the mastermind behind it would soon reveal themselves. Chapter 84. In this world, I am invincible. Boss, are you saying something turned this plant into such a giant? Chen Yinghao confirmed repeatedly, unable to believe and unwilling to accept that it was true. If someone could transform a small grass into such a towering entity, they could do the same with other things. In such a case, not only would the size increase, but the power would also grow stronger. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Perhaps it's not just that, Cui Yi said, leaving the spirit masters puzzled, and the atmosphere became eerie. Ha, you're right. It's not just that. A girl dressed in a black cloak, holding a staff and veiled, appeared on the nether tree. She had been concealed by the branches, unnoticed until now. Her sudden appearance felt like the emergence of a ghostly monster. The attire she wore was a standard black robe required for every member of the System Alliance, clearly indicating she was also a reincarnator, a member of the System Alliance. Cui Yi. Identification. Through the system, Cui Yi discovered that this girl was actually Tian Xiaoyu, a classmate from Blue Star. Even more speechless was the fact that this girl had once sent him a love letter, which he had directly rejected in front of the entire school. He never expected her to take the opportunity of a school-wide speech to confess her feelings, and now she had crossed over to this world. Tian Xiaoyu, you're too clingy. I don't want to reject you a second time. Upon hearing Cui Ye's words, Tian Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, her fists clenched, her face flushed. How do you know it's me? You still remember me and know my name? It took Tian Xiaoyu a while to react, realizing Cui Yi had recognized her. And most importantly, he knew her name. I have a good memory. What can I say? Tian Xiaoyu was almost choked with anger. The implication was that she was being overly sentimental. She had thought Cui Yi must have had some unspoken reason. But now he was saying his memory was just too good, and he couldn't help but remember her. Thinking of this, Tian Xiaoyu was too furious to speak. Lowering her head, gritting her teeth, her body trembling. Why? Tian Xiaoyu muttered the three words repeatedly, unable to understand why someone as cute as her would be rejected by Cui Yi without any reason, leaving her amidst the laughter of her classmates. In truth, Cui Yi did not deliberately want to reject her. It was just that he had often seen her bully other classmates, her character being particularly bad, even feeling that the poor were meant to be bullied by the rich. But she didn't know that Cui Yi was also one of the poor, so he naturally wouldn't give her any face. Also, my name is Cui Yi, not Cui Zhan. Cui Yi was already tired of repeating this, but it seemed the System Alliance knew a lot about him. Everyone who troubled him was aware of his identity, which was quite a headache for him. Cui Yi, you garbage. The fact that I, this young lady, can take a liking to you is your fortune from your past life. I never expected you to be so ungrateful. You have now become the public enemy of all reincarnators in this world. I intended to give you a chance, but now it's too late. Cui Zhan, you will never escape your identity. You are just a poor wretch, and you will end up like your deceased mother, unloved and uncared for. Tian Xiaoyu's words pierced through Cui Ye's heart like a sharp arrow. He didn't care about others, but disrespect towards his mother was unacceptable, whether in this world or Blue Star. What? Angry? Ha. How amusing. Today, you will meet your mother in the underworld. With a furious shout, Tian Xiaoyu commanded the nether tree to attack, and countless branches flew towards the giant of the system castle. Due to the spatial realm, they could not break through the boundaries. My turn. Boom. Just as the nether tree landed on the ground, a massive fireball came crashing down. In a critical moment, the nether tree sacrificed several branches to barely escape underground. Chuizhen, is this all you can do? You truly disappoint me. Tian Xiaoyu's voice echoed. Suddenly the sky darkened, and everyone looked up in shock. This is so big. Chen Yinghao pointed at the now gigantic nether tree, almost dropping his jaw. Just one branch was thicker than they were, and the puppet corpses on it were several times larger than the castle giant, leaving the castle giant looking like a mere toe in comparison. They haven't grown larger. We have shrunk. Hearing Cui Yi's words, everyone realized that the stones around them were enormous, and they were far too small, like ants. What about our abilities? Long Shiner didn't dare to continue, having already guessed that the opponent's system ability could change the size of anything. Here, not only was there a change in size, but also in combat capability. As long as the opponent attacked, the current castle giant was completely unable to contend. Chuizhen, let us play together. As soon as Tian Xiaoyu finished speaking, the puppets on the branches suddenly opened their eyes, their pale faces revealing a terrifying and grotesque expression, resembling the zombies from Plants vs. Zombies as they charged forward. They swung their fists and smashed down fiercely, the stench of decay wafting through the air, making one feel nauseous. Did you see? You're all doomed, haha. Tian Xiaoyu laughed maniacally, believing that Cui Yi was undoubtedly going to die. No one had ever escaped from her system. These zombie puppets could easily kill Cui Yi. And just when she thought the game was over, a black light flashed past each puppet, and suddenly their heads fell to the ground, like watermelons crashing down. An aura of killing intent filled the air. Before she could react, Cui Yi had already severed her arms. Ah, my hands. This is impossible. Your power was clearly halved. Why? Tian Xiaoyu's face turned pale. A wave of pain surged through her body, and she crouched down, her face ashen. Even in her last moments, she wanted to know the reason. In this world, I am already invincible. The power of you and me combined is enough. Tian Xiaoyu still couldn't understand the reason. Being invincible, yet having his strength reduced by half. Dealing with her was still a piece of cake. Cui Yi severed her hands just to let her feel the pain. She had to take responsibility for what she would say before dying. Why didn't you kill me? Tian Xiaoyu glared at Cui Yi fiercely. She had still failed. Whether it was hope or regret, she hated this man who could never be hers. Chapter 85. Because you don't deserve it, the cursed beetle. Because you don't deserve it. Tian Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her body weak. She doesn't deserve it? Tian Xiaoyu couldn't comprehend, and in the end, her mind went blank, fainting as blood stained the branches. Time devoured her life, and for a brief moment, Tian Xiaoyu regretted it. She regretted her actions, realizing that there were too many things in this world that couldn't be solved with money. Things like family, love, and friendship. If she hadn't been so headstrong in the beginning, perhaps they wouldn't have become enemies. Maybe they could have become friends, but unfortunately, there aren't that many maybes in the world. As night fell and the moon hung high in the branches, fireflies dotted the desolate night. Cui Yi stood on a branch, looking up at the moonlight, a hint of hesitation flashing in his deep-set eyes. It had already been a month since he came to this world. Time really flew. Cui Yi, I'm sorry. Tian Xiaoyu woke up, using her last bit of strength to apologize. She understood that Cui Yi and she were people from two different worlds. Usually arrogant, and bullying the weak was just to attract others' attention. Looking back now, it all seemed so childish. None of it mattered anymore. Tears streamed down her cheeks, then transformed into countless stars, disappearing into the universe. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the size change system. Explanation. The system can change the size of any creature, and the host's strength will also change with the system's skills. The system's notification sound echoed in Cui Yi's mind as he turned to look at the place where Tian Xiaoyu had vanished. A piece of paper quietly fell to the ground, warning to beware of the dark city. At this moment, the underworld tree lost the host's enhancement and returned to its original state, and Cui Yi and the others also returned to their original sizes. Boss, this is too small for the underworld tree. Chen Yinghao came over, picking up the palm-sized underworld tree from the ground and teasing it. Others also gathered around, discussing the underworld tree pinched between Chen Yinghao's fingers. I wonder what this little thing usually eats. I could knock it over with a splash of urine. Haha. I think it would be suffocated by the stench instead. Bro, that's nutrients. Don't you understand? Nutrients? You better keep that to yourself. Maybe if you save it for 100 years, you could achieve immortality. Then I'll keep it for you. Hey, I'm not that into it. You enjoy it slowly. The disciples of the sect were chatting and laughing, as if everything had returned to calm. Bai Meiwei walked to Cui Yi's side. looked deeply at him, then gazed at the moon, asking, "Is she your classmate?" Bai Meiwa looked at Cui Yi, feeling that he was too mysterious, an unreachable existence. "You all need to become stronger. This world needs your protection." In the distance, a small dark shadow hid behind a towering ancient tree, revealing a deep and eerie smile. A small hand stretched out, and countless black insects flew out from his palm, swarming towards the recently deceased body unnoticed. The stiff body on the ground suddenly moved its fingers, its bloodthirsty eyes snapping open, leaping towards the distant humans. Ah! A desolate scream shattered the sky, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. These corpses had come back to life. A shout came from behind, and a pack of corpses attacked like rabid dogs, opening their bloody mouths to bite, each bite full of force, instantly turning flesh into a mess. Furthermore, with each step these monsters took, the grass and trees on the ground withered instantly, their eyes hollow and bloodshot, sending chills down one's spine. The people of the Dark City had appeared. Cui Yi looked into the depths of the forest, where a small figure suddenly hid. "What is this?" "Itchy." A spirit master touched the back of his head and grabbed something, pulling out a black insect that was waving its limbs menacingly. "Cursed beetle." Cui Yi was taken aback. This kind of insect only appeared in the Dark City, and its appearance this time was no coincidence. Just as Cui Yi prepared to burn the cursed beetle, it suddenly broke free and flew into the mouth of the person who had just been there. The crowd stood in shock, and the devoured spirit master looked completely bewildered, staring blankly at his stomach. "Help me." The spirit master reached out in panic, his voice hoarse. Suddenly, countless black insects poured out from his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears, buzzing loudly. "Not good," Cui Yi shouted, and the mysterious protection instantly shielded everyone. The cursed beetles continued to swirl around the spirit masters, looking for opportunities to attack. "Collect." Bai Meiwa hadn't reacted, yet when the monsters lunged at her without warning. In a critical moment, a fireball flew over and struck the monster, instantly turning it to ashes. Bai Meiwa fell to the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat pouring down her face, still reeling from the earlier panic. The spirit masters began to counterattack, their spiritual power attacks instantly eliminating a group of cursed beetles, but it seemed there were countless numbers of them, and in the blink of an eye, more swarmed in, overwhelming some people who weren't quick enough to react. "Damn bugs. There are too many. What should we do? Damn it, these dead bugs are so annoying." A strange sound filled the air, like the wind, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't the wind. It resembled a musical instrument, the melody peculiar, and if one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't even realize it was music. Chapter 86. I am a reincarnator, and also the creator of this world. The sound grew louder, and the speed of the cursed beetles' attacks quickened. The corpses on the ground lunged at a group of living beings. If it weren't for the mysterious protection, these people would have been dead by now. "I'm sorry." In a flash of lightning, over 100 corpses were instantly slain, flames engulfing their fallen bodies. "Stop hiding." His eyes narrowed slightly as he activated the size change system. Within 100 miles, all monsters and trees shrank to palm-sized. The figure that had just been there had nowhere to escape, its presence fully exposed to everyone. This person's face was pale, their entire body already rotting. Not a single inch of healthy skin left. Realizing they had been exposed, he looked around in panic, confirming there was no way out. "Damn it." The man croaked out 2 words in a duck-like voice, glaring angrily at Cui Yi. "Damn, so it was this thing that harmed us. Let us destroy it." Tianming clenched his fists, preparing to rush forward, but was stopped by Cui Yi. "He is poisonous. You all will die." The man clenched his fists, his cracked lips already showing signs of splitting, his emaciated body seeming hollowed out. "Cui Yi." System detection. Cui Yi activated the system detection, but found no information. This person was indeed from the original world. But why was he trying to eradicate them? This puzzled Cui Yi. To prevent the other party from escaping, Cui Yi used the system skill to shrink him down to only a foot long, casually walking to the little man's side, protected by the mysterious shield from harm. The man showed no signs of panic, quickly pulling out a small puppet from his pocket and stuffing it into his mouth. In an instant, his body transformed into a giant over 10 meters tall. He roared to the sky, and the stench of his rotting flesh spread out, filling the air with a nauseating odor that made people cover their noses instinctively. Puppet technique. Puppetry is a dark art that turns everything in the world into puppets. A puppeteer can shrink their prey to doll size and swallow the doll to gain its abilities when needed. They can also keep these puppets as parasites on their prey, controlling them for their own use. The puppeteer before me doesn't seem to be a true puppeteer, but more like a stand-in. Die. The man swung his fist at Cui Yi, but in the blink of an eye, Cui Yi was already behind him, while the man's body shrank to a small size. In the terrifying state he had just seemed to have completely vanished, now resembling a pouting child. Despicable. If you have the ability, come for a fair fight. Chui Yi remained silent, coldly staring at the man, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. Black Slave. The Black Slave is a character created by Chui Yi, possessing powerful puppetry and voodoo skills. They are the guardians of the Dark City, but now he appears on the territory of the demon race, which is indeed strange. The Black Slave was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect anyone to recognize him. Chui Yi let out a deep sigh. The Black Slave had sacrificed his life to the Dark God. His appearance meant that the Dark City had fallen. What happened to the Dark City? The Black Slave calmed down, looking at the unfamiliar face of Chui Yi, wondering how this kid, whom he had never met, could know about the Dark City. Is it the System Alliance's doing? Upon hearing System Alliance, the Black Slave trembled. He looked at Chui Yi warily, feeling that although the boy was young, he was not simple. Who are you? The Black Slave asked. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, Are you a reincarnator? Chui Yi nodded without hiding it. Reincarnators destroyed this world. You should die, the Black Slave said excitedly. I am a reincarnator and also the creator of this world, Chui Yi replied. Hearing creator, the Black Slave was stunned. He never expected this person to be the creator. Are you really the creator? The Black Slave asked uncertainly. Yes. Chui Yi didn't elaborate further. He had roughly understood why the Black Slave wanted to attack the demon race. He just wanted to gain more puppets and have more power to retaliate and take revenge. People from the Dark City would seek revenge. Even if it meant death, they would drag their enemies down with them. Unfortunately, relying on his own strength, he couldn't rally everyone, so he could only turn these people into his puppets. If you are truly the creator, can you help me take revenge? The Black Slave suddenly knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. After seeing Chui Yi's strength, he was already certain that this boy was not simple. As long as he could take revenge, he was willing to sacrifice everything. What happened? Chui Yi asked. We in the Dark City live in an underground dark world, named the Dark City. Suddenly, one day, a fish-shaped monster appeared in the sky. It can produce tens of thousands of small monsters that attack us madly every time. Moreover, these monsters are extremely intelligent, with high speed and attack power. Most importantly, we cannot defeat them with puppetry, and the Dark City was completely destroyed. Most of my people were captured by these monsters, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Even the Dark Lord is no match for it. It seems like a person is standing on that monster. The current Dark City is probably. The Black Slave spoke for a long time, and he had already learned about the System Alliance's conspiracy. Now it was time for the final resistance. How did you find out? He Tianming asked. I can control these cursed beetles and overheard it, the Black Slave said. Where is the Dark Lord now? Chui Yi asked. Dead. The Black Slave's voice was hoarse, and he lowered his head sadly. Is that so? Chui Yi didn't press further, waved his hand, and everything returned to its original size. We are going to the Dark City now. Now. Upon hearing Chui Yi's decision, everyone was shocked. You all stay here. I'll go alone. You know the way, right? Yes. But are you sure you can defeat that monster? The Black Slave asked uncertainly. Don't worry. Chapter 87, Dark City, Small Corpse Insect. The Black Slave looked at his shadow, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. But you must be mentally prepared. We may face danger at any time. Okay. Chui Yi nodded in agreement. The Black Slave turned and walked into the depths of the dense forest, saying, Please follow me. Chui Yi followed closely behind, watching the Black Slave's emaciated figure, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. The evening breeze gently blew his black robe, creating an indescribable eerie atmosphere. Don't move around. It's very safe in the realm. Chui Yi advised a few times, using the system realm to protect everyone. Unexpected events could come at any time, and he had to be fully prepared. Don't worry, boss. Chui Yi nodded solemnly and turned to walk into the depths of the dense forest. With each step, the ground left deep imprints. The Black Slave walked swiftly, as if floating. After about 20 minutes, the Black Slave suddenly stopped, looking at a towering tree. The tree was already withered, devoid of life, and the dry bark could easily fall off. Without dense leaves, the tree looked out of place in the dense forest. We've arrived. The Black Slave stood before the ancient tree, extending his dry hand to touch the bark. A black space appeared before him, an unfathomable darkness carrying a mysterious and eerie aura, as if there were invisible eyes staring at them in the darkness. The Black Slave passed through the dark realm, his body disappearing into silence, and Chui Yi followed closely behind. Passing through the dark realm, a long stone corridor came into view, pitch black with no visibility. Suddenly, a black-purple light flashed. The Black Slave held a strange bead that illuminated the darkness. The dim light, under the strange glow, became even more eerie. After passing through this corridor, we will arrive, the Black Slave said, turning to continue forward. Under the light, Chui Yi could only see his cracked lips and the strange smell on him. He didn't dare to relax his guard, always feeling that danger could arrive at any moment. Chui Yi looked at the walls, where various types of skulls were embedded. Some were bats, some were bull-headed, and others were things he had never heard of. The Dark City liked these things, as if they were works of art, with each skeleton posed differently. Although he felt the Dark City had somewhat peculiar tastes, Chui Yi had no mood to appreciate it. After all, the Dark Lord represented the evil of this world, but rarely showed his face. And no one knew what he looked like. The Dark Lord in novels had never truly appeared until the Dark City fell, maintaining an air of mystery. It's just ahead. The black slave's voice was hoarse and sorrowful, making the atmosphere feel somewhat eerie. In the distance, a patch of bright red was particularly conspicuous, like spilled blood. Bright and red. The black slave slowly turned his head to look at Chui Yi. At this moment, Chui Yi truly saw his face. Dry wrinkles, pale skin, dead-like eyes, and scars on his face that seemed to be caused by being bitten by cursed insects. Although he was mentally prepared, Chui Yi couldn't help but shiver. This old man was truly frightening. The black slave received Chui Yi's response, said nothing, and continued to walk forward. Exiting the corridor, a patch of bright red came into view, with eerie buildings seemingly constructed from various beast skins. Under the bright red light, they looked terrifying like hell. Looking around, there were sheer cliffs. Each layer had different such houses, spiraling down to the bottom layer. In the middle of the massive cylindrical structure was a blood lake, thick, vibrant red, exuding a strong stench, and this place was deserted, with no sign of life. Why is there no one here? Chui Yi asked. Maybe they were all captured by the monsters. The black slave looked up at the sky. What is this? Although he was mentally prepared, when Chui Yi saw the countless glowing dots in the sky that were all monsters, he still felt a chill run down his spine. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. You'd better set up a barrier, just in case. The black slave said something meaningful and turned to walk into the pitch-black darkness. Where are you going? Chui Yi asked. The black slave did not stop, continuing to walk forward, slowly saying, It's not safe here. I've brought you this far. The rest is up to you. After saying that, the black slave's figure vanished into the darkness as if he had never existed, leaving behind a dead silence. Chui Yi walked towards a house, confirming it was made from the skins of spirit beasts. Some spirit beast skins are incredibly hard, able to withstand various attacks, and even achieve an indestructible effect. Unfortunately, every creature has its own weaknesses, just like these skins, which, although tough, have a weak point in the belly. As long as one can attack that weakness, victory can be easily achieved. This was not the topic he was concerned about. It was too quiet now, quiet as if the world had only him left. Be careful. The aura here is too strange. The voice of the King of Hell suddenly appeared in his mind, sensing the atmosphere here, instinctively reacting. What do you mean? The King of Hell rarely spoke out of the blue. Hearing such a line made Chui Yi think. After all, the King of Hell's strength was not weak. He just couldn't compete in front of him. Now these monsters were reincarnators from outside, and no one knew their abilities. Nor did anyone know what would happen in the future. These monsters do not belong to our world. Chui Yi was not surprised. This world was easy for him. But it was no longer this world, and with reincarnators, it had changed drastically. The monsters here might also be the work of the reincarnators. Suddenly, a monster sprang out from inside the house, lunging at him. Chui Yi's figure flickered, activating the kill space system skill, instantly slashing the monster down. The monster's corpse fell to the ground, pale as paper, with wrinkled skin piled together, its blood-red eyes emitting a bloodthirsty glow like sparkling rubies, its body fish-like, without scales. Rotting in many places, a mouth full of sharp teeth seemingly stitched together. The first impression this gave Chui Yi was that it resembled a small corpse insect. Chapter 88. The School Beauty Mengqiqi. We are destined to be people from two worlds. The corpse of the monster oozed bright red blood, a stench filling the air, reminiscent of decaying animals. The monster's eyes lost their luster, its body completely devoid of vitality. This monster was quite large, which was indeed frightening. The King of Hell sighed. It was his first time seeing such a monster, and he exclaimed, This thing has no soul. Chui Yi remained silent, gazing at the sky. An invisible killing intent rushed towards him. As if a meteor shower was falling, countless monsters descended from the sky in astonishing numbers. Chui Yi furrowed his brows slightly. With so many, he truly did not know how long it would take if he were to confront them head-on, and he did not want to waste time. The King of Hell complained softly. He did not want to stay here forever. Chui Yi ignored him, his face darkening, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. A massive fireball appeared in his hand and was hurled out with a boom, flames engulfing the monsters in the sky, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. Unfortunately, there were simply too many. In an instant, the fireball was buried among the monsters. Hey, boss, I know you're powerful, but there are at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, right? The King of Hell leisurely watched the spectacle. He did not join the battle, wanting to see Chui Yi make a fool of himself, hoping this time would not disappoint him. I want to let you down. Chui Yi smirked slightly. He understood the King of Hell's little thoughts better than anyone. his personality like that of a child, and he would certainly not miss this rare opportunity. He had already started fiddling with his phone, ready to capture the moment. Big and small, Cui Yi shouted, and the monsters the size of humans in the air instantly shrank to the size of raindrops and began to fall. The king of hell covered his face, feeling a slap in the face, and said aggrievedly, "Boss, you can't just slap my face like this." "Is this slapping your face?" Cui Yi revealed an evil smile, and the king of hell had an ominous premonition. Several flashes of light appeared, and thousands of three-headed fire dragon emperor ants emerged, each one roaring to the sky, taking a deep breath, the fireballs in their mouths growing larger and larger before they erupted with a roar. Boom! The small monsters in the sky were instantly ignited. The boundless darkness resembling countless fireworks blooming, lighting up the entire sky in an instant. The king of hell was so shocked he could not speak. He trembled with his phone in hand, realizing this time he had failed. The boss's embarrassing moment was too hard to bear. In an instant, most of the monsters in the sky had been slain, leaving only a few hundred on the ground. These little monsters, standing in front of the three-headed fire dragon emperor ants, looked as tiny as ants, with the flames they spewed from their nostrils able to instantly kill them. Posing no challenge at all, the king of hell ultimately took a lonely shot, deeply sighing with a face full of disappointment. "Interesting," a drifting voice echoed. And suddenly 2 blood moons appeared in the sky, slowly descending, catching the light of the flames, revealing a massive corpse insect. Standing on the corpse insect was a person, long hair flowing, wearing a black bodysuit, eyes red as rubies, skin as white as snow, giving off a cold and stunning beauty. "You stole my line." Cui Yi calmly gazed at the girl in the sky, activating his system skill. Identification, name, Meng Qiqi. Race, human. Identity, reincarnator from Blue Star. System skill, puppeteer. Able to control the brain and body of any creature, commanding all its kin, and conceal souls and puppets to gain their abilities. Cui Yi. I didn't expect her to come to this world too. Meng Qiqi was a school beauty at the rich university, with a cold personality, perfect figure, and deep, enchanting eyes that seemed to speak like the stars in the sky. Her flowing hair resembled a waterfall, exuding the charm and fragrance of a mature woman. She was the dream lover in the hearts of all the boys at the rich university, an idol that girls envied. Usually, Cui Yi and she had little interaction. They would often meet at school, at most just nodding politely to greet each other. Now, unexpectedly meeting in this world, Cui Yi felt an indescribable sense of fate, though it could also be a curse. "Your line?" "Cui Zhen, I didn't expect to see you here." Meng Qiqi looked at Cui Zhen without any surprise. Instead, she felt a different kind of feeling towards this boy. At school, the boys all approached her intentionally to flatter her beauty, but Cui Zhen was different. He did not pursue her or look at her with lecherous eyes. There were times when she even felt as if she was too ordinary to attract him. But seeing all the love letters on her table negated that thought. From that moment on, she was filled with curiosity about this boy, always wanting to get closer to understand him. In the end, she gave up, feeling that Cui Zhen must have some special preferences or was a creature with no physiological needs. "Meng Qiqi, have you joined the System Alliance?" Meng Qiqi was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to know her name. In that instant, she did not know whether to feel joy or sadness. Why was the mission of the System Alliance to kill this man, whom she had once admired and was curious about? Meng Qiqi wanted to persuade Cui Zhen, hoping he would voluntarily join the System Alliance, not wanting to become his enemy. "Thank you." Cui Yi thanked Meng Qiqi for openly revealing the true purpose of the System Alliance, but unfortunately, he was not an ordinary reincarnator, but a creator among reincarnators. He had to defend the world he created. "But I cannot join the System Alliance." Meng Qiqi's pupils flashed with a hint of joy. She thought Cui Yi was willing to join the System Alliance, but upon hearing what he said next, her expression changed instantly, her head lowered, a look of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "Just because you are the creator? There are many creators in the world. You are too insignificant. We are destined to be people from 2 different worlds." This is Cui Yi's final stubbornness. He will protect his world, simply because of that one call, boss. And Cui Zhen is dead. Now there is only Cui Yi. Chapter 89. You are strong, but unfortunately, your opponent is me. Is that so? At this moment, Meng Qiqi understood Cui Yi's heart. Which father would be willing to part with their child? She is a reincarnator, and Cui Yi is a creator. The 2 of them are from completely different worlds, with too many parallel worlds and a long road ahead. Although she didn't want to become his enemy, she had to face him at this moment. "I'm sorry," Meng Qiqi whispered, her expression lost, slowly raising her right hand. The corpse insects beneath her feet opened their bloody mouths, and a powerful force instantly converged. Boom! With a roar, countless insect puppets surged out from the corpse's mouth, opening their sharp pincers and flapping their wings towards Cui Yi. "I respect your choice." Cui Yi smiled faintly, These people would never understand his thoughts. The Blue Star people are like invaders, completely unaware that what they are doing is wrong, as if playing an exciting and real game. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Size transformation. A flash of light passed, and the size transformation system skill instantly shrank countless insect puppets to the size of ants. And the fireball roared, consuming them completely. Meng Qiqi frowned slightly. She didn't expect Cui Yi to be this strong. Her gaze turned cold, and her figure flickered as she charged towards Cui Yi with the dagger in her hand, while behind her, the insect puppets transformed into a black net that fell down. Become my puppet. Sealing technique. Cui Yi remained unfazed as the densely packed insect net slowly descended from the sky. Anyone caught would become a puppet. Since I can't have it, then let it be destroyed. At this moment, Cui Yi finally understood what it meant to have the most venomous heart of a woman. Meng Qiqi was filled with too much hatred. However, in this world, he did not need friends or to cherish the delicate. Interesting. Cui Yi used the system skill, transforming his figure into a bat, and in a state of dominance, passed through the dense insect net, appearing behind Meng Qiqi in a flash. Before Meng Qiqi could react, a cold light flashed and blood gushed out. She touched her neck in disbelief, smiled wickedly, and said, "You are strong, but unfortunately, your opponent is me." In an instant, Meng Qiqi's body transformed into countless black insect puppets flying in all directions. These black insect puppets became Meng Qiqi's shadow clones, and in the blink of an eye, 10 Meng Qiqis appeared simultaneously, surrounding Cui Yi. Cui Yi did not give the opponent time. A fireball instantly struck one body, igniting it and turning it to ashes. So you are afraid of fire? Cui Yi discovered the opponent's weakness, spread his hands, and issued the command, "Spray flames." The three-headed fire dragon emperor ants on the ground simultaneously unleashed a spray of flames, engulfing the entire sky in fire. Cui Yi stood calmly in the flames, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Is it over? Cui Yi hesitated for a moment, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his heart. He saw one of the three-headed fire dragon emperor ants on the ground let out a wail and instantly collapse, its body being devoured by the dark insect puppets. Following that, the other three-headed fire dragon emperor ants fell one after another, becoming food for the insect puppets. Haha, these spirit beasts are the best sacrifices. My insect puppets can reproduce rapidly. As long as these insect puppets do not die, I will never disappear. Meng Qiqi's voice echoed from all directions, as if she existed in every corner. Hundreds of three-headed fire dragon emperor ants on the ground were instantly obliterated. Cui Yi's expression darkened, and he said suspiciously, "Your system is quite interesting." Meng Qiqi fell silent for a moment. This man was not afraid, just somewhat confused. She was curious if this man had any other expressions. This intrigued her even more, whether it was the him from Blue Star or the him from this world. The aura on him never faded. There was always a sense of being able to admire from afar, but never to be profane. "Aren't you afraid?" Meng Qiqi curiously asked, not believing that this man was not afraid. In the current situation, as long as she wanted to attack, this man would undoubtedly die. "Afraid?" Cui Yi smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry. The person who can make me afraid has not yet appeared." This time, it was Meng Qiqi who was stunned. What does such a faint smile mean? Is he mocking me? Meng Qiqi felt a sense of being toyed with and began to attack frantically. Then let you know how to write the word fear today. The densely packed insect puppets surged like a shark leaping out of the sea, pouncing towards Cui Yi and instantly wrapping around him. Meng Qiqi showed a hint of pride, thinking, now you should be dead. However, after the insect puppets swept through, Cui Yi stood before her completely unscathed, which shocked her and turned her face pale. How is this possible? She couldn't believe her eyes. Someone remained unharmed in front of her insect puppets? It was known that her insect puppets had the power to seal souls. Even if the body was unhurt, the soul would be sealed and eventually turn into a corpse. But why was he fine? Cui Yi's deep, calm eyes gazed at the red blood lake on the ground. And he said softly, "This blood lake is your masterpiece?" In the world Cui Yi created, there was no existence of a blood lake. He did not pay attention to Meng Qiqi's attack, but instead looked at the blood lake on the ground. There was always a feeling that the blood lake was not simple. He could feel the struggling souls inside when he subdued the queen of the underworld. "Why are my attacks ineffective against you?" Meng Qiqi asked in panic. One second she wanted this man to feel terror, the next second, she realized she was the one who was afraid. Facing such a perfect man, she couldn't even touch a hair on him. So rude. Cui Yi stretched out his hand, and suddenly a powerful force swept into his hand, turning countless dense insect puppets into a black ball accumulating in his palm. "Wasn't it me who asked the question first?" Cui Yi's voice was cold as he suddenly threw the black ball away. The three-headed fire dragon emperor ant that survived on the ground opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it. This scene completely plunged Meng Qiqi into despair. She was left with only one original body, while Chui Yi seemed to deliberately leave her one original body, turning to look at her as he spoke. No, no. Could this be the holy and inviolable gaze? Meng Qiqi choked up. She was afraid that this man would change his face in the next second, and her life would be in danger. You are in my barrier. Upon hearing Chui Ye's explanation, Meng Qiqi suddenly realized that this man had unknowingly activated the barrier. What a meticulous man. You win. Meng Qiqi had to admit that this godlike man was like a chasm that could never be crossed between them. Chapter 90. Ancestor. Let me teach you how to be a person. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host. The three-headed fire dragon emperor ant has gained immunity to deadly poison. Note, immunity to deadly poison means invulnerability to all poisons, and the host also gains the same ability. Chui Yi had already made psychological preparations. When the fire dragon emperor ant devoured the three-headed hellhound, it had already gained powerful dark attributes. Now that it had devoured the poisonous insect puppets, it would naturally acquire such abilities. A flash of light passed, and the three-headed fire dragon emperor ant instantly shrank to the size of an ant. With no change in shape. System. The number of devoured insect puppets is considerable, and since the insect puppets are not spirit beasts of this world, they far exceed spirit beasts. Thus, the shape has shrunk. The host can change the appearance of the fire dragon emperor ant at will. The current forms available are bullet ant, hell three-headed dog, fire dragon lizard, and insect puppets. Please choose, host. Chui Yi, bullet ant. Chui Yi chose the bullet ant without hesitation. After all, the smaller size was more convenient and less noticeable. Most importantly, he felt nostalgic. Thinking the bullet ant was the most comfortable. She felt that Chui Yi was truly a man of sentiment, wishing that none of this had happened. She was willing to change herself to catch this man's eye. Ha ha, how boring, it ended so quickly. A figure slowly emerged from the dark corridor. Chui Yi was not surprised. He had already noticed that the dark slave had not left when he set the boundary. And there was an even more interesting discovery. The dark slave was never alone from the beginning. Come out, Dark Lord. The dark slave's body trembled. He did not expect that Chui Yi would know that the Dark Lord was within him. He wanted to use Chui Yi to kill the System Alliance members and take them all down at once. His goal was simple, to conquer this world and become its ruler. He thought that this plan of using a knife to kill someone would surely succeed. But Chui Yi had already discovered it. It shattered his expectations, and he was puzzled as to why Chui Yi knew of his existence, feeling a bit annoyed. I truly underestimated you. The Dark Lord flew out from the shadow of the Dark Slave, a mass of black shadow hovering over the Blood Lake, emitting a deep and heavy voice that resonated like an echo in an endless abyss. What do you mean, Dark Lord? Are you trying to deceive me? Meng Qiqi couldn't believe that the Dark Lord was still alive, despite the Dark Slave having betrayed and killed him. Now he appeared before her, and she felt a surge of anger, her voice trembling. Hee hee, the Dark Slave suddenly laughed with a gloomy face, mocking. How could the great Dark Lord possibly die? Little girl, you are too naive. The best way to kill an enemy is to use someone else's hand. How could our world easily give up? So you killed all your kin to show loyalty, just to deceive me? Meng Qiqi said in panic. You are a demon, right? Demon? The Dark Lord was pleased to hear this term, letting out a chilling laugh. I like this title, but unfortunately, you are too weak. I just want to see the strength of your System Alliance people. You are truly disappointing. The Dark Lord's deep voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. When he realized that the parallel world was already broken, he set his sights even further, whether it was the creator of this world or reincarnators from other worlds. To him, they were all mere tools. TSK. Chui Yi suddenly let out a series of cold laughs, breaking the tense atmosphere. This left the three present bewildered. Chui Yi, who never laughed, was actually laughing so loudly now. Little ghost, what are you laughing at? The Dark Lord interrupted Chui Yi's laughter, clearly displeased. If you laugh again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Hearing this, Chui Yi laughed even louder, as if he were using up all the expressions he had never shown in his life. Who gave you the courage to speak wildly in front of your ancestors? Liang Jingru's courage? It seems I didn't give you that setting, Chui Yi mocked. So what if you are the creator? Do you really think I would be afraid of you? The Dark Lord roared in anger. Die? Just as his voice fell, the Dark Lord summoned the spirits from the blood lake beneath him, transforming them into a roaring blood serpent that charged towards Chui Yi like a flash of lightning. The blood serpent vanished the moment it touched Chui Yi's body, as if it had never existed. How does it taste? Chui Yi said to the air. The three were dumbfounded. Could it be that this person was crazy? At the same time, Chui Yi was also enjoying this ability, feeling an endless springtime. Nine-tailed fox. At this moment, the Dark Lord truly understood why the previous attack had vanished. He refused to believe it, thinking it must be an illusion. The nine-tailed fox was a level 100 spirit beast, an astonishingly high level that could not be subdued, especially by this young brat before him. Where was her stubbornness? Where was her noble status? Had her pride been eaten by a dog? The Dark Lord gasped in disbelief. Humph, still trying to deceive me? The Dark Lord shouted angrily, and the Dark Slave's body was instantly drawn to him. At this moment, the Dark Slave let out bursts of laughter. For him, becoming a sacrifice for the Dark Lord was an immense honor. After devouring the Dark Slave's body, the Dark Lord transformed into human form, his gaze sharp and fierce. With thick eyebrows and a wicked smile on his face, resembling a soul catcher, he extended his hand, and the blood lake instantly surged, transforming into a crimson blood sword. Crystal clear and flawless, surrounded by thousands of wailing spirits. The air grew cold. The blood lake piled high with bones was chilling and hard to look at. Chui Yi sighed softly. He did not expect the Dark Lord to be so cruel in achieving his goals. His expression darkened as he coldly said, "Ancestor, let me teach you how to be a person." Chapter 91. She is the mastermind behind this event. You? What a joke. The blood sword in the Dark Lord's hand, surrounded by 10,000 wailing spirits, howled as it flashed coldly and struck down hard. Boom. The blood sword struck Chui Yi, black ghosts swirling around him, continuously assaulting his mysterious protection. Chui Yi's expression did not change. Suddenly, his face darkened, and his dark eyes turned bright red. In an instant, the blood sword seemed to be absorbed by a powerful force, transforming into a crystal-clear red gem. It's my turn. As soon as Chui Yi's voice fell, the crystal-clear gem transformed into a blood dragon that roared and charged at the Dark Lord. Why is this happening? The Dark Lord looked at the blood dragon in terror, which instantly swallowed him whole. The Dark Lord did not have time to utter a sound before his body was consumed. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Meng Qiqi witnessed everything that was happening before her, feeling a chill run down her spine. So scary. Meng Qiqi was so frightened that she could not speak. She felt that this man was truly too powerful, strong enough to slay all things in the world. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that this was the creator of the legendary parallel world. Moreover, Chui Yi was merely the creator of this small parallel world. If it were the creators of other parallel worlds, wouldn't that be a battle of gods? Everything returned to calm. The Dark City no longer existed, and the surroundings began to collapse. The Dark Lord had vanished, and the Dark City was about to disappear as well. The king of the underworld lazily stretched, feeling drowsy, as if what happened here had nothing to do with him. Let's go? With a wave of his hand, a door of time and space appeared in the air. Chui Yi. HM. Just as Chui Yi was about to leave, he suddenly saw Meng Qiqi's figure. Can you take me with you? Meng Qiqi's expression was anxious. She was afraid that this man would leave her alone here. The Dark Lord had already disappeared, and this realm would vanish with him. Even if she didn't die, she would forever be trapped in infinite darkness. I can do anything for you, as long as you can take me away. Seeing Chui Yi remain silent, Meng Qiqi hurriedly explained, her face flushed. Really anything? Looking into Chui Yi's deep eyes, Meng Qiqi lowered her gaze, her fair hands tightly gripping the corner of her clothes. Gritting her teeth and murmuring, Meng Qiqi released the corner of her clothes, revealing her fair skin. Chui Yi frowned slightly and smiled wickedly. Two things. I'll tell you after we get out. Meng Qiqi felt a tremor in her heart, an ominous premonition rising within her. She looked at Chui Yi suspiciously, gently sighing. This was the first time she had seen such an expression from him. Could it be that he was just like other men? Chui Yi passed through the rift in time and space, taking Meng Qiqi with him as they left this soon-to-be-destroyed space. Zoman. A flash of light. The door of time and space opened, and Chui Yi stepped out, followed by Meng Qiqi. The crowd looked at Meng Qiqi for the first time, curiously examining her. Boss, you are really amazing. Being handsome is just unavoidable. It's not just handsome, it's excessively handsome. Okay. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, and the girls nearby wore complicated expressions. It always felt like there were no shortage of beauties around Chui Yi, and now another one had appeared. She was the mastermind behind this incident. As Chui Yi said this, the expressions of the crowd changed instantly. They never expected that the one who killed the sect and the demon clan would be a girl. And a beautiful one at that. The spirit masters who had just praised the girl's beauty turned serious. Meng Qiqi, do you still remember what you promised me? Chui Yi turned to Meng Qiqi and said coldly, Meng Qiqi felt a chill run down her back, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The first thing was to kneel and bark in front of everyone. As the saying goes, a dog's eyes look down on people. Chui Yi wanted her to know that feeling for a lifetime. Back on Blue Star, she was arrogant and domineering. Now it was time for her to lower her dignity and apologize for bullying the poor. After all, one must repay debts eventually. Meng Qiqi gritted her teeth, her face darkening, and she clenched her fists tightly. What's the matter? Do you want to regret it? Chui Yi's voice was icy, like a sharp sword piercing her heart. Meng Qiqi was so frightened that she immediately knelt down, buried her head, and after a long while, managed to bark out, woof. She never expected Chui Yi to be so unyielding. She had thought that as long as she became this man's woman, everything would be fine. Now, however, he was trampling on her dignity, forcing her to bow her head. Chui Yi was nothing like the men she had dated. It fully proved that physical presence couldn't solve everything. Chen Yinghao's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Speak up!" Meng Qiqi trembled, and her voice grew louder. Meng Qiqi had lost count of how many times she had barked. She had become completely numb. She hated Chui Yi. If she couldn't have him, she wanted to destroy him. This time, if she escaped, she would definitely repay this man double. All right. The second thing is to help me deliver a letter to the System Alliance, Chui Yi said as he took out an envelope and handed it to Meng Qiqi. Meng Qiqi lowered her head, not daring to look at the man, trembling as she received the envelope. "You can go now?" Hearing Chui Yi's words, Meng Qiqi felt a wave of relief, incredulously raising her head to look at Chui Yi. "Can I really leave?" Meng Qiqi confirmed repeatedly, looking at Chui Yi and nodding. Feeling reassured, "The boss can't let her go. That's right. This vicious woman has harmed so many of our brothers. We can't let her leave. If she goes, she will retaliate against us." The crowd couldn't understand why Chui Yi would let this woman go. Was he really enchanted by her? If that were the case, why tell them the truth? Chui Yi shrugged and said, "Go." Meng Qiqi hurriedly got up and left, not wanting to stay for even a minute, fearing that this group would change their minds. Her gaze turned cold, filled with murderous intent. She was gone in the blink of an eye. "Boss, what are you thinking?" She didn't even say thank you, and her eyes were completely filled with the desire for revenge against us. "This is the end. We've released a tiger back to the mountain. Sigh, our brothers died for nothing." Chui Yi gazed wistfully at the distant figure of Meng Qiqi disappearing, the corners of his mouth curling up. After Meng Qiqi ran away, she turned back to look at the direction she had just left, confirming that no one was pursuing her before finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Chui Yi, I will remember this grudge. You all wait for me." Meng Qiqi bit her lip hard, a surge of murderous intent rising in her heart. The letter to the System Alliance? She picked up the envelope Chui Yi had just given her, frowning tightly. She had no idea what this man meant. Even more so, she didn't know how to explain to the System Alliance. Out of curiosity, she slowly opened the envelope. Chapter 92, The Boss is the True King. The moment Meng Qiqi opened the envelope, her pupils dilated, golden light bursting forth. Boom. A powerful force erupted instantly, and in the end, she was confused and killed in an instant. What was that sound just now? It seemed to come from the direction the woman had escaped. How did it explode? The crowd looked at Chui Yi, who had a calm expression, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. They were once again certain that the boss didn't understand how to cherish women. They also felt that what had just happened was a bit too much. And now they felt a mix of awkwardness and admiration for the boss. Chui Yi remained silent. He had known Meng Qiqi would open the envelope. First, curiosity kills the cat, and Meng Qiqi was no exception. She would definitely be curious about the contents of the envelope, and what if it contained news unfavorable to her? Second, Meng Qiqi was already a failure. Since she had escaped, there was no need to fulfill Chui Yi's request. She wished that Chui Yi would die immediately. So how could she willingly help him? Chui Yi had already confirmed these 3 points before letting her leave. If it was said that Chui Yi killed her, it would be better to say that Meng Qiqi killed herself. Because of her own curiosity and suspicion, she ultimately walked toward death. She could have simply discarded the envelope and left. But she didn't, and that was a mistake that led to another mistake. It couldn't be. The crowd exchanged wide-eyed glances, suspiciously looking at Chui Yi. At this moment, they felt that the boss was the true king. The most important thing was that the matter had been resolved, and he remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the reincarnator, gaining puppet control and goo insect. Explanation. Puppet control can seal souls to become puppets as combat weapons, and can also be attached to others to temporarily gain the abilities of the deceased. Goo insect explanation. Goo insects can kill invisibly, control goo insects, and use the eyes of insects to observe events around the world. Chui Yi. Awesome. After thinking for a long time, Chui Yi could only describe it with these 2 words. The eyes of the insect could see what was happening everywhere using the eyes of insects, which meant his surveillance was everywhere. Not to mention the System Alliance. He could discover the appearance of other reincarnators as well. Chui Yi. Let us activate the goo insect and see what is happening in this world now. Chui Yi pondered for a moment and began to use the goo insect to search for targets. The grasses and trees for thousands of miles, rivers and streams for 10,000 miles, all came into view. Chui Yi. Steam Age. After exploring, the Steam Age appeared in Chui Yi's sight. The Steam Age is a world of robots. They possess noble intelligence and their own systems. Although they cannot reproduce, they can produce, live, and develop just like humans. The robots here give a cyberpunk vibe, full of neon lights and a bustling environment. Upon closer inspection, the Steam Age had already fallen, the protective barrier had disappeared, and the air was filled with the smoke of war. A figure stood atop a tall building, coldly observing everything. Dressed in a tight black long coat, with high-bound silver hair exuding a faint, evil aura, his brows were filled with heroism, and his eyes shone with an icy brilliance. With one arm partially robotic, wearing infrared glasses, the corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a sinister smile as he looked at the flying insects. "We will meet again soon." The man waved his hand, and a red beam pierced through the insect's body. Chui suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. Chui, Du Tao. Du Tao was Chui's teacher on Blue Star, known for being elitist during school. His class was famous for being a class of geniuses, where students not only excelled academically, but also came from wealthy families. Du Tao often accepted gifts from parents and habitually targeted students from poor backgrounds. Chui was one of them. No matter how outstanding he was never favored by him. Du Tao often liked to compare Chui to others, and his words were filled with sarcasm. In the world of Blue Star, Chui had no choice, but in his own world, only he had the final say. He would not allow such scum to exist in this world. "Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." Such people should just roll out of his world. "Boss, what are you thinking?" "Nothing much. I have other things to do. The current task of the sect is to conquer all kinds of spirit beasts in this world. During my absence, Long Sheener and Bai Meiwei will help me supervise." Chui instructed. "Boss, are you leaving?" Zhao Hongfang asked in surprise. Chui nodded. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, feeling that the boss was always elusive, and his actions were decisive and solitary, making him hard to understand. "Be careful on your way," Bai Meiwei said softly. For her, it was enough to silently support Chui. This world was too dangerous, and Chui had been protecting everyone along the way. They could only become stronger to truly become Chui's right and left arms in the future. Chui nodded in response, and his figure flashed, disappearing before everyone's eyes. When he personally arrived in the Steam era, he was still shocked by the scene before him. Tall buildings, cars, robots, a slowly unfolding sense of future technology. Unfortunately, he had already been urged to marry, with wires disconnected everywhere, and broken lights flickering as if they could fail at any moment. Red warning lights flashed continuously, and electronic screens had been smashed, only able to emit squeaking sounds. "Chui, Du Tao, is that you?" Facing such a scene, a chill crept into Chui's heart, and he sighed heavily. How prosperous this place used to be. It was even more devastated than what he had seen with the goo insects. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a giant robot stood up, taking a step forward, causing the ground to tremble with each step. This robot gave off a Transformers vibe, with a powerful mecha exterior. The huge robot suddenly lowered its head to look at Chui. "Lock on target, fire, destroy, fire." Boom. The robot suddenly launched an attack. Chui's figure flashed, dodging the attack, and the nearby tall building instantly collapsed into ruins. "Lock on target, continuous attack." The robot's eyes turned bright red, sweeping a beam of light, causing explosions wherever it passed. What is going on? Normally, robot attacks would only target invaders, but now the barrier had been broken. The robot shouldn't have detected the enemy so quickly. Something was off. Chui hid behind a tall building, pondering for a moment as he watched the almost crazed robot. "Chui, should I destroy this robot?" With this thought in mind, just as he was about to rush out, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Chapter 93. People are different. Reincarnators are also people. Chui focused and saw a girl dressed as a dark loli staring at him intently, shaking her head seriously. This dark loli had a futuristic look, wearing mecha clothing, with a pair of ponytails fluttering in the wind, her delicate little face without a single flaw. Chui was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this his sister? Did she also traverse into this world? "Shoo, don't talk." The dark loli cautiously peeked at the robot. Seeing the robot move away, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My name is Eileen. I am the brain of the Steam era. Right now, we are being invaded and controlled by an evil force, and this robot has extremely strong destructive power. Don't charge head-on. You should leave quickly." Eileen pouted and spoke for a long time before Chui finally understood. She wasn't a reincarnator, but rather looked quite like his cousin. Isn't the brain system of the Steam era virtual? How could it appear here? Chui was confused. Could it be that the brain system upgraded and created a physical entity? "Stop daydreaming. This place is very dangerous. Do you hear me?" Eileen frowned slightly, a bit dissatisfied when she saw Chui's dazed expression. Chui suddenly smiled. This little loli thought he couldn't beat the robot. Eileen was taken aback. Did this man not understand what she was saying? "What are you laughing at?" Eileen said unhappily. "Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy?" Chui waved his hand. This time, Eileen was dumbfounded. This man was the first to arrive when the Steam era fell, which was indeed a bit suspicious. But looking at his sharp features, she almost forgot about that. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy," Chui chuckled. Her cousin wasn't this cute. He didn't know how the robot's expressions could be so rich. Even seeing her little face turned slightly red. No matter if you are a bad guy or not. Hurry up and leave, Eileen pouted. If I leave, you have to let go of me first. Chui Yi laughed. Eileen then noticed that her little hand was tightly gripping his clothes. Her little face instantly turned crimson, and she hurriedly released her grip on Chui Yi's clothes. I'm leaving. Chui Yi stood up and swaggered out of the corridor. Eileen hadn't had time to react when she suddenly heard Chui Yi shout loudly, "Hey, I'm over here." Eileen's expression changed, and she ran to Chui Yi's side, glaring at him fiercely while trying to cover his mouth. Unexpectedly, Chui Yi dodged. Did this little guy want to get himself killed? Eileen's face was full of question marks, looking very unhappy. Are you crazy? Eileen scolded angrily. Do you have medicine? Chui Yi grasped Eileen's little hand, feeling a warmth transmit to his palm. You are truly unreasonable. Eileen had completely lost patience with this man. Back on Blue Star. Chui Yi's sister had a similar poker face and wouldn't show such rich expressions. Even when they met, it was just a nod and a greeting. Now, encountering a little girl who looked just like his sister in this world, Chui Yi couldn't help but tease her a bit more. He marveled at how wonderful the world was, with two people looking the same, yet having completely opposite personalities. Is there? Chui Yi said loudly, without any reservations. This action made Eileen panic, hurriedly shushing him for a long time. Aren't you afraid? Chui Yi laughed. You are the one who's afraid, Eileen retorted angrily. With that shout, the surroundings fell silent. Only the buzzing of electricity remained. Not my business. Chui Yi shrugged. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the distance, the ground shook, and the giant robot came rushing over. We're doomed, it's all your fault. Eileen's eyes brimmed with tears, panicking. Chui Yi, however, wore an innocent expression. In the dark corridor, a group of people stood trembling, their faces ashen. Everyone run. Eileen couldn't care less about Chui Yi anymore, shouting as if she were a rabbit fleeing in panic. Unfortunately, their legs were too short, and the giant robot kicked, causing the tall building to crash down. Everyone was exposed in front of the giant robot. They were at their wits' end, time seemed to stop, and they looked in terror at the giant robot's blood-red eyes. Lock on target. The giant robot opened its palm, power swirling within. Everyone braced themselves for death, closing their eyes. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and the giant robot's head fell to the ground, mumbling, "Pray, pray, hunt." The last robotic voice faded, leaving only the crazed body of the robot thrashing about. The robot's head was gone. What just happened? This was the most destructive robot. I can't be dreaming, right? Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape. What a hassle. A fireball struck the giant robot, engulfing it entirely, causing continuous explosions. In the end, the giant robot was shrouded in thick smoke, completely losing power, kneeling on the ground. Is it you? Eileen looked at Chui Yi in disbelief, completely at a loss for words. She thought this man couldn't defeat the giant robot and wanted him to escape. Unexpectedly, he was the hidden powerhouse, capable of extraordinary strength, obliterating the giant robot in an instant. But one must know that this giant robot had the destructive power to destroy a building, and its body was covered in impenetrable armor. Is it really over now? Everyone's gaze fell on Chui Yi. This seemingly harmless boy is so strong. Do you believe in light? I am the light. Chui Yi cleared his throat and cracked a joke. The crowd's eyes remained fixed on him, seemingly trying to see through him. What did you grow up eating? Erin said in a daze. She had seen humans, but this was the first time she had encountered such a strong one. Guess. Chui Yi shook his head helplessly. He had just wanted to see who was controlling the giant robot behind the scenes. But this little girl had ruined his plan. Erin realized that Chui Yi was definitely not an ordinary person and asked in bewilderment, "Who exactly are you?" She looked at Chui Yi, unable to believe it. The reincarnators had destroyed their home in the Steam Age. Why would this boy, a reincarnator, want to save them? People are different, and reincarnators are people too. Why not believe it? Erin turned her head, deep in thought, but still skeptical. Hearing Chui Yi say this, she looked at him in surprise, feeling as if he could see through her thoughts. No, why are you here? Erin asked suspiciously. Chapter 94. If you can defeat him, I'll call you Dad. Just as Chui Yi was about to speak, a sudden roar came from a distance. Looking out, the giant robot began to disintegrate, transforming into hundreds of mechanical spiders. Their eyes gleamed as sharp claws glinted with a chilling light, rushing in like a tide. Ding dong. System. Detected reincarnator. The system's alert suddenly rang out. A figure appeared atop a distant skyscraper. It was Du Tao. At that moment, Du Tao looked at Chui Yi, smirking wickedly. Humph, we meet again. The two locked eyes, and Chui Yi could sense the killing intent from the other. He had never had a good impression of Du Tao, and it was even worse now. Du Tao leaped from the skyscraper, and a set of mechanical wings suddenly appeared behind him as he flew toward Chui Yi and the others. Be careful. That guy is a reincarnator, Erin said nervously, her body trembling, her eyes flashing with fear, like a scared deer, anxious and unsettled. Are you afraid of him? Chui Yi asked calmly. Of course, Aaron rolled her eyes at Chui Yi, feeling that this kid must be tired of living. If he had witnessed this person controlling the system and destroying the steam age, he wouldn't be saying this. If I help you deal with him, how will you repay me? Aaron was puzzled, wondering if this kid had taken the wrong medicine. Humph, you can't defeat him. Aaron felt that Chui Yi was too bored and had unrealistic ideas. The giant robot was nothing compared to this person, not to mention that he could control various robots. The lightning on his body alone could kill Chui Yi hundreds of times. She had seen it with her own eyes, instantly absorbing all the electricity of the steam age, destroying all the robots as easily as crushing an ant. A character like this, and this brat still dared to boast? It was utterly ridiculous. She had no intention of joking with this kid. Oh, is that so? Betting doesn't hurt, Chui Yi said with a faint smile. All right, Aaron agreed without hesitation. This kid truly wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. If you can defeat him, I'll call you dad. I'll do whatever you say. Chui Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. He didn't expect that beneath her pure appearance, she had such a hobby. Aaron's face turned red. She felt there was nothing wrong with it. She was the mother of all robots in the steam age. If someone stronger than her called him dad, what was the problem? Besides, she didn't even know who her parents were. It was just a bet, not worth mentioning. She was curious to see how powerful this kid was, daring to boast. While they were talking, Du Tao had already appeared in front of them. Two familiar yet unfamiliar people met again. Du Tao thought Chui Yi would be surprised. To his astonishment, this brat was ignoring him and chatting with someone else, completely disregarding him. Du Tao's expression darkened. He knew that back on Blue Star, all the parents treated him like a god. Only this brat didn't give him any face, not gaining any benefits at all. Now in this world, being ignored made him furious. Chuizhen, do you know who I am? Du Tao interrupted their conversation. Aaron nudged Chui Yi's shoulder, indicating someone was talking to him. Why are you so eager to recognize your master? Chui Yi had noticed Du Tao long ago, but was too lazy to respond. Aaron's face turned pale, her body stiffening in fear. Chuizhen. Du Tao knew Chui Yi had heard him, but was ignoring him. His face darkened as he shouted angrily. Chui Yi sighed helplessly. So it turns out that dogs not only sleep, but also bark. Du Tao was momentarily stunned. He had previously scolded others, asking if they were dead dogs that only knew how to sleep. You dead dog, thinking you're something old. Before Du Tao could finish, something was suddenly thrown into his mouth. He had no time to react and had already swallowed it. What was that? Du Tao covered his stomach in terror. Was that just an illusion? He clearly saw something go into his mouth. Dog poop. Upon hearing dog poop, Du Tao felt his stomach churn violently, and he dug his fingers into his throat desperately. After retching for a long time with nothing to show for it, he finally gave up. Chuizhen, you're dead. Du Tao pointed at Chui Yi, furious, his body trembling. Can I ask a question? Aaron raised her hand innocently like a child who had done something wrong. Go ahead. Chui Yi smiled. Where did the dog poop come from? Aaron asked curiously. Du Tao finally realized there was no dog poop. He had just been played by this brat. Haha, smart, it's not dog poop. Chui Yi laughed heartily, not hiding it. At this moment, Du Tao was completely speechless, his face darkening as he clenched his fists. His dignity had been thrown to the ground, utterly worthless. Go to hell. Du Tao was about to curse when suddenly his stomach twisted in severe pain. It felt like 1,000 insects were gnawing at him, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. What is wrong with him? It seemed like something really did go into his mouth. Did he get food poisoning? It couldn't be food poisoning at this time. No one saw anyone attack him just now. Everyone was confused, watching as Du Tao's face contorted in pain, clutching his stomach, suffering terribly. Chuizhen, what exactly did you make me eat? Du Tao gritted his teeth, stammering out a sentence. Watching this spectacle quietly, Chui Yi wasn't so foolish as to feel pity for him. Those who were pitiful must have something hateful about them, after all. He hadn't treated his mother well, and even made her help him with his newly renovated room. Thinking of this, Chui Yi felt a surge of discomfort. What had he eaten? Aaron looked deeply at Chui Yi, unable to suppress her curiosity, and asked, what did you give him? Poisonous worms. Upon hearing this, Du Tao's face changed dramatically, and he rolled on the ground, repeatedly bowing. Chuizhen, I'm sorry, teacher was wrong. Please spare me. Chui Yi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as a hint of coldness flashed in his deep eyes. If all the bad people in the world admitted their mistakes when they were about to die, wouldn't that be chaotic? Slapping someone and then saying I'm sorry wasn't such a good deal. Chui Yi recalled how his mother, gravely ill, still had to clean the house. Feeling a knot in his heart, while they feasted on meat at noon, his mother could only work. He was treated completely as a non-human. So how could he easily let it go? Today, he would definitely let Du Tao know what it means to repay hatred. Chapter 95. The Tower of Reincarnation is about to open. Teacher? Humph. Chui Yi snorted coldly. When he treated his students like this back then, did he ever think of himself as a teacher? Now he still has the face to call himself a teacher, really wondering where his confidence comes from. Du Tao hesitated for a moment, Seeing Chui Ye's face darken and his eyes dim, his mind went blank. No, classmate Chui, I'm sorry, I really know my mistakes. Please let me go this time since we are both from Blue Star. Chui Ye's expression was gloomy, and Du Tao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body cold. Aileen, how do you want to handle this? Aileen was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this man to listen to her opinion. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed and said, give him a chance. Du Tao seemed to see hope. His eyes brightened as he cast an expectant gaze. Okay. Chui Yi nodded and slowly walked in front of Du Tao, his eyes darkening with a flash of cold light. In an instant, Du Tao's body transformed into countless black, cursed insects and disappeared, leaving only a fallen mechanical arm. Everyone gasped at this scene. This man was too ruthless, showing no mercy at all. Ding dong. System. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the machine system. Description. Can control all robots and electricity, and can use mecha embodiment in battle. What an interesting system. Chui Yi looked at the mechanical spider on the ground that had just been moving, but was now completely lifeless. It seemed that this system was quite interesting, allowing the use of battle armor in combat. Doesn't that mean he could transform like a transformer? Aileen hesitated for a moment and continued, since you want to kill him, why ask me? Seeing that Chui Yi had not responded for a long time, Aileen couldn't help but ask. I'm not a saint. Aileen was stunned, her face turning red. Was that implying she was a saint? By the way, didn't you forget one thing? Do you want to backtrack? Chui Yi's tone was icy, his eyes dim. No. Aileen felt the man's aura was too strong, leaving her at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, Niesheng called out, Dad. Eileen's voice was so soft it was like a mosquito flying by, barely squeezing out 2 words, her head buried in shame. What did you say? Your voice was too low. Chui Yi pretended not to hear and shrugged. Dad. Aileen clenched her fists and shouted, her face flushed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Robots also have their pride. Chui Yi smiled faintly. If only his sister in the Blue Star world was this obedient, it would be fun. Why do you have a human body? Chui Yi asked. Aileen looked at her companions behind her, showing a troubled expression. It felt like a nightmare that couldn't be shaken off, forever lingering in her memory. Aileen sighed and continued. Our city is the best defended city. They wanted to find a safe place to hide, but we saw the Dark Tower materialize and suck them all in, disappearing without a trace. We thought we would be safe, but we never expected that this light would effortlessly destroy our shield, causing the entire system to malfunction. And the robots here lost their self-awareness. Eileen's tone was somber. You know what happened next. The reincarnators came, and the steam age was destroyed, Aileen said, calming her emotions. Eileen's voice was low as she looked at her companions behind her, softly sighing, her eyes filled with sadness. It was more like a brutal game of survival of the fittest. The current situation seemed to involve not just the steam age and the wilderness. Perhaps the entire parallel world was involved in the game, which meant it would soon be the reincarnator's turn. An ominous premonition surged in her heart. At this moment, Chui Yi felt a heaviness in his chest. We who survived also had the most comprehensive knowledge to survive by chance, Aileen said, her voice choked with emotion, her body trembling involuntarily. Chui Yi looked deeply at these people. Their eyes were confused and fearful, as if this nightmare of endless war would return. Are you also from the System Alliance? Aileen asked suspiciously. Everyone suddenly fell silent, each lost in thought. The sky darkened, clouds thickened, and everything appeared gray. You should be more careful. Aileen broke the silence, cautiously reminding. Ding dong. Chapter 96. The Game of the Tower of Reincarnation. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Chui Yi felt darkness before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange environment. The darkness was so thick he couldn't see his hand in front of him, and it was eerily silent. It took a long time to adapt to the light here. Chui Yi took a deep breath, feeling a chill on his back as he walked toward the darkness without rushing to open the door. He didn't know what was behind that door and dared not act rashly. It was too strange. Could this door also move? Chui Yi felt a prickling sensation on his scalp as he seemed to be stuck in place, unable to move forward no matter how hard he tried. The surrounding darkness felt endless, and in the end, Chui Yi's gaze fell upon the door above. Ding dong. System upgrade? Chui Yi hesitated for a moment, but still did not open the strange door. System. If the host does not open the door, it will be considered automatic abandonment. Countdown starts. 321. Chui Yi felt his heart race. He had never seen such a domineering way of opening a door before. Chui Yi hesitated to open the door, not believing that not following the system's rules would lead to death. Even if he would die, it didn't matter. He wanted to see how the system would make him die. System. Host did not open the door. The system defaults to automatically opening the door. Chui Yi's face darkened. He hadn't reacted in time when the door suddenly moved. Caught off guard, without any preparation, it passed through Chui Yi's body. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices, with hundreds of people gathered together. Tall and majestic buildings rose up, and outside the window, pristine white clouds floated. These people looked at each other, and their gazes eventually fell on Cui Yi. Because he was the last person to arrive here, he instantly became the center of attention. Cui Yi remained unflustered, carefully observing this group of people. Their expressions were unfriendly, filled with a chilling sense of shock. An electronic screen appeared in the air, showing a mini black figure that began introducing itself in a mechanical voice. Hearing this, everyone gasped. They thought they were lucky, but they never expected to have walked into a nightmare. The first round of the game, find the founder of the System Alliance. He is among you. Task reward, obtain a permanent usage right to a random system skill. Everyone was once again bewildered. The systems they had obtained were not permanent and required completing tasks to gain real system skills. It felt like being dragged into an abyss and being told that the food and equipment they had could only be chosen one. With so many people, where are we supposed to find the founder of the System Alliance? One person complained unhappily. The system will provide clues at regular intervals. Now please be quiet. The system's voice grew angry, its tone icy. Don't joke around. I have the system with me. Do you believe I will wipe you out? The boy who had just spoken wanted to retort, but who would have thought the next terrifying scene would occur? Before he could finish his words, he exploded on the spot, his body shattered into pieces. A foul smell filled the air, and blood sprayed onto the surrounding people. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. The scene was too bloody. It turned out that here, the system was worthless. Fear and confusion appeared on everyone's faces. Cui Yi was also shocked by the scene before him. Is it just to give the reincarnators a taste of sweetness before starting the real system game? Everyone looked at each other, not daring to speak, scanning the room for the creator of this world. Finally, a clearly defined man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes appeared on the big screen. This person was Cui Yi. Please ask your questions. Everyone was curious about what kind of questions the creator would ask. Is this person short-haired or long-haired? Cui Yi said coldly. The question and answer appeared on the screen. The crowd felt dissatisfied as it seemed too casual. If other questions were chosen, they might know more, such as what system they had, what race they were, or whether they were male or female. Yet this person asked such a silly question. Regardless of gender, there were both short-haired and long-haired individuals, with too many options. Among those with long hair, there were a third of the people. Now you can start speaking. You have only 30 minutes. The countdown starts now. The countdown appeared on the big screen, showing 30 minutes. Those with long hair, go over there. A middle-aged man stood up and shouted. Everyone turned to the long-haired people, separating them. Most of the long-haired individuals were girls, all with worried expressions, frightened. I'm not, boo-hoo. What should we do? Who is the creator of the System Alliance? I don't want to die. The man stepped forward and carefully counted. There were 298 long-haired individuals. At this moment, time was already halfway through, and the atmosphere became eerie and tense. Cui Yi was slightly taken aback. The recently acquainted Erin and her friends were also among them. This game was not just for the reincarnators. All selected individuals had to participate. Who is participating in this game for the first time? The man asked urgently. Raise your hand, and there must be witnesses. At this moment, only 30 people remained standing still. Where are you all from? The man continued to ask. Demon tribe. Steam age. Wilderness. The atmosphere became even more bizarre. Cui Yi used his system skills to glance at these 30 individuals, frowning slightly. At this time, there were only 10 minutes left on the screen. The crowd was completely panicked, cold sweat soaking their bodies. Chapter 97. The Privilege of the Parallel World Creator. Ding dong. The sudden system sound felt like a timely rain, and everyone's gaze fell on Cui Yi. The atmosphere was tense and subtle, with the sound of racing hearts echoing in the silent hall, as if a deer were in a panic. Is the founder of the System Alliance among these 30 people? Cui Yi calmly asked the second question, his expression unchanged, his deep eyes resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, calm and collected. Upon hearing his second question, the crowd felt as if their hearts were gripped tightly by a pair of icy hands. They completely did not understand why he would ask such a silly question. Their expressions changed from surprise to disappointment, from disappointment to anger, seriously suspecting that this person was an undercover agent of the System Alliance trying to lead them to their doom. System, not here. These two words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone, throwing them into a bone-chilling, bottomless abyss with no way to escape. Impossible. The leading man exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with fear, wavering. He clutched his head in pain, feeling his mind blank, completely desperate, trembling, and pale. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes left on the screen. Time passed second by second, as if announcing the final countdown to death, with the Grim Reaper beckoning to them. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Only Cui Yi stood tall like a mountain, unafraid, as if an outsider calmly showing no expression. Ding dong. System, 1 minute left. The creator can ask the third question. which is also the last question of this round. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, only 1 minute remained. This was the creator's special right. No one could change the rules. The crowd glared angrily, their anxious emotions surging. Feeling that the questions posed by the creator were foolish, while also needing to provide different clues based on his questions to find the target. No need. He actually gave up this questioning? Hatred surged in their hearts. If looks could kill, this man would have been dead countless times. Are you crazy? You're looking for death. I don't want to die. I still have a bunch of little fans. I just found a beauty, and I haven't had the chance to go to bed yet. Damn, what the hell is wrong with you? Did a donkey kick your head? I think the founder of the System Alliance is this pretty boy. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown ended, and a skull appeared on the screen, emitting a creepy laugh. System, please choose your answer in your heart. As long as one person selects the correct answer, you can successfully clear the level. Everyone turned ashen, some unable to withstand the pressure and collapsing to the ground. The 30 people above were excluded, leaving 268 people, which was like finding a needle in a haystack. The slim odds made them feel hopeless. Each person could only choose based on their feelings, and the majority chose Chui Yi. No one stipulated that the creator could not be the creator of the System Alliance. After choosing, they remembered that long hair had nothing to do with Chui Yi. In the end, they slapped themselves hard, blaming their lack of composure. They were all reincarnators with systems. Any one of them was used to showing off. At this moment, they felt more like clowns, extremely ridiculous. System, the final victor is. Everyone's hearts raced, some clutching their chests. Some people within the System Alliance were also unclear about who the true creator was. System, creator, selection successful. Half of the crowd fell into despair, while the other half was excited beyond description. They were still puzzled. Who was the creator of the System Alliance? Most importantly, what was the final punishment? Chui Jing walked in front of Aaron, cold as ice, an invisible sense of oppression sending chills down everyone's spine. Aaron looked at Chui Yi, her lips pressed together, uttering a word, suspiciously asking, "How do you know?" Aaron's voice was deep, yet it felt like a heavy stone falling on everyone's hearts. First, there are a total of 1,008 people here. I counted, and there are actually 1,014 people, 6 more than expected. Second, when we met, you said that only you survived and had bodies. There can't be that many coincidences in the world. Among these 6 people, you are the only one with long hair. At this moment, everyone understood why Chui Yi asked the first question. He just wanted to confirm his speculation. Third, I said I am the creator of this world. Understanding everyone's thoughts in this world, and you are no exception. Aaron sneered coldly. She only wanted to gain freedom like humans, to have her own body and life instead of living endlessly in the boring Steam Age, repeating the same dull days. When she decided to betray the Steam Age, she had already started meticulous planning. First, she would kill the creator of this world, so no one would understand this world better than her. Then she would rule all reincarnators, becoming the strongest being in this world. Unfortunately, she was wrong. In the end, she still could not escape the condemnation of fate. Everyone's gaze towards Chui Yi changed dramatically, some filled with admiration, some with affection, and others with jealousy. Erin self-deprecatingly lowered her head and sighed. You won. She failed. Utterly failed. In this round, half of the people lost, and their biggest worry was the punishment. Elimination? Annihilation? Ding dong. System. Currently, 509 people have successfully advanced. 499 have been eliminated, and the destruction mode is activated. Hearing the system's final command, the losers looked ashen and panicked. I don't want to die. I still have many wives waiting for me. I am a reincarnator. This can't be possible. A sudden magic circle appeared beneath the feet of this group of people, and a powerful force instantly engulfed them, turning them to ashes, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 98. The end is another beginning, the elf world. Seeing this scene, the survivors gasped. No one knew who would be next. The hall quickly became empty. The densely packed crowd seemed like a dream. At this moment, it was hollow and silent, and everyone's emotions were unable to calm down for a long time. Ding dong. The creator of this world successfully protected his home. Keep it up, young man. Parallel world rules. Do not reveal your identity. There are many other reincarnators in the parallel world. If discovered, a random battle will occur. But refusal is also an option. Complete the system's unified tasks to obtain a ticket to enter the next round of the competition. Losers will face destruction punishment. Reincarnators can protect or destroy the parallel world. With 2 camps, destroyed worlds will permanently vanish from everyone's memory. The parallel world is now open. As soon as the voice fell, a door to the parallel world appeared in the distance. The reincarnators heard that they could obtain a permanent wish and stepped into a new journey with apprehensive hearts. Chui Yi looked at the reincarnators walking into the door of the parallel world, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. He didn't know what he was truly pursuing. For a moment, He felt a bit lost. Humph, it's her. The middle-aged woman also walked into the parallel world and disappeared. This person was his stepmother, Li Ho-Hot. He never expected this woman to still be alive. She had clearly joined the System Alliance and should have died. And not 508 people, which meant there was one extra person. Could it be that this person is Li Ho-Hot? Chui Yi clenched his fists, his cold eyes resembling an ice cave. Chui Yi, why did the system allow 509 people to survive? System, because one person withdrew from the System Alliance. Chui Yi was slightly taken aback and let out a deep sigh. Chui Yi, when? System, before the competition started. How is this possible? Chui Yi couldn't understand why this woman would withdraw from the System Alliance early and survive by luck. He didn't believe there could be so much luck in the world. He didn't continue to ask. He probably understood. There were too many people in this world with systems, and everyone's system was different. Just like Li Ho-Hot, perhaps she had the ability to see the future. If that's the case, then in the future, Chui Yi's face darkened, and he said nothing as he walked towards the parallel world. When he woke up again, a gentle breeze brushed against his face. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear. Suddenly, a completely green caterpillar appeared in his line of sight on the grass. Its back was green, and its abdomen was white. Its most distinctive feature was the red antennae shaped like letters on its head. It had 2 pairs of prolegs with suction cups that could adhere to trees. And there were yellow ring patterns on the sides of its body. The black round spots on its head might be its eyes, and its tail was yellow and spindle-shaped. Green caterpillar? Chui Yi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he had crossed over to the parallel world of Pokemon. Ding dong. System, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving in the Pokemon world. The Pokemon Creator Privilege Gift Pack is now open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Master Ball, 1, Bag of Holding, a space to store all Pokemon. Ultra Balls, 10,000. Identification of Pokemon skills. Experience Berries, 10,000. Pokemon Language Talent. Able to understand Pokemon language. This mission is to capture all Pokemon in the world. The host also gains a sign-in skill and Exchange Mall. Sign-in system. Sign in daily to receive different rewards. Exchange Mall. Points can be exchanged for different equipment, Pokemon. And skills. Capturing different Pokemon corresponds to different points. Common Pokemon, 1 point. Ordinary Pokemon, 10 points. Rare Pokemon, 100 points. Epic Pokemon, 1,000 points. Divine Beast level Pokemon, 10,000 points. Legendary Pokemon, 100,000 points. Chui Yi was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the gift pack to be so luxurious. A wave of pain surged in his mind, and Chui Yi learned that he was still called Chui Yi in this world. In this world, his identity was that of a wealthy young master. His mother had died early, and his father, remarried, ignored him. His stepmother had a boy and a girl with his father, who often bullied him. On the surface, he was the young master of this family, but behind his back, he was mocked and despised. As a result, his personality became reclusive and indifferent, and he didn't like to talk to others. The school he attended happened to be the one where Xiaochun and Xiaohua from the Sword and Shield world studied. He rarely went to school and preferred to run alone to the grass to enjoy the breeze. After Chui Yi finished receiving the memories, he saw a plane slowly landing in the blue sky. Could it be Ash coming? It can't be that coincidental, Chui Yi murmured. He remembered that Ash had also come to the Sword and Shield world. And today was the day Professor Sakuragi was holding the opening ceremony for his new research institute at the Sakuragi Research Institute. During the speech, Professor Sakuragi received a warning of abnormal air currents. He speculated that a very rare Pokemon would appear at Withered Leaf Port in about 20 minutes. And this Pokemon was the legendary Pokemon Lugia. Capturing Lugia at the start, Chui Yi pondered for a moment, and a smile appeared on his distinctly shaped face. He felt this was a good opportunity. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Just right. He also disliked Xiaohua's setting of catching Superman with 1 ball. After all, he was a newcomer and should teach him a lesson. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, thunder and lightning flashed, and the calm sea surface was suddenly stirred up into a storm. A beam of light broke through the sky, soaring in the air. Its pure white skin was particularly eye-catching. Its belly was light blue, and the area around its eyes was structured like a mask, with blue protrusions on its back, while the rest was white. Chui Yi's sudden appearance startled it, and it was surprised that someone would notice it at the first moment. Chapter 99, Capturing Lugia. How does this little brat know I'm here? It's really annoying. Lugia roared to the sky, the sound deafening, and a fierce wind blew as heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Chui Yi calmly took out a prepared black umbrella, his deep eyes slightly squinting, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Lugia, I want to capture you. Lugia stared blankly at the boy before him, his outline distinct, with dark eyes, and his tone of voice carried an implicit dominance, as if this matter was non-negotiable. merely informing him. Humph, what a joke, you think you can capture me. Lugia looked disdainfully at the boy, thinking that many trainers wanted to capture him. But how could this little brat do it? Even a master-level trainer might not succeed, let alone a kid who hadn't even grown up. Don't believe it? Chui said lightly. Lugia was momentarily stunned, then realized that this little brat could actually understand his words. What is your name? Lugia seemed to want to confirm whether this little brat could understand him, his eyes flashing with curiosity as he looked at the boy. Chui. Chui's steady gaze showed no signs of wavering, his calm face revealing a confident glow. I not only understand your words, but I can also capture you with just one ball. Lugia was completely stunned. This little brat not only understands the language of Pokemon, but also boldly claims he can capture him in one throw. Most importantly, it seems he has seen through Lugia's thoughts at that moment. Do you have a Pokemon? Lugia feigned calmness, seemingly interested in this little brat. A look of surprise flashed across Lugia's face. This little brat didn't even know the most basic knowledge that Pokemon can only be captured after a battle. He was overthinking it, wasting half a day talking to him, truly idling away, having eaten too much. Shall we give it a try? Chui's face was beaming with confidence, as if victory was assured. Lugia found the self-mocking feeling somewhat amusing. It's just a little brat. And he was quite curious about what tricks he could pull. I'll give you 5 minutes. Lugia wanted to see what abilities this little brat truly had. No need. 10 seconds will do. Chui smiled slightly, his confidence shining even brighter. Just moments ago, Chui had begun his first system sign-in, obtaining a 100 capture skill once. If it were just an ordinary Master Ball, he wouldn't have enough confidence, but with this skill, not to mention Lugia, he could forcibly capture any Pokemon. Chui took out an ordinary red and white Pokeball. This was the only memento left to him by his mother, hoping he would grow up to become a Pokemon master and capture various different Pokemon. Now, capturing this Lugia was to prove to his mother that this Pokeball could capture legendary Pokemon, fulfilling his mother's final wish for this world. Upon seeing the red and white Pokeball, Lugia nearly laughed out loud, feeling this little brat was quite interesting. It thought to itself, if this little brat could really capture me with a red and white Pokeball, I must be dreaming. You're not dreaming, go? Lugia did not dodge, looking disdainfully at the flying red and white Pokeball. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped its entire body. Lugia stared in shock at the confident young man. It was a confidence it had never encountered before. Lugia was sucked into the Pokeball. It wanted to struggle, but an invisible force rendered it unable to escape. 3, 2, 1. The red and white Pokeball flickered continuously, and with the final red glow, it settled calmly in Chui's hand. What had just happened felt like a dream. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sunlight bathed the earth, shining on the young man's handsome face. Chui gazed deeply at the Pokeball in his hand, his eyes bright, radiating masculinity. Chui. Identification. System data. Pokemon name, Lugia. Type, Psychic Flying. Classification, Diving Pokemon. Ability, Pressure Multiscale. Height, 5 feet 2 inches. Weight, 2,160 pounds. Shape, Winged. Gender, Genderless. Level 100. Qualification, Bronze. This level was still 20 levels away from maxing out. But unfortunately, the qualification was too poor. Chui frowned slightly, shaking his head and sighing. This scene happened to be witnessed by Ash and Xiaohao, who had just arrived. They stared in astonishment at the young man. Lugia was captured? Ash exclaimed in surprise. And without any Pokemon battle? Xiaohao was left dumbfounded. The two boys couldn't believe their eyes, wishing they could slap themselves to see if this was real. Chui. Xiaohao called out with difficulty. He never expected that the one who captured Lugia would be the relatively aloof Chui from their class. He wanted to capture Mew. But this boy captured Lugia with just an ordinary Pokeball? Did that mean his dream definition was problematic? Lugia and Mew were both legendary Pokemon. Chui calmly glanced at Xiaohao and the astonished Ash, frowning slightly. He didn't expect to coincidentally run into these two protagonists, unintentionally giving them both a lesson. This feeling of heat on his face caught him off guard. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner Pikachu. Ash smiled, introducing himself and Pikachu. Pika. Pika Pika. Pikachu, standing on Ash's shoulder, excitedly greeted them. The Ash from the anime gives off a foolish vibe, but in battle, he is a passionate young man. Witnessing it firsthand, he truly lived up to his reputation. Hello, I'm Chui. Chui extended his hand. It was a courtesy for a first meeting, and one must follow local customs. He simultaneously activated the system skill to identify Pikachu. System data. Pokemon name, Pikachu. Type, Electric. Classification, Mouse Pokemon. Ability, Static. Height, 1 foot 4 inches. Weight, 13.2 pounds. Shape, Quadruped. Gender, Male. Level, 50. Qualification, King. Pikachu is an electric mouse with yellow fur all over, long ears with black tips, a small mouth, and black eyes, with 2 red circular electric sacs on its cheeks. The qualifications of Pokemon are divided into 7 levels: King, Starry, Platinum, Diamond, Gold, Silver, and Bronze. King is the highest, and Bronze is the lowest. Ash, the natural male protagonist, actually has a King-level Pokemon, truly a rare find. No wonder he is called the Pikachu God. There is nothing one can do. The male protagonist has a halo of his own. He is the favored child of this anime. It is estimated that there are very few Pokemon with King-level talents besides him. Looking at the Lugia he had just captured, the gap between the two was too vast. Even at max level, those with high qualifications could defeat legendary Pokemon. That was the difference. Chapter 100. Good dogs don't block the way, roll far away. Chui, you captured Lugia? Xiaohao still couldn't believe his eyes. And he confirmed he wasn't mistaken when he saw the same shock in Ash's eyes. He was still in school, but his classmate had already captured his first Pokemon. And it was a legendary one at that. He suddenly felt a bit inferior, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. After Chui finished speaking, he turned to leave, leaving the 2 stunned boys watching his departing figure, each lost in thought. At this moment, there was a sense of admiration, especially in Ash's eyes, which sparkled with excitement. In the luxurious villa of the Chui family, the lights were bright, and the sounds of chatter filled the air. Tonight was the 70th birthday of the Chui family's old patriarch, and all the grandchildren had come to celebrate. Chui hesitated for a moment at the door, deeply sighing. According to the plot, Chui was a child without a mother. He had a father who might as well not exist, always coldly watching his stepmother's education. In their eyes, he was just someone else's child. It would have been better if he had never been born. Chui was still pondering whether to go in. If he went in, everyone would be unhappy. If he didn't go in, he would probably be scolded for being rude. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Oh, you kid. You're home and still not coming in. Don't you know today is your grandfather's birthday? How rude. The housekeeper standing at the door shot a harsh look at Chui. Besides this useless young master, no one in the Chui family could be bullied. Through the doorway, one could clearly see the crowded room. These were all there to celebrate the Chui family's patriarch, and upon seeing Chui, they cast unusual glances. Like audience members watching a show, with mocking eyes and no friendly faces, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing at him. Since when did the Chui family have a dog like you barking? Chui's sudden words felt like an invisible slap that struck the housekeeper's face hard. The housekeeper was instantly dumbfounded. Usually, no matter what she said, this young master wouldn't retort. Today, saying such words caught her completely off guard. With no mental preparation whatsoever. Good dogs don't block the way, roll far away. Chui said, striding past, his shoulders slamming hard against the housekeeper. In front of everyone, feeling extremely awkward yet afraid to show a sour face, he forced out a smile. How can you talk to Aunt Lee like that? She's also an elder. How did I end up with such a rebellious child? Chui Jintian shouted angrily, stepping in front of Chui, ready to slap him without any hesitation. At that moment, the hypocritical good-natured Li Hongxiu suddenly rushed forward, grabbing his raised hand, and smilingly said, What are you doing? Today is our dad's birthday. It's inauspicious. Besides, you know Chui's personality. Don't get angry. Everyone is sorry. If it weren't for knowing this woman's hypocritical face, Chui might have been deceived by her acting, and suddenly felt a bit amused. You are just like your dead mother, Chui Jintian said with glaring eyes. Chui's heart suddenly shrank, as if someone had gripped it tightly. He covered his chest, and his face turned gloomy. How could the Chui family give birth to such a kid? Really unlucky for 8 generations. If I had such a son, I would rather strangle him to death. Your son is probably traveling alone, right? You must be watching him, and I bet his theoretical knowledge of Pokemon is failing. He doesn't even have the qualifications to travel. This kid is just useless. His classmates probably have epic Pokemon by now. It's really incomparable. It's bad enough that he doesn't study well. Look at how rude he is, truly a disaster. The aunts and uncles whispered among themselves, and the originally lively birthday party suddenly turned noisy, as if they were holding a struggle session for Chui. Sitting in the chair, Chui Batian, the old master of the Chui family, darkened his face, his expression grim, and he slammed the teacup on the table, making a cracking sound, instantly silencing everyone. Oh, Chui Batian sighed deeply, not even glancing at Chui. Grandpa, don't be angry. Brother is just a kid. Chui Hongliang, Chui's younger brother and his stepmother's son, quickly stepped forward to pat Chui Batian's chest to comfort him. Look at Hongliang, really understanding. So enviable. Hongliang has really grown up. I almost thought he was the older brother. Hongliang is truly sensible. The Chui family is indeed blessed. People around began to mock and praise Hongliang endlessly. Grandpa, have some tea. Chui Fenglan, holding a teacup, walked over to Chui Batian's side and obediently handed it over. She is Chui Hongliang's sister, the daughter of the stepmother. And the good show put on by the siblings made everyone praise them. What good fortune. Sister-in-law, with one son and one daughter so understanding. I heard they both graduated smoothly and can go to Dr. Ingmu to choose their Pokemon. They will definitely become excellent Pokemon trainers in the future. Chui Yi felt like an outsider. This kind of persona was truly pitiful. What kind of expression would they have if they knew he had captured a level 100 legendary Pokemon? Lugia? He remembered the faces of these people, especially feeling disheartened when he heard Chui Baishan's words. All right, let's eat. Li Hongxiu had a hypocritical smile on her face, and everyone selectively ignored Chui Ye's presence, treating him as if he were invisible. Chui Yi looked at his stepmother, Li Hongxiu, and felt a familiar aura. What are you looking at? Get lost. Chui Jintian glared at Chui Yi and shouted angrily, seeing you makes me angry. Seriously doubting his ears, did they hear wrong? What did you say? Chui Jintian's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. I said, I want to leave the Chui family, Chui Yi firmly repeated. This time, everyone was stunned. This kid had only been here for 3 days, raised by his grandfather, and it was only 3 days ago that the old man passed away, leading him here, now becoming a thorn in everyone's side. Even the maid bullied him, so it could be said that besides giving him life, Chui Jintian had no ties to him at all. Even the living expenses he brought here had nothing to do with him. It was left to him by his grandmother before she passed away. Chui Jintian felt a tightness in his chest, his face turning red and neck thickening with anger, almost fainting from rage. Chapter 101. Useless, captured Lugia? Chui Yi turned and left, showing no attachment to this place. Not to mention that he is a reincarnator. Even if he were a person from this world, he would never choose to let others step on him. Everyone watched Chui Yi's departing figure, which quickly disappeared into the vast darkness, leaving behind silence. Behind him, Chui Jintian's angry voice could still be heard, seemingly quite furious, his voice trembling. This was the first time his own son had defied him. A fire of anger was building up in his chest. Seeing the faces of relatives and friends only added to his frustration, wondering where he would put his old face in the future. Don't be angry, the child doesn't understand. Li Hongxiu softly soothed, a hint of smugness flashing across her face. She had never liked this kid, but considering her White Lotus image, it wouldn't be good to scold him. Now that the kid had spoken back, it was perfect. He had left. Brother is only a month away from turning 16. It's not safe outside. Chui Fenglan, with a wronged expression, deliberately emphasized that Chui Yi was only a month away from adulthood. In this world, turning 16 means adulthood. As long as one graduates smoothly, they can venture out alone. If they don't graduate, they can only choose to work or continue their studies until they graduate and choose another profession. In everyone's eyes, Chui Yi was just useless, wasting air by living, polluting the land by dying, completely unworthy of being in this world. Forget him, Chui Jintian said darkly, sighing helplessly. The biggest regret was having this son. His originally calm and glorious life now felt like it had an irremovable blemish. This kid can't possibly be the biological son of the eldest brother, right? Our family are all entrepreneurs. Look at this kid, he doesn't resemble you at all. Chui Jintian's sister, Chui Mingya, suddenly chimed in, instantly silencing everyone. Shut up. The situation was getting more and more absurd, and the birthday star, Chui Batian, darkened his face and shouted angrily, which finally quieted things down. It was supposed to be a birthday celebration, but now it had turned into chaos, and Chui Batian felt a wave of frustration, like a flood breaking the dam. Dad, don't be angry, my sister was just saying it casually, but I think it makes sense. Chui Yunga, not afraid of the chaos at home, took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Originally, the 3 siblings of the Chui family didn't get along, and now seeing the drama at Chui Jintian's home, they were gloating. Dad is right, Chui Yunga's son, Chui Zhonghao, echoed. He had never liked Chui Ye's expressionless face, especially at school. He wished he could punch this useless kid. Due to family ties, he didn't dare to be too obvious, but now he could hardly wait to see him thrown out. You handle it as you see fit. Chui Batian didn't want to continue this topic. Being older, he got a headache seeing such chaotic matters. At that moment, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Everyone exchanged glances, revealing a mocking expression. Chui Hongliang muttered sarcastically. Now he wanted to see what this outsider was capable of. This was his home, and he had never acknowledged having such a useless brother, let alone a half-brother. I'll open the door, you all say less. Chui Yi was still young, having lost his mother early. The door was gently opened, and everyone was dumbfounded. Doctor. Ingmu was the doctor who provided initial Pokemon for traveling adventurers. He was knowledgeable, and his research was quite famous. In the city of Kuyu, everyone knew him. Such a big shot suddenly appeared, and no one reacted in time. Sorry to bother, is Chui Yi here? Suddenly, 2 heads peeked out from behind Dr. Ingmu, shouting in unison. These 2 were Ash and Hao, looking curious as they scanned the room, but were somewhat disappointed when they didn't find Chui Yi. Hello, I'm Dr. Ingmu, and I would like to find Chui Yi today. Dr. Sakuraji smiled and kindly stated his purpose. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. Dr. Sakuraji came to find Chui Yi? They couldn't have heard wrong. Dr. Sakuragi is a well-known scholar. What would he want with that useless person? And he even came in person. Hello, hello? Chui Yi had just stepped out. Dr. Sakuragi smiled and said, I heard from Xiao Hao and Xiaoji that he captured the legendary Pokemon Lugia. So I specifically came to visit. Upon hearing Dr. Sakuragi's purpose, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Chui Yi captured the legendary Pokemon Lugia? He's a useless person. How could that be possible? Could it be that they heard wrong, or were they dreaming? Chui Yi isn't here, so we'll take our leave, Dr. Sakuragi, feeling it was inconvenient with so many people around, politely greeted them and turned to leave. Li Hongxiu then realized that she had been quite rude. She hadn't even invited the famous Dr. Sakuragi inside to sit down. Chui Xintian, who had just called Chui Yi a useless son, now looked even worse. Not only had he called him useless, but also told him to get lost. His face felt hot, as if he had been slapped hard. The aunts and uncles also fell into a taciturn silence, each lost in thought. Just a moment ago, they were bragging about how their children could graduate smoothly and get their starting Pokemon. Now, upon hearing that this useless person had captured the legendary Pokemon Lugia, they realized he was the other people's child after all. Chui Mingya at this moment really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She had personally said that Chui Yi was not her nephew. With so many big mouths around, she wondered if the news would reach Chui Ye's ears. The younger generation, Chui Hongliang, Chui Fenglan, and Chui Zhonghao, had mixed feelings, unsure whether to feel jealous or envious. They gasped. They had bullied Chui Yi often, and now they didn't know what troubles awaited them in the future. The one with the worst expression was Li Hongxiu. Her two children were so outstanding, yet they were overshadowed by a useless person. She couldn't accept reality. Her mind was blank and buzzing. They might have seen it wrong. Without evidence, they couldn't say much. Finally, Chui Mingya broke the silence, perhaps seeking comfort or looking for a way to ease the awkwardness, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Chapter 102, Premium Reward. Research Institute. No one at this birthday party felt happy. Although Chui Batian didn't speak, he usually wouldn't spare Chui Yi a glance. He even secretly reserved good things for Chui Hongliang, Chui Fenglan, and Chui Zhonghao. Now that he heard his eldest grandson had succeeded, he felt like there was a stone in his heart. For a moment, he even hoped this news was false. At this time, Chui Yi was wandering the streets, gazing at the dazzling stars, feeling an indescribable emotion. He felt no sadness, no sorrow, and certainly no loneliness. On the contrary, he felt a sense of freedom, as if he had been rescued from a cage. Right, he still had 100,000 points of credits unused. Chui Yi suddenly remembered that capturing a legendary Pokemon came with a reward of 100,000 points from the system. He opened the system panel, and a more complete system interface appeared before him. In the center was the main system's circular lottery panel, which required 100 points per draw. Currently, he could draw 1,000 times, but he couldn't see what rewards were available. On both sides of the main system were small buttons for the shop, history, package, and level. There hadn't been such a panel before. The system had upgraded quite rapidly. Chui Yi clicked on the shop button, which contained only some basic items like ordinary Pokeballs, experience berries, anesthetics, and detox berries, common items. These were all on the first layer. The back was locked, and he couldn't see what else was there. Chui Yi guessed there must be advanced balls, even master balls, and some rare evolution stones or skill books. However, he soon gave up on the idea of exchanging items here. A basic Pokeball cost 100 points, and he might draw something good from the lottery instead. He then clicked on the history button, which was completely blank. This section would show his exchange records. In the package, besides the new trainer gift pack items, there was an extra map of a parallel world. He clicked on it to view the introduction. Description, item, dungeon map. Allows free entry to previously visited worlds without affecting the current world's time or anything else. The host can also place any items in the dungeon. Chui Yi nodded in satisfaction and finally clicked on the level button, which displayed the Pokemon panel and personal panel. Currently, he only had one Pokemon, Lugia. He had already looked at Lugia's data, so he didn't open it. He just glanced at it briefly. He then opened his personal information, which popped up a panel. Name, Chui Yi. Level 1, new trainer. Common Pokemon, 0. Ordinary Pokemon, 0. Rare Pokemon, 0. Epic Pokemon, 0. Divine Beast Pokemon, 0. Legendary Pokemon, 1. Level 1. The system calculates based on the types of captured Pokemon, not their levels. How troublesome. Chui Yi showed a bitter expression. It's worth noting that there are a total of 898 Pokemon in the Pokédex of this world. Given Xiaohao's pace of capturing, it would be hard to catch them all in a short time. Moreover, there are also some rare divine and legendary Pokemon. Chui Yi clicked on the personal information to view the details. Level 118, new trainer. Level 1938, junior trainer. Level 3958, intermediate trainer. Level 59100, advanced trainer. Level 101200, Elite Trainer. Level 201300, Quasi-Champion Trainer. Level 301400, Champion Trainer. Level 401500, Master Trainer. Level 600 Leader. Forget it, let us draw first. Chui stopped overthinking and opened the system lottery button. Years of practice with quick hands were not in vain. Chui began to frantically click the lottery button, and the wheel on top spun rapidly. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a normal Pokeball. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Junior Experience Berry. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Detox Berry. Chui's face was filled with black lines. After clicking 100 times, he had only received some useless items. The Junior Experience Berry could be exchanged for just 50 points, and this round was a huge loss. Look at my 10 consecutive draws. Chui didn't believe it. Drawing 1000 times without getting anything good was too much. In the blink of an eye, he had drawn 999 times, and aside from colorful evolution stones, experience berries, and Pokeballs, he really hadn't gotten anything else. No way, am I really this unlucky? Chui sighed heavily and prepared for the last draw. Ding dong. System. Congratulations, host, you have received a premium reward, Sakuraji Research Institute. Becoming the owner of the Research Institute, allowing you to connect to all research institutes and obtain different Pokemon data information. Sakuraji Research Institute. ISNT that the Research Institute in Kuyu City? I didn't expect the system to be this generous, but how will it be given to me? While Chui was pondering this question, his phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call. Chui. Hello. Lawyer. Hello. Mr. Chui, the shares of Dr. Sakuraji's Research Institute have successfully been transferred to your name. You can freely adjust the initial Pokemon and the data from around the world. Have a nice day, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Chui felt his mind go blank. The Research Institute of Dr. Sakuraji was now under his name. The importance of the Research Institute was akin to an examination hall in Blue Star. One could only obtain data about Pokemon from different parts of the world through the Research Institute, and it also allowed for the exchange of initial Pokemon from different regions, making it a crucial checkpoint in every area. After all, choosing a partner with good qualifications to adventure with is such an important matter. Ding dong. System. The information from Dr. Sakuraji's Research Institute has been transmitted to your phone, and you can see important information from around the world at the first opportunity. After the system introduction, the phone vibrated, and the Research Institute's information appeared. Chui picked up the phone and opened it, revealing the map of the Institute and various stored materials, including the stored Pokemon, starter Pokemon, and quirky events occurring around the world. Of course, these matters were all related to Pokemon, such as traces of Mew, volcanic eruptions, and sudden tsunamis. The first piece of information was the reason for the large occurrence of Bulbasaur. This is indeed useful. I can just check if there are good quality Pokemon among this group of Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur. After all, the probability of high-quality Pokemon appearing within the same species is very high. Chui contacted Dr. Sakuraji. Chapter 103, King Qualification, Bulbasaur. Chui. Hello, I am Chui. Dr. Sakuraji. Hello, Chui. Chui. I am going to the Research Institute now. Dr. Sakuraji. Okay. I will prepare a room for you right now. Chui. No need to be so polite. Just call me Chui, and please keep my identity confidential. Dr. Sakuraji. Understood. Dr. Sakuraji was taken aback. He never expected that Chui was the current boss. Research institutes in the Pokemon world cannot be bought with money. They require certain interpersonal relationships. Dr. Sakuraji became more and more curious about Chui. Dad, is Chui really the boss of the Research Institute now? Xiaochun, who was standing nearby, was stunned when she heard the conversation between the two. They were still students and had not yet qualified to become trainers, while Chui already owned a research institute. Moreover, she heard from Xiaoha that he had captured the legendary Pokemon Lugia, which was hard to believe. The usually quiet and solitary classmate turned out to be so strong. And at this moment, she was filled with admiration for Chui. Got it. Xiaochun nodded solemnly, although she couldn't understand why he wanted to hide his strength. The research institute was his, and others had no right to interfere. When Chui arrived at the Sakuraji Research Institute, it was already quite late, and everyone had gone to rest, leaving only Dr. Sakuraji. His room was a single dormitory, clean and tidy, with a large floor-to-ceiling window that allowed a clear view of the Pokemon stored here. It was late at night, and the Pokemon had already gone to rest, leaving the vast space empty. The next day, Chui went to the location of the information early in the morning. Here stood an abandoned high-rise building, where Bulbasaur and Ivysaur were struggling to climb to the rooftop, surrounded by greenery. Bulbasaur's appearance is similar to a toad, with bright red eyes, white pupils, and sclera. It has a pair of protruding ears on its head. Its nose is short and blunt, and it has a large mouth. When it opens its mouth, you can see a pair of small, sharp teeth on its upper jaw. Its skin is bluish-green with deep green stripes, and each of its thick legs has 3 toes, each ending with a small white claw. The most distinctive feature is the bulb-like seed on its back, which exists in a symbiotic relationship with Bulbasaur and has been growing together with its body since Bulbasaur was born. Shui followed closely behind, activating the Pokemon appraisal. Hundreds of Bulbasaur and Ivysaur appeared, and even an epic-level Venusaur. However, after appraisal, the Venusaur was already level 38, but only had silver qualifications. Venusaur is an epic-level Pokemon, but unfortunately, its qualifications are too poor. Let's check Ivysaur. I hope there is a Pokemon above Diamond level, and its level can slowly increase. Shui hesitated for a long time, appraising one by one, first the Venusaur, then the Ivysaur, but unfortunately, the high-level Pokemon all had qualifications below Diamond, with only one reaching Diamond level. There were no Pokemon with a higher level than this Ivysaur, so he had to choose it. Shui had little hope left and began the final round of appraisal. Ivysaurs appeared one after another, and each time one appeared, he appraised it. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. Unexpectedly, he appraised a Bulbasaur and found it had king-level qualifications. He couldn't believe it. He was so lucky. He reappraised to confirm that this Bulbasaur had king-level qualifications and prepared to make his move. This Bulbasaur stared at Shui warily, its stubborn little eyes giving off a feeling of defiance. Shui approached, and it bared its teeth, preparing to attack. "Stay away from me, you damned human." The Bulbasaur angrily glared at Shui, issuing a warning. The most important task for them now was the evolution stone, and as long as the outside humans did not disturb them, they wouldn't care too much. "Come with me," Shui said firmly, with no intention of asking. The Bulbasaur was taken aback for a moment, then used Vine Whip to strike at Shui. Shui remained unfazed, covering the incoming Vine Whip, which was incredibly fast. The Bulbasaur couldn't believe that this human had actually caught its attack. "You humans build high-rises in our homeland, destroying our living environment. I hate you humans the most." The Bulbasaur harbored resentment, especially after hearing other family members talk about the deeds of humans. It completely lost confidence in humans. To it, there were no good humans. They were the ones who destroyed the habitat it relied on for survival. "You can hate me, but I like you enough." The Bulbasaur was slightly taken aback. It had never met such a shameless person. Originally, it came here to deliver pollen and evolve, but a detestable human appeared midway, and it happened to target it, which was incredibly frustrating. "You are really shameless. Go find someone else." The Bulbasaur turned its head away proudly, its face flushed. It didn't understand why it felt a bit fond of this human's personality, but it quickly dismissed that thought, repeatedly reminding itself that it hated humans. That humans were not good. "I want you," Shui said decisively, as if there were no room for negotiation, insisting it must be him. The Bulbasaur stared blankly at Shui, realizing that it could actually understand Pokemon language. "I can understand you." The nearby companions looked over, as humans who understood Pokemon language were truly rare. Some even felt a hint of envy. If they were captured by humans in the future and couldn't communicate, it would be a headache. The Bulbasaur hesitated. There were Ivysaurs and Venusaur around, all of whom were stronger than it, but this human chose it, and it was truly unclear what he was thinking. "I'm not here to negotiate with you. I'm just telling you that I'm taking you with me." The Bulbasaur was instantly speechless. This was too domineering. However, trainers usually wouldn't tell the little Pokemon when capturing them. They would only do so through battles. Seizing the opportunity to capture. "What ability do you have to capture me?" the Bulbasaur asked. "I can make you stronger." Shui's eyes were firm, completely not joking. At that moment, the Bulbasaur was a little shaken. Its level was only 5, and it didn't even have the qualifications to evolve. It had come here just to complete the pollen mission, but now someone said they could make it stronger, which was its long-cherished dream. Only by becoming strong could it protect more partners. "Go, Pokeball." While the Bulbasaur was distracted, the Pokeball had already landed on its head, and a powerful force instantly enveloped its entire body, pulling it into the Pokeball. Chapter 104. Capturing Bulbasaur, letting you know who the real waste is. Ding! The Pokeball quietly fell to the ground, and Shui successfully captured Bulbasaur. The Pokédex also indicated that a normal Pokemon had been captured. At this moment, Ash and Zyahawk climbed up, panting, and just happened to see Shui picking up the Pokeball from the ground, their eyes shining, instantly turning into little fans. "Shui, you captured a little Pokemon?" the two asked almost in unison. The sunlight shone on Shui's white school uniform, looking handsome in the light. He nodded and gazed at the Pokeball. Bulbasaur had already arrived in the special teleportation space through the Pokeball, and the first thing it saw was the legendary Pokemon Lugia quietly sleeping on the ground. It couldn't believe that such a powerful young man would value it. feeling a blankness in its mind. But then it felt that its choice was not wrong. This young man was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, it made up its mind to become stronger and not embarrass him. This time, it's Dr. Sakuragi who asked us to investigate the reason for the large occurrence of Bulbasaur. Ash said excitedly, "Thanks for your hard work, but I still have to go to school, so I'll leave first," Chui said as he turned to leave, leaving behind Ash and Xiaohao, who looked enviously at him. "Your classmate is so cool. I need to work harder too," Ash said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yeah." Xiaohao looked at Chui Ye's departing figure and suddenly felt that he didn't know this classmate well at all. "At Shangxia School, in a month. We'll be going on a trip. I really don't know which starter Pokemon to choose. I think Bulbasaur is a good choice early on. After all, moves like Leech Seed and Razor Leaf are quite good, making it the best choice against water-type gyms in the early battles. But I think Charizard is also very impressive. Our champion, Dan D, chose Charizard as his first Pokemon. It's so cool. Yeah, Dan D is my idol, but I still prefer Squirtle. Water-type Pokemon are so cute. Sigh. If only I were Li Feng, I could choose my starter Pokemon early. Don't daydream. Li Feng is a genius at our school." The students discussed among themselves, talking about the champion Dan D and Li Feng, who completed his studies ahead of schedule. Filled with envy and admiration, standing at a distance, Li Feng heard his classmates praising him and had long been used to it. He appeared calm, but inside he was very pleased. He was indeed a well-known genius at school, having completed all exams ahead of time, with a privileged family background. And the principal was even his uncle. From childhood, he had always been regarded as the other family's child by adults. "Li Feng, you're at school. By the way, which starter Pokemon did you choose?" Song Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw Li Feng walking ahead. Li Feng was not only a genius, but also a dream prince for girls, with clear features, a clean appearance, and a friendly demeanor, never putting on airs. To the classmates, he was indeed a model student. "I chose Charmander. I aim to be like Dan D," Li Feng said, exuding a refreshing aura, causing a stir around him. Even the girls started to scream, wishing they could have his children right away. As the school beauty, Song Yuan also gave a thumbs up to the boy in front of her, hoping to catch up with him. "Li Feng is so handsome. He's a god. Li Feng, I want to have your children. You are my idol, my Prince Charming. Li Feng, I love you like a mouse loves rice. I will protect you for a lifetime." The students began to go wild, and Li Feng smiled calmly, clenching his fist and saying, "Let's do our best." As soon as he finished speaking, the students erupted in screams, excitedly waving their hands. At that moment, Chui Yi happened to pass by him, expressionless. He had long since become accustomed to it. Li Feng's aura was indeed comparable to Xiao Mao's, but Xiao Mao's grandfather was Professor Okido, born with a golden key. So Li Feng couldn't compare to Xiao Mao. After all, the Pokemon chosen by Professor Okido for Xiao Mao would naturally not be subpar. It could even be a king-level Pokemon. "Hey, Chui Yi, didn't you see Li Feng? You don't even know to greet him. You really are useless. Just seeing you is bad luck," Song Yuan mocked coldly, not wanting to miss the chance to show off at someone else's expense. Chui Yi, who usually didn't like to speak up in school, was the target of bullying. No one believed this quiet person could fight back. Chui Yi didn't even glance at her, treating this group of people as air, which made the surrounding students even more furious. "This useless guy can't be mute. Right? I think so too. In a month, we'll all graduate. He might even be held back. TSK, does that even need to be said?" The students murmured, and Song Yuan, with a disgusted expression, blocked Chui Yi and said, "You're such a mama's boy. You don't even know to greet Li Feng when you see him. Do you have any manners?" Slap. A crisp sound rang out, and time seemed to freeze as everyone stared in disbelief at what had just happened. "Why you hit me?" Song Yuan covered her fiery red right cheek, unable to believe that this useless person had actually slapped her in front of so many people. Slap. Another crisp sound, and everyone gasped. If the first time was a mistake, now it was 100% certain that Chui Yi had slapped Song Yuan, but this time it was her left cheek. "Now you know who hit you, right?" Chui Yi said with a cold smile, symmetrical. Song Yuan was instantly furious. Considering her image, she tearfully ran behind Li Feng and said, "Li Feng, he hit me." Li Feng looked at Chui Yi with icy eyes, stepping in front of him and preparing to kick, but before he could, Chui Yi had already stepped hard on his foot. His face changed, and he hopped on one leg, clutching his right foot with a grimace. "You, Li Feng, have never been embarrassed in front of so many people," he said darkly. "Chui Yi, you useless piece of trash. If you have the ability, battle with Pokemon. Bullying girls is not an ability." Li Feng assumed that Chui Yi couldn't possibly have a starter Pokemon, and with his uncle having connections with Dr. Sakuragi, even if this guy graduated smoothly, he could have Dr. Sakuragi give him the weakest Pokemon. "Let you know who the real trash is. Tomorrow is not as good as today. Let's do it now." Chui Yi's words shocked everyone. They doubted whether this guy had taken the wrong medicine, daring to speak wildly about battling today. It was truly laughable. What did you say? Li Feng couldn't believe his ears. This useless person agreed to battle him with Pokemon, and right now,